The Destiny Report. Retaliation, negligence, and sexual misconduct. How Stephen Bonnell II abuses his platform. Max Carson. April 17, 2023. Introduction. Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II, aka Destiny, is a 34-year-old political streamer and was an early pioneer of professional live streaming as it exists today. He aims to stream 10 hours per day, 7 days a week. Thousands of viewers congregate for the duration of every stream. His YouTube channel currently sits at 641,000 subscribers and averages over 10 million views per month. He is not public about his income, but I'll disclose that I earned around $3,500 a month on YouTube, with close to 40,000 subscribers and a fraction of Destiny's audience engagement level. As with other streamers, Destiny's additional revenue streams include merchandise, sponsorship deals, and donations, usually in the form of chat donations on his personal website or super chats on YouTube. Audience members can pay to have Destiny react to their chat messages in real time. The more they pay, the more likely he is to react. Because of the semi-accessibility of creators and the sheer volume of content, live streaming is an addictive medium. Put plainly, Destiny's most dedicated fans watch him for several hours a day and give him hundreds of dollars per month each. According to a 2019 demographic survey of 1,400 Destiny fans conducted by a community member, 6% are 14 to 17 years old, and 75% are 25 or under. 93% are male, and 73% are white. Destiny's audience trusts him to slice through irrational political discourse with ice-cold utilitarian logic. They identify with him strongly, adopting his positions and even his mannerisms, and they have a reputation for harassing Destiny's ever-growing list of ex-friends and enemies. This report aims to paint a broad picture of Destiny's public and private abuses of the substantial power afforded to him by YouTube, his colleagues, and his audience. I will present examples of the following dynamics, which are disturbing individually and worse when combined. 1. Unequal sexual relationships. In the last decade, Destiny has formed dozens of sexual relationships with small streamers who benefit enormously from their associations with him, especially when they appear on his stream. Frequently, these are women who suffer from mental health issues and have expressed suicidal ideations or even been hospitalized for suicide attempts. In 2020, Destiny himself explained why using your platform for sex with smaller creators is unethical, saying, "Let's say that I have a podcast. I got 30,000 viewers. Let's say that there's a girl that messages me. We talked a little bit. She really wants to be on. And I'm like, yeah, cool, like you really want to come on my podcast, blah, blah, blah. I could probably start sexting her, and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose that opportunity. She might not actually want to. She might not be into it really at all, but if I start propositioning her, if she says no to me, she might worry like, fuck, if I say no to this guy, I'm not going to make it on that. Yeah. I think it is wrong, yeah. I don't think you should." Nobody can ever know if you're actually that kind of person. That's why it's a very hazy area where you can't really consent in that situation because you don't really know if this guy's going to fuck you over if you say yes or no to them, if they have that big position of power over you. 2. Retaliation. Destiny mobilizes his highly involved community called DGG to harass those who criticize him, including small streamers he has had, or even still has, sexual relationships with. He has leaked nudes, threatened to leak nudes, secretly recorded and leaked private conversations, and directed his audience to participate in the doxing of a small streamer he was in a sexual relationship with. In 2011, he even planned to kill a teenager who'd sabotaged his ability to stream. Destiny has acknowledged his bullying behavior. In a 2020 stream, trans creator Demon Mama told Destiny, "My Twitter was a nice peaceful haven, and then one interaction with you, and I've got people dropping T-slurs on me. F-slur, someone telling me I should be hung for being an F-slur. There's just this pattern that keeps happening with your behavior." Destiny responded, "Cause a lot of harm. I hope, against certain people, that maybe they're bullied off Twitter because there are a lot of toxic fucks on this platform that make it a horrible fucking place to be around." On March 15, 2023, in a Twitter argument with Ryan Beard, Destiny wrote, "You're hopping into a bandwagon of people accusing me of being a rape apologist because you're still upset that I bullied you off the internet a year ago. Don't play stupid. You know exactly what you're doing." 3. Sadism. Stream guests, including Destiny's sex partners, are routinely pitted against each other in emotional gladiator matches over which Destiny presides as the ostensible voice of reason. Destiny frequently expresses joy when others are distressed, even if the distress is severe and accompanied by talk of suicide. And afterwards his audience takes to Reddit and Twitter to revel in what they euphemistically call drama. Hassan Piker, now a top Twitch streamer, made his start in Destiny's community before a public falling out. In 2022, he said to his viewers, "I'm not going to rebuild the bridge, bro. No, there is no bridge to be fucking rebuilt. Too many years of him fucking farming content off my ass. You know, trying to get me to turn into a fucking lol cow. I would have probably killed myself if I wasn't able to fucking completely escape the grips of Destiny's community. Straight up, 100%. When asked for an interview for this report, Piker declined, saying, "My abusive experience is extensively documented and endlessly retconned by DGG." 4. Narrative control. Destiny's penchant for deception and his astounding dedication to silencing critics makes it difficult for newcomers to understand how his system of content creation operates. Criticism is frequently banned in his subreddit, Discord, and audience chat. Smaller streamers who leech off of his audience, referred to as orbiters, I was one of them, act as PR tentacles, going to great lengths to stay in Destiny's good graces. To shut down criticism outside the community, or misinformation as he puts it, Destiny tells his audience, if you see something, say something. The above behaviors are not permitted in most professional environments, yet they are allowed on YouTube, except perhaps calls for harassment. But Destiny lays down a foundation of plausible deniability wherever he can, and this allows him to fly under YouTube's radar. Who am I? I'm a streamer, rapper, video essayist, and occasional writer. I've made provocative content all my life, but most recently, I'm known for projects such as the Mr. Girl Real Doll Review, a disturbing and pornographic personal documentary about how a sex doll affected my relationship with my girlfriend, Shaylin, the Gender Narrative, a non-partisan video essay about how we talk about gender, and my Cuties review, infamous because I said that the twerking 11-year-olds in the film were hot. That last project inspired thousands of white supremacists to send me death threats, but I can say without hesitation that the harassment I've received from Destiny's community has been worse. Since 2020, YouTube has banned and unbanned me once per year, though my current ban has lasted the longest at 6 months and may well be permanent. In 2007, I was arrested and barred from the University of Colorado campus for 2 months for telling my classmates we should empathize with the Virginia Tech shooter. The charges were dropped. I even got suspended in high school 4 times for my satirical newsletter. The suspensions were overturned retroactively. I have a way of getting in trouble without breaking the rules. Throughout my life, my family, friends, and fans have consistently said, "Oh, Max." 3 months into my relationship with Shaylin, by which time I'd already freaked out everyone she knew, a childhood buddy of mine told her, "It's a mistake to assume he enjoys it. He doesn't." In my YouTube videos and streams, I've tried to be as honest as possible, especially about myself, which caused an amusing culture clash when I entered Destiny's sphere just before Christmas in 2021. During the 11 months I spent working with Destiny and his orbiters, their posturing came to take on a darker meaning to me. I now see it as cover for serious abuse. Destiny and his fans have criticized me for making myself out to be some grotesque hybrid of victim and journalist over the 4 months I spent writing this report. I'm sure it was jarring to watch me go from professing my brotherly love for Destiny to calling him my emotional abuser, but that's how these things go. I am horrified by the abusive system that I profited from for a year. And if Destiny's fans are correct in saying I am driven by hatred, then it is self-hatred. Summary. The DDoS kid, a teenager, disrupted Destiny's ability to stream, and Destiny later said he planned to kill the boy and his father, but decided not to because it wasn't worth the risk. Mia Rose. Destiny drunkenly groped a woman on stream. They had a sexual relationship at the time, but both have acknowledged the incident as an assault. Blue T. After Destiny leaked a woman's nudes to his friends, she tweeted out photos of his genitals from his Twitter account. Destiny considered trying to get her dropped from her scholarship. Melina, Destiny's wife. They met when she was a 20-year-old fan and he was 30. They have both characterized Destiny's treatment of her as psychologically abusive, and Melina has said it makes her feel suicidal. Bob 7, Melina's confidant and sexting partner for a year. When Bob told Melina, and a mutual friend of Destiny's, he thought Destiny was manipulative. Destiny made false harassment allegations against him on behalf of a few women. When the women didn't support the smear campaign, Destiny smeared them as well. Anna, Destiny had sex with a small streamer who became attached to him. When she criticized his lifestyle, he called her an insane stalker, which only provoked her to criticize him further. At the same time that Destiny convinced his fans and orbiters that Anna's abuse claims should be ignored for her own good, he was sexting her. At one point, Destiny threatened to leak Anna's nudes if she leaked his sexts. He also directed his fans to participate in harassing and doxing Anna in retaliation for her abuse claims. Sam, Destiny supported a mayoral candidate in Omaha who fired him when Destiny's reputation attracted negative press coverage. Sam was a local college-aged resident who criticized him. After a battle of harsh and vulgar words, Destiny emailed Sam's employer to try to get him fired. Darius, a community member who became a friend and sex partner to Melina, who asked him to move to Austin with her after Destiny cheated on her. They had a falling out, and both Darius and Melina were suicidal at the time. Destiny presided over a live-streamed fight between the two, and viciously ridiculed Darius Merrick, a former sex partner of Destiny's. He publicly mocked her suicide attempt 3 weeks after it happened. Denims and Little Fox, 2 young female streamers, both in sexual relationships with Destiny. After Destiny and Melina withdrew an invitation to host the two in their apartment, Destiny smeared Denims as a liar on stream because he was afraid one of them might make a false sexual misconduct allegation against him. White Nervosa, a small trans streamer whom Destiny flirted with while boosting her career, likely not knowing she was trans. Around the time she started appearing on camera, Destiny lost interest and stopped growing her stream. Vosh, first a fan, then an orbiter, and then a competitor. Destiny pounced on the opportunity to humiliate and sabotage Vosh when he was accused of sexual harassment. Destiny later cut ties with Vosh because his partner and friend campaigned for Destiny's deplatforming after Destiny made a call for violence against BLM rioters. Assorted stories. Lav, a 24-year-old who became sexually involved with Destiny as he encouraged her to start streaming and helped her grow her stream. Destiny set her up to be routinely humiliated and harassed by his community to the point of feeling suicidal. When she spoke out about it, he and his orbiters launched a misogynistic harassment campaign against her. Me and Destiny's platforming of Nick Fuentes, I became Destiny's friend and orbiter, and slowly realized he was intentionally creating situations where I would be hurt or humiliated. When Destiny became friendly with far-right extremist Nick Fuentes, I confronted him. Destiny banned me from his subreddit. Fuentes' followers got me banned from YouTube, and I cut ties with Destiny. The DDoS Kid. In the spring of 2011, a teenage boy used a paid service to intermittently flood Destiny's IP address with junk traffic, known as a DDoS attack. He'd launched the attacks during Destiny's streams, breaking his internet connection and making it impossible for him to work. The teen, named Jacob, eventually contacted Destiny over Skype so he could gloat. This gave Destiny and his fans enough information to track down Jacob's address and phone number. Destiny called Jacob's phone and demanded to speak to his parents. When Jacob refused and blocked his number, Destiny called again via Google Voice and, according to his own retelling, started sending him pictures over Skype of his sister. According to Destiny, Jacob's father sent Destiny an email denying the extent of Jacob's harassment and even suggested that Destiny befriend Jacob rather than fight him. Instead, Destiny crafted a plan to kill Jacob and his father. He later explained on stream.
Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS Kid. That's a guy, that's one of the people, like, legitimately, like, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of... Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you have no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in, like, owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything. Holy fuck.
Ultimately, Destiny found a way to defend against the DDoS attacks and went on to write a widely referenced protection guide. In August 2017, responding to a video criticizing his earlier remarks about the incident, Destiny said,
Basically, his dad emailed me back after I told him that I knew his son was doing it. His first email was denial, I think, and then after I confronted him again, his next email was basically saying that his son was very intelligent, that I would do good to befriend him, and that I shouldn't say mean things about his family. Basically, the father had shirked all responsibility. He wasn't assuring me whatsoever that he was going to keep his child from doing anything again. And then later on, he sent me another email claiming that his whole family of lawyers was going to take me to court and send me back to carpet cleaning because of the mean things that I was saying on his son online, right? So on top of all of this going on, I had 3 independent interviews with the FBI trying to figure out how to stop this from going on. Of course, every interview with the FBI dead ends as soon as they find out you play video games because they no longer take it seriously, even if you state that you've lost over $5,000 in business. So I never had anything there, right? So I guess, like, if you put yourself in my position, I'm pretty much being forced out of work, okay, by a person at their leisure, right, for whatever reason, and I'm just losing thousands and thousands of dollars. I can't pay my bills. I never got that bad that where I could pay my bills, but, like, I'm losing thousands and thousands of dollars. I can't work. I know where the kid lives. I know all of his information. I've contacted his parent, and his dad won't do anything to stop him. So yeah, I got pretty fucking irritated. I don't know if, like, this is comparable to, like, rape or some other type of, like, aggravated assault, but not even, because at least in those cases you can go and find somebody to help you. But, like, I was completely out of luck here. Like, I would just have to sit in my house and watch my internet connection get roasted every single day. I wasn't able to stream. It wasn't right. So I don't know if any of this ends up working out as a justification for killing somebody and their family. Probably not. I do get a little bit extreme on my stream sometimes, and I do exaggerate things. But I mean, for the most part, I'll take credit for what I say. I'm not going to sit here and say that like, oh, you know, I never even thought about it or whatever, because that would be a lie. I was very, very fucking frustrated with this kid, and I had exhausted every single legal option. You know, is that a justification for killing somebody? Probably not. It's probably not a good reason to do it.
In December 2017, Destiny said of the controversy, "Yeah, the kid I wanted to kill, I still stand by that. Fuck that dude and his family."
You had a bit of a tiff. I was trying to explain this to them. I think I did it as best I could. You had a bit of a tiff with a kid that was knocking you every time you'd go on stream. He'd, you know, packet bomb you or whatever the fuck he was doing. And he'd knock you off
a kid that I
stream.
wanted to kill, I still stand by that. Fuck that dude and his family.
Speaking to two streamers named Mr. Metoka and Andy Worski, Destiny said the FBI had refused to help, and that a lawsuit would have been too expensive.
Go ahead, back to your story about killing a teenager.
Okay, so like this is the story with all of that. Okay, so basically, one day my internet drops out. Okay, and I don't really know what's going on, and this ends up becoming like a pattern of like my internet fucking up over the course of the next like few months. And I call the internet service provider to my house. I get trucks rolled out probably like 12 times within like a 3 or 4 month period, because it seems like every time I'm starting to get into my stream, my shit is starting to get dropped. And after a few months, some kid contacts me, Jacob contacts me on Skype, and he starts making fun of how he's DDoSing my shit. I was like, okay. The way that he messaged me and everything was really stupid. I pulled his IP off Skype. We did a whole bunch of fucking homework, and we eventually found all of his information over the course of like the next month. We found out everything about this kid. So to set this up correctly, so I know that a lot of people are like, you got really, yeah, of course. A lot of people, what?
No, I was just saying, okay,
oh, yeah, of course, full docs, yeah. No, if somebody's DDoSing, I'll dox the fuck out of you. I don't give a fuck. I'll dox it and release it publicly. I honestly do not give a fuck about these people. So, this kid, to set the story, a lot of people are like, oh, you wanted to kill a kid or whatever, blah, 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 because he was interrupting your video games. It's not my video games, okay? I have a child, I have a house, I've got bills, I have a life, like, this is my job. And it would, like, the equivalent would be, you know, people laugh like he's just DDoSing. The equivalent would be, let's say you drive to work every day, let's say some guy runs outside every single day and slashes your tires. Like, it's literally that. So I was losing.
But you did want to kill him, though.
Yeah. So
you wanted to kill him.
Yeah, of course. Hell yeah, I did. So let me get to this part of the story.
Let him tell him. Go ahead,
sure.
Man. Go ahead.
So basically, after a few months of this, I find all the information on him. I'm really happy because I figure I just give a call to his dad, and after I call the dad, you know, we'll get everything squared away. So I call the father and I say, hey, your son is involved in some really fucked up shit. He's fucking my shit up. You know, I can't work. I've lost thousands and thousands of dollars. Like, we're getting into the 5-figure range of revenue lost. I can't do my job. I've got a kid. You've got a kid. You should know what this is like. After having this phone call with the father sends me the most condescending email I've ever gotten in my entire life. Basically, he said, do you want the email? I actually saved it.
Yeah, go for it. I want to hear what he sounded like.
Father, so I was basically completely out of options. So pretty much at this point in my life...
So you went with the next option, murder.
Well, I'm curious, so I'll spin it to you. What would you do at this point? Would you just quit your whole career and go do something else, or...?
Well, okay, I mean, here's my train of thought on this, right? Just follow me on that.
And then just to be clear, I don't think I was like legitimately like planning to murder him. I was just incredibly fucking frustrated to the point to where, like I said, like
you keep saying you were.
I got that. But okay, you've got this. Let's just make it a hypothetical, so it's not you.
Yeah.
You've got a streamer who's admitting that he tracked down information on a minor to find out where he lives. That streamer owns a gun, and he's shown that gun multiple times on stream. He's made numerous statements that he had a plan to follow or kill this child, and that he isn't remorseful about it. My question is, how the fuck did the FBI not come to talk to you about that rather than the kid bombing your stream?
I don't know, my dude. The FBI doesn't care.
I mean, you're making death threats against a child on the internet, and you're a gun owner. It shows intent.
On March 12, 2023, Destiny again argued that lethal force against the DDoS kid would have been justified during a debate about Islam with a streamer named Coranto.
Weren't you the same man that wanted to kill somebody for DDoSing you a few years ago? I wouldn't say that it's an insane line that is impossible. Of course, if you don't consider yourself normal, then ignore everything that I'm saying.
So I'm the same man who wanted to kill somebody who was cutting away all of my income, who I had no recourse to the FBI or the police when I had a child to support and a house to care for, and a guy was basically slashing my tires every single day when I was trying to go into work. Yeah, I was getting pretty desperate in that situation, correct. You trying to prove a point?
Okay. So, let me get somewhere. So, you are comfortable with not only violence, but killing somebody, even though they didn't hurt you physically, or they didn't do anything to you other than cut your source of income.
Yeah, if somebody
you are
was
100%
cut, if somebody was
killing
like
somebody.
Yeah, I guess if somebody was cutting your source of income every day that you used to support your family, then yeah, I probably would. Yeah, go for it. If you came outside every single day and some guy was slashing your tires and he wouldn't stop and you called the police and nobody wanted to do anything despite having proof for it, you're like, well, I'm gonna have to attack this dude and maybe even kill him. Yeah, sure, go for it. I think that's okay.
So you're claiming that this same person that was DDoSing you was also slashing your tires, or are you just using it as
It's
an
the
analogy?
it's the
You're just using
equivalent. It's the equivalent.
So you're telling me because you were DDoSed and you weren't able to provide for your family, you would 100% resort and you would justify, you would still stand by it today?
Yeah, of course.
According to you. So till this day you stand by it, because there's plenty of things that you say you do not stand by it, that you cringe at because it happened in the past. So is this one not one of those things?
No, this is something I would stand by, absolutely. This is like an easy... yeah, of course.
When discussing this story, fans of Destiny tend to either agree with his rationalization or they dismiss it as hyperbole. For example, if someone was stealing your stuff, you'd justifiably be angry and have a right to defend yourself from the next time it happened. This kid was burning his money, lighting it up in flames, just to mess with him. How would you act? Can you ask yourself this question honestly? Because Destiny exhausted every possible angle, he went to the police, the FBI. He even found the address where they lived and contacted the father, who was a recalcitrant arsehole. And nobody gave a shit, because nobody gives a shit about some kid making your video game time go away, and that's all anybody saw it as. So yeah, I understand his anger, even empathize with it, up to the point of action, which he clearly did not commit. 2017 YouTube comment, 50 likes. My interpretation is that he was never serious about it, but did think about physically visiting the kid's house to talk to the dad. 2018 Reddit comment, 12 upvotes. It kinda ties into the whole shoot on sight after home invasion thing. He really values personal property and his personal rights. 2018 Reddit comment, 12 upvotes. A Destiny fan created a Reddit poll asking, would Destiny have been justified in killing that kid had he never stopped and there was no other way to make him stop? 312 people voted no one. In a 2029 post with 149 comments and 0 upvotes, titled, "Okay, the thing about Destiny planning to kill the kid kinda caught me off guard," the author explicitly asks his fellow fans to help him resolve his cognitive dissonance, writing, "I'm making this post to see if anyone can help me think of this in a different way, because that story really soured my opinion of Destiny. Mia Rose." On January 1st, 2012, when Destiny was 23, he drunkenly groped the breasts of adult actress and fellow streamer Mia Rose during a live stream. They did have a sexual relationship at the time, and she did voluntarily sit on his lap during the stream, but the groping was unwanted.
You made me do this, man. I just wanted you to go to karaoke. You wouldn't even do that. I'm sorry. You have very nice hair. Did I tell you that?
Yeah, it's all real. What's up?
Is it real?
Yes.
Is it puffy?
Oh, well, that's good.
Is it puppy today?
No, it's not puffy. You fucking...
Ow, you're pulling my hair, please.
You Mexican piece of shit.
Deezer over there.
You don't even know why that's funny, though, Mia. You don't even know why that's funny. He sounds just like a guy named Deezer.
You really don't know who Deezer is?
You were just like fucking up everything over here.
Mia, have you ever heard Deezer's voice?
No.
Dude, Steven, stop doing that shit, please.
You made me drink so much.
You made it drink that much.
You chose to drink it, and you kept asking for
I
shots.
just want one more, though.
Wait, where
What
is
the
he?
fuck is this?
Just one more, dude. We'll be good. Well, I'll be done for the rest of the night.
If you take some water.
I
if you
promise
drink
if
some
you're just
water.
giving me one more, I'll stop drinking.
But if you gotta drink
Please
some
stop.
water, dude.
Okay, Mia says
If
to
you were
stop.
drinking water this whole night, I wouldn't mind.
Okay.
You're the one that made him drink, Christian.
Huh?
Christian made me drink. You believe that, right?
I was there.
I never drink except for him.
It's Saint Vicious says, is this your first time drinking?
Look at
Saint
me.
Vicious says.
I never drink. Tell him I never drink.
I never knew that you didn't drink.
You dude, fuck you, I told you.
You told me that you didn't really drink. Not that you never drank.
Okay. Dude.
Yeah, I know, right? If I was a real friend, I would make you... Okay.
Okay, stop.
Go! Go! Oh my god.
Listen, I'm gonna apologize
Yeah,
to you.
say
There's
sorry.
so much
Get
tomorrow.
this! Shh!
Just let her play
You're
another
in my
week.
seat right now, though. Oh, shit. I'm gonna go on the couch.
Do you want your seat or the couch? What the fuck? The fuck, dude? Steven, just lay down on the couch.
Shit. Just let me get sober. How do I sober up?
Drink water.
Destiny has consistently acknowledged this incident as a sexual assault, though he tends to joke about it. In 2022, he suggested that he may have been a victim of peer pressure to drink that night. I'm going to be completely honest. That was a stream where everybody in that stream was encouraging me to drink way more than I ever had before. Did I do dumb shit on that stream? Yeah, for sure. I wish I was a woman so I didn't have any accountability for my actions, though. Mia Rose has occasionally tweeted about the incident, July 4th, 2020. It was years ago, but I chalked it up to being young, everyone had too much to drink and I wanted to be around those people to get my name out. I know Destiny is toxic, but I have no issues with him. November 13th, 2022. It happened. I did nothing at the time. It was way before there was any info in my world about what was right and wrong. I thought I had put myself into that situation. But at the end of the day, he did assault me. He had apologized, and we left it alone. On March 14th, 2023, Mia Rose tweeted, "Would love an apology. I don't think he ever will. But everyone that was there, hell, even just the stream viewers could see, we didn't make him drink, we were all drinking. And that isn't a pass to grab anyone on live stream. The whole trip was odd. He has apologized on streams and such, indirectly. It's fine. I know he regrets it. Based on their public statements, neither Mia Rose nor Destiny seem to think this event was a big deal, but I've included it nonetheless for the sake of completeness. Blue T. Blue T was a competitive StarCraft 2 streamer, like Destiny. In August 2012, she logged into his Twitter and tweeted out photos of his genitals. She posted the following explanation to Destiny's subreddit. "I'll come out and say this is Blue T. I really have nothing to lose." Long story short, Destiny leaked nude pictures of me to his Skype friends. He then joked about how fucking hideous my face is compared to my beautiful body. They joked about how I look like Shrek. I do have a big nose, I guess. Someone who apparently was in the chat room emailed me from a Gmail account consisting of a bunch of random numbers. It had the chat log. When I confronted him about it, he first feigned ignorance. When it became clear he was then just going to ignore me, I snapped. I had his email password from when I used to help schedule his lessons. I changed his email password, which enabled me to change his Twitter and Skype passwords. I have a folder full of dick pics, and because I am so nice, tried to choose the most flattering to post. My actions resulted from the build-up of many things he's done to me that I don't have time to mention. But his betrayal of my trust was the last straw. I hope you enjoy his penis. Too long, didn't read, don't leak nudes of me because I will steal your Twitter and post pictures of your dick. Destiny responded within 11 minutes. Was to 2 people, not an entire chat room of people. 2 people that I consider pretty close friends. I never feigned ignorance, just didn't want to get into it right before an MLG. I can't imagine how you can think that people will never, ever, ever talk about anything personal or private amongst their friends. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I can't see myself caring at all if you shared pictures between your close friends, especially given the fact that I'd never see any of them in real life. Glad you think you have a right to every single private conversation I ever have, though. Posting pictures of my dick to 37k people plus cutting me off from access to my email, Twitter is probably reasonable payback for me. Discussing something personal with 2 friends. Thanks for the new work location. I wonder what your boss will think of this. Or your dean, for that matter. I wonder if it'd affect your scholarship or financial aid. Within the next several hours, Bluetier deleted her Reddit account. Destiny dropped out of a tournament he was playing in. The response from Destiny's fans was overwhelmingly negative, but he doubled down in another comment. It's not about teaching someone a lesson, it's just punishment. I'm pretty sure what she did was illegal on quite a few levels, and the fact that it's damaging to a business that I use to support my family makes me a little less willing to turn the other cheek. Yeah, I acted pretty scumbaggish and shared her picture with a couple friends. But for her to leak a bunch of shit to 40k people? Why on earth wouldn't I share that with her employer and school when she tried to effectively destroy my livelihood? Fans were quick to point out that nude pictures were unlikely to harm his career. You really think you'll take a serious financial hit from this? I imagine you might lose a reasonable number of Twitter followers, but I'd be surprised if this really hurts your stream even in the short term. Erisan, Destiny's then-girlfriend, who was not aware he'd been sexting with Blue T, made a supportive public statement asking fans to stop talking about the incident for Destiny's sake. A commenter asked her, "How does it feel to come home from a long day of shift work and live with a piece of shit? How does it feel to know that he is cheating on you? He was trying to pick up women at the bar last night." Erisan replied, languished, forlorn, bereft, desolate. "Thank you, Melina." In February 2019, when Destiny was 30, he flew to New Zealand to meet 2 young Swedish fans he'd been speaking to for months. Melina and her boyfriend Max were 20 and 19 years old, and in a polyamorous relationship. Max played the role of cameraman for much of the live-streamed trip, looking on awkwardly as Destiny made advances on Melina. At one point, Destiny left Max in charge of the stream while he and Melina went into the bedroom and shut the door. Max joked that he was being cucked. Vocalizations can be heard in the background after that. Most fans agree they are sex sounds, but Destiny maintains he and Melina were not having sex. This was after Max had admitted on stream that Melina was his only partner, casting doubt on the legitimacy of his poly-identification. A user in Destiny's subreddit posted, "The polygamy isn't what's off-putting about these streams. What's off-putting is that a 30-year-old man who claims to understand power dynamics flew halfway across the globe to have sex with young women who have obviously developed parasocial relationships with him." Melina eventually broke up with Max and moved to the United States to live with Destiny. They are in an open relationship and were married in December 2021. Initially boosted by her association with Destiny, Melina has become a successful streamer in her own right, focusing on travel, fitness, and showing off her body. Destiny has described himself as psychologically abusive in relationships. In January 2021, he said, "I'm a really rough person to be in a relationship with, okay? Anybody that survives a relationship with me for more than like 6 months, okay, props to that person, because they're going through some severe fucking psychological abuse. It's a fucking hard thing to deal with." I'm not joking. Destiny has publicly stated that he has access to Melina's Discord account, and is thus privy to her communications with others in the streaming world. On January 14th, 2021, Destiny said on stream that they both have access to each other's DMs, but that Melina's jealousy may dissuade her from reading his. In 2022, Destiny was revealed to be hiding a serious affair, as well as a sexting relationship from Melina, both of which use Discord DMs as a primary form of communication. Friends and viewers of Destiny have voiced suspicions that he sometimes impersonates Melina by sending private messages from her account. Melina has told multiple people that the pain of their relationship drives her to thoughts of suicide, and these conflicts frequently spill out into public view. Bob 7. Note, this report is agnostic as to Bob 7's character or whether he sexually harassed any women, and this section is included to highlight Destiny's behavior and use of his platform. Before my first conversation with Melina in January 2022, Destiny leaned into the doorway behind her and said, "Don't let him mindfuck you." I couldn't understand why he'd said that until I did my research for this story. Bob 7, a small streamer, was Melina's confidant for most of 2020 when he was 25 and she was 22. His ostensible goal was to improve her mental health, and he compared their relationship to that of a therapist and a patient. They also sexted. Melina shared intimate details of her relationship with Destiny, including how his treatment of her made her feel suicidal. She also told Bob private stories about Destiny's past. Believing that Destiny was manipulative and abusive, Bob encouraged Melina to either confront him or leave the relationship. One time, when she did confront him, Destiny asked if the confrontation had been Bob's idea. Eventually, Melina fell in love with Bob, hinting that she would only be able to leave Destiny if she had another relationship to flee to. Bob was not interested in Melina. He was, however, interested in Bose, the 28-year-old female streamer who was also dating Destiny. Bob and Bose became fast friends, gossiping daily about the dysfunctional relationship between Destiny and Melina. Sometimes the gossiping took the form of Bob actively warning Bose about Destiny's manipulative nature, and telling her the secrets he'd learned from Melina. You may have figured this out already, but Melina isn't fond of sharing Destiny with other women, and Destiny doesn't like to deal with the emotional backlash from Melina. But because of Bob's meddling, Bose and Melina had come to hate each other, and both were wary of Destiny. Eventually, the two women would meet and compare notes on Bob. They realized he was prone to shit-talking behind each of their backs, and decided that it was he who was manipulative after all and not Destiny. Apparently, it didn't occur to them that both men might be manipulative. Bose bluntly informed Bob that she no longer wished to be friends. Melina confronted him about degrading things he had said about her, like saying her stream was best watched with the sound off. Bob's grip on the women in Destiny's life had finally been loosened. At this point, Destiny decided to use his platform to destroy Bob. On January 3rd, 2021, Destiny engineered a group call including 6 women who knew Bob, and, with the help of one of the women, secretly recorded the others talking about their experiences with Bob. Destiny's opening salvo was a January 4th, 2021 stream, uploaded with the title, Bob 7 Allegations Involving Melina, Big Boss Bose, Peach and More, in which he painted Bob as a malicious womanizer out to torpedo Destiny's personal relationships.
So over the next 2 or 3 days, I play a little Death Note game where I'm having Melina send certain messages to Bob, and now I'm reading messages between Bob and Melina because I can read Melina's DMs. Bose is sending me a few messages between her and Bob, so I can read those, and then Bob is sending messages to Erica and Melina, and I'm kind of reading these to try to figure out what the fuck is going on, because I have no fucking idea what in the fuck is happening behind the scenes, to where it's very, very, very confusing to me. If it ever if push comes to shove, There's a lot of like really, like this is all kind of like dumb shit. There's a lot of like really fucked up shit. Fuck that Bob 7 did that even people in his personal life don't know about. That's really fucked. But that will probably never see the light of day. I shouldn't actually say that because I'm like teasing it. But if Bob 7 decides to try to make some response video like vindicating himself, I'll probably just like nuke that shit from orbit.
During the stream, Destiny described his strategy for gaining control of the situation. He ended the video with a threat, should Bob attempt to defend himself. Bob countered with a 40-page document containing dozens of screenshots to paint a picture of Destiny as an emotional abuser trying to shut down Bob's genuine concerns about the women in his life. This was fairly successful and had Destiny uncharacteristically on the defensive for a moment, but with Destiny's second and final attack, Bob's fate would be sealed. The video, streamed January 17, 2021, was titled Bob 7 Manifesto Addressing My Allegations. It currently sits at more than 700,000 views. In the video, he read aloud a document he'd written titled The Bob 7 Manifesto, which again painted Bob as a slimy sexual harasser. He also played clips from the January 3 call, some of which Destiny had edited to make them more damning of Bob. 2 days before the stream, one of the women who'd been secretly recorded in the January 3 call released a statement recanting the allegations Destiny had publicized in his first video. Hours before the stream on January 17th, she pleaded on Twitter to be left out of Destiny's upcoming second strike. The following is a message to Destiny. I have no way of contacting him myself, so I have to post this publicly. Hi Destiny. This clip came into my knowledge this morning. I just wanted to let you know that I do not consent to any public spreading of any call or recording I am in. I do not wish to be in any part of what you plan to release, and doing so will be without my consent. I do not want to be part of this further at all. Please do not harass me. Thanks, Ophelia Bear.
But the thing is, if like push comes to shove, I will. So that's going to be like included in my new doc. So like the drunkenly harassing Ophelia for nudes while talking shit about her to like 4 other women, and then the leaking nudes of an anonymous person in Melina to Bose that he was actively shit talking about Melina and the other person too. Like that'll be like in this next doc. I really didn't think that he would try.
Destiny ignored her request, opting instead to poke holes in her statement exonerating Bob. Referring to her as Ophelia the Manipulated, Destiny said that Bob had manipulated her into withdrawing her allegation that he'd sexually harassed her. At the end of the section, he wrote, I would like to make it clear that I do not really hold Ophelia Bear personally responsible for her 180. I think that she is a victim in all of this, and Bob 7, Casitron and Minx have played a role in her manipulation, convincing her that it's in her best interest to side with Bob 7 here. Ellie Moon, another woman on the recorded group call, complained about Destiny using her name in his video. Destiny claimed that Bob had leaked one of Ellie Moon's nudes, which Ellie Moon did not believe. On January 18, 2021, Destiny wrote in his public chat, redacted one is Ellie Moon. By the way, if you guys wanted that, what a snaky piece of shit. Might release her unedited, unmasked audio later. Literally every single girl ended up flipping sides. Except for Melina, Pichachu, Bose and Erisan. Just my original friends. Destiny had sexual relationships with Melina, Bose and Erisan. The same day, in a streamed confrontation between Destiny and Ellie Moon, they had the following exchange.
And like last thing she was saying, like, why are you talking? Like, shut the fuck up, dude. I said like leave me out of this.
Ellie,
I never mentioned your name. Nobody knew you were here until you tweeted it, honey.
Ellie, I have a question.
Oh my god.
Did
Talking
you
to a groomer.
So Ellie, you didn't talk hold on. Ellie, you didn't talk
Talking about Bob being creepy when you start dating Melina when she's like 18 and you're like, what? 40 million years old. Like actual weirdo.
Hold on,
Dude, I know so much personal information about you. Why are you trying to take shots at me right now? Are you serious?
Yeah, I know, dude. Like, I know.
You need to, hey, I'm just telling you that for your, like, you, oh, wait, hold on. I don't want to sound like I'm threatening anybody, but, like, you should slow down on, like, the personal insults. Because you're, like, way out of your league, dude. You are way the fuck out of your league.
I'm gonna mute you guys. Guys, I'm gonna mute you guys. And I'll go back to my, hold on, Ellie.
Casitron, another female streamer Destiny, secretly recorded in a private call, was frustrated that he'd framed her talking about another woman's experience with Bob as her making her own allegation.
But I'm just like, damn, I feel like Bob got really big-headed, and I feel like he just thought that he was infallible, and maybe he thought that it was like all a joke or something, that even whenever he like called girls and was super pushy with them, it was like a joke and he was infallible for it because he's Bob or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you how incredibly fucking angry I am that Caseytron, somebody that I kind of sort of considered a friend, would step out and put her fucking nose into this when she was on a fucking call with me, Bose, and Melina listening and shared the exact same type of story with Bob Seven, and then would later come out and help corroborate Bob Seven's story while he was manipulating Ophelia to change hers.
In response to her public skepticism about the veracity of Destiny's claims in his Bob 7 manifesto stream, Destiny had gone on an unconvincing tirade about how she'd betrayed their friendship by having the audacity to put her fucking nose into this. A January 21 post in Destiny's subreddit, titled Caseytron Defends Bob 7 Behind the Scenes Saying Harassment Allegations Are Lies, earned 553 upvotes. The top comment, with 210 upvotes, reads, Casey, all you had to do was stick your head in the sand and fucking ignore the drama and let Bob 7 go down in flames. You didn't have to get involved at all, but you threw yourself into the coffin while we were lowering Bob 7 in for pretty much no reason. I hope it was worth it. Archived. Destiny's video was compelling enough to tilt public opinion back in his favor and destroy Bob's reputation. Bob released a 60-page document along with a 9-hour response video, meticulously detailing all of Destiny's inaccuracies and misleading audio edits, which Destiny ignored. Destiny's audience and adjacent communities, having bought into Destiny's version of events, also ignored Bob's response, leaving it largely unseen. Bob did attempt to return to streaming, but he has since deleted all of his stream VODs and videos made after October 2020. I included Bob's story because it shows Destiny's willingness to use his platform to crush his girlfriend's best friend for personal reasons, and then to lash out at the women who refuse to be used as pawns. I also relate to this story on a personal level. In August of 2022, Melina reached out to me for emotional support. She told me essentially the same things she'd told Bob, and asked why Destiny treats her the way he does. We spoke a few times, but essentially I said I thought Destiny was a very guarded person and that she should discuss it with a therapist. Unlike Bob, while I was pretty worried about Melina, I didn't think I could do much to help her, much less while sexting her. I've tried that before in my life, to no avail. I also had a sense that I was perilously close to an invisible line. When you upset Destiny, you don't get an angry DM, you hear about it the next day on his stream. Anna. In October 2019, Anna was 29 and had no social media following. Before ever meeting Destiny, Anna tweeted about how he lacks empathy and probably has a personality disorder. In another streamer's chat, she criticized Destiny's repeated casual sex with no interest in an intimate relationship. By January of 2020, she had somewhat warmed to Destiny. She messaged him on Instagram, introducing herself as a graduate student in psychology. According to Anna, Destiny asked if she was familiar with open relationships. Given his open relationship with Melina, Anna took the question to be a sexual overture, to which she was receptive. On May 22, 2020, Anna and Destiny did their first stream together, a debate about open relationships. With the audience unaware of their sexting, Anna introduced the topic as just some research that I was recently reading about, and presented research indicating that non-monogamy is correlated with predatory personality traits such as narcissism and Machiavellianism. They soon did a second stream about altruism, in which Anna argued that doing things for other people increases psychological well-being, in my opinion, because she wanted to challenge Destiny's lack of empathy. That summer, Destiny proposed that he visit Anna for a week. Anna agreed, but she expressed concern that he would grow distant, or even cut her off after they had sex. Destiny assured her, I understand the concern, but that would be a huge time investment just to hook up with someone XD. A week before the scheduled meeting, Anna and Destiny did a third stream, a debate about whether dark triad, antisocial personality traits are correlated with open relationships. For the first 90 minutes, Anna tried to convince Destiny that people in open relationships have trust issues and avoidant attachment patterns. Not taking the bait, Destiny kept the conversation intellectual. Anna commented that his judgment might be impaired, because the topic hits close to home. Destiny called this a power play, and they argued about it for 2 hours. Eventually, Anna started crying and told him he was being abusive. At the end of the 4.5-hour conversation, Anna said Destiny should ban any chatters who called her abusive and manipulative, and he politely avoided the suggestion. In mid-August, the week of Melina's 22nd birthday, Destiny and Anna spent several days in a hotel together. They had sex, talked, and he did his normal streams from the hotel room. Despite an agreement to keep the visit a secret, Anna briefly streamed from the hotel room as well, effectively outing their sexual relationship. She would later claim this was unintentional, but I'm skeptical. Anna has described Destiny as having a revenge kink, where manipulative dynamics involving lying and blackmail are fetishized. And I mention it now because the rest of this story will make a lot more sense if you are aware of this. At the end of the week, Destiny left to join Melina in Sweden. From the airport, he DM'd Anna. Okay, about to board my first flight. Thanks for the past few days, Anna. I had a lot of fun. She replied, I did too, Destiny, have safe flights. Talk to you later. But the next day she wrote, oh boy, I'm pretty sad. It just kinda hit me today out of nowhere. I also feel angry with YU. Because you did make it sound like you're more poly and willing to date other people. Your lifestyle choices are extremely abnormal and not at all like most poly people. I mean, do you really just see me as a friend still? How? Is that even possible to be that callous and cold, Destiny? I don't want to believe that you are. He replied, I mean, as a friend still. I mean, what do you mean? I mean, sex stuff aside, having met you in real life and talked and gone around and stuff, you're definitely a way closer friend than you were before, for sure. Anna responded with several messages containing increasingly sharp criticisms, culminating in the fact that you feel entitled to get sex from tons of different people, but not have to meet their emotional needs, which are sexual needs, is textbook narcissism. It's extreme entitlement and selfishness that enables a person to treat other human beings the way you do. It's morally reprehensible. Over the next few days, Anna sent dozens of anxious and critical messages with little response from Destiny. Eventually, he would be warm again, even flirtatious, but not consistently. Meanwhile, Destiny's fans were putting the pieces together. From Anna's stream chat, they asked if she'd slept with Destiny during his trip. She giggled and said they shouldn't ask her that, which many took as confirmation. Not receiving the promised attention from Destiny, Anna sent him Psychology Today articles about stonewalling and narcissism. She also criticized what she perceived as his sociopathic vindictiveness, in part because of a story he'd told her, and others, about how he once lied to his ex's boss to get her fired from her job. On one of her own streams, she criticized Destiny for moving across the country from his son. When I spoke to her, she told me she'd innocently mentioned some psychology research about how sons should spend time with their fathers, but the clip was not how she described it at all. In reality, while reading a chat message saying Destiny was a good father, Anna burst into mocking laughter before saying, yeah, because we all know to be a good father the best thing to do is move 1,000,000 miles away from your son. I'm gonna stop before someone clips that shit. Someone did, and on October 5th, 2020, Destiny did his first ANA attack stream.
I have had some clips linked to me today, so let's get a little bit of... Okay, I don't normally torch bridges, alright? Unless other people want to do it first, in which case, fuck it, alright? Why are you doing this? What do you gain out of publicly ridiculing? I'm not trying to... The problem is that she just keeps saying really fucking rude and disgusting shit about me on her stream, and it's really fucking irritating, and she doesn't realize how fucked in the head it is.
One chatter asked, Destiny, why are you doing this? What do you gain out of publicly ridiculing this girl? He read aloud some of their DMs. He'd also provided some screenshots to his hungry fans and accused Anna of victim-blaming Destiny for a past relationship in which he claims his ex was physically abusive. By the end of the stream, the chat had made hundreds of angry and critical comments about Anna. You literally slept with a psycho. Anna heard about the stream soon after it happened and messaged Destiny that night. Why would you do this? I'm freaking out. Shouldn't you be reported for outing my private sexual details? At 4:05 a.m., I'm just really so sad, Destiny. I trusted you to talk with me about how you were feeling about MME. Also, I'm sorry for all the messages, but I've been freaking out and panicking for hours. The next night, I can't tell if this is you just wanting some space, or is this you cutting off the friendship. Silence doesn't communicate anything. The following day, October 7, Destiny agreed to talk to Anna again, on stream. Before the conversation began, Destiny was nervous and fidgety. Destiny asked his friend Dan, do you think I should hash it all out on stream?
Do you think I should hash it all out on stream?
100%.
I feel like there's a non-zero chance that this person would actually kill themselves. That's the only reason why I feel like it's probably not a good idea.
I mean, you have to though. Like it's not going to end, and it's just fucking cringe for everyone else. It's like, yeah, it's beyond cringe, man.
Well, I feel like at this point I'm literally capitalizing on somebody else's mental illness for my profit.
Well, what's the other option? You just let them go on forever talking about how you guys are like.
Yeah, well, eventually I figure they'll get bored and move on, right?
Well, no, I mean, I think eventually the plan is that they assume that you're going to get married and you're going to move past this situation or something. I mean, because it seems like you two are a major couple. At least that's what she's projecting.
And with that, Destiny added Anna to the stream.
When you say that you've left a trail of destruction behind you, okay? The implication there is generally that I am traumatizing or abusing or hurting people that otherwise don't deserve it or aren't, like, don't, for no reason or whatever they should happen. What?
Nobody deserves that. Nobody deserves that. There is no, like, how could you say that?
Because sometimes people do real dickish things, and I think if you do dickish things back, it's not the worst thing in the world.
The right to do anything back at them. That gives you no right to
We're not
retaliate.
talking about who is right. First of all, I have a right to do anything I want, okay? Fuck that.
No, you don't.
Yes,
See,
I do.
right there, entitlement.
Wait, it's not entitlement. Wait, what do you mean? As long as I'm not hurting anybody else, I have a right to talk about or do anything I want.
Okay, well, you just said you have a right to do whatever you want.
What did you think what did you think I meant with it, Anna? Do you think I meant I should be able to shoot somebody or punch somebody or choke somebody? Do you really think that's what I meant with that? Is that the read we're going with here?
Emotional aggression can be worse than physical aggression.
I feel like I would know a lot of people that have been physically abused that would disagree with that. But okay, let's even assume that's true, okay? If somebody else is emotionally abusing somebody else, and that person retaliates with emotional abuse, if this is all done, like, this is way different than somebody just running around abusing people unprovoked. These are two different things. That's all I'm saying. It's not the same thing, Anna. It's not the same thing in psychology. It's not the same thing in philosophy. It's not the same thing legally. These are literally two totally different things.
But it's not, because you're talking about retaliation, and like, that's never justified unless it's self-defense. And like, there's no need to defend yourself by like outing a person on like your stream and stuff, like you've done so many times.
Only when the other person has tried to out me first, though.
Destiny repeated his complaints about Anna's endless critical messages about his psychology, and they argued about whether Anna has the right to publicly call Destiny's sexual relationships abusive, with Destiny saying, "You're not allowed to express concern with any of my personal relationships that I don't want your opinion on." Destiny also defended his tendency to retaliate against others. When you say, "You've left a trail of destruction behind you," the implication there is generally that I'm traumatizing or abusing or hurting people that otherwise don't deserve it. Because Anna felt obligated to keep Destiny's secret about getting his ex fired from her job, his fans were clueless about the context of this argument. A member of Destiny's community, Linus, offered a lukewarm defense of Destiny's vindictiveness.
Wait, Anna, are there varying degrees of abuse? Like, is there a greater and lesser form of abuse?
Linus, you cannot. Listen, you seem like a really nice person. Like, you cannot seriously, like, oh my god.
Don't. I haven't said anything. I'm just asking you.
All right. Yes. I mean, sure. Yes. There are different. Yeah.
So it could be that, maybe when Destiny is retaliating, it is a little bit abusive, right? It's a little bit abusive. But is it
still abusive?
Yes, it is still abusive. But maybe in the context of Destiny being a streamer and Destiny being an entertainer and these being public conflicts and Destiny's desire to drum up attention, right? These are things that the normal person doesn't interact with, right? Like, you can't prescribe these things that you would talk about in a normal intimate relationship to someone who has a wide public image. Right, like, Destiny's not going on and talking about like the guy at the store who he had a disagreement with and like putting him on blast and linking his Twitter. He's talking about other streamers who are in the public spotlight and
people that he's been intimately involved with, which is what makes it so much more horrific.
How does that make it so much more horrific?
When Anna asked Destiny if he thinks he's harming people, he replied, "Yeah, probably. But if they're inflicting harm onto me, I don't really care that much." Linus claimed Anna didn't have enough information about Destiny's relationships to call his behavior abusive, and that without reaching out to the other people affected, which would be inappropriate, she can't comment on it. Destiny capped off the defensive triple team by saying, "You're making yourself the victim. I'm the victim here," and later adding, "If you want to bring any friend into here and you want to let me explain what's happened, I guarantee you they will never ever side with you."
Basically, the gist of it is, I think that it is almost impossible for you as a psychologist or as a friend, student psychologist, student psychologist or a friend to make these kinds of judgments. Like, you've left a wake of bodies, or you've left a wake of victims in your path without ever talking to any of the victims,
or even knowing what exactly happened in any of those cases.
Yeah. You have loose bits of information, and I understand that it's out of a place of you're trying to help someone and you're trying to help other people that aren't just Steven, right? You're like, I'm trying to reduce the amount of harm in the world, but you don't know that the harm is there. It feels to me maybe like.
I think that's really kind of gaslighty, though, to say that.
I would concur, actually, on that case.
How?
Stephen, this is directed to Linus, but you go ahead, Linus.
I don't mean that as a personal attack.
No. I could be. Do you want to explain?
It just seems it's almost like kind of, saying that like their feelings, like kind of like, well, no, I mean that's wrong. There was like no harm done, kind of thing. Even though,
okay.
I guess that's what my sense was.
Yeah. I'm not saying that there may have been harm, there may have not been harm. What I'm saying though is that you can't imply that there was harm because of a generality if you don't have the information to go off of. Now you may feel like these behaviors could lead to these types of things, but I think you're going about it a little aggressively in that regard. I think if you really wanted to like feel this feeling out that like Steven's leaving a wake of victims behind him with his behaviors, you may want to talk to one of the victims and confirm your hypothesis.
I think that would be incredibly inappropriate to just randomly message someone and be like, hey, so tell me about how he hurt you. Like,
yeah, in the same way that I think it's a little inappropriate to comment on whether or not he did or didn't hurt them without you knowing about them.
It's public knowledge, though? Like, it's out there?
Well, I would say that most people would not have the similar view to you. Also, I'm not sure you're qualified to make these distinctions in the first place without having much more education and much more intimate information revolving around it.
What? It just feels like any little critique I have of your behavior must mean that I think like you're a horrible person or like a horrible dad. Like, no.
Okay, stop darvoing, okay? You're darvoing right now, okay? You're flipping it around. You're making yourself the victim. I'm the victim here, okay? Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Are you really doing that?
No, you're doing it. I'm the victim, okay?
I'm not saying anyone's the victim. I'm not saying I'm a victim. That's not what I said. That's not what I meant to imply.
Dan tried to convince Anna to leave Destiny alone, saying, I think both of you understand that moving forward, there shouldn't be any additional relationship, friends or not, just nothing. No conversation, no nothing, you're incompatible, there's no future, there's no hope. But moments later, Destiny offered to fly out to argue directly with Anna's therapist.
I've never had to do this before because I've never known anyone that acts like this.
I think I don't believe you. I have been unbelievably accommodating in this friendship and unimaginably accommodating. I think that the majority of people
haven't been.
I have been unimaginably accommodating.
That.
What?
Like, my friends can clearly see that.
If you want to bring any friend into here and you want to let me explain what's happened, I guarantee you they will never ever side with you. Okay?
No.
We have come to a good part in the thing here. I think both of you kind of understand that moving forward, there shouldn't be any additional relationship, friends or not, just nothing, no conversation, no nothing. You're incompatible. It's not going anywhere. There's no future. There's no hope.
I guess so.
I think that's quite clear at this point. So I think for probably both of your sanity, you should
really
cease
unfair,
all.
Though, that you've like judged me as being like unstable and stuff. It just is really unfair. It's also like really abusive too.
I don't think any of my analysis is abusive. I think most people would agree that you seem to be relatively unstable in regards to how you approach these types of things. I think that's a totally fair assessment by me.
No, it's not. Like,
especially when you obsessively remind me about how you're a securely attached person and I'm a dismissive avoidant and you've gone through all the psychology tests and you don't have any psychological disorders and blah 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 and I have all these subclinical traits and blah blah blah. Like,
you're crazy making by trying to convince me that I do have that. I mean,
everything I just said are things you've literally said before.
My thinking is healthy. Like, I'm pretty sure she pointed out if it wasn't. I've talked with her about this.
Well, if you ever want to, there's no possible way that any therapist in their right mind would say that your behavior during all of this is healthy.
Are you going to come talk to her? Are you going to come talk to my therapist with me, Steven?
I would fly there to do it. Yes, I would.
Whoa.
100%. I would 1,000,000% do that.
I don't think that's going
to That's
help.
not a good idea.
I would be there.
Steven, stop. Listen to me. Okay, you guys have made very clear progress. You guys are not compatible. You should not talk to each other. It's a toxic relationship. There's no future.
It's just like, I mean, now you've like basically like, made me seem like a crazy person. Like,
no,
I mean,
you've made yourself seem like a crazy person.
Near the end of the conversation, Destiny explained why he was attacking her. I have to protect myself. I can't have a person that is saying incredibly nasty things about me to other people on the platform. I have to come out and give my side of the story, otherwise I look like this horrible abuser behind the scenes. Of course I have to. It's protecting myself.
I'm not talking about today, Steve. I'm talking about all of this, like all the issues, like when all the issues started, you know, like I just thought that you'd come and say to me, like even fucking yell at me. I don't care. Come yell at me if it's like you saw something that you didn't like come yell at me. Like,
I'm not going to yell at you.
Don't say that shit on your stream, and then I would be like, oh shit, okay, yeah, no, you're right.
No, but the problem is once you've made things public, the damage is already done. I have no interest in yelling at you over anything.
I didn't make anything public. I kept denying it. I kept denying it.
Okay, so here's a little bit of pediatric psychology. If a child drops something or does something wrong and you look at the child and you go, oh, don't do that, what are you actually saying to the child? You're reinforcing the behavior because you're giving the child the response that it wants. Just because you say no doesn't mean that's how people are going to take it. And in the clip that I'm referring to, that is exactly how people would have taken it, the exact same way.
How is that my fault that people didn't believe me?
Because you have a responsibility when you communicate things, understand how people are going to interpret things.
But how does that mean I deserve for you to out everything?
Because I have to protect myself. I can't have a person that is saying incredibly nasty things about me to other people on the platform. Like your conversation with Waffles, who I don't think I've had any negative experience with ever. I've never hit on her, never tried anything sexual, anything weird like that. If you'd be having like conversations, making me out with this horrible fucking person, and I'm like watching this all unfold on stream, of course I have to come out and give my side of the story. Otherwise I look like this horrible abuser behind the scenes. Yeah, of course I have to come. It's protecting myself.
After the stream, Anna continued to message Destiny about her problems with him. He was mostly unresponsive until Anna presented an opportunity for content. A graduate psychology student had reached out because he was concerned about how Destiny had treated Anna, and he was willing to talk to Destiny. On October 30th, 2020, the student, named Drew, moderated an on-stream conversation between Destiny and Anna.
What's everybody's understanding about what we're talking about today so we can be on the same page here?
I think we have some fundamental disagreements over Anna's cognitive impairment or distortions or emotional dysregulation, I guess, is what we're...
Wow. Okay. Well, I did tell you that he thinks I'm insane, so
I legitimately believe that...
Wait.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's chill out, all right?
I'm super chill right now, just being straightforward.
No. Okay. First of all, I want to say I appreciate you not bringing Dan in here, okay?
Yeah.
And if I talk about Dan, like I'm perfectly willing to talk to him later because I don't think it's fair to talk about someone if you're not willing to talk to him, but I just don't think it's conducive.
Dan is literally only here for the memes and the drama, so that's fine.
Okay. I just...
The Schadenfreude.
Yeah, okay. All right, so... so maybe there's a bit of a miscommunication about what this is about. My impression of this conversation is essentially that Anna feels like she was mistreated in the previous conversation that y'all had.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you didn't believe that there was somebody who could get that impression from the previous conversation?
I mean, depending on your understanding of the background and everything going into it, I mean, you could probably get that impression, I guess, because I guess literally from the outside, if you have no understanding of any of the context, it just seems like two guys bullying a girl on a stream for a couple hours. But
yeah, I mean, like, do you think so? Like, I have a bunch of notes here, and I have like a sort of like a preamble that I may need to give before we start. But like, do you think that just because like do you think that there's context that justifies two guys bullying somebody on stream in front of like 5K viewers?
Yeah, that person consented to the conversation.
You think that consent means that it's okay for you to bully?
I think that I guess I won't be specific. I think that at the age of all the members involved and with the understanding that all the parties involved have of how the platform works and with how public everything relating to this particular excursion, I guess, is, I think that you have the ability unless we're going to make some severe like concessions to what her like level of autonomy is, like you should have the ability to consent to that conversation. You should have the ability to understand the ramifications of it, to understand what it's going to be like as it's happening, and to withdraw from it if you feel like it's too much at any point in time. Yes, I fully believe that.
Okay. So, okay, there's a couple things there, but
yeah.
I guess my point is that, like, it's not that I don't think that she can consent. It's just that I do think that I guess it sort of depends on what the entire point of the conversation was, I guess. Like, I guess before we get, like, into the nitty-gritty of stuff, it just seems like, was the goal of that previous conversation to try to figure out where things were, try to settle things at all? Like,
the goal, so the goal is...
Can I just say that also, like, Steven, you wouldn't really talk to me, though. Like, remember? So,
that doesn't change anything, but sure. Okay. So I think that the goal was different on both sides. So the goal for me is twofold. So one, it's interesting to me, like these types of conversations are interesting to me. And then the second was I was curious if Anna is capable of actually confronting any of what I perceive to be severe cognitive delusions or distortions about everything that's happened. And then I imagine that on her end, the goal is probably, I think, to repair the friendship or to make me acknowledge that I've committed some harms or wrongs that I need to take responsibility for.
Okay, so your goal was not to try to fix things. It was just to see if she's capable of recognizing your perception of her as having cognitive distortions or something?
Yeah, basically. I think that the way that the both of us view reality is so fundamentally misaligned that there's no healthy potential relationship that can take place past her recognizing that. And it doesn't seem like that's possible based on the multitude of conversations we've had up to this point, so...
Drew quickly abandoned his goal of mutual understanding, instead focusing on brokering a peace treaty where the two would agree to stop talking about each other in public and have no private contact whatsoever. Destiny agreed but was skeptical about the plan. However, he then repeated his offer to fly out and do a group therapy session with Anna and her therapist. Drew implored Anna to seek closure on her own rather than by continuing to talk to Destiny.
Okay, goals for each of you. What do you want moving forward? Destiny, go first.
I mean, I feel like no contact is the best path forward without mentioning the other person.
Okay, so both no contact in private and no talking about her in public. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and also your stream too. Like, you understand that if you're not saying anything, but people on your stream are talking shit about, like, that's effectively
that's the
extremely
same thing.
similar.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Okay, so we're
like
clear.
Your DGG people.
To be clear, after we had this conversation last time, she was talking about me on her stream the next day. But I can monitor my community. Yes, I will do that.
Yeah,
as long as she
because, like,
does
I
the
felt
same.
threatened.
As long as
like,
she
you literally threatened me.
Okay, we're okay.
Yeah.
Past is past, and now we're establishing these rules.
I can make it so that in my community, people don't talk about her, link her tweets, do any of that shit anymore. Yeah. So just to be super clear, and I know it's whatever, but like she's walking away from this thinking that I'm the person with most of the problems, and she just needed to tailor her behavior to me, who is an exceptionally sensitive person.
No,
that's what she feels right now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Like, if she feels that way, does it matter to you how she feels if she leaves and this is over, Destiny?
Well, I mean, if in terms of not mattering, none of this technically matters to me, right? I have nothing to lose here if my community harasses her forever, right? I have nothing to lose, so. And in that sense, like, it's not like the prerogative shouldn't be on me to resolve this. It should be on her. I mean, I'm willing to because I don't want to be like a cruel, evil person, but like, it's not like I've got like some huge motivation to do anything. I'm just saying.
In a rare moment of semi-vulnerability, Destiny said that Anna had made an ableist attack against him by calling him a sociopath. The talk ended with both parties agreeing to the unconvincing ceasefire, and Destiny announced that all discussion of Anna was now banned in his community.
It sounds like to me that it's going to be very difficult to move past the fact that you cannot change Steven's mind.
Like, sometimes I really wish I was a sociopath because then this wouldn't hurt at all, and I could just fucking go on without feeling anything.
Yeah, so just real quick, two things. So
it would be so much easier.
So one, this is like an ableist attack on me, right? She's calling me like a sociopath, and it's a way to like say like, oh, well, that's why he's able to do this.
Yeah.
So you strongly commit to no private and public communication and moderation of your community such that it honors those boundaries, correct?
Yes. But,
okay, Destiny. No, Anna, no but. Okay.
So there's still going to be harassment and stuff, though.
Okay.
It's still going to happen.
We will figure out how to moderate your community that respects those boundaries. And Destiny is going to honor this request, right? by not talking about her on stream, moderating his community such that it honors those boundaries, no private communication, public communication, etc. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Strongly, yes.
Yes.
Okay, and so that means.
What if he doesn't?
What if he doesn't? Then we are agreeing to these boundaries. If someone breaks the boundary accidentally, we're going to say stop. We're going to refix the boundary, and we're going to hold on to the boundary.
I thought our privacy boundaries were clear, but then they weren't.
It does, okay.
Because he can create tons of justifications for his behavior.
Right.
So I guess I don't trust it.
I hear that you don't trust him. There is no other way forward other than to have to respect the boundary yourself. That is all we can control.
Yeah.
We can't control destiny. You know?
That was a deep statement.
Yeah. We can't control destiny. All right. So we're clear on boundaries, no private public communication, and moderation of a community such that it honors those boundaries. Correct. Both of y'all.
Yeah.
Yes. 100%. Unequivocally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
All right. Are we good?
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate it. All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I appreciate both of y'all. All right. Thank y'all so much. I'm going to wait until both of y'all leave. Because I'm not going to leave.
No, that's fine. Okay. I love you, Drew. It's been fun. You're very brave for having a conversation in it. Yep. See you guys later. Bye.
Yep. All right, see you.
Is this the final chapter? Or does the final chapter have yet to be written? Find out next time on Anna Ball Z. All right. We're done with this. Get out your memes for the next 5 minutes, and then we're banning talk of her. I'm moving on to the Hippie Dippy podcast. We're going to talk about our other deranged, mentally ill friend, Joe Biden. Top kick.
In November, Anna sent Destiny several pages worth of unanswered DMs. She shared her ruminations about feeling humiliated, guilty, and angry, and pleaded for him to respond. On November 22nd, 2020, while Destiny played Minecraft on stream, Dan read the following open letter to Anna, prefacing it with, "This was a joke, meaning I did not intend for this to be sent."
This was a joke, meaning I did not intend for this to be sent.
Yeah.
Okay? But I'm going to read it to you, since it's out there. Listen here, you crazy fucking bitch. Steven doesn't want to be with you. He doesn't want to talk to you. He doesn't want to receive your constant, desperate Discord messages. In fact, every time we receive one from you, we laugh and laugh about how sad and pathetic you are. Our favorites are the one where you write paragraphs and paragraphs, and we just imagine you desperately waiting by the computer for a response that will never come.
Man, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I am not sure how delusional you are to believe that there will ever be a world where Steven wants to talk to you again, but I wanted to thank you for the incessant entertainment you provide with your incoherent ramblings and pseudo-nonsense psychological takes. Let me be as clear as possible so you get the hint, as it seems to me that you are incapable of listening. You mean nothing to either of us. We could give two shits if you never contacted us ever again. Our feelings about you are similar to that of a newspaper comic, a funny thing to look at every once in a while. Alright.
Wow, veggie munch?
3 days later, on November 25th, 2020, Destiny finally replied to Anna's ongoing DMs, saying, "Anna, I don't think we're going to resolve this one." 3 weeks later, they were sexting again. On January 25th, 2021, Anna told Destiny that she'd seen an old clip of him talking about choking his ex-wife. In the clip, Destiny had said, "I had to fucking choke her out a few fucking times. That shit got crazy. Hell yeah, it did. And I guarantee you that everybody here would probably think I'm a fucking crazy physical abuser." 2. For context, this was defending More Deadmoth, a streamer who in 2018 hit his pregnant wife multiple times on stream after she threw small objects at him. Destiny did a reaction stream where he rationalized the violence against her, calling her an abuser and dismissing her chilling screams as crocodile tears. In the stream chat, you can watch the mostly male audience turn against her with ironic jokes, "One Punch Man," "Kill all women," and sincere identification of Mr. Deadmoth as the victim. It sounds like she did this to actually ruin his stream career, the way she said "you're a woman beater" out loud. Anna, choking out is like the #1 red flag for domestic abuse victims to get out. And you dare call yourself a victim? You could have killed her. You were never a victim, and you should have gone to jail for that. Destiny, my ex and I fought all the time. It was always in self-defense. I had to call the police on her 3 times to get her to stop attacking me. You are so unbelievably out of line in this message. It makes me sad to think you are going to have patience in the real world. You should be ashamed of this message. Anna, we literally screen victims by asking if their partner ever choked them out because it indicates the partner is extremely dangerous. This is attempted murder. No therapist in their right mind would condone what you fucking did. Destiny. What am I supposed to do if someone has me trapped in a room and is attacking me? Anna, I mean restraining her wasn't an option. Destiny, she weighed like 50 lbs more than me. Are you fucking serious? I was 105, and she was like 160. You make far too many assumptions and judge far too quickly for someone in your position. Anna, both partners have some responsibility. Research shows that in violent relationships, both partners do things that escalate the violence instead of de-escalating it. And all I see from you are behaviors that are aggressive and escalate, and you think they are self-defense. Destiny, I have lived long enough and experienced enough to know this to be true, and you can refer back to this message in 5 years if you're wondering what's going wrong. You have some insanely antisocial tendencies that inhibit you from being able to communicate with or understand other human beings. You do not understand how people think or feel, and consequently say unimaginably clueless or horrible things to them. Good luck with everything. You'll need a ton of it if you're going to make the changes necessary to be even a somewhat competent communicator, let alone a therapist. He blocked her. Then he posted screenshots of the DMs in his public chat, calling her insane. Melina replied, "Can we all just try to get her fired? She'll kill people with her words. I hate her with all my heart." A fan reposted the DMs in Destiny's subreddit with the title, "This is disgusting." The post received 1,400 upvotes, and the top comment with 859 upvotes reads, "It's extremely common for abusers to attempt to discount and minimize their victims' past abuse. Anna is an abuser. She is abusive." On February 12, 2023, Destiny wrote the following comment in my subreddit on a thread about the alleged choking. "Just as and for your information, I have never choked anyone to or near the point of unconsciousness in my life. I have never even really choked someone. It was more just holding onto them from behind to get them to stop hitting me." Blocked on Discord, Anna messaged Destiny consistently on Instagram for a month, with sporadic replies from Destiny such as, "I think we just trigger each other too much, Anna lol, and Anna, no contact, please." The DMs kept coming. On March 16th, Destiny apologized to her for attacking her publicly, but 6 days later he said on stream that the apology had been insincere. Eventually, he blocked Anna on Instagram. She started DMing him on Twitter, at one point asking, "Seriously, do you wish I were dead? Would you fucking meme my suicide for content?" By summer, Destiny was sexting her again. In June, Anna asked Destiny to help repair her reputation. "Destiny, if I said anything now, people would just be really dramatic and dumb about stuff. Anna, aren't you more concerned with Melina finding out? Not so much what your fanbase thinks. But also, it's not like I'm some crazy person, LMAO, you could just say you exaggerated. Destiny, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, okay, LOL. And maybe in the future, yeah. Tease me and make me tweet it out sometime. Anna, oh, truey, now you're giving me ideas. Lots of ideas. Destiny, I'll fix it sometime publicly, okay? Until then, you can work on your essays on your bed while I rub your legs and feet, okay, less than 3. On July 1st, 2021, Destiny and Anna appeared on a panel about mental health and policing together. On July 17th, Anna reiterated her request that they not keep their friendliness a secret. Destiny, I'm more comfortable keeping things under wraps, but if you're not comfortable with that, then it's your choice whether you want to continue chatting with me. Anna, but do you understand why this is shitty for me? Destiny, sure, I can understand why you'd feel that way, but it doesn't change my position. On August 29th, 2021, Destiny complained on stream that Anna was privately telling people that he's a dark triad abuser.
To just not comment on that, not reply to that, and want no one in chat
for this specific person. Absolutely.
Okay, well, tough shit. You have like thousands of people, and you're not going to get everyone to do that.
Okay,
so
I agree.
That is gone.
That's fine, Dan. But then
you can't win.
Dan,
then you can't win.
No,
you can't
Dan,
win.
That's fine. But then you can't be like, oh, now it's your fault if I message her to try to make peace because I don't want somebody incessantly fucking thinking about me constantly.
Because it is your fault because you can't make peace with insanity. You understand that, right? This whole thing, like, oh, I'm sorry, okay. my chat is like crazy.
Wait, why can't he?
Because you can't.
Dan doesn't understand anything. Okay, so there are two paths forward. There are two paths forward. So either one, I can just continue to completely ignore it, in which case that's a bad result for me. Do you understand that makes me look horrible? Do you understand that when I get random people messaging me, they're like, hey, Steven, can you talk to me about this person? And I'm like, oh my god. And I've got to like give like 20 fucking hours of background. Or
not only that, it's fucking annoying for you because you have to give the 20 hours of background.
Or two, I can try to be somewhat like friendly, like, oh hey, okay, we're chill, everything's okay, we're not fighting anymore, right? And then she's not like going on these constant hate tirades about me and then messaging everybody that I also. Those are my only two options, Dan. So I don't know why you're like looking at me trying to do path 2, and you're like, oh, this is all your blah 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 blah. When I could just do path 1 and have random people messaging me saying like, hey, this girl says you've abused her for 20 fucking years. Like,
Oh, so you're just giving into blackmail, to be clear.
Oh my god. Okay.
I mean, it's what it sounds like to me.
And I'm getting...
I'm not trolling you. I've just never known you that someone's like giving you.
I'm going in. We're going. Fuck this.
Someone's giving you shit, and you're like, okay, fuck it. I can't fight it anymore. You win. We're best friends. We're meant to be together forever. Like, is that what's happening here?
I mean, I don't know. I
Dan
guess.
Dan is no concept. Dan doesn't know what it's like.
The same day, Destiny DM'd Anna. Do you understand that it's really bad that you're making new friends that are already my friend, and then venting to them about me? The following day, on August 30th, 2021, Destiny read aloud the following statement in a sarcastic monotone.
Okay, I'm making a public announcement. Anybody that doesn't understand this is getting permanently banned, okay? And we're putting all of this behind us, okay? Listen, okay? Me and Anna are perfectly fine. She is not a crazy person. She is not a stalker. We have had fights publicly where there's been name calling on both sides, but you know what? Everything is cool, and we're past all of that. We've all made mistakes, and we're all moving on from it. There. Okay.
The chat reacted with comments like, blink twice if she has a gun to your head, and she has something on him. On September 22nd, 2021, during a 12-person panel show hosted by John Zherka, Anna tearfully accused Destiny of emotionally abusing her. The other panelists mostly urged her to calm down and let it go. Eventually, Destiny called in to defend himself. Sounding tired but panicked he was calling from bed, Destiny accused Anna of consistently breaking their agreements to stop talking about each other. He then set about discrediting her, explaining how he'd blocked her on Discord and she'd followed him to other platforms.
Listen, okay,
Dude,
why am I not allowed to defend myself, though, when he's leaking all my private DMs? Like, yes, Steven, you know that's why I messaged you over Instagram and Twitter, because it was like, holy shit, I need to do something, like, I'm freaking out. Like, yeah, Steven, the context matters. That's not stalking, that's me being terrified because you kept going on your stream and talking about me and leaking all these private DMs. It would be like over.
I have a question. What would be so
I've
bad
told you multiple times, if you don't want to be friends with me, then stop. But, like, you don't do that. I've told you multiple times. Stop this narrative, Steven, of, like, oh, stalker and stuff. You're the one fucking calling me princess.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for the raid, Cherry. Very kind of you.
What the fuck is that, huh?
Very kind of you. Hello.
Number two, I'm pretty sure.
Hello, Cherry. Welcome,
No, it
welcome.
wasn't. It was like a month ago.
Anna, pretty sure, like,
Why were you calling me? Why were we calling each other pet names then? Good night, princess. Good morning, princess. Really? I'm misrepresenting the relationship? Yeah, okay. You know what? All you do.
Okay, just ramble.
Remember all the things you told me about Melina?
I have a question. I have a question.
It doesn't matter if you call her protecting you. I've been protecting you from lying to Melina. How fucking dare you?
Whoa.
How fucking dare you?
Whoa.
How fucking dare you? I've been protecting you. If you're gonna do this, if you're gonna do this shit, then I'm leaking it all.
Destiny, do you
I'm not protecting your lying ass anymore.
Destiny, do you feel protected?
I feel very protected.
What would be so bad if these DMs were leaked? What would be so bad if these DMs were leaked?
What?
What would be so bad if these DMs were
I don't want to leak the DMs. I don't want to leak the DMs.
No, Anna,
it's not about.
you're not leaking
It has
DMs.
nothing to do. Here's the thing.
I don't want to leak DMs. I
We
don't.
don't have to relitigate anything in the past. I just want to know what we need to do at this
Steven,
point.
listen, I don't have any of these problems with anyone else. Everyone else complains that I don't text them enough. You know? Like, the thing is, Steven, that you know this isn't true. All right? First of all, you know that a lot of this, you're really misrepresenting this, and you're spinning this narrative because you know goddamn well that you said to me that we were fighting, that these were fighting, like our fights. When you ignored me, that it was fighting. That's why I am justified in trying to defend myself by messaging you. It's not like I was being mean to you. I was being like, Steven, why did you say this? Steven, why did you leak that DM? Steven, those were the messages that I sent you. Those are my fear. Those are out of terror and fear, Steven.
We're just gonna.
Listen. Okay, here. Thank you for
Welcome to the stream,
Here's what I'll do.
guys.
Here's what I'll say.
Welcome to the stream.
Ready? I'm a horrible person. I let Anna on the entire time. I'm a horrible manipulator, and I stonewalled the fuck out of her. I'm a bad person.
Remember
okay?
to click
I admit this.
the link.
I'm a horrible person.
If you want to believe you.
I've admitted that I'm a horrible, horrible, horrible person. Can we please fucking move on? Okay? I accept. Hold on. More. I want to go further. I accept full responsibility. I've lied to my fiance. I've lied to my son. Okay? I've lied to my community. Okay? I am a horrible manipulating person, and I'm just ready to tell Anna I'm sorry
Remember
for the pain and
to
abuse that
click
I
the
put her
follow
through. And I'm
button.
ready to move on. A changed man. Okay? I'm moving on. I'm sorry for everything. All of this was my fault. Every part of this was my fault. And now I'm moving on, and I never want to talk about this publicly again. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great. I think Anna's gonna. It's closure time, Anna.
Anna's rage at the stalker narrative boiled over. Destiny pledged to stop all public and private communication with Anna and left the call. Anna continued to criticize him. 70 minutes later, Destiny returned, begging Zerka to cut Anna off. Zerka refused, leading to another hour-long argument about their relationship.
It's against a woman's DNA to go for a nice guy. Like, your DNA doesn't allow it. It's true.
No, that's just not true.
Oh, hey, princess.
You're just not true.
I thought we were done with this. John, why can't you be done with this?
I'm a capitalist. You know me, dude. I'm working, okay? Why can't you... Hold on. When you go after political people and talk about them for 8 years straight, how come you're not done with that?
First of all, I don't talk about anybody over 8 years straight. I usually talk about recent takes somebody's given. We go over it, and then we move on.
Well, you know what, Steven?
My friends didn't message you.
I protected a psychopath.
Yes, they do.
It was one person.
Anna.
And she thinks you're abusive too.
I
so
think
don't lie.
Okay, I think you guys gotta stop. You gotta stop. Okay, he's not engaging with you, Anna. Don't engage with him. Okay.
Please stop talking about me, please.
But you lied, so I have to set the record straight.
Steven, you don't understand. We've hit the 24-hour button.
Sergey,
this is gonna be a
I
long.
have to correct the lies, though.
Sergey, you can't. There must be other people's life you can farm for
I
content.
can't, because if I fuck with other people, I get banned. Twitch admins know we hate each other, so it's great.
Struggler, Ink Bites, Mike. One of these people must have a toxic relationship that you can talk about for hours.
No, believe it
I'm
or
sure.
not, they're not dumb enough to date streamers.
No way.
But he read them on stream and laughed about them.
I did not read the. I don't think I
Why
read
is that okay? How is that okay? That's so mean and horrible to do. Who would do that?
Steven, how are you defending yourself?
Horrible.
I can explain this, right? Let me know when as soon as she's done.
Okay, she can cry.
Okay, sure. So here's the problem, okay? The issue is that Anna tries to sell this image that I'm nice behind the scenes and mean publicly, okay? Which, in some cases, that might be the case. So, for instance, like, over the past couple weeks, we've been, like, friendly-ish again. But I think I said on stream, like, hey, me and Anna are cool again, right? So, but she tries to make it sound like...
Why did you leak?
Yeah, I'm getting this, right? So the issue that I'm having is that when I say, like, holy shit, Anna sends me, like, 20, 30, 40 messages in a row without me responding, she always says, he's lying, he's manipulating the narrative. That's not true, that's not true, that's not true, that's not true. And the thing is I blocked her on Discord, and she did it on Instagram. Like, it was... I don't remember. I don't want to make it up, but it was anywhere from 20 to 50 messages. It was a lot. I'm not joking. And then she did it again on Twitter. It was like 20 to 50 messages. And not like a message like, hey, hi, but like every message is like a paragraph. And so like at some point, yeah, I screenshot. I was like, dude, this is the type of shit that I'm getting that like she won't fucking stop messaging me. But she's saying publicly that like, no, I don't do this. No, I don't do this. So like, is it mean to leak DMs? Yeah, I probably should. I probably shouldn't leak DMs. It's probably not good. But like, nobody believes me when I try to explain the extent to how much she is messaging me. It is an unbelievable amount, more than anybody.
I feel like, bro,
yeah.
At this point, we got to get some more shit out in the open, like some evidence, because we're just going in circles here. You know what I mean?
The problem isn't having to do with anything that has happened at this point. No, the problem, it doesn't have to do with anything that's happened at this point. The problem is I want to move on and separate, but Anna doesn't. Anna still wants to be friends. Even if she won't admit that, that's the problem, and that's why we will always do this eternal fucking struggle of back and forth, where Anna will say like...
Can I please just let me talk? Please stop. I was just scared. I was scared because you were leaking my DMs. Why can't you understand that? Please, why can't you just have empathy?
Anna,
what was I supposed to do to defend myself, though, Steven? Remember,
lying.
that's why
Anna,
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Please stop. I was upset. Even my friends know I was upset. I was scared. Please stop.
Anna, how could you have messaged me out of How could you have messaged me out of fear for leaking DMs when the only DMs I leaked were the ones you told me you messaged me out of fear DMs? It doesn't make any sense.
Because it was scary, Steven. You had promised me that you would never leak DMs, and then you did, and you were calling me crazy and stuff, Steven. And I was just really upset.
Steven, you got DGG.
What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to defend myself?
All right, hold on. Steven, you've got DGG brigading in chat saying things like "cry whore." You need a ban.
Yeah, that's bad. Ban them. Tell me the names and ban them. If people are doing it. But I don't know if it's my chat.
I'm sending you the names on Discord then.
Zerka, you have a literal fucking red pill incel chat, so don't even fucking start.
You got exposed for being red pill. And you know what's funny? Anna thinks I'm sweet. She thinks you're very, very, very manipulative. So be careful. Okay? And you guys need to end it today. Like right now.
Please stop. He's not telling the context. He's not telling the context. I was scared. Please stop telling me that I didn't feel that way, Steven. I did. That's how I defend myself. That's how I do it. I try and make peace with the person because you were so angry at me.
Anna, let's make peace.
I wasn't trying. It's not out of stock anymore.
Anna, let's make peace.
Why do you say these things publicly, Steven?
Anna, I think you should make peace.
Why do you say these things different things publicly, Steven, privately? Why didn't you say you wanted to talk to me, Steven? Why do you act like you didn't? Stop acting like that. Why would you sext me then constantly for months if you didn't want to talk to me? Why would you call me princess a month ago?
Okay.
You just not care. I thought you understood me.
You guys need to have an offline call.
I just want to fucking die.
Why don't you guys have an offline call right now?
I can't take it.
Anna,
why does he lie? I'm telling the truth, please.
Anna, yeah, we believe you, Anna.
Nobody does believe me. Why would he call me princess if he didn't want to talk to me? Why would he say that we've had public fights if he didn't want to talk to me? I don't know what reality is anymore. Stop lying and gaslighting, please. What was I supposed to do? I was scared when he was leaking DMs. I was scared. I just wanted to make peace. I tried to make peace with him.
Yeah, we're gonna make peace now, okay? Steven, you're gonna call her offline, yeah?
I just want to be done with all of this.
Steven, why don't you care, though? I thought you said you cared. So you've been lying the whole time? And this whole time you just feel like you're forced to be friends with me? Why wouldn't you say that? Why would you sext with me then? And say things like all the sweet things you said to me? Why would you say all those sweet things?
Wait, Steven, you're gonna call her offline. I can join the call if you guys need, and then you guys can have one last talk. Anna,
do you feel good about yourself right now, Zerka? You feel good farming this content? I want to know how you feel. Zerka, talk me through it.
Oh my god, Steven, I can easily go in on you right now, and I'm really trying to be nice.
Yeah? This is being nice, John? Really?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Zerka. I appreciate your...
Why don't you give her a call right now?
If you don't want to be friends with me, why didn't you just tell me privately? Why didn't you just say that? You know why? You said you knew that I would respect it.
Anna, when somebody blocks you on 2 different platforms and doesn't respond to any messages, what do you think that means?
Steven, that's because you said we were fighting, though.
No, I didn't. We didn't talk at all. I just blocked you.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the silent treatment, though.
Oh my god. Okay.
If you didn't want to be... But if you didn't want to be friends with me, why didn't you say that? Because you've done that before.
Farm that content. I love you all very much.
Yeah.
But you did that before with the silent treatment. Where you just...
Alright.
The following day, Destiny did a follow-up stream to explain his thoughts about Anna. A chatter suggested he have her blacklisted from panel shows.
Can you not call in some favors and not have your friends have her on their panels? The problem is I have to be careful with how I tread there, because do you understand how weird that looks? If, like, small girl streamer complains that Destiny manipulated her, now Destiny is contacting other show hosts telling her not to let her on, or telling them not to let her... Like, do you understand how horrible that looks, right? It's like a really fucking weird situation. The reason why this situation is probably more difficult than anything that I've handled in the past is because most people have, like, a sense of shame or, like, reputation or job or relationships or anything, right? There's some, like, fucking Art of War, Sun Tzu fucking quote about this. But the problem is that Anna has nothing to lose. Like, she can go as hard as she wants, as long as she wants, as much as she wants, and she has, like, there's no repercussions.
A month later, he would do this exact thing. The next day, Stardust, a Destiny ally who had brushed off Anna's abuse claims on the Zherka panel, did a stream with Drew, our refreshingly sane psychology student who'd advocated for Anna a year prior. Drew told Stardust he was concerned that the increased attention on Anna would bring more harassment her way. After the Zherka hosted screaming match, it was inevitable that the drama vultures would come for their pieces of the Anna pie, and they'd be encouraged to help themselves so long as they were promulgating Destiny's narrative. Within 22 minutes, Dan joined the call.
Is this Mr. Dan?
Yeah, it is.
What's up, brother?
I thought I'd come in here and kind of defend the honor of my friend a little bit, since it seems like you're just only really caring, like... Well, I mean, I guess looking at the other side, I kind of see a victim and aggressor. I guess you see it in the other way, but I don't really particularly give a shit what the aggressor goes through when they constantly do stuff. I care about the victim, personally. So, you want to talk about that and where we have a fundamental disagreement in that front?
I think that any conversation with you would serve to make this infinitely worse, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want to just dodge it completely, that's fine.
No, I'm comfortable. Look, I mean, the truth is that throughout this entire situation, since the beginning, you've made this worse in every possible way.
I think if my advice was followed on day one, we wouldn't be here. So for all the psychologists floating around in this world, it was me, the only person who actually had real, actionable advice that could have avoided all of this bullshit. Everyone else is like trying to do all this other bullshit, look at it sideways. What should have just happened is they should have just broken contact. And that's on Steve, too, because apparently he kept talking to her.
Yeah, from what I understand, he did. Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I mean, the agreement that I had tried to reach initially was to stop contact, right?
Sure. Listen, the situation we're in here, we're just talking about this situation. I'll keep it nice and simple, okay? So the problem, I think your complaint, is that Stardust is watching a video. And you're like, man, that sucks. I don't want to watch, or I don't want a video to be watched in front of all these people where my friend is looking not so hot. Yes?
No. It's not. It's actually not about that at all. My concern is that the amount of harassment she's going to get afterwards. Like, that's really. It's not really about her like saying, like, I don't know. I guess you're saying she's saying dumb stuff or something. I'm just
I didn't say that at all. I just said that you felt like it's not good for us to watch this video because it's not going to be good for her. She's not going to be happy as a result of us watching that, right?
It's not really about her being happy. I'm just worried the more that this gets amplified, the more harm it's going to cause her. Yeah, so I'm not saying that he shouldn't be allowed to talk about it. I'm just saying this is blowing up, and like the more people that start circle jerking about this, the more measurable harm it's going to cause to this person.
No, I don't disagree on that, but here's the problem, okay? And I think you know the answer to this, is that I say this in a weird way, but like actions have consequences to a certain extent. Like, when someone does something bad or stupid or pokes a bear with like this type of situation and brings shit up and tries to get the whole fucking world, and you call someone an abuser in front of everyone else because they stopped talking to you, when that happens, bad things kind of come back to you.
Okay, so the reason I'm hesitating here is because the more we get into this, the more it's going to blow up, and then the more it's going to get, and the more this is going to cause a problem for people.
But there is no end to it, Drew. Like, I didn't say anything for a long time because Steve asked me to, but it kept coming up. And it's like, you know, do we just sit here and get fucked forever with no response?
No. By By this time, the shitting on Anna economy was officially booming. If you search for Anna and Destiny, YouTube will happily take you on an algorithm-guided tour of mocking streams, reaction videos, montages, and video essays. There are entire channels devoted to attacking her. On September 27, 2021, Destiny gave an ANA update on stream, calling her the most abusive, manipulative motherfucker in the world.
The sad thing is that Anna is like hardcore, like the most abusive, manipulative motherfucker in the world, and it doesn't like work on me because I don't care that much. So fuck you. Notice that so Anna started tweeting again because she's always tweeting. She's getting shit on Twitter a lot, which I guess is good. I hate to say that, but I don't know how to make her stop. I thought about DMing Twitch, but I don't know if Twitch would ever take a side on it, because it feels like if I DM Twitch and I say hey, can you make this person stop talking about me? Couldn't she theoretically be wow, Twitch is trying to silence me talking about my abuser? Doesn't that sound bad on Twitch's end? I thought about getting a restraining order, but a restraining order I don't think cares about online shit. And if we're in mutual communities now, it doesn't really work that way. So I don't think a restraining order would work. I have no idea how the fuck. Now she's blocked on Twitter and Instagram and Discord. I don't know if she's going to start emailing me, but the tweeting is probably going to happen for a while. The only thing I was really worried about before, basically, was that she was making mutual friends, and that these people were all going to think I was some insanely abusive, manipulative dude. But now that I think she's publicly outed herself as being fucking insane, maybe that won't matter. Oh, I've thought about lifting the gag rule on my subreddit. I don't know. I'll probably keep it because we need to stop talking about her. But I also need people to know that. I also need people to know that she's fucking insane. So I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Strategizing, he ruled out asking Twitch for help and shot down the idea of getting a restraining order. Declared that Zherka would not be allowed to react to his streams anymore, threatening to file copyright claims on Zherka's channel.
Won't Zherka have her on and he is the biggest show? I mean, I told Zherka that Zherka's not allowed to watch my shit anymore or else I'm going to report him, so.
Destiny read aloud a DM he received from a longtime Twitter foe known as Squirrel.
Oh, so the Squirrel Girl, that fucking crazy person. So this fucking insane bitch actually DMs me, okay? And she says, you need to stop talking to or about Anna going forward and remove any mentions of her from your community. The constant back and forth between you two is incredibly unhealthy for her, and there is no possibility of resolution going down that route. I'm sorry, but the lifestyle that you have chosen is one where this stuff is liable to happen, and there is no way you can stop it by offering money or blocking or whatever. You just have to deal with it and accept that whatever she does, which by the way in the grand scheme of things is incredibly marginal, what, she just talks about you in some shows? Who cares? Is the cost that you have to pay for that. Can you imagine if I was a woman and I was being stalked by a guy and somebody DM'd me that? Do you understand the level of fucking insanity that this is? And this person doesn't even know me. This is a random political loser that's obsessed with me because they're a fucking tanky loser fuck. And now this squirrel cunt has been just tweeted this whole fucking manifesto about how I bring on young girls and groom them and shit on my stream.
The exchange was posted on Destiny's subreddit with the title, Squirrel Girl Returns, thinks she's entitled to comment on Destiny's personal life. He also attacked a streamer named Maddie Cakes after saying they had squashed their beef in a private call he'd illegally recorded.
Oh, one more person also. Fuck! Maddie Cakes, okay? What a fucking loser fuck, okay? So this was top secret, by the way, and we both agreed to never tell anybody, but I don't give a fuck because fuck this piece of shit. So, oh, and I illegally recorded this entire conversation too if she wants to deny that happened. So me and Maddie, okay, had a long conversation offline where we squashed all of our beef and we settled everything. And we're like, oh, okay, everything's chill, we're cool moving forward. Maddie apologized to me about everything, blah, 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 blah. And then 5 days later, she's in somebody else's fucking chat saying, oh, Destiny defends misogynists, okay? Fuck Maddie Cakes, and fuck her, and fuck everything about her online, okay? Fuck this piece of shit. Jesus Christ.
On September 28, 2021, a Destiny defender named Irrelevant debated Zherka about who'd exploited Anna more between Destiny and Zherka. Destiny jumped on the call to attack Zherka for allowing Anna to shit-talk him in front of 3,000 viewers. Another streamer, Has, justified platforming her critiques of Destiny. Anna saw fit to vent her frustrations and problems. And one of the reasons she was doing that is because she's never actually had the opportunity to have a fucking large audience to talk to that wasn't in the DGG cult.
That Anna saw fit to vent her frustrations and problems, and one of the reasons she was doing that is because she's never actually had the opportunity to have a fucking large audience to talk to that wasn't in the DGG cult. And that's
Irrelevant.
Hey,
If you
platformed Anna,
I'm sorry, what? I literally can't hear you.
I need you already fucking part of your little fucking.
Thank you. Holy fucking shit. Okay, Anna has had plenty of opportunity to talk about this on literally any fucking platform she wanted to. The only reason why we initially did this, why we initially had any conversation between me, her, and Dan, is because she wanted to come on publicly and talk about it. That's the only reason that ever happened to in the first place. Number one. Number two, Zherka, you are the most dishonest piece of shit in the world if you cannot admit that you were farming the fuck out of a borderline woman for content on stream. You have 3K viewers.
Yeah, let me answer you. Are you saying she has mental health issues?
Yeah, it seems like it, yeah.
Okay, all right, hold on. Did you just say that?
Yeah.
So you own that. You own that, right?
Damn, I wonder
mental health issues?
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you just admit live you pump and dump mentally ill people?
Okay, I didn't know that she was borderline when I first met her.
You're so shit at this, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I didn't even want to do this, bro. Listen, I don't need to do this. I don't need to do this with you. I don't need to do this with you. You're not gonna win, dude. I'm not the one. This is your drama. This is not my drama.
Oh my God.
This is your life. Your life has destroyed your relationship with Casey, Tron, Bob Seven, etc. Train wrecks and blah 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 blah. Like, dude, why do you
keep farming, Zherka? Oh my God, Zherka, I didn't know she was fucking borderline when I first met her. You fucking moron.
You didn't know.
Zherka, I do not go to sleep every night staring at my fucking Twitch stats to know if I should fucking hate my life or not. I'm not like you, Zherka. I don't give a fuck about this type of drama.
Life, Steven. You should hate your cock. You should hate your cock.
The reason why you don't cover this is because
your cock is destroying your life, Steven. Your cock is destroying your life, Steven.
I'm doing fine. Zherka,
your cock is destroying your life, Steven.
Zherka, you're projecting, bro. You're projecting right now.
My cock don't even work.
You're absolutely projecting.
Steven, my cock don't work. Steven, my cock don't work.
You need to stop
my
farming.
cock don't work.
You have to stop farming.
Steven, I'm the cock whisperer. I can help you.
Steven, you make mistakes. And you see that you have a mentally ill girl, you got crying for hours on your stream, you're farming, and now you're trying to beg other people.
You're crying.
Yeah,
she was crying. She was crying. She was crying, Steven. She was crying on a Zherka show. She was crying after she cried.
You're probably scared of getting fucking banned because this girl might fucking kill herself after crying on your stream for 4 hours.
Nice.
I think maybe you should look in the mirror. I think you should take a look in the mirror, Zherka, and say, maybe, you know what, maybe there's a line to draw.
On October 2nd, 2021, a Destiny ally named Aristocracy did a stream with Anna, who had been a friend of hers. She cross-examined Anna for 2 hours with a barrage of questions like, "Do you think you have done some things to Destiny that could be seen as emotionally abusive?" She told Anna that her emotional vomiting in Destiny's DMs was harassment, and explained that Destiny was the real victim and Anna was the abuser.
Do you think that you have done some things to Destiny that could be seen as emotionally abusive?
What do you mean?
Do you think that you have done any toxic things in the dynamic with Destiny?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay,
I've already said that I haven't responded well to the silent treatment. I don't respond well to the silent treatment and stuff because it does cause me stress. Like, it causes me a lot of distress, which, I mean, that is how what it usually does. Like, it literally is linked to physical health problems even. Like, I've always told him, like, if you don't want to talk, if you need space, just ask me. Like, just tell me. Like, boom, that's how you solve it. Like, that's not stonewalling. It can't be stonewalling if the person is like, hey, I don't want to talk right now. Like, I just need some space.
But he said that.
No, he didn't.
No. He's asked you multiple times. The thing is, when he asks you for space, right?
He doesn't. He doesn't. How do you know he's asked me for space? Where are the logs?
Because it's in the screenshots that you've shown me, right? Where he's asking you to leave him alone, right?
Where?
I think what you regard as space, right? This is my theory,
What do you mean?
Is that what you regard as space?
I don't see that anywhere.
Okay, just let me talk. is that what you regard as space is temporary space. Then you're okay with it. But if it's permanent space, right, where he is cutting you off, he wants to cease contact, he doesn't want any more contact to go on, then then you don't regard that as space. Then suddenly that goes from being an okay thing to do to being an abusive thing to do.
No, I mean, anybody's allowed to end a relationship, though.
So why haven't you let him do that?
Because that's not what he did. He was giving the silent treatment. There's a big difference between ending a relationship and giving the silent treatment.
But he's tried to end things, right? And that doesn't mean, I know that he's gotten back together with you. I know it's been an off and on thing. Right?
He has gotten angry at me. He hasn't tried to end anything. He literally has said it himself that, like, he literally will be like, you know, okay, let's not fight anymore and stuff. Like, clearly it's a fight to him. It's not like him trying to end things. Otherwise, he would have said that.
Wait.
Why wouldn't he tell me that he wanted to end things?
Because that, what I saw in Zerka's stream, right, was him literally saying, please leave me alone, end it. Like, the way he spoke was like, when I am really trying to get a guy to leave me alone, right, after I've ended things, and he just won't accept it.
Yeah, he was being manipulative. Like, he could literally just tell me that anytime. Like, I've literally asked him multiple times. Like, I've said to him, if you don't want to be friends with me, just let me know. If you don't want to be friends with me, just let me know. No, he's being incredibly manipulative and trying to paint me as this stalker. And he's doing it on purpose to discredit me and to isolate me.
There are some DMs that are in this doc, right? And unfortunately, I can't show the doc to the viewers, right? And I won't read word for word, like, what's in certain DMs. Also, all these DMs look legit. I don't think you've made any of them up. Because I know you can fake DMs, but I don't think that's what's going on. There's a message, right? Okay. And I think it's like the last one. It was like the day after the Zerka thing, where he says, I want you to stop talking to and about me and leave me alone.
Yeah, and then, like, I mean, we did. Like, that's it, the end.
Okay, that's him breaking up with you.
Right,
that's him ending things with you.
Like, it's very clear that was, like I just said, like, yeah, that's ending things. So, like, obviously, I'm not gonna try and contact him anymore.
You just said that he's never ended things with you.
I meant before. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Like,
okay,
before.
So you were talking about before when things were off and on.
After the Zerka panel, I meant. Sorry.
In regards to messages, right? You sent him like pages of nonstop messages. Now, I've been on the receiving end of that kind of behavior, right? Like, where I try to cut someone off. It's happened to me recently. And they just send me, like, you know, I'll call it emotional vomiting, right? Like, where nonstop messages over and over again. And they're really, especially for someone who's conflict averse, right? And not good at handling conflict like me. It's really overwhelming, and it makes me shut down. And that's why it's considered a toxic thing to do. So, even though I totally understand the emotions of the person who's doing it, it doesn't, even though it's understandable, right? It doesn't make it okay. So, to me, like, he was kind of, what happened there, like, that was harassment, right? Like, you sending nonstop messages over and over again.
That was self-defense. He was literally leaking my private DMs and personal info. I was terrified.
No, but I'm talking about before this happened, right?
No, that was what happened. He literally leaked my DMs to DGG, and I saw this.
Yeah, but the DMs that he leaked was evidence of you harassing him.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That was afterwards. He leaked DMs to DGG about our argument because he was pissed at me, and it was him being vindictive. And that scared me. Because if someone's willing to be that vindictive, I don't know what else they're ready to do. And I have to make peace with them. I have to try and, like, defend myself. It's not harassment when it's self-defense. I'm sorry, but no. Absolutely not.
But I'm talking about the initial messages, right? You can say that they're vindictive. Maybe they were. We won't know, right? But to me, I think it's totally, like, he could come here and say, well, I just shared them, right? Because if you look at those messages, I mean, most of us have seen them, right? You do talk about your own, like, abuse history, and my heart goes out to you that you experienced that.
That wasn't especially public. He made that public.
It was really shitty that it was made public, right? I understand that, but at the same time, okay, I also understand, right? If you think about it from his perspective, right? He's being so. Let's put this in like I don't know
being
some
vindictive
other
and trying to hurt me. That's what his
let me put
perspective
this in
is.
like some other universe, right? Where you have someone who's getting tons and tons of messages and they're getting harassed by someone, right? Or they
Yeah,
regard
I've
that
had
they're
it
being
happen
harassed.
to me.
Okay, so then you'll be able to understand. So, and then they make that stuff public as a way to demonstrate evidence because the situation's already public, right? And because they're exasperated to demonstrate that this person is, I mean, I think he used the word crazy. We're not going to use that terminology. You've rightly criticized that.
It's abusive.
But yeah, I agree. It's not a good thing to say. But the main thing was that he published that to give evidence, right, to what he regards as harassment, right? Is it possible that there are situations that are not black and white, right, where something could seem like abusive to you, right, but in reality, like, the way you react to something, even if it can seem valid from your perspective in that moment, it actually is a toxic behavior and it is harassment. Like, isn't that possible? And keep in mind, when people are engaging in harassment, it's very rare that they're intentionally being like, I'm going to harass this person, I'm going to be really rude, right? Like, that's not how that happens. Usually it's someone in their head, they're just very absorbed in their own experience that they're not realizing how something's coming off. So, like, I don't think you were intentionally wanting to make him uncomfortable.
I don't understand how this means, like, I haven't been abused by him and stuff. Like, just because a victim reacts in a way that's, like, not the best way, like, that suddenly means that they're not a victim anymore and they weren't abused and victimized and harmed?
Well, initially right now, I wasn't claiming you weren't a victim, right? What I was trying to claim was that he was a victim.
I mean, that's like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, he's the one who's been emotionally abusive to me. Like,
is it possible that sometimes two people can be emotionally abusive to one another?
After Anna left Aristocracy's stream, Dan called in saying, if Destiny's guilty of anything, it's somehow getting back into a relationship with Anna when he should have fucking known that this was a bad idea.
If Steven's guilty of anything, it's like somehow getting back into a relationship with Anna when he should have fucking known that this was a bad idea. But I think I can't fault him too much because he was probably thinking like, okay, like this is the best way to make this end if like she's somewhat happy or doesn't think it, because before that it was like
I don't think
crazy.
she left him with any choice. Right?
Yeah.
Alicia, another streamer friend of Destiny's, said in a reaction stream, it's not a relationship. You were just a hit it and quit it.
Victim stories where their abuser would block them on social media and stuff, as a way to, because it's a way to gain control and power and dominate in the relationship. It puts you in the position.
It's not a relationship! That's where you have this, where you're psycho! That's where you're actually fucking nuts! It's not a relationship, you fucking crazy person! You absolutely nut job! It's not a relationship! He has a girlfriend! He has a girlfriend who the whole fucking Twitch fucking world knows of! You are just a hit it and quit it, and you're too fucking crazy to handle that! You're too fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs to understand that you are just a vagina for a day. Get over it. Move on.
On October 2nd, 2021, Stardust debated Jerker about his claim that Destiny pumps and dumps women. Stardust said it was unfair to imply that Destiny doesn't care about his sex partners. On October 8th, 2021, ABA and Preach, a man-focused commentary channel with 1.9 million subscribers, posted a video titled, Why Would You Call Me Princess? Or How Crazy Women Hold Men Hostage. The video is monetized and has 1 million views. Abba unlisted it at Destiny's request a year later, around the time I announced I was writing this article. On October 26, 2021, Destiny blacklisted Anna from panel shows, stating, if any of the political panel shows or people are affiliating with Anna in any way, I'm not going on the show for 6 months. He read aloud a chat message that said, I think you might be able to report her to her school for ethics violations. She's psychoanalyzing people publicly. On October 1st, 2021, Destiny posted in his offline chat, tell Anna if she leaks my sexting I might have some pics to share. Anna took this as a threat to leak her nudes and would later refer to it as sexual abuse. On December 12, 2021, Anna accused Destiny of pressuring her to not use a condom when they had sex in 2020. He denied this, and she later admitted it was not true and that she'd said it out of anger. On December 26, 2021, Destiny read the winners of his community's yearly awards. Panel Shitshow of the Year, Jerka Royale with Anna. Antagonist of the Year, Anna. Ally of the Year, Aristocracy. Neurodivergent of the Year, Mental Health Awareness Award, Anna. Drama of the Year, Bob 7. Anna came in second place. Re of the Year, Anna. Why would you call me princess? On January 5th, 2022, Destiny played video games on stream while listening to Anna rant about him on her own stream, making occasional comments like, she's lying, and nice. On January 23rd, 2022, Dan asked Destiny how things were going with Anna.
So how's it going with,
Just go ahead and ask, Dan.
Yeah,
we all know we know what you're obsessed with.
I don't even have to say it then. just tell me,
We
tell me
know.
how's it going?
It's
You know
the
what?
same
Just
as
in general.
always. She's looping infinitely. There's nothing else to really say.
You think there's no way out of it for you, yeah?
Not until she kills herself or she kills me.
Alrighty, okay. Well, yeah, a little dark all of a sudden.
What do you? What else can happen?
Lose interest.
She can't lose. It's been a year and a half since she's seen me. How is she going to lose interest?
You know, you must truly have.
Thanks. Yeah, I bring out the best in people somehow. I have a very magnetic personality, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how I do it.
Destiny reads aloud an email from a therapist who explains how they'd use DBT therapy to treat Anna's need to be a victim. He seemingly later attempted to give her this therapy himself, on stream.
Okay, working with BPD. Hi, Destiny. I'm an LSW and CCTP, Certified Clinical Trauma Professional. I am foundationally trained in DBT.
Thank you, Steven.
I specialize in working with those.
A lot of acronyms. I don't know if I believe it.
Cool. I specialize in working with those with BBD. Just wanted to give you some feedback on your senior day when you spoke about a therapist working with Anna. Any decent therapist would recognize in Anna, maybe not right away, that she's clearly struggling with a victim complex. This is common in those with BBD. As a therapist, the question of whether or not her perceived victimization is real or imagined is irrelevant. The work would more so be to help her break out of this victim mentality. I wouldn't directly or aggressively confront her thoughts or feelings on being a victim. This would just result in her becoming defensive or accusing me of abusing her. After some time a rapport is established, I would find a way to gently confront it while also validating her experience. More interesting work with her would be exploring this need of hers to be a victim, and for everyone to recognize her as such and offer sympathy. Oh, cute.
The same day, Destiny invited Anna to talk to him. The stream was titled, Confronting Anna About Her Lies and Never-Ending Loops.
Has it?
Okay. Hi.
Okay. Anna.
Can you?
Destiny.
Hello.
Hi.
Anna.
Steven.
You are actually insane, okay? How can you not realize this?
You're driving me crazy, Steven.
Anna, okay.
How can you not realize this?
It's not, no, the crazy was there, okay? I just uncovered it, okay?
Really, the crazy was there? Okay.
Okay. In your head right now, so your friends don't support you, your chat doesn't support you, your mods don't support you, nobody publicly supports you. Why do you think that you're in the right or that you have to carry on this crusade indefinitely?
So, I know that already. Like, I know that. You don't think that they're always telling me to, like, just drop it, just stop, just drop it. But, like, what am I supposed to do when you literally called me a stalker and you said that
then you move on.
stalked
Sometimes
you
you have a
shit.
negative interaction with somebody and then you move on from it. Then you're done. Like, has any of this benefited you in the past year to year and a half? Like, has any of this benefited you, the carrying it on indefinitely?
No.
So, do you think that
Obviously,
that's
it's
going to
not
magically change at some point? You're going to do this forever. You're going to spend the rest of your life on Twitch going over this issue.
No.
When is it going to stop?
I guess I'm just hoping that people will slowly not think that I'm a stalker or
Hasn't
whatever.
it
I don't
slowly
know.
been
like,
going the other direction? Hasn't it been moving worse and worse for you every single day? What do you think is going to make it change course?
I don't know. If I keep addressing the false misconceptions people have, maybe it'll take hold. I don't know.
Has that
That's the
has
way
that
my
happened?
brain thinks.
Has that
That's
happened?
the way my brain thinks.
Has it happened at all yet?
No. Ugh, you sound just like Merle.
I know. It's okay. I almost made a flirty comment. Okay, let's reel it back in. So when does this end?
I would like for it to end. I would love for it to end.
It's not going to end on your terms.
Fine.
What
You were always so difficult to compromise with.
Yeah, when it comes to you constantly talking shit about me publicly, yeah, there's not a compromise to be had there. Neither of us.
Talking shit about you publicly.
Yes, there is no compromise to be had here.
Really?
We just move on.
Remember
from it.
how you
Hey,
remember
Anna,
how you
Anna,
did a fake
we're not going to-
apology on the
we're not
Circle
gonna-
Royale, and then you went the next day and just called me a stalker and did it all over
We're not-
again.
Do you remember how many times we've agreed that we were going to move past this, and literally 12 hours later, you're on your stream having another fake breakdown over this?
What do you mean fake breakdown? Okay, my breakdowns are very real, actually, which is very not okay. But
How if this is so you're like giddy right now to have this conversation, but simultaneously you say I've made you suicidal. How does that work?
I think you know that it's my defense mechanism.
I think it's it's called borderline personality disorder. I think that's what's going on. Okay.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, that's another thing that really pissed me off. Like, you don't even understand personality disorders. Like, where is your degree? You shouldn't be doing this. Like, you shouldn't be saying that shit. Like, you really think that somehow, like, all the mental health professionals, like, they're just wrong. They somehow missed the borderline. Really?
I don't, either you don't have a therapist or your therapist hasn't confronted you with that, because there's no point in telling somebody with borderline that they have borderline.
They argued about whether she meets the criteria for borderline personality disorder. Anna said she has OCD and can't stop herself from re-engaging. Destiny asked Anna what she works on in therapy. She said she works on her OCD. He then asked if she uses DBT, as it's effective for people with borderline. They both laughed. Destiny then read the criteria for borderline personality disorder and tried to convince her that she has it.
If your therapist says it's a bad idea for you to do it, then why do you continue to do it?
Which is what she says.
What?
Which is what she says.
Then why do you keep doing it?
Because it's compulsive? Dude, like, how many times have I told you that I have OCD? Like,
Anna, hold on. First of all, don't frame all of your behaviors through the lens of a particular mental illness, all right? There's no reason to do this, okay? Because you're making excuses, okay?
I don't understand why you think I'm so crazy. Like, it's just weird. It's
Because
like,
you seem like a person with borderline. I've never in my life interacted with somebody that has the fortitude that you do to carry forward in a negative way that is so self-destructive. Ever. Never. And I've interacted with a lot of crazy people. You know this. But you're steadfast in your engagement with your own self-destruction.
Because I can't let people think lies about me. I can't let that go. I
want to be a person on the
go.
internet. People think lies about everybody. How many times a week do you go to therapy?
What?
Huh. I'm just curious. Oh, you said once? I thought you said what? Or did you say once?
I said what?
Oh.
But yeah, I do go once.
What do you normally work on in therapy?
My OCD.
Do you use DBT?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't. It wouldn't do a lot for me.
I've heard DBT is really effective for
Yeah,
people with borderline.
I need DBT. Because I don't have borderline.
You said that you were feeling suicidal. I think that matches under self-harm.
Some days I do feel suicidal because of all the harassment and stuff, and I feel like, wow, this is just kind of hopeless. Holy shit, it's never going to get better.
Do you ever feel like you're paranoid?
Borderline paranoia is different.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's specific types of borderline paranoia. but also I don't know what you consider to be paranoid. I mean, my therapist doesn't think that I have any of it. You want to come talk to my therapist and try and convince her I have borderline? I would love to see it.
If you want to set up a Zoom meeting, I'll 100%
I would pay money
do it.
to see it.
You don't have to pay money. You set up a Zoom meeting and have her email me, and I'll do it 100%. You understand you're posturing, right? You're lying when you say that. So what I'm curious about is where the lie comes from. Either one, you don't have a therapist at all. Two, you do have a therapist, and she has told you that you have borderline, but you're too embarrassed to say anything publicly about it.
Steven, why are you so convinced?
It has to be one. Well, then let's set up. Will you email your therapist and have her do a Zoom session with me included?
It's weird because
wait, hold on. Why are you wait? So you just do you say you're pivoting now? You're trying to get to a different subject, right?
It's just interesting how different you are towards me.
Why are you pivoting so hard from the therapist thing?
I'm not.
Okay, so will you email her and me, CC me, and then we'll set up a Zoom session? It'll be off stream. It won't be on stream.
Oh, no, she wouldn't. That would violate like all the ethics codes.
No, that's why I'm saying it would be off stream. It wouldn't be on stream or anything.
Don't fucking record. I don't trust. Like, you can't fucking record it.
I'm not gonna record it.
I think that'd be illegal anyway.
Sure. So why not email both of us and do that?
I don't know your email.
I can give you my email is public. I can give you my email.
No, where is it? On your Twitch profile or something?
I can just type it out to you.
I feel like you really have like such a high opinion of yourself that you think I can't get over you. Like, it's really weird.
You've been talking about me for over a year and a half.
Oh, well, haven't you been doing that same thing?
They made yet another agreement to not talk about each other. Destiny said she won't make it 12 hours.
Does that mean you're going to talk about this again in 12 hours with Stardew Valley in the background?
No.
Does that mean you're going to tweet about how abusive people and Dr. Gottman all come together and tell you about the horrible abuse you've suffered on Twitter in 6 hours?
No.
Are you going to mention Dan or Mooten or Eris or Melina or anybody else about me in 18 hours?
When the fuck do I talk about Mooten and Dan? Except, like, you mean...
You're pivoting. It's always somebody peripheral to me or something else related to me or...
Are you serious right now? Are you really serious right now? This is like, are you, really? Really? You really think that I'm obsessed with you, don't you? You really think that? Wow.
Anna, I know you're obsessed with me. It's not like a question. It's like what is the degree of severity? You know what my main worry is right now?
What?
I think you've convinced yourself that because of the type of abuse I've subjected you to, I think that you could try to kill me in real life, and I think you would feel justified in doing it. Do you think you have a good enough reason on everything that I've done to you? Do you think you have a good enough reason to try to kill me? Well, yeah, but do you think so?
No, dude, that's fucking insane. Holy shit.
Wait, haven't you said on your stream that, like, don't you think on stream you've said that mental abuse is worse than physical abuse? And you said I've mentally abused you for over a year. Don't you think you're building up to a justification? And victims aren't responsible for how they lash out sometimes, no? So don't you think if you did kill me, like, you would still be the victim in the situation because I've been mentally abusing you for so long and you had no other option?
No, that's insane, dude. What the fuck? That's actually insane. Come on, you know how weird I am. I'm like barely even okay with self-defense. I hate violence so much.
Okay.
Like, I'm more likely to just kind of let someone kill me rather than, like, if I have to kill... Like, no, I'm serious. Like, I really am super... I don't like violence. I don't like it at all. I'm, like, very averse to it. I mean... I don't know. That's pretty fucked up that you think... Well, no, you know what? I know you don't actually think that. You're just saying...
I absolutely think that could happen.
There's no way you think that. what, all like people who have experienced emotional abuse now, like they have some, you think that like there's some sort of like justification for them to kill their abuser? No. What the fuck? I'm more scared that someone from your community is gonna come and fucking axe murder me.
Mm-hmm. You said you thought Melina would kill you, though, didn't you?
Yep.
Do you really think that?
I don't know what to think anymore. Because you people seem like you just want to cause me pain and suffering, and that's it.
If I wanted to if I wanted to cause you the maximum amount of pain and suffering, don't you think there's like a million other things that somebody like me could do? I'm a pretty resourceful person. You really think it would just be responding?
You wouldn't do it because the only reason you wouldn't do it is because of how it would impact you, not because it's morally
Why do you
wrong.
think it would impact me?
I don't know, get you banned or something.
I could get around things. I'm sponsored by surfshark.deals/destiny. There's a VPN that I could get where I have 3 months for free, 83% discount. I could log into an IP from anywhere in the world, do whatever I want. Surfshark.deals/destiny. Use Destiny as a promo code. Works on your iOS, Android, iPhone, laptop, computers, anywhere in the world. Watch any programs you want for free. Check it out. Well, if you've already subscribed to it. Sorry. Go ahead.
Destiny opened up a website about psychosis and argued that she is psychotic and delusional. Anna explained that her thinking is not distorted to the point where it could be called a break from reality. He asked if she's medicated. She said she isn't. He spent several minutes trying to persuade her to go on antipsychotics or antidepressants.
There is a difference between not doing things that are exactly normal and being psychotic. And maybe if you had a degree in psychology, you would understand that, but you don't. So that's why you should try not to actually diagnose people over the internet, Steven.
Okay, tell me if this is... I agree, I don't have a degree. So let's ask this website. Psychotic disorders are severe mental disorders that cause abnormal thinking and perceptions. People with psychosis lose touch with reality. Two of the main symptoms are delusions and hallucinations. Delusions are false beliefs, such as thinking that someone is plotting against you or that the TV is sending you secret messages. Do you think that your line of thinking, where nobody else agrees with your line of thinking and you seem to agree, that it makes sense to you but to nobody else, might be an example of a delusion?
No, it doesn't fall under the definition of delusion.
Why not?
Because it's not, like, detached from reality. Like, there's still some semblance of, like, realistic thought there, or rational thinking there. Or, well, I shouldn't say rational thinking, but more like, it's like flawed, it's like a cognitive distortion. Do you know the cognitive distortions, right?
I thought I did, but you told me I don't have a degree, so I don't know, maybe I don't know what those are. Can you explain
Well,
for
you
me?
do engage with them a lot.
People with cognitive distortions? Or with the
No.
terminology?
Have a lot of cognitive distortions.
Oh, I do.
Such as when you think that, such as when you accuse me of compulsively lying
Mm-hmm.
because you don't trust what I'm telling you, and you think that there's something different going on in my head. But cognitive distortions are basically just like irrational thinking that are common among like anxiety disorders and depression and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, are you on like a medication for OCD stuff?
Why are you trying to get me medicated?
Well, because if you have OCD that's so severe that it's inhibiting your day-to-day life, interfering with your ability to do your studies or get a job, interfering with your personal relationships, interfering with your ability to take care of yourself, it seems like this is something that demands more treatment than just talk therapy.
Described a mental illness.
Yeah, well, that's what OCD is, isn't it?
Yep.
So why would it be so ridiculous to think that you would need medication for OCD?
It's not that simple. I don't really know of any medication that's specifically for OCD.
Yeah, don't they prescribe antipsychotics sometimes for OCD or sometimes SSRIs?
I've never heard of that. Antidepressants, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, cognitive behavioral therapy works best, though, for OCD.
Sure, it does, but sometimes it can be used in conjunction with medication, and it seems like the CBT isn't helping much because you seem like you've had these issues for like a year.
No, it's just that I just started sort of addressing particularly the OCD again. OCD can also get it could get worse during really stressful times, or it could like flare up again.
Are you prescribed anything for your anxiety? Like Xanax or no, nothing at all?
No, Xanax doesn't work for that. Like, I mean, it does temporarily, but it's really shit. Benzos are real shit. Yikesy for anxiety.
Well, I mean, if you're going to have a severe panic attack, or sometimes they're prescribed long-term, I think, for people with general anxiety, no?
Yeah.
So if you have anxiety that's so severe that you're dedicating hours and hours of your day towards wrestling with a certain ritual or compulsion, it seems like a pretty good case for where a medication might be appropriate.
Well, it just feels like you trying to make me, I don't know, seem more crazy or something.
I already think you're crazy. Nothing you say is going to change that. I don't care about that at that point. That battle is lost a long time ago. That's not what I'm here to argue or decipher.
Wow, nice. Really nice of you. Nice to know that you don't really think of me as a person.
I do. I think of you as a crazy person. Are crazy people not people?
Do you understand how that's dehumanizing?
Crazy people aren't humans?
Because it's like the effect of it is to discredit me and stuff, and that like nobody listens to me then because they just think I'm crazy.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to listen to, and I want people to think you're crazy. Do you think you're going to be talking about me tomorrow night on your stream?
What about all this? Okay, so I don't like this either because it's like you've misrepresented the fuck out of me too. Though for you, I think it's intentional.
I'm not here to argue about representations of anybody.
Fine.
I just want to know how do we move on from this point?
Yeah, it's fine. We're good.
You think so?
Yeah. Now that you put it in everybody's head that I'm crazy and a compulsive liar and borderline, it sucks, but...
Alright, well, I'll look forward to responding to your clips tomorrow when I see you freaking out again, and Merle telling you that he's going to shut the stream off, so...
Not gonna happen.
Alright, well, listen, email your therapist, give him my email. If you want to do a 3-way session, I'm totally for it. We'll see what happens. Otherwise, have fun, good night, stay safe.
Afterward, a viewer commented in Destiny's subreddit, "Okay, I am getting worried that this is a sex thing, and that they're getting turned on by arguing in front of an audience, and I'm not sure if I feel comfortable participating anymore." January 24th, 2022. Nicholas Diorio uploaded a video titled, "Destiny's Schizo Stalker Debates 40 Discord Debate Bros." The video is a recording of a Discord group call where several Destiny fans yell at and about Arne, often mimicking Destiny's arguments and even his speech patterns. As he pressed her about how she's a liar, Destiny's young fans blurted out random memes.
Her big claim right now is that people are accusing her of lying and she didn't. But the fact that she's here when she said she wasn't going to talk about this for 2 days is literally her demonstrating that she's a liar. I don't understand. But for some reason, nobody wants to engage. It's such a bizarre scenario.
Can you stop just parroting whatever you heard Destiny say? Not gonna lie.
It's not just parroting what Destiny says. We're here watching it in real time.
Tova
Last night she
DGG
said
lying,
she wasn't going to talk about
Pincho.
it. Here she
Tova
is
lying,
talking about
Tova
it.
lying.
She's lying.
Not a cult, not a cult, not a cult.
Yeah,
He's not coming here to talk about this. Do you understand that? How are we just shut up?
Why do more people join? What are you
So
guys trying
why
to
are
get?
you pretending like you
are you
didn't
guys
come in
trying to
here
get
for
stalked
attention?
by me or something? Just like you know, you
Please,
gotta take a
please.
ticket.
I just want to say, hey, everybody,
You
if
gotta
want
line
to,
up
you
and
could
take a
just
ticket
leave
if you
the
want to
room
get
and
stalked.
join my
right?
stream. Anna, can I ask you a question? I asked you in the chat as well, but you didn't answer.
Sure.
How do
That'd be
we
nice.
figure out? How do we shut up? How do we figure out if somebody is lying? Do you know?
Usually, you have to have some sort of evidence of intent. I would think.
How do we figure out evidence of intent? Like have you ever watched like a legal show or like a trial or something where somebody's on trial where we are trying to establish intent? Do you know?
I don't know if applying the legal standard works here, but I think generally you should try and believe. You should try and take people at their word.
Wait, so if somebody is saying I didn't lie, and you think you have evidence of them lying, should you just believe them?
Well, it depends because tons of people like don't necessarily lie, but like they might misremember things or misspeak or something. That happens all the time.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, right? So I'm trying to establish. So if we're trying to establish, how do we figure out if somebody is lying or just misremembering? How would you go about that? Is the only way just to ask them? And if they say I didn't lie, then you're just gonna go like, oh well, I guess they didn't lie.
I think you should try and believe them, yeah. That's what I try and do usually. Unless I have, like, repeated evidence that someone really definitely, like, knows what they're doing.
Do you understand how that's not a good way? Because then you can never really establish that somebody's lying, right? Like, if we're just looking at it objectively, right? If you're a third party looking in, you can never really establish that somebody's lying because they can always just lie about lying.
Sure, but
honestly, the whole lying thing is just. Sorry, go ahead.
Take people at their. I mean, you're kind of supposed to like trust people. I don't know, like, because it gets pretty like, I don't know, yikes when you like start like repeatedly accusing someone of lying, and what if they're not lying? Then you're doing harm.
Do you think so? Do you think? So you said this is not applicable for like a court of law. Do you understand why there's a different standard in court of law?
What?
Do you understand why there's a different standard in the court of law, right? Because sometimes we have to establish that somebody is lying, even though they claim not to be lying, right?
Good morning, guys.
Yeah, so
January 24th, 2022, Aristocracy uploaded a video titled, Anna Frills is starting to scare me. Aristocracy drew a diagram of Anna's friendships, alleging a sociopathic pattern of burning bridges and trying to ruin people's reputations amongst their friends. She watched a clip of Anna saying she won't forget the people who betrayed her, and says that if Anna murders her, this clip will be used in the trial. January 25th, 2022, a Destiny-allied drama streamer named ChudLogic uploaded, Dan joins call against Anna, warns Chud against platforming her, fought Wicked Supreme and Dylan Burns. Dan warned the other Orbiters, if you guys don't call her out when she's saying shit on here, you guys are gonna earn the fucking serious ire of Destiny, like times 1000. He also said, I think she's actually the type of person who might try to kill you. January 26, 2022, Dylan Burns TV uploaded, Dylan, you're being abusive. Confronting Anawar about the Destiny drama fought Destiny. Dylan confronted Anna about her condom claim, going as far as saying she may have been the one pressuring Destiny to use a condom, if anything. Dylan cross-examined her for 20 minutes before Destiny joined the call and took over the questioning. He asked Anna why they didn't use any condoms when they had sex.
I'm happy to leave and let you guys talk to her. I think it would be amazing content for your show. And you should probably do it, to be honest, because it's going to be fucking, boy. The thing is, though, if you guys don't call her out when she's saying shit on here, you guys are going to earn the fucking serious ire of Destiny, like times 1000. Oh, by the way, I don't know. I'm thinking, like, I'm fine catching you guys up. I don't know if I want to be on stream with her. I think she's actually the type of person who might try to kill you. Like, I was thinking about
okay. My personal sex life, right, is my business when it comes to condom usage, right? Would you agree with that? Okay, so Destiny, yes, the difference is Destiny talks about it on stream. He gives his opinions on it. Then you go to pursue a conversation about that in his DMs. So you pursued the conversation with him. Once you pursue a conversation with him, he then tells you his position again, and then ends the conversation with, but I'll still wear condoms because, I understand that, da-da-da-da-da. That 100% is like just a responsible conversation. He didn't even need to say that at the end of it, but he did it anyway to be responsible. If anything, he was more responsible than I would have been in that conversation.
Okay, wait. Why do you mention the fact that I DM'd him first? What does that matter?
Because if I wanted to pressure somebody into like not using condoms, I would be the one going to them and saying, hey, I really hate condoms. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about why condoms are bad. It's not usually somebody comes to you to then talk about that topic. If I was going to pressure somebody into sex, it's not usually they come to me and then like to talk about like having sex with me.
Saying that I sound like a dare person.
Why didn't we use any condoms?
I could be really snarky and say something back, but I'm holding it in.
Be as snarky as you want. I'm literally stalking you right now.
Why do you like being cucked?
How do I like being cucked? What? Anna.
You want to...
Anna.
You want to go further?
Why is it that we didn't use condoms when we had sex?
Why do you think that's okay to say publicly? Why do you think that's okay to out publicly?
Because you're attacking me publicly, Anna, because you're attacking me publicly, saying that I pressured you against it.
In response to you outing private sex life details.
You're pivoting so hard.
I'm not... I don't even... What the fuck is pivoting?
Pivoting
That's a ballet move.
Pivoting is when I...
What is pivoting? It's a ballet move. What
pivoting
is that?
When you get caught in a lie and you try to change the subject.
Oh my god. You just love accusing me of lying and thinking that you know what's in my head.
You ever fear that people will look at you the same way they look at, like, Chris Chan? Like, just like a lolcow on the internet that exists to be a lolcow on the internet? Because that's what's happening, right? That's the reality of it.
Yeah, like, people have told me, and I'm like, oh fuck, that's a real nightmare.
Yeah, and you're living it right now. You have the ring, just throw it in the volcano, just stop engaging. And you know that you should.
Yeah,
you said
I do
it
know.
multiple times.
Right, yeah, I know.
Everybody around you wants you to. You're just not doing it.
At this point, if you continue to engage with it, I'm just making money off of you. I got 150,000 views on my last YouTube video. I am profiting from your suffering, from your agony. Don't you think that's maybe a good indicator that you should stop?
That is true, that ultimately, like for Destiny, right? If he can't like make you stop after making over 6 agreements, like there's not even a good reason for Destiny to agree to stop talking about it again, because you never abide by them. So for legitimately, there'd be a good reason for Destiny to say, fuck it, I'm going to talk about it forever. And just make money off of it. Just make videos out of it. If I've got to deal with all these accusations, might as well profit off of it.
February 6, 2022, Destiny attempted what his fans called a therapy session with Anna. While playing video games, Destiny interviewed Anna methodically about her ruminations and coping strategies. I don't want to do too much interpretation here, but given the consistent back and forth between them, the on and off sexual nature of their relationship, and the lack of any real stalking behaviors, I don't think there is any justification for calling her a stalker. Destiny explained to the audience that the experience of rumination is so foreign to normal people that they may be unable to comprehend the strength of the obsessive thoughts. Eating a sandwich, Destiny suggested that Anna try redirecting her attention when she's in a thought spiral rather than fighting it. He told her to form a support system that understands her OCD, to make a plan to redirect herself when she ruminates, and to talk to her therapist about how to break her rituals. Before leaving, Anna said, "Thank you for your input and your understanding. I appreciate that." Within 2 weeks they were sexting again, and continued to sext intermittently until at least November 2022. February 24, 2022, I met Anna on an impromptu panel. She was wary of me, and I of her. I didn't know anything that had happened, but had been told by my new fans that she was a stalker, and that Destiny would be very upset if I platformed her. I uncharacteristically took this at face value, probably because I was enjoying my newfound fame and money. April 21, 2022, Destiny invited me to mediate a streamed conversation between him and Anna. By this point, I'd asked him about Anna and had accepted his explanation. They had a fling, she got obsessed with him, and then things simmered down. Having no real knowledge of their relationship, I was about to become complicit in her abuse by allowing Destiny to frame the conflict on his terms. I joined the stream and asked Anna what she wanted to communicate to Destiny, who was playing video games.
I feel like he minimizes just how stressful and upsetting and painful this whole experience was for me. 'Cause Because, like, he pretty much kind of is like, you know, just kind of move on, just kind of get over it, sort of, is like the message, kind of.
Okay. I think part of the problem is that if you are assigning culpability to Steven and saying that this is his fault, or the fault of his community, or that he enabled this, then he's going to get really defensive. So if you stick to just talking about like your feelings and your experience, I think he can't really argue with that. Then he's going to have to acknowledge what you say. Or if you want to argue with him about his culpability, I feel like then you need to make more room for him to argue his side or defend himself. But if you try to do both at the same time, his defensiveness about whether your experience was his fault is going to make it so it's impossible for him to listen to you.
Yeah.
So do you want to pick like a track for like do you want him to just understand how hurt you are, or do you want him to understand what an asshole he is?
No, because I don't want him to feel that way about himself. It's just that I sort of also feel frustration because to some extent, I guess I feel like, I don't know, sometimes I just kind of feel like he sort of blames me for everything and like doesn't take any responsibility. But so I'll just pick the feelings. I'll just pick.
Yeah. Because if you just pick the feelings, then there's nothing to argue with. If you just say how you feel, if you don't say that whose fault it is that you feel that way, and just your experience, there's really nothing anybody can say to discredit that.
Yeah.
All right. So how are you feeling?
Just depressed and hopeless, and like, why do I even bother studying psychology anyway? Because I'm apparently just stupid and don't understand it at all. And I don't know, people think that all these things about me that aren't true, and it just kind of makes me feel like I should just give up on everything. Because why bother?
What do you mean?
It doesn't matter even if I have my PhD one day. It doesn't fucking matter because people will still be calling me that crazy stalker girl. So why the fuck bother? What's the point?
You're worried that your reputation or the narrative that's been created about you will undermine any expertise you have or will have?
Yeah.
I think Steven has the thing that's another issue is that Steven also receives a lot of hate comments. Yeah. And he's a bit hardened to it. And so if you make an appeal to his vulnerability or for him to empathize with your vulnerability about how much hate comments hurt you, you're going to hit a brick wall. Because, like he always says, if I let the hate comments get to me, I would have killed myself a long time ago. So, like, you... Yeah. You're asking him to drop a defense that is like pretty necessary for him to function.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good thing. Like, I mean, he does handle the hate quite well. I mean, he is understanding though, honestly. He can be very understanding about it. It's just like sometimes also pretty dismissive about it too.
Do you think that's true, Stephen?
There's like two parts of it, and I'm dismissive of the second part. So I acknowledge everything that happened initially, obviously very traumatic. Any new person to the internet, going into streaming and dealing with everything publicly, very traumatic. So I can acknowledge that. But the second part that I kind of reject is that I feel like a lot of the trauma is her triggering herself over and over and over and over and over and over and over again for like a year. And that's the issue where it's like this, we have to stop talking about this thing and move on. Like I can understand initially there were some traumatic feelings or things were really bad in the beginning, sure. But at this point, like it feels like all of this is just self-inflicted over and over and over again. And I don't know how to stop that.
Oh, what if she just owns that it's self-inflicted? and says, yes, I'm playing a part in this, but it's still, this is still how it's affecting me.
Well, the thing is that the only person that can stop it at this point is her, so I don't know what I can do. Which is
I think what I'm trying to say is that I don't think you can control it.
No, I know I can't. But that's my issue because I'm the
like
one. That,
I'm saying that you have so much more power than her in this situation that even if you're trying to make a conscious effort to repair it and protect her from yourself and your community, you still almost really can't.
Sure, but then what do I do? Because I'm the one that gets attacked, right?
I don't think she's asking you to do anything. I feel like she just wants you to.
Yeah, but so it's like, have you ever
with the fact that she's tormented by this?
Do you have a cat?
Yeah.
Have you ever done? There's a real dick thing you can do where if your cat is walking near your significant other, you can grab the cat's tail and then it'll bite your.
And they'll
SO.
think it's yeah.
That's like what's happening over and over again. Is she keeps biting me because other people are grabbing her tail, and then it's like, well, you need to be empathetic, and it's like, okay, well, I don't want to get bitten over and over and over and over and over again.
Oh my god!
I agree that what you're saying, you are taking more steps to actively protect Anna's reputation than she is doing to protect yours, obviously. That seems just like objectively true. The flip side is anything negative you say about her is amplified by 10 million and compared to what she says about you.
Yes, that is true. But I don't say negative things about her, but yeah, go ahead.
But on the other flip side, even if you're just implying negative, I mean, you're implying some negative things about her right now.
Yeah, hold on, wait. The reason why I want to reframe this, because I understand the perspective that you're coming at it, and ordinarily I agree that what you're saying is true, but I believe this, and I think Anna will agree, even if I was a creator that was half the size of her, we would be having this exact same problem. Because yes.
Because powerful platform you have is the big thing.
Do you feel like she's pulling the rug out from underneath you when she agrees with you on a shared truth or narrative and then snaps and contradicts it?
No, because I don't ascribe that much agency to her, so no.
Then why does it matter?
Because...
Like, why do you care what she says, I guess?
Well, I mean, technically, I guess I don't, because I can just do this. But, for her sake, it's probably not healthy, right? Technically, at the end of the day, it doesn't really affect me. I just stream stuff. But it's probably not
it drives
healthy.
me fucking... I hate when people call me an abuser. You're saying that doesn't affect you?
Everybody calls me an abuser. I don't care at this point.
Well, that does not make it worse?
No, it is what it is. I don't care.
Okay, so you're saying that your request for her to stop calling you an abuser or stop relitigating this is
I think it's bad for her mental health. Yeah, I think it's
not at all bad for you.
No, because I can make, if I wanted to, I could just start relisting YouTube videos. I've got, thousands of viewers listening to this stuff. I can farm it for content infinitely.
Because you're telling her, stop talking about me, but not for me, for your own good. And I want you to stop. I know it is also for her own good, but I feel like if the more you can own that it's also for you, the more it'll resonate. Because if you just
because I don't care. Really, if it's really no. because if I really wanted to, me and Dan could come on and do 3-hour streams weekly covering Anna stuff related to me, and I probably make a ton of money.
You will make a ton of money, but it's also self-destructive for you.
No, it's not. People think it's funny as fuck because nobody. Not to sound mean, but given the totality of the situation, no, it's not even to me personally. Where I've been involved in
I don't think it's good for either of you to loop about the other person.
I can do it reactively, and I can make a lot of money, and it's fun.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, you can do all kinds. You can make all kinds of money.
Yeah, but it's not like I'm not emotionally hurt by the situation, right? I could.
But I feel like you are. That's what I'm saying. Is I think to whatever minor degree you're willing to admit, you are, and I think the more you can own that. Otherwise, you're saying
I could show you for a week that I'm not if you really. No, sorry, go ahead.
No, I won't believe you because I'll just think I know how you feel despite whatever you're saying.
So, okay, go ahead.
You see what I'm saying that, okay, can you imagine that I'm right for a second? And
yeah, it sounds like you're trying to say that if I can say that this is the thing that I want and I take ownership of that it gives her a little bit more of an, is it prerogative? What am I looking for? She's got more of a thing to act on.
Incentive.
Yeah. I can
and responsibility. I also just think that if you don't say that, the statement, "Hey, I'm telling this person I've had some kind of relationship with in the past and am friends with now, I'm telling this person, stop saying bad stuff about me only for her own good. I'm just like a saint, and I just want what's best for you, and what's best for you is to keep my name out of your fucking mouth, you lying bitch. I feel like if you just add in that,
okay, it would make me feel so much better emotionally. I would be cleansed.
Christ,
okay,
Jesus
it would just do things to my spirit.
Even.
Where did I go to get my that Dragonstone 9 or 10 or whatever? Where did I go? What was the teleport to it?
Wait, you muted. Oh.
He's muted because he's...
What?
Yeah, so anyway, I don't think you should make an explicit agreement. I just think that seeing if you guys can like shift toward a place of... look, you're both each other's worst nightmare. Steven's worst nightmare is that he's going to turn into a sensitive, thin-skinned, ranting, raving, crying woman. And Anna's worst nightmare is that she's going to turn into a abusive predator who abuses her power and steps on people and hurts them. But I think, Anna, if you can be a little more direct and expressive about your aggression, I would say even more expressive, because you can be aggressive and say you're mad at him without calling him an abuser.
Yeah.
And then, Steven, if you can be a little more vulnerable, I think that you can identify with each other.
Oh, yeah?
Slightly more. Yeah. I believe that.
Okay.
Sometime during the spring, Destiny deleted every Discord DM he has ever sent Anna. May 26th, 2022, Destiny directed his audience to Anna's Kiwi Farms thread, effectively doxing her on his stream. He did this likely in retaliation for something she'd said about him on stream, explained in their DM exchange below, despite being on relatively good terms and despite having sexted 2 days prior. Anna's Kiwi Farms thread had been created 2 weeks earlier and had averaged 1.4 posts per day. The day Destiny signal boosted the thread there were 35 posts, followed by another 99 that week. Anna's full name and city were doxed the day Destiny announced the thread, with one user saying, "Kimmy just lied on stream saying that her dox is fake and the information is not true." Alright. Challenge accepted, stalker. The user posted Anna's family photos and screenshots from her family's social media to prove that she had been successfully doxed.
So, heads up, this is my only non-media blackout time, okay? This is my only non-media blackout time over media blackouts, okay? Somebody on Kiwi Farms has made a thread of Anna. I'm only doing a non-media blackout because I know you fuckers are going to be finding it slowly over the next week or two and then talking about it in chat and then getting big bans, okay? So if you are obsessed with Anna and you want to talk about her all the time, you, chatter, you can actually go to Kiwi Farms. And you can go and post all you want, read all you want, make accounts there, say hi to Noel, tell that fucking loser to unban me, okay? Because I need to go post my thread again. Fuck you. Okay? Go there, post about it, talk about it. People put a lot of effort into categorizing and archiving everything. There you go, okay? All right. Boom. Okay. Now, back to media blackout mode, all right? The reason why we do the media blackout is because anytime she gets any attention, that will loop and feed into itself for fucking hours or weeks or months or whatever.
Anna DM'd Destiny. WTF ice wrong with you? You just outed that Kiwi Farms thread about me. Dude, you are horrible. Destiny, I have a media blackout related to your stuff, and I wanted everyone to get it out before people were talking about it incessantly over the next 2 weeks, as more and more people discovered it. You are constantly talking about me on your stream, so I think it's fair for me to bring it up. You went as far as to say I was sexually abusive the last time you mentioned me. Anna, because you threatened to leak my nudes, you fucking sociopath. You literally ruined my fucking life. You just doxed me on your stream, fuck you. You put me in danger. Destiny, you're doing it to yourself, and you're going to keep doing it to yourself. October 24th, 2022. Elav, a 24-year-old streamer Destiny had a sexual relationship with, told Destiny on stream that he hadn't done a good job of protecting Anna from harassment. Destiny immediately threatened to cut ties with her if she kept talking. I was part of the stream as well, and I agreed with Lav that he was not simply Anna's victim. I still knew very little about their relationship. Shouting, Destiny said Anna's abuse of him was as straightforward as somebody being locked in a basement, beaten and starved. He went to the bathroom, leaving Lav and me alone to talk in front of the audience. I said if she wanted to push back against his claim that she was defending his abuser, she should take the position that Anna didn't really lock him in a basement. The chat was Igni Ted. Why talk about it, retard? Don't say that. Destiny, are you okay? Manipulators latching onto the thing that can hurt Destiny. Victim blaming. Mr. Girl and Lav are narcissist. Destiny fans started multiple posts in my subreddit. The topic of Anna is banned from his about how I was weaponizing his abuse without understanding the situation. They commented, "Why are we reopening this can of worms? It feels like other people's trauma is being hijacked so people can win an argument. If this is something that has to be discussed, do it in private. For the love of God. I don't care what Steven thinks about it, to be honest. This was a line for me. I don't know what exactly I can see from Max to erase the feeling of absolute disgust I have RN. Though I had been warned never to mention Anna, I was still surprised by the response and pointed out that Destiny had fucked a streamer, didn't hold boundaries with her despite calling her a stalker, and didn't hold his boundary with Lav about not wanting to talk about it. I couldn't understand why the fans of this 33-year-old millionaire shit-talker were rushing to hold his boundaries for him. 2 weeks later, I found out he'd been sexting her on and off all along. I felt strongly that I should speak out about it, if only to repent for my own complicity, and began working on this project. November 10th, 2022, Destiny found out I was investigating his professional relationships and accusing him of sexual misconduct. He launched a counterattack immediately, calling me a rapist, abuser, manipulator, and narcissist on stream. Anticipating this, I begged Anna for 3 hours to give me a screenshot proving he was still sexting her. She was extremely resistant, as she felt a screenshot would be too much of a violation of Destiny's privacy, and she didn't want to jeopardize her ongoing relationship with him. She suggested I go public without it, saying she would provide one if Destiny denied the claim. Fearing I would be hung out to dry, I recruited my girlfriend and Lav to help me convince her. Destiny started up the attack stream titled I'm Nuclear and began his campaign to smear and discredit me. I still had permissions in his Discord server, so I jumped onto the stream and said, "You've been sexting consistently with Anna for a year." He responded, "Me and Anna don't have any problems." I said everything that he said about her is a lie, and that she never stalked him. He countered that she did stalk him, but that stopped a year ago. They've been cool since, and he has no obligation to provide the public with details of his personal sex life. When I kept arguing, he muted me. So I left. Anna gave me the screenshot, and I tweeted it out. She would later DM Destiny. The only reason I even showed Mr. Girl that screenshot was because he said it will help people to see that I'm not a stalker. Keep this private, okay PLS, because Max scares the shit out of me. He is insanely manipulative, like holy shit. The amount of coercion he was putting on me to send him a screenshot of our sexting was insane. It's like nothing I've ever experienced before. Destiny, yeah, I know. He's got you and Lav twisted into this idea that I'm running around sexually manipulating and abusing people on my stream, LOL. The next day, Anna DM'd me. I'm not happy that Lav broke our privacy agreement. I'm also sorry that my behavior has been two-faced. I'm scared that you're going to come after me now like Lav has. I replied, no. I knew you would go back to him. You're trapped just like I am. I've been struggling to get out of his grip for a year. I'm just like you, and I see that now. I've been crying all day. The next day, on November 11th, Destiny reacted live to Chudlogic's panel discussing Lav's abuse claims against Destiny. Anna was in Chudlogic's audience chat, asking to be let on so she could speak for herself. Destiny, laughing, said, "Dude, Anna is probably mentally completely getting fucking destroyed right now." A moment later, he said, "That's not funny, I shouldn't." As he listened to Lav criticize his relationship with Anna, Destiny said, "Me and her are cool, everything is fine or whatever, but just to be clear, this idea that she's some slave of mine is unreal. Lav is totally inventing this idea." But moments later, an audience member sent Destiny a screenshot of Anna's messages in Chudlogic's chat. Oh, Anna's in Chud's chat saying that now. He weaponized that powerful platform against me to the point where I was held hostage to him. I was literally, okay, well, never mind. Maybe she's saying it now, I guess.
I mean, responsibility keeps being screamed
Anna's lost and shooting at both
Any
sides.
responsibility for making sure that
Dude, Anna's probably mentally completely getting fucking destroyed right now. That's not funny. I
imagine she's going through right now, and she can't actually speak for herself. So
I don't think Anna's playing weird games. Nothing's about me and her are cool. Everything is fine, whatever. But just to be clear, this idea that, like, she's some slave of mine is unreal. Lav is totally inventing this idea.
And it's
stupid as shit.
No,
just to be
I agree with stupid.
Hold on.
Responsible is weird.
Both of them are adults. Both of them get to make the choice. Anna also gets to choose whether she sexts him. It's not like he's saying, oh, if you don't sext me, I'm going to release my DGG hordes. If you don't send me that delicious, sexy fucking news.
Anna's in Chud's chat saying that now? He weaponized that powerful weapon against me to the point where I was held hostage to him. I was literally... Okay, well, never mind. Maybe she's saying it now, I guess.
Over the nearly 3 years since their first conversation, Destiny has mentioned Anna in more than 150 streams. Sam. In early 2021, Destiny funded and organized door-to-door canvassing for the mayoral campaign of political novice Mark Gudgel in Omaha. The two also did promotional media appearances together. As the primary election neared, the communities of rival political streamers and former protégés of Destiny's criticized Destiny's involvement in the campaign, noting in particular his 2020 comment that, "The rioting needs to fucking stop, and if that means white, redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing." On March 2nd, 2021, Destiny invited an Omaha resident who had criticized him on Twitter for a chat on stream. Sam, a non-binary 21-year-old, was a fan of Destiny's rival streamers Hassan and Vash, and thought Destiny was poisonous for Gudgel's campaign.
I'm concerned. I'm from Omaha. I live in Omaha. And I'm concerned with a potential mayor candidate campaigning with someone like you who has said the N-word and has said the F-slur online. And
why would you focus so much on me and not on like Mark's actual policy positions or what Mark believes? Like, you realize I'm not part of Mark's campaign. I'm not running for office. I'm not.
But you're definitely bringing over your supporters and your fans.
Do you think that you should be vetting and denying help from, if you don't agree 100% ideologically with every single canvasser or somebody that comes to volunteer for your campaign?
Do you not think Dean Stoddart will weaponize that against Mark?
Dean Stoddart will weaponize a million things against anybody. Like, if your only way to survive the primary, like, do you think that you're going to beat Neary running around saying the only person that can run has to be black?
I think that Neary will absolutely do a much better job against Gene if...
Is Neary somebody that you're excited to see get through the primary process? Is that the type of Democrat that you want representing Omaha in a battle against Stothert for the election?
No, it's not. No, it's absolutely not.
Okay, because it sounds like you think you would have a good shot at doing it. So why focus so much on the position of somebody that like might volunteer their time or support for Mark instead of Mark's positions himself?
I mean, there are plenty of strong candidates who are also in the running who do not have the baggage that Gudgel does with being having the relationship that he has that you have.
Okay, and there are other candidates that are running that have, like, massive baggage, so... I'm not talking about Stothert, I'm asking you, okay? Tell me, what do you think is bad about Gudgel as a candidate?
You know that you're a fucking burden to this campaign, dude.
Why aren't you? What, do you see how you can? Like,
you know it.
Wait. Do you understand what disgusting level of like party politics of like weird id poll shit that you're trying to pull?
It's
like,
not
you can't even answer.
Party
okay,
politics,
just to be
dude.
clear, just to be clear, you opened with Gudgel as a shit candidate, and you have nothing. You actually don't know anything about him. So you are exhausting real energy. You are exhausting real energy.
I do know about him because I work with his students. I work at Omaha North High School, dude. I work there.
Okay, so
I'm doxing myself, dude.
Okay, so then what are the horrible things about Gudgel then that you don't like for him as a candidate?
Listen, this is the problem. Is that
who's another person that you think is more?
This shit.
Yeah, sure. Who do you think Who do you think is more? Who do you think is better then for the job?
I honestly don't know. I don't know who can beat Stoddart because in the
Wait,
past,
if you don't know, then why are you so driven on getting rid of Mark then?
She's won against candidates who probably should have beaten her. I think even though RJ Neary is a shit candidate, I think that, and I'm getting kind of overwhelmed because I know there's a lot of people listening to us right now.
Oh, cool. You should try like having like a million dipshits like you that are massively tweeting crazy shit at me like online. You should try living that existence for like 5 minutes.
I'm getting overwhelmed because I know that there's a lot of people listening to this right now, and I'm passionate. I want to make sure that Omaha has a... I don't know. I'm getting nervous, man. If you want to talk about... If we want to actually talk, we can talk in person, but I don't think we need to be talking in front of your fucking audience of weird nerds.
Why not? If you want to tweet for the whole world to see, and you want to complain on social media for the whole world to see, why not talk in front of the whole world to see? Why would I try to resolve something with you privately when you're trying to attack and denigrate Mark's campaign publicly?
I don't think I'm trying to denigrate Mark's campaign. Of course I think I'm trying to denigrate you as a person.
Then why are you calling on? Then why are you tweeting calling on Mark to drop out of the race?
Because I think there's better candidates.
So then you are, but you won't name any of those better candidates. And also, then you are denigrating Mark's campaign. Thank you. You walked back like 3 or 4 different things in this conversation. It's like you have no values or principles whatsoever.
I watched your stream from the other day, and I think there are about 3 or 4 other candidates who are better. Mm-hmm. And I think that's because I don't think it's anything to do with Mark particularly. I think it's because you're involved with Mark's campaign. I think
I'm not involved in his campaign. We're just somebody that go out and canvass for Mark. I'm only one person.
No, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. You know it's bullshit, and your fans know it's bullshit. You are involved in Mark's campaign. There's fucking pictures. There's pictures with you together. There's news articles with you together. This is...
do you understand that there's a difference?
The only people you're fooling are people who are not in this fucking city. That doesn't matter.
Do you understand?
It doesn't matter because they're not the people who are fucking voting.
That's great. Then let the voters decide. That's fine. I don't care. That's fine.
Yeah, let the voters decide, and the voters are going to decide, and they're going to see that you're a fucking... nobody likes you here.
Well, it's a good thing I'm not running then, right?
At the time, Mark was an English teacher at Omaha North. While they spoke, Destiny's fans scoured Sam's Twitter. They found a couple racial and homophobic jokes, which Destiny read aloud and displayed on screen. In one, Sam had said, "Very easy to spot the Jew in the flood of Christmas tweets," while teasing a friend at age 15. The debate turned increasingly ugly, with Destiny giving zero credit to the idea that associating with him could possibly be bad for a political candidate. The conversation lasted 90 minutes, with Sam falling silent for 45 minutes after calling in an ally to debate Destiny. When the ally left, Sam was drunk and said so, and noticeably slurring. Having lost his patience with what he perceived as leftist cancel culture, Destiny told Sam, "You only exist to hurt other people." As Destiny began to wrap up the conversation, Sam said, "Pull your dick out and say you're Hassan's baby boy." They fought over who has more of a right to claim Omaha as their city. Destiny lived in Los Angeles at the time, but his son was being raised in Omaha. Eventually, Sam, increasingly incoherent, just said, "Blah blah 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 blah," and laughed drunkenly. Destiny gave his closing insult. "I hope the relentless negativity continues to play well for you when you're ultra-depressed, when you cry in the middle of the night, when you realize that you're a sad, pathetic person, and all you can do is to contribute negativity online." Destiny muted Sam, who immediately left the call.
We see this shit, dude. We know about you. We know about you. We know that you say the N-word. You know you say the F slur. We know that you're racist. We know that you're misogynistic. We know that
I don't understand why. Do you hold yourself to the same standards as me?
Do I hold myself to the same standards as you?
Why is it? Why do you use the F slur on Twitter? Why do you think it's acceptable for you to?
When have I used the F slur on Twitter?
I linked your tweet right there in the same context that I use it when you explain that the word is bad.
I used it?
I linked it to you right there on Discord.
I used the F slur?
Yep.
We'll see. Let's see.
Are you homophobic now, just like me? Do you understand how stupid it is to try to reduce somebody?
I'm looking through.
I linked it to you on Twitter. It links right there. You can see the tweet right there.
Link it right there. F slur. Let's see. Is this like a gotcha moment here?
It's not a gotcha moment. I wouldn't call somebody homophobic just because they use a slur to explain that it's bad to use it. It's way different than like using it at somebody in like a homophobic manner. To even pretend that those two things are the same thing is just so stupid. Why do you make anti-Semitic tweets as well? Wait, are you actually anti-Semitic, or
Anti-Semitic?
do you just tweet about
Oh,
like?
let's see that one. Let's see that one too.
Yeah,
Let's see that
okay.
one. Is that the last one you sent me?
Yeah, isn't that like a little weird? Do you think? And this one's kind of bad because you're not actually using it as an example. This is just like a joke.
Oh my
to you.
god, that's my fucking friend, dude. That's my friend, and I was a fucking like 15-year-old, dude.
Okay.
That's weird that you. It's weird that you're so obsessed with me that you're going that far.
Okay. Hey, I mean, these
Don't
are
you
all on
think
your
that's weird?
timeline. It's easy to just search on your timeline and look for things.
Don't you think that's weird? That's a close friend of mine that you're.
Oh, so you think it's
you're
okay to make like racist jokes if it's to close friends?
You have thousands of fucking followers, and like you're just looking at this weird this guy. Like, why are you?
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking. Do you think it's okay to make like anti-Semitic jokes if it's in private company?
It's not in private. I mean, like, oh my god, that was over 5 years ago. Dude.
Yeah, you know how old a lot of the tweets are that other people are dragging up about me now to try to denigrate
Do you
Mark's
know
campaign?
how old? Do you know how old? Do you know how old the fucking clip that I'm talking about is?
Yeah, the Kenosha one. It's about 7 months old, I think.
7 months old compared to fucking 6 years old, dude. When did I use the R slur?
You literally retweeted this tweet like 12 hours ago. Guy says mega retard.
Yeah, he said I retweeted it. That's the guy's name. It's one of your stands' names. It's one of your fans' names.
You don't think that? So if his name was the N-word, you think you can retweet that and say that? You think that's okay?
It's one of your fans' names. I'm retweeting it to show the fucking world that your fans are using names that are offensive, dude.
I'm just asking a question, dude. What you're doing, unfortunately, people like you try to make in my career, but it's not really what I'm interested in. I like policy discussion and research.
Dude, you make money off of this. Like, I don't.
I also make money playing games like
What?
Factorio and Minecraft. Like,
okay, then stick to that, dude, and stop talking about Omaha politics.
why
Weirdo.
wouldn't I talk about Omaha politics?
You're talking about a drunk little baby right now, dude. Like, and I'm beating you. This is fucking weird. How are your fans not seeing through this shit?
Do you plan on moving after college? Where do you want to go to? Where do you want to work after school?
I don't fucking know. The world's ending, dude. Like, do you not see this shit? We're in a global pandemic. Everything's fucking shit, and you're fucking grifting your fucking fans for tips on fucking Twitch. This is weird.
What do you
Don't
think
you
you want to
feel
work
weird
at?
about
What do you
this?
think you want to work at after you graduate school?
What do you think I want to work? I don't know.
Like, do you want to like go to San Francisco and do tech? Do you want to go to New York and work or something? Or what do you want to do for work? I'm curious.
I want to know why.
What do you think? What are your most important things? Issues related to Omaha. What do you think?
Listen, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm drunk.
Okay.
This is content for you, man. So let's just chill, all right? Well, I know your fans already hate me, so
I'd rather just go. So it's not about my fans hating you, right? It's more just like honestly.
No, they do.
Yeah, they do, but I don't care about that. This is just a waste of time for me because I'm like truly curious at the end of the day what drives people like you to have such an incredibly negative existence and to represent like such toxicity online in the world. So I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, absolutely you do. Like you let's yeah, I can explain if you want, or you don't have to.
No, yeah, do it.
Yeah,
I'm
it seems like you don't have any strong positive feelings.
I'm a Hassan fan. I like Hassan Biker.
I don't know why you want to talk about other Twitch celebs so much.
No, we'll talk about we'll talk about what you want to talk about.
Yeah, I don't understand why somebody like you is so destructive online when it comes to political figures, but you don't seem to have any positive support for anybody else. It's like you only exist to like hurt or harm people.
I do, but I'm not going to talk about them.
Okay, well, it's been a fun conversation. I would say
pull your dick out and say you're Hassan's baby boy.
First of all, how do you even know that I have a penis? It's kind of a weird assumption.
Pull your dick out.
Right. Number one. So that's so you're already that's already like a little bit weird. Okay.
Baby boy.
Number two. Right. I don't know.
Pull your dick out.
I don't know why you wouldn't just have a more positive impact in your local political scene.
And say you're her son's baby boy.
Rather than just contributing to like relentless negativity online. It seems really sad. And I'm like a little bit personally bothered by it because I see it happening like on a local level in my city I kind of didn't think that stuff was necessarily this bad. I guess it's something that I'm just a little bit disappointed in. But
you're a little disappointed. Okay. Well, you're taking your fucking toxic ass fans and you're bringing them to my city.
My city, by the way. You don't have any more claim
my
to Omaha
city,
than I
by
do.
the way. My
You don't
city,
have
by the
any
way.
more
I want
claim-
your fans to fucking know that this
You
is
don't
my
have
fucking
any
city,
more
by the way.
claim. Listen,
my fucking
you're going to
city.
be gone in
you
2
don't have,
years.
And you don't have any fucking more fucking... You don't have any fucking more claim to this city than I do.
2 things, okay? One,
you don't have
2 things, okay? Number 1, you're
Two
probably
things,
going to be
okay,
gone
number
when you
one,
graduate.
two
And number
things.
2,
You're probably gonna be
that
number
Mark
one,
guy,
number
number 2,
shut the fuck up.
the
little
Mark
bitch.
guy that you brought in,
Shut
you realize
Shut
he's
the
already
fuck up.
accepted a job on the East Coast and he's going to be gone in a few months, right? He posts about this publicly. I don't know if he knew I knew that.
Who? What are you
The Mark
talking
guy
about?
that you brought in to argue me, that guy's gone in a few months. He's already accepted another job. He's about to move.
Okay, and I'm here, bitch.
Yeah, and for how long?
Let's
Until
fucking
after you
go.
graduate and then you're going to
Let's
leave?
fucking go.
Because I've got a son
And
that's
then
going to live in
I'm
Omaha for the next
No,
9
I'm here.
years at
I'm
least.
here.
So I have
I'm
way
here.
more
No,
commitment
I'm
to the
staying
city
here,
than you
bitch.
do. So I don't know
I'm staying
why.
here, bitch, and I'm in the city. And this is my fucking city. And you're fucking in
Okay.
wherever the fuck you are. LA, East Coast, whatever the
All right.
fuck. You aren't here, and you don't give a shit about us.
Okay. Well,
and
listen,
your fans
I hope
don't
that
give a shit about us.
I
You
hope
just
that
give a shit about fucking Destiny.
I hope the relentless negativity continues to play well for you when you're ultra
Fuck
depressed, when you cry at the
Fuck
middle of
you.
the night,
Fuck you.
when you realize that you are a sad, pathetic person because
I'm here,
all
bitch.
you can do
I'm here, bitch.
is
You aren't.
contribute
You aren't
negativity
here.
online.
You aren't here. You're
I hope that at some point you take a step back and you reevaluate your priorities in life and you realize that, hey, maybe if I contribute a little bit more positivity to the world will be a better place. Oh, they left. Rip. I had to mute them for a second. Okay. Well. Oof. The thing that kind of irritates me the most about so much of this is that, like, I'm about to make a complaint that I've made 10 million times before. So sorry for all of the people that are like, this is a rerun. It sucks to me that every single point of my life is basically up for evaluation. So like, I probably have some of the most broadcasted content of any human in existence, save for a few streamers. I think like Ziz probably has more than me. Maybe Soda streams a lot, XQC. He hasn't been in it that long. Like, there is more recorded content of me than almost any other person in the fucking world. Okay, at this point, unironically. And it sucks that, like, I'm held up to such a standard that, like, if I've ever said anything or done anything or said anything in a bad context or whatever, that I get, like, crucified for it. But I know that the vast majority of the people that come at me and try to attack me over stuff that I said, like, these people look like this guy fell apart in a 20-minute conversation, right?
The following morning, the University of Nebraska, at Omaha's student paper, The Gateway, printed a highly critical story about Destiny's involvement with Gudgell's campaign. In addition to referencing Destiny's controversies, the author also included accounts from locals who described Destiny's canvassers as aggressive and pushy. Gudgell told Destiny he would have to cut ties with him. Hours before the campaign made the official announcement, Destiny wrote in his public chat, "I think Mark's suspending his campaign. Note, he didn't suspend his campaign, but he did end up losing in the primary. He's getting threats and shit to his family. He says that the stress etc. is destroying him. It's not far lefties, it's ID poll obsessed white people ATM. People obsessed with supporting black women. Mark wants to remain relentlessly positive, but now that it's over, I'm going to write something more scathing." At 10 a.m. before Gudgell's announcement, Destiny posted an essay titled, "Incredibly Disappointed at the Lack of Journalistic Integrity at UNO's The Gateway," and writer Hannah Michelle Busa. The Reddit post would receive 6,500 upvotes, making it the most popular Destiny post to this day. Destiny accused Busa of intentionally misrepresenting his views on BLM, downplaying his progressive activism, and printing lies about him told by supporters of rival candidates. Additionally, he posted screenshots of the author's personal social media, pointing to a supposed conflict of interest because she followed a rival campaign's manager on Facebook. The Gateway's article's comment section was swarmed by Destiny's fans. The tweet announcing the article received 28 likes, while one of the many replies accusing Busa of bias, with the screenshot of her Facebook account, received 576. That afternoon, Destiny would do a stream titled Debunking the Hit Piece and Addressing the Attacks Mini-Manifesto, but he had one other order of business to attend to first. Sam Destiny consulted his chat. Destiny, someone in here said the drunk guy or whatever worked with kids. Does anyone have a clip to that, plus want to clip me the sexual harassment comments he made about me taking my dick out? I'll forward to his employment. A fan, do you really think those people you talk to caused the threats to Mark's employment? Otherwise this is really bad. Destiny. Fuck off, you concerned trolling inbred dipshit. If people want to be held accountable, then let's hold people accountable. He sent the following email to Omaha North High School. Hello. Sam claimed to be employed by your school. I'm not sure if he was truthful or not, but if he is, I'd like to make you aware of some strange sexually aggressive comments he was making online yesterday. https streamable.com. He'd also made a number of tweets containing anti-Semitic humor in them, though I believe he's privated his account and probably deleted them by now. Sorry for any trouble this causes. Thanks for taking the time to read. Stephen Darius. In July of 2022, Melina caught Destiny having an affair. Both her and Destiny told multiple people the details of the affair, making it an open secret in Destiny's community, but a secret I've nonetheless agreed to keep. At the time, Melina was extremely distraught and unstable, and sought emotional support from Darius, a small 25-year-old streamer in Destiny's community who was a close friend and previous sex partner of Melina's. After confiding in Darius about her heartbreak and suicidal feelings, Melina invited him to move to Austin with her. She would get a break from Destiny, and Darius would get a break from his own troubled relationship with his 23-year-old then-fiancée, Sushi. Darius had been struggling financially, so Melina flew him out and paid for the Airbnb. According to Darius, she had also floated the idea of renting an apartment where he could live with her in exchange for doing camera work for her content creation. Darius claims that on the first night, while sharing a bed, Melina wore lingerie to sleep and pressed herself against him. Melina would later vehemently deny this occurred. Darius had brought 2 MDMA doses to Austin, which he and Melina had planned to take together, but he first warned her that he might become infatuated with her once the drug took effect. Melina found this disclosure off-putting and abruptly told him to leave Austin. Darius flew home the same day. Upon returning, he found out he was being fired from his job. Now it was his turn to confess suicidal feelings to Melina, but she replied only to ask him about the bag of shrooms he'd left in Austin, ignoring his request for help. At one point, Darius wanted to stab himself, but he kept changing his mind by the time he'd retrieved a knife. He started keeping knives within arm's reach. Sushi urged him to go to the hospital, but he refused. On top of everything else, Darius's new puppy, sick with parvovirus, needed an emergency surgery that would cost up to $10,000. Paying for it was out of the question, so Darius started a GoFundMe and asked for donations on Twitter. Hey guys, I'm very saddened to announce that my dog needs an emergency surgery today, or she won't make it. If any Oilers out there see this and have the empathy and compassion to donate, I would really appreciate it. I'll get your name tattooed or do anything you want within reason. I am really at my last breaking point. On August 26, 2022, Trainwrecks, a successful and famously generous Twitch streamer, gave Darius the $10,000. Darius tweeted, I could fucking cry, bro. Thank you, Trainwrecks TV, and everyone who donated to help. I lost so ducking much this month, and if I lost her, I legit don't know what headspace I'd be in. 5 minutes away from euthanizing her at the vet, and Trainwrecks comes out of nowhere. I owe you all. 14 minutes later, Melina posted in Destiny's public chat, that dog will get sick again. I could call him a fucking moron and save his money for other shot he has issues with in life that he fucked up, and not on a fucking dog. Spending $10K on a 5-month-old dog when you're not financially stable is something someone has to say no to. Maybe comes off as a dick, but it's the truth. August 27th, 2022, talking to his audience, Destiny announced that he would not publicly discuss Melina's comments about the dog, because people are way too fucking emotionally attached to fucking animals. In 2017, Destiny posted a video called My Early Life Was Really Bizarre, in which he described his grandmother repeatedly buying and euthanizing dogs for no reason, 2 of whom he remembers being particularly attached to. To Destiny's great sadness, his father was unable to convince his grandmother to spare them. 30 seconds after Destiny's refusal to discuss the issue publicly, Darius joined the stream. He angrily told Destiny that he was not upset by Melina's lack of sentimentality about the dog, but by her coldness toward him. As Darius made his case, Tabor Pepper, an NFL player and fan of Destiny's, joined the conversation to mock him and blame him for the dog's sickness, saying dogs get adopted from shelters all the time without contracting parvo, you fucking idiot. You're retarded. You're retarded.
Hello, Aaron Yeager, Avatar. Oh, Hello, Aaron Yeager, Avatar. What?
Give me like 2 seconds. I just want to take an Adderall, instant relief, and then we can go ahead and go. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
I don't know how the fuck you unironically think it is just a issue where it's like people are just emotional about their dog. Melina is my actual fucking friend, and instead of like saying, this has been going on for like what, 6, 7, 8 days. I've talked to her about it even in DMs. She has not responded. She hasn't said anything about it. I get it. It's fucking whatever it is. But like, the only thing to go ahead and do is like jerk off with like other people like, lol, Darius is such an idiot, right? It's like so fucking cringe. It's like, and when I tell you like, dude, that's kind of like fucked up, and then your response is, I'm just telling you the truth. Nigga, you're not telling me the truth. You're just fucking going on a fucking panel to go circle jerk about me with other people, dude.
Okay, wait, hold on. Number one, I don't think it was on a panel. I think it was in chat, right?
Chat, sorry.
Sure, number one. Number two, you kind of made it ultra fucking public. So I think a lot of people are probably going to talk about it ultra publicly. You're literally on Twitter, like, getting money from train wrecks for your dog.
Steven, if literally the only thing someone said, you literally get banned from Twitch, and the only thing someone said is, dog, what did he expect, man? Like, he was fucking sitting there, he was talking about mowing down people in the streets. Like, what did you expect? What do you think is good? Like, do you think that's like a good thing to do instead of like even not even as a friend even, or at least someone I thought was my fucking friend that I thought I was fucking close to like only just say that to you? Would you be like, oh, dude, that's like cool, that's like base, that's like whatever, man. Like, she just fucking, like, she's seriously, like, again, like, I'm like fine with like I understand it's actually something I needed to hear. I understand I needed to fucking like, I probably needed to kill my dog. That's probably what I fucking needed to do. I didn't want to do it. That's why I fucking made a GoFundMe and did all that shit or whatever. And I was hoping that, someone could help so I didn't have to do it. I was literally like 5 minutes from it, and I understand that, okay? Like, but my whole fucking point is that like, I don't understand why if you, like I said, if you would have just messaged me that, or even if you would have just said like, I don't know why Darius is doing this instead of, putting down his dog. It seems like it'd be a better option for him, but I understand like, that it's emotionally hard or whatever. I'd probably be like, okay, cool, whatever, and we can move on. But like, instead it was just like, dude, Darius is such a fucking retard, right? Like, Darius is fucking retard, like, that dog is gonna die. Darius, your dog is gonna die. She's not even talking to me. She's just jerking with a bunch of other people, which is unironically what she does with everything in her fucking life. And it's like, I don't even know how you're, like, actually, like, dick riding right now.
I would expect to see, so the only problem then isn't actually, it's not what hold on, I'm not trying to trivialize it. So your problem isn't what she said, and the problem isn't, like, her treatment. It's just that the idea that she's your friend, so you wouldn't want her talking about it at all, publicly.
Well, no, I know, I'd be fine if she even talked about it, but it's the fact that I was literally just, like, I'm just, like, laughed at. Mentally, this is the thing, dude. Like, it's like, you have this assumption of me that I'm, like, you can say, like, oh, Darius, like, I think you're actually like guy, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, you have an assumption of me that I'm actually the fucking most retarded person on the planet. And it's like, I don't know where this came from. And maybe it's just, like, all this other shit. But, like, I've had to mentally process, like, yeah, if I get her, I'm gonna either have to find her a new home where someone can afford to fucking give her the medical care she needs, or I'm going to have to euthanize her another time when this happens, and I need to make that fucking decision. And I've already processed this, but like, you have this.
So hold on. You're supposed to process that as an adult before you get the dog. All of these hard decisions have to already be... Dude, no, this is the reason why Destiny...
Dude, why are you lecturing me? I unironically had this conversation with you before, and I told you when this probably happens, I'm going to have to go ahead and think about it really hard. And I was like, okay, can I raise the money? Can I not do that? When this originally happened, she had Parvo, and I ended up having to spend $4,000.
Hold on. And I need to...
Wait, hold on, I got a quick question. Wait, I just have a quick question. Wait, quick question. Can I... Wait, just a quick question, and then Tabor can ask the thing, you guys go. Wait, so did you already spend $4,000 on this dog on a surgery?
I didn't spend $4,000 on her surgery. I spent like $3,400 or whatever for fucking...
Holy shit, okay, so this is the second major surgery on a 5-month-old puppy. Okay.
Yes. Okay. And here, hold on, this is my other thing. Parvo, for the most part, is pretty preventable. And when you told me you got a dog, and within the first month,
you
told me...
You asked me, are you asking... Okay, dude, you're unironically trying to, like, now make it be like, oh, dude, you're like a fucking irresponsible dude. So
I am, because I truly think you are. I think that's how the dog got Parvo.
You unironically got your dogs from a groomer, bro. I got my dogs to the fucking shelter. What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Dogs get adopted from shelters all the time without contracting Parvo, you fucking idiot. And I'm pretty sure you had her for a few weeks before she contracted Parvo.
I messaged you the week that got her, bro.
So the shelter gave you a dog with Parvo. They knew the dog had Parvo. You're retarded.
Yes,
you're retarded.
I'm retarded.
You're actually retarded.
And like the worst thing I did here was try, and then you guys are like shitting on me for it. You're telling me I should have just fucking sat there and kicked the bucket and just let myself fucking die. It's like, I don't know what the fuck you want me to do. I don't understand how this is not realistic.
Did you get pet insurance after she contracted Parvo from the kennel?
So Sushi got a job at some place that has pet insurance, and I was waiting for that to kick, and unfortunately it happened before she went ahead and started it. So I did make sure there was precautions there to where we'd have pet insurance if something happened in the future. But unfortunately, it ended up happening a little bit too soon. So what's next? What's the next fucking question? Because obviously you think I'm a fucking retard. It's like, I can't... Like, it's actually, no, it's like funny to you guys, man. It's like,
yeah, it is, because it's a fucking, it's a cycle. It happens fucking constantly. How long have you been in this community?
You ask me? Like, it's
literally like, guys, I got a job. I'm up now. Oh no, guys, I lost my job because I'm autistic. And then it's like, guys, I bought a coding camp for $1,400. I'm going to learn how to code in 12 weeks. And then you give it up in 2 weeks. And then you go start gambling. You gamble your light bills on fucking steak. Like, it happens fucking constantly. You tattoo yourself for $50 fucking, like, on stream. What? Yes, I do. I think you're stupid. What the fuck?
Cool, keep going on with fucking literal platitudes that don't mean nothing. That's unironically, I've never in my fucking life have gambled with light bill money. Go kill yourself. And then second off, what the fuck are you talking about with me? Like, talking about a coding bootcamp? I got that for free, by the way, and I kept doing that. I got all the way to the fucking part where I got to do CSS, and then I started working my fucking job. So actually, unironically, go fucking kill yourself, dude. Like, I don't know, just because of this fucking dumbass online shit, you're like on this fucking whole bender where you're like, Darius is a retard, he does stuff on stream. You understand I do shit on stream, and it's a completely different person than who I am. And it's like, I don't know how to get that through any of your... I get you're a fucking viewer, and that's what you are, and like, you fucking just take in what I say, but like, I try, at least my hardest in DMs and in personal relationships, to let people know that like, I am not as retarded as I let myself be, but you still have this fucking assumption of me.
Melina typed in the audience chat, I didn't fuck him or date, so he flew home from Austin mad Omegalul. Tabor, worried he was about to out the identity of Destiny's mistress, cut him off.
I didn't fuck him or date him, so kill yourself, you stupid sped! Unironically, you should have killed yourself the day you had the chance.
Okay, wait, chill! Oh my god!
No, fuck off! No, fuck
off! Melina, what are you doing?
You had the audacity! This dumb bitch!
Hold on. Okay, chill, hold on. Okay, let's all just slow down, okay? Everybody needs to slow down and calm themselves. Okay, whoa, I'm back, okay. Everybody, let's just...
Dude, I was like, what the fuck is this motherfucking dumb, sped-ass, low IQ motherfuckers? Dude, can I not talk? You actually want me not to talk about it? Because I'm actually... It's so insane that this motherfucker has this thought process that because I didn't fuck her, dog, I have done enough to not give a fuck. And honestly...
Slow down. Take a couple breaths.
Let's
calm down. Chill.
I'm just trying not to get caught in the crossfire right now.
Okay? Yeah. Let's not say
if you want to fight with Melina, that's cool.
I'm not gonna leak any of your stuff.
Okay. Yeah, okay, never mind then. Go off, King. Okay.
Cool. Okay, yeah.
Go nuts. Yeah, that's fine.
Melina joined the call and traded jabs with Darius until he eventually calmed down and said sadly, what I expect from you is to care at all.
It feels like Melina doesn't take your comments seriously. She's just laughing at you in chat right now.
She's just laughing at me in chat because it's funny because I'm mad.
Okay, well, just want.
It's like I have the messages I can fucking send you because like I'm sitting there going to her because she's pretending, she's larping that what happened was she said no to sex with me, and then I went ahead and left. What happened was I told her that I was like, hey, if I take MDMA, this is gonna be weird. She started acting really awkward, and then I told her like, okay, like I don't want you to feel awkward this whole trip. She went out to go get a fucking photo shoot, and fuck, dude, my mouth is dry because I took Adderall. Give me one.
All right, take it easy. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I'm done now. Okay, so what happened was I was like messaged her. I can show you the fucking messages, dude. It's so fucking sad. I messaged her like, hey, dude, like if you're fucking like depressed, if you're like fucking awkwarded out by me or whatever like that for the comment, like I can go. Like I don't want you to have to like feel awkward while you're on your trip because she was on her fucking her like girl boss trip to go with her fucking homies to be like I don't fuck men. I'm never gonna go back to Steve for the next 3 months. Oh, what happened by the way 2 weeks later? Go kill yourself. So okay, sorry, that's kind of cringe. But it's like,
wait, were you telling me to kill myself or her to kill herself?
No, her to go kill herself.
Okay,
dude.
okay, gotcha, base. Okay, keep going. Okay, keep going.
She's like, dude, dude, it's like, oh, dude, I don't need to go. It's like so fucking, crazy.
Makes me mad.
Yeah, me too, man. Okay, so, fuck, I forgot where it was. So anyway, so she's like, I was like, if you're awkwarded out, like whatever, like I can leave or whatever. Cause, like I don't want you to be awkward on your girl boss trip, okay? And then she goes ahead and she says like, Darius, that's like a really big decision for me. I can't make if you can go or not. I really don't know. I don't know if you can go or not. And I'm like, Melina, like this thing is, if I made you feel awkward about things or if I made you feel uncomfortable about things, legit, like, you need to tell me so that way I know, because I don't know what you're feeling. And if you're going to tell me, like, I don't know, that doesn't let you tell me anything. And she's like, Darius, that's such a big decision for me to make, And I'm like, okay, I will make the decision then, and I will just go home. And then I went home. So the thing is, what I expect from you is to, like, care at all. If you fucking, like, again, even if I fucking thought you were the fucking most autistic person in the world, I probably would have fucking messaged you and be like, hey Mel, like, because I thought we had that sort of relationship. Hey Mel, like, I hope you would like, even this fucking shit where you're back with Steven after you fucking sat there complaining about how you're gonna girl boss for 3 months and you didn't do it. I was like, I'm not gonna fucking message you and be like, or go in DGG chat and be like, guys, look at Steve and fucking Mel, fucking doing the same thing again. Oh, they're fucking, I can't believe they're doing this. They're gonna fucking fail as a couple, like, blah, 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 blah. But like, if I had any fucking gripes or I fucking thought you were doing something stupid, I would just message you and be like, hey Mel, like, I don't know why you're doing that. It's pretty fucking weird. Or even at that, I'd be like, Mel is doing something stupid, but,
I do not.
You do not nothing. Nigga, you don't know my life.
I don't.
Here's the thing. No.
I feel like I do not want to interact with you much. That's why.
Nigga, I don't care. Like, what?
I don't want to interact with you.
Okay, so okay, and then what?
Tell, because I don't really respond to your messages because I just don't want to deal with it.
What does this have to do with, again, you not communicating and being a bad person? Like, I don't understand. Again, if that's how you feel, why, you don't respond, you not responding to my messages is like...
I do not want to, okay, you can say, most of your messages lately has been, I'm gonna go kill myself. And for real. I've had friends call me, worried about you. Several friends call me that you're about to go kill yourself. I do not want to be involved or interact. I don't want to do it, but if
show up. That's what I'm saying.
If you're in a public chat talking about it, and people are supporting
but you want to kill yourself.
Of course you want to say something about it.
You want to kill yourself and you want the whole world to drop themselves for you. It's like, whatever, dog. I literally had a fucking, mental breakdown. I called you and didn't bother you about it. I even fucking apologized. Like, hey, dude, I'm fucking sorry you have to deal with that. I don't give a fuck that TC Brady or fucking Biscuit Raider decided to message you because they saw my tweet. How the fuck did that have to do with me at all? If you don't want to deal with that, that's fine. I'm just saying, I thought the level of care was reciprocated after I sat there with you for multiple months, days, and weeks about fucking this whole shit with Steven and you talking about even killing yourself. So I thought fucking this was like, we were at a point where it was like, okay, cool. But like, I guess we weren't fucking at that, I guess.
Got a lot of suicidal people in the call right now. Everybody needs to chill out a little bit.
It's like, it's fine. If you don't want to do that, it's fine. It's inconvenient for you. Okay, can I get my side then, and then
you go. Yeah, go ahead. You guys can fight over your I
don't even know how that's what you got. So first off, Melina was like, I have the messages even because I screenshotted everything on Discord. I have the messages of her literally saying, I need you here right now. I need you here right now. Darius, I'm begging you to come here. Really, 3 days. So we're gonna say no. Okay, let's first off start at this, and then we'll move on to the next thing because you're already claiming this is a lie. So I'll just send Destiny a message of you literally saying, I need you right now. So give me 2 seconds. Then
got receipts.
I go on my whole fucking spiel.
Is there a song that has that line? I need you right now. Hold on, I gotta Google this.
You can find it.
It's the "Don't Let Me Down" song.
Oh my god.
What?
Erudite, hello.
Hey Tabor, how's it going?
Alright, we're starting our dating thing soon.
It's going way better now.
Thanks, Tabor.
Welcome.
I appreciate the support.
Okay, and then on top of that, just real quick. Okay, so I'm looking for it. I'm trying to talk, and my ADHD is not making it very well. But this happens, or whatever. She's like, okay, Darius, like, let's go do it, whatever, blah, blah, blah. She hangs out with Ro on Monday, I think. I'm like, okay, like, I think during the weekend, we're kind of understanding that it's just going to be me and her. We're going to go to this Airbnb, and we're just going to hang out, or whatever. We're going to talk about emotional shit. That's going to be it. On Monday, she starts talking to Ro, or whatever, becomes friends with Ro, and then she stops. We don't talk too much about, like, oh, like, it's just going to be us two. It's like, whatever. We're kind of just talking, like, about hanging out. We're just like, okay, yeah, like, you need to come here. It's more of the center where it's like, okay, she just wants to do her thing and her friend's coming, okay? But prior to that Friday when I left, on Saturday, Sunday, Friday, the week before, she was like, oh, I just need you right now. I just need someone with me. I just feel so bad. Like, it's just, Steven's just not here. It's so bad for me. I know it's
Wait, hold on. This has never happened.
Okay, cool. Can we go on?
Show
Okay.
me logs, and I probably, if you find something,
I will. Cool. We can go back to the pinpoint.
Not happened.
Yeah, cool. That's fine.
This
We can
does
go.
not happen.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm lying. Yes, you got me. Okay, we can go through each message back. I can screen share messages. Probably would be better because I can just go through the timeline. But we can go ahead and we can go through it. Okay, so going after that, she's like, okay, then she starts hanging out with Ro. Then that narrative of, okay, she wanted to just hang out, seemed to be more present. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, this is going to be more just like me hanging out for my own fucking shit or whatever. So anyway, I go there fucking Friday. And I don't remember what you fucking said, so I don't know what I'm fucking disproving or whatever. But so we were hanging out and everything like that. She told me, I asked her prior, I was like, should I bring MDMA? Should I bring shrooms? Should I bring all that stuff? She's like, maybe bring MDMA, definitely bring the shrooms. Okay, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna bring MDMA for myself. I brought 2, just in case, she wanted to do it as well. And I was like, okay, go ahead and do that. Go over there, and we're just like chilling the whole time. And like, again, with the grabby thing, just so you know, why do I need to be this descriptive? But like, I like how you're LARPing. Like, I was just like grabbing, I was just like touching on you. I was just getting you good. You fucking unironically were like extending out your leg, putting it on my lap, like, okay, rub this. And then like, you're like pushing your back onto me as I'm like sitting on the couch, like, okay, like, maybe you rub me. And like, as we're sitting on the same couch. And then we were in bed the same night. She's wearing lingerie, pushing her crotch into me. And I'm like,
oh my lord!
Oh, these are big accusations, Melina.
Oh God!
I'm like, why, dude? You're so autistic because it's funny that you think this wasn't true. Dude, do you have her luggage? Check her luggage. Check her luggage for the lingerie. I can tell you what it was you were wearing. I can tell you, dude. I wouldn't fucking lie about this. You're doing that, and I'm like, okay, like we're not gonna do anything here because I don't know if this is really the point in time because we're like, oh my vet's calling me. Hold up.
Oh, the priorities. Get back to the women hating in a minute. Melina.
Yeah?
How could you do this?
I missed the call. So anyway.
What do you mean you missed it? Then call him back. It's your fucking dog. That's $600,000 dog, bro.
They're just gonna tell me they're putting an IV in her, dude. It's fine. Okay, so this goes. Actually, I'll call her. I'll call. I feel bad. Okay.
Yeah.
So this. Actually, I want to go, dude. You're such. Why would you lie about things, Melina? Why? What's the point you get out of this? It's like I don't think.
What am I lying about? Anything.
Darius, what is she lying about?
He just deafened himself.
Oh.
Melina, you made it sound like Darius hit on you. He's making it sound like it was the opposite.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
He's trying to say it was the other way around, Melina.
He said verbatim there was a lot of crotch rubbing.
Yep, and back pushing
and back poo. That is very sexual. That's very sexual.
We had a third person there.
Three-way, got it.
So why does that have to do with a third person while you were in bed? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So, okay,
I was not doing anything sexual towards you at all.
Yeah, I already told you about that. I told you about Friday night, the night that I was there, when we were in bed.
Did I ever like touch you?
You wore lingerie. You were pushing your ass into my crotch.
Oh my lord!
Dude, this is not male behavior. Then I guess you're fine. I'll tell you right now. After Friday, you did not do anything that would have been like that again. So it was just Friday you did that, and I have no reason to lie. I don't understand why you think I fucking want to lie about this.
When Darius read aloud a DM in which he'd asked Melina if she wanted him to leave Austin or stay, Destiny got tired of playing with his food and went in for the kill.
I can go.
Okay, can I real quick? Can I give you what it sounds like and what probably Melina's read is on this? And I could be wrong. This is just like my general feelings, and I'm being fair. I've heard Melina's side of the story more than your side, so obviously I have more information on that side, which may or may not be incorrect. Does that message sound a little bit like you're kind of asking her, like, is there like a chance that something is going to happen here, or should I just leave and go back to Sushia?
Did you read the message?
I think I've seen these ones. Yeah.
Okay, so like the message that I sent, I'm like saying like, hey, I have an attachment to sushi, and I'm not trying to say that I want to change that, and I understand where our relationship is, and I don't want anything more of it or expect anything.
Yeah, I understand that, but is it possible that that's being said after things have already kind of not worked out?
So the thing is like when the things that there's nothing that was supposed to work out. All I wanted when because you
sure, and that might be the case too. But isn't it a little weird if you broke up with Sushi the night before this MDMA thing?
No, we didn't break up. We took like a break, but like we still
you
were like.
said that
And even at that, like
she was going back on Thursday home. That's what you told me.
yes, she was going back on Thursday home.
Yes, you were over. That was like what you were working on towards everything.
Yes,
you were talking about.
Yes, because I've been the whole weekend with someone that's telling me to break up with my partner, break up with my partner, break up with my partner. So yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on. I just want to give and I just want to give back. Wait, real quick. I just want to give background context on that. Okay, and again, I'm being fair. I have Melina's side of things too, but I've seen stuff as well. When Melina is telling you break up with your girlfriend, it kind of sounds like she's saying that because she's trying to like mindfuck you or get with you. But based on everything I've seen and a lot of other people have seen, there's a lot of problems related to how theoretically about how you and Sushia relate to each other. Yes, that has nothing to. Hold on, I just want to be clear on this because given that set of facts, that makes it sound like Melina's like, oh, you should break up with your girlfriend and we should like hang out, blah blah. That sounds really fucking.
Available to get in
but the issue I think was more that like Sushia and you have like some very 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 toxic stuff going on. I just wanted to give some background to that, if you guys can find.
No, and I get that. I'm not saying it's like she's saying that because she wants me to break up with Sushi because she can do it. But it's like I'm doing the whole weekend. I'm like getting fed all these things where it's like, okay, well, like this is a bad relationship for you to be in, blah 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 blah, and then something happens organically, and then what happens afterwards? I'm like, hey, if I take MDMA, just so you know this exists, and like. I'm not like it's. I understand how you can get that impression, and that's fine. And I even acknowledge that in my messages. I understand how you can get that impression. My thing is that I went ahead and tried to message you saying, "Hey, this is not what's going on at all." And like,
what is the goal of the why take MDMA day after you were taking a break with a girlfriend or fiance or whatever? And then it seems like
so because we brought MDMA originally because we were going to use it just to literally. I don't know what the fuck was going to be the point. I decided to take MDMA because I thought it would help me like think about things before I went ahead and like went back home and had to have a conversation with my fucking partner. I thought I don't know if you've taken MDMA just for emotional reasons, but
no, I take MDMA because I like it with the person that I'm with. I'm usually chilling with that other person.
After I took MDMA at a party fucking once, I literally sat there and was just like, in my own brain, it was like it helped me out. It was like almost like shrooms, and it helped me like figure out like what I fucking care about and like what I value in like people.
Okay,
so I think it's pretty fucking useful. So I thought, like, maybe I can go ahead and do this after the day I broke up with my fucking girlfriend, so I can, like, actually think and.
Well, wait, hold on. You say you didn't break up. You're just on break, right?
Sorry, I'm break. Whatever. I'm just going with what she's fucking saying.
Okay.
So it's like I was under the assumption we were like, and again, like I took it. We had conversations prior where she was like, okay, well, I might want to do it. I might want to do it as well. And so I thought like that was like. You know, like she's like I could have just not have took it at all, but like I was like, okay, well I could just do it by myself. And I even told her when I was doing it, I was like, that's why I talked to her about it because I was like, hey, if you don't want to be here for that, you're gonna do your photo shoot. I can just do it while you're doing your photo shoot, and you don't have to be involved at all.
Projecting nuanced curiosity, Destiny laid out what I believe was the real reason for the stream. Like Bob 7 before him, Destiny thought Darius had tried to destroy his marriage. Dan urged Sushi to join the call, and she did.
Alright, I'm going to be bringing someone in real quick that wants to counter retort. Go ahead, Sushia.
Oh, dude.
Go.
Sushia.
Oh, hello? Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't have a lot to say. I just want to say I'm kind of disappointed because Darius did not tell me all of the things that he is now saying on stream, and I'm hearing it on a Twitch stream. Or on
like, what do I need to tell you? Like, oh yeah, like Leah's pushing her crotch into this. Like, what do you want me to tell you that? Like,
I would tell my wife that.
Anyways, I just want to say. Wait, can I just say though? Melina, I have never talked bad about you to anyone. I was always nice to you, and you went out of your way to talk shit about me for the past 9 months, and it really upset me because I feel like we were really good friends, and I really respected you for a long time, and you went out of your way to just be cruel about me to people, saying I'm a cunt, saying I'm crazy, telling Darius you should break up with me, all this
Real quick, Destiny, can you look at this?
Yeah, I see.
I was just pretty disappointed in that. So I think that Melina is a bad friend, and that's just what it is. And you can't change someone's personality or the way that they act. And so there's not really any point in fighting this.
She was furious with Melina for mocking Darius while he was in need of help. Sushi and Melina had also previously had a sexual relationship, making things even more complicated.
Okay, the polite thing to do would be to message him and say, I don't think we're friends anymore. That's just a nice thing to do. If you're going to start shitting on someone publicly and you're quote-unquote triggered by shit people are saying, you should just reach out to him first. That would be the polite thing to do in that instance.
Yeah, I don't care that much.
Okay, alright. Okay, chill. We've said...
Just admit that you're a bitch who doesn't care about people. Just admit it. Just say that, please.
Okay,
please say that one.
That's so ridiculous, Sushi. Should we maybe move on to the question?
Well, yeah, okay, we've got...
No. Here's the thing, Kyla. I spent 2 years of my life simping over Melina, being at her fucking beck and call, literally telling her I love her, sending her fucking long-ass messages about how I thought she was the best person in the world.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, this is just a whole other conversation, and you're basically being you have to admit...
No, well, no, hold on.
But she does. She's just trying to blow it off. If you're gonna blow it off, just admit that you're a bitch. Just admit it.
Okay.
Don't say, I don't think I should do that. Just admit that you're a bitch.
Wait.
Stop! No! I'm not here to litigate every 50 million fucking things. Okay, we're here to litigate other people's relationships.
It's really unfortunate, Steven.
Because of the context of the conversation.
So, everybody has aired their grievances. They brought their points up. Okay, I love and respect, appreciate all of you. If you guys want to hash it out in your streams later, you guys are all free to do that. Okay, but I'm already
because you know what? I don't feel like the need to do this type of shit publicly. The only reason I'm here now is because I feel like Melina is trying to act a certain way that isn't true to her character. And she's trying to act like, I don't know what's going on, blah, blah, blah. But behind the scenes, she's such a fucking bitch.
Sure, then that's fair. And you've said your piece. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We're gonna go.
Hey, sorry guys, have fun. Fuck you.
All right, Darius.
Have fun with that, Darius. That'll be fun.
Thanks for the call-ins, guys. The pre-show call-ins.
Wow, that was...
All right, let's get started with this dating advice.
Merrick. On August 25th, 2022, Merrick DeVille, a previous sexual partner of Destiny's, quote-tweeted a video of Destiny jokingly asking Nick Fuentes, does Israel count as right-wing terrorism? Fuentes had come over to Destiny's house for an in-person stream that disturbed many, including me. Merrick captioned the video, I'm owed so many apologies, LOL, in reference to a previous argument she'd had about whether Destiny was truly becoming friendly with Fuentes. 2 weeks earlier, Merrick had attempted suicide. While she was in the hospital, and without her knowledge, her partner created a GoFundMe to cover the $4,000 bill for her week-long stay. Well aware of this, Destiny said the following in response to Merrick's tweet about Fuentes. There's something profoundly sad, not just with victims of unhealthy obsessions, but with the people around them who can't seem to convince them to just put down Twitter. The number of people I've encountered who are suicidal, who then hop right back into the most toxic parts of the internet, essentially begging for more toxicity, absolutely astounds me. I wonder if they're as much a burden to the people around them as they seem. Do they even have the wherewithal to realize how fucked of a situation they're putting everyone around them in? Do they care? Or maybe they just need another 4K. Who knows? Good luck. 2 days later, a streamer named Briz mockingly brought up the situation on a panel with Destiny, Not Sorudite, and Sock Darling, who was friendly with Merrick.
Well, you made a pretty good point that when somebody has a break, I think it was a recent suicide attempt, that maybe they should take a break or hiatus from social media.
Maybe we should take a different topic. I feel that's still a little far off from our topic at hand.
Okay, well, I mean, I think it's still pretty reasonable because people will usually dump everything that's going on in their life and start a GoFundMe and be like, oh my god, all this bad shit is happening to me. I need to start a GoFundMe and all this stuff. So I still think that it's kind of linked. It's kind of relevant.
Hold on. Do you know the backdrop for any of this?
Vaguely, but not really.
Okay. Go ahead. Take it away, Erudite. What do you think about that?
No, do not to me.
Okay, Sock Darling, go.
All right.
Me and Kai have dominated the conversation. One of you two need to fucking contribute, okay?
What the fuck do you mean? I've been fighting with Kai about evolution.
Okay,
I'm shy.
Barely. Okay, well, that's cool. So it's like a typical two-parent household where the women do none of the work. Gotcha.
Yeah, bring in the money for us.
I, for one, support gay dads, so...
How do you feel about people using their trauma to raise money on a GoFundMe?
True.
Why is it on me?
Well, I said thumbs down, Kai says thumbs down. What do you say?
Well, what do you say?
I said thumbs down. Not good.
I don't know. I think that, well, I think people, if someone needs the money, then they should be able to raise money.
That wasn't the question. Should people trauma dump and then raise money off of it on Twitter? That's the question.
I don't think you should trauma dump. I don't think you should trauma dump now.
Denims and Little Fox. In 2019, Denims and Little Fox were both small female streamers in their early 20s who had sexting relationships with Destiny and were featured on his streams. Little Fox also had sex with both Destiny and Melina in September 2019. After TwitchCon, Denims had planned to stay in Destiny and Melina's apartment in Los Angeles. Destiny gave Denims instructions for letting herself and a friend from Destiny's community into the apartment, which he always left unlocked. Denims and her friend had sex on Destiny and Melina's bed. Upon arriving, Destiny became concerned that Denims' friend had spent time around his unlocked computer, and Melina was upset they had sex on her bed, so they were no longer welcome to stay in Destiny's apartment. Later in the week, Little Fox let herself into Destiny's apartment to charge her phone early in the morning. She had left her charger there the previous day, and everyone inside the apartment was asleep. After seeing Denims acknowledge on her stream that things were generally tense, Destiny became worried that either Denims or Little Fox would accuse him of sexual coercion. On October 3, 2019, in a stream that would be uploaded with the title, Destiny Addresses the TwitchCon 2019 Drama, Destiny painted the women as creepy and entitled. He went on to describe Little Fox as being really anxious and needing a babysitter. She had never been to a crowded convention before, which caused tension between Melina and Little Fox.
If I'm going to be like completely 1,000,000% honest, I think I literally had one orgasm the entire weekend, okay? So I know that a lot of people are under the impression that I was literally like fucking my way through like 20 million people. I actually didn't. Like, it was pretty crazy. I was busy like a motherfucker over that whole weekend, okay? So it's too, you're being way too vague. No one knows what you're saying right now. You should be able to catch what I'm saying unless you have literal fucking, like, just like showing up at the convention being really anxious and like needing a babysitter, but then some days she'd be like, oh, well, I don't need a babysitter, like I can be on my own for like 5 or 6 hours, and then like Melina was like too much, like Melina couldn't handle like dealing with that too much, and then she and so Melina was like, I'm just gonna go do my own thing, and then she has to figure out her own thing.
A chatter wrote, "Dude, what the fuck, Destiny? I'd be so fucking pissed."
Dude, what the fuck, Destiny? I'd be so fucking pissed. I don't know how you're kind of chill with this. Yeah, that's what I think. Like, I think that's why I said, like, I think I let people, like, get away with a little bit too much, but, like, I'm pretty chill with most things, but, like, yeah, I mean, like, that's, like, it's pretty, why don't you say the chatter's name? Because I don't know if I want to name names for this. But anyway, so like
1210 meme, good job, fam.
Thanks. I don't know what to. So I'm a little annoyed because I don't know what they've been doing in my apartment for a day. I don't want to. Whatever. I talked to Denims like multiple times about this, and she gave like a lot of different stories to a lot of different people. So it was pretty obvious that she was lying about a lot of stuff. So and like when somebody starts lying, it's really hard to tell like where the lies stop and the truth begins. So it's like I couldn't do anything. So me, Caterino, and Melina went to sleep. Come downstairs, and I find out that Caterino was typing in my, or not Caterino, that Iman was typing in my chat about Caterino sleeping on my couch. She's like, oh wow, I can't believe Caterino like sleeps with her glasses on and stuff. And I was like, oh god. So it's just scary as fuck, okay? It's real fucking scary. So while me, Melina, and Caterino are all sitting here trying to figure out what's going on, because and apparently when Iman was here, she said that Denims was sleeping here too. So she must have come back at some point then in the night, was sleeping, and then also left. I don't know who the fuck is coming in and out of my fucking apartment, okay? So
with a text-to-speech chat donation, someone asked, "Why didn't you close the door after the first time it happened?" Destiny paused, heard the question, and ignored it. Little Fox was watching the stream live and protested Destiny's version of events, typing in the audience chat, "We said we wanted to fucking talk because of the drama. You're making it a bigger deal. You knew we were coming."
And then Melina tells me that she talked with them. She told them both to fuck off, I guess, basically whatever. And then Melina left with Caterino to go to the beach or something.
Why didn't you close the door after the first time it happened?
And then, so I start streaming. And then in the course of me streaming, Denims makes her way back to the apartment. And then Iman makes her way back to the apartment. So I think this was yesterday when I was having the debate with the crazy woman, Tree of Logic. So Iman said in chat, we said we wanted to fucking talk because of the drama. You're making it a bigger deal. You knew we were coming. Okay, yeah, but like you do this thing where you say, hey, I'm coming, and I either haven't responded yet or say I'm not ready, and then you just show up. And it's like...
They had sex in his bed, dat Geoff.
I don't know about that, but maybe. I watched all my betting, but I mean, I can't know any of that.
She was met with insults from the other viewers. Leech, bad person, begone thought, you're a child. Other chatters were perplexed as to why Destiny was doing the stream at all. He explained that it was necessary in order to preempt potential accusations of sexual coercion. He read a chat message aloud.
Like...
This is what happens when you hang out with too many young streamers.
It's unclear you could look bad at any of this. What would they say about... Well, because now it kind of looks like... Well, like, so what I don't want people to think is... I don't want people to think that, like, oh, I brought Denims and Iman here to fuck, and since they both turned me down, I kicked them out of my apartment. I don't want it to sound like some crazy shit like that. Or, like, I brought somebody and they were uncomfortable with something because I tried to, like, rape them, and now I'm kicking them out because they didn't, like, cave into it or whatever. Like, I don't want, like, shit like that for people to think that. And, like, I think I have, like, a pretty good reason... I think I have, like, a pretty good reason, like, not to... be okay with having to deal with them, at least for this week. Like, I think I'm pretty chill, like, all considering. Yeah, I don't know what else. I think that, like, giving any more details, like, makes, like, the other parties, like, look really, 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 really bad. So I don't know, like, it's not like I'm leaving things out that make me look bad or something, I don't think. Do you think, what else could I have left out that makes me look bad?
Let me think.
I did know, to be fair, I did know the person dropped off Denims at my apartment. I knew that. I didn't think they would stay for a day, but I did know that they'd dropped her off there.
I'm thinking. I will say that a lot of babysitting duty did fall onto my hands without any compensation. Anyways, it's neither here nor there.
Okay.
It was a good stream, though.
Fuck you.
Wait, hold on. Bad shit. Shit that would make you look bad. I can come up with this.
Okay, I think we're done with this. Are we good? So, like, that's why they're not here now. I don't know what stream is going to look like in the future for both of these people. I don't know. Maybe we'll chill and who cares in the future, or maybe I'll be ass mad for a while, or maybe I don't know. But now I guess like that's more or less is pretty much everything is out. Like, yeah. Are you gonna learn from this mistake or keep fucking mentally handicapped women? Listen, okay, everybody that is older.
Okay, now can you and Dan talk to Nico?
Maybe. Listen, all the older women are either non-existent or unavailable emotionally, or and they're in a relationship. Okay, so. Dustin, you can't say you'd make them look so bad and then claim the high road by not saying it. You just made them look just as bad as if you said it. No, I'm not. Trust me. Trust me on that one.
Witanovosa, a small trans streamer, started talking to Destiny in November 2017 when she was 25 and he was 28. Between then and July 2018, they exchanged over 2,000 DMs. Witanovosa did not appear on camera for her streams and did not tell Destiny she was trans. When he asked her height, and she told him she was 5, he replied, "Were any of the guys you dated smaller than you? 5 feet 11 inches is pretty damn tall." I am of the opinion that, for most of their DMing relationship, Destiny did not know Witanovosa was trans. Early on, they exchanged dozens of DMs every day. Their first discussion of sex was November 30th, the day after they started chatting regularly. Destiny explained his needs for sexual compatibility in a relationship. On December 2nd, Destiny asked for a picture of Witanovosa's tattoo. Witanovosa obliged him with a close-up of her shoulder. On December 22, Witanovosa asked to be added to Destiny's auto-host list on Twitch. Hosting a stream means that their stream will appear in place of yours while you're offline. A host from Destiny was a big help to a small Twitch streamer. Over the next several months, Witanovosa would occasionally appear on Destiny's stream for various debates and discussions. January 7th, 2018, Witanovosa, I'm flattered I'm apparently a part of the official harem now, but my 2 qualities are who, tier, which is understandable, and then for people who like me, functioning sociopath. You have a stable job and 2 friends, but you find yourself fantasizing about torturing animals. Ooh. So, let's play PUBG sometime again in the morning, buddy. Or debate. Or CSGO. Destiny. Yeah, boy. You're the smartest harem member so far, so good job. They spoke regularly about Destiny hosting Wait Nervosa's channel, including this exchange on March 17th. Wait Nervosa, my time slot. When are you done streaming? Destiny. I have no idea, but I'll hit you up with that fat throbbing host when I finish. Destiny's engagement dropped off in the spring. He no longer initiated conversations and replied to White Nervosa once every week or two. On July 10th, White Nervosa finally showed her face on stream. Despite many overtures from White Nervosa, Destiny was done talking to her and would only ever send her 10 more messages. One of the messages was him refusing to let White Nervosa join his Minecraft server. Their last DMs were in April 2019. I included this story to show that, for whatever reason, Destiny's career assistance dropped off along with his sexual interest in White Nervosa. Vaush. Now a sizable leftist streamer, Vaush started out as a Destiny fan in the early 2010s and came up through Destiny's community. In 2019, Vaush was accused of sexually harassing a woman in Destiny's community over DMs. He would later own this and apologize. At the time of the accusation, Vaush had been gaining popularity in Destiny's community for being further left-leaning than Destiny. The schism would eventually lead to Destiny banning all leftists, those who were more loyal to Vaush than himself. Destiny read the DMs between Vaush and the victim aloud on stream, but concealed the identity of the accused harasser by displaying redacted screenshots. By the end, many in the audience had figured it out, and Destiny gleefully revealed that it was Vaush.
But this person is Irish laddie. Yeah, yikes. Yeah. Damn. I didn't reveal the names of either of the girls in the logs, but yeah, damn. It's gonna be an omega yikes for me, fam.
Within minutes, Vaush joined the stream in a panic, asking, "What the fuck is going on?" Destiny laughed again and banned him.
Oh,
Banning
hey, what's
someone for what they do in Discord
What the
DMs?
fuck is going on?
Kind of like Twitch banning people for a platform
Mr. Moon, where are you?
changed my mind.
You're no.
Oh god. I think I was supposed to ban him. I didn't do it. Oh god. Oh no. Okay. Oh man.
Their relationship survived until 2020, when Destiny said in a stream debate about Carl Rittenhouse, "The rioting needs to fucking stop, and if that means like white, redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop, and needed to stop a long time ago." Vaush's roommate and his partner at the time called for Destiny to be deplatformed for the comments. Twitch didn't ban Destiny, but they did departner him, leading to a significant loss in his income. On September 12, 2020, Destiny said, "I'm going to be a little bit more forceful here, I guess, since I usually let people walk all over me. I can't imagine like how much of a spineless, disingenuous cuck you have to have a roommate and a girlfriend that are walking around talking about spam reporting me when like I've given you an audience. I've given you a platform, you literally like ripped my whole website code off to start your shit, and your entire community witch hunts the fuck out of me, and you just stand by like, oh well, I told them to stop. I don't care."
What's happening between you and V-Man? Are you and him doing fine? No, I didn't. Did I block him? I banned him from my chat. I don't ever want to talk to him again. I can't imagine how much of like I'm gonna be like a little bit more forceful here, I guess, since I usually let people walk all over me. I can't imagine like how much like a spineless, disingenuous cuck you have to be to like have a roommate and a girlfriend that are walking around like talking about like spam reporting me when like I've given you an audience, I've given you a platform, you literally like ripped my whole like website code off to like start your shit, and your entire community like witch hunts the fuck out of me, and you just stand by like, oh well, I told them to stop. Like I don't care.
Assorted stories. Anonymous, a severely mentally ill woman sexted with Destiny. When she said something that unnerved him, he called her out by name on stream and blocked her. She asked to not be named, and for details to be vague out of fear of retaliation. 2 anonymous female streamers, one struggling with mental health issues, the other not, both sexted with Destiny and were occasionally featured on his stream. Bad Bunny, a female streamer who had a sexual relationship with Destiny. I hate hearing his name now. It just riles up so many negative feelings for me, so many negative feelings. Of humiliation, of just defending him for so long, then just having him consistently never defend me and just shit on me. There's a lot of Destiny viewers that will just sit in my chat and just wait to clip things I say to report to him, and then he'll watch them on stream and he'll chuckle and say something rude about me, and then he'll move on, and then they'll go have a fucking field day, and then proceed to rant about me about how I'm a horrible toxic individual on the subreddit. Those posts don't get deleted because of freedom of speech, but then Trainwreck's posts get deleted. Trihex, a former friend and podcast co-host of Destiny's, their relationship fell apart when Trihex, who is black, confronted Destiny on stream about his defense of using the N-word in certain contexts. When Destiny responded coldly, Trihex cried. In an October 2019 Reddit post lashing out at several of his enemies, Destiny wrote, "Now what in the flying fuck changed so hard that you are literally so upset about my usage of the N-word with a hard R that you literally just defended a few weeks before in front of me on a podcast against someone saying IT was dehumanizing? How did you go from verbalizing my arguments with crystal clear accuracy to crying on our podcast to make me look like the literal fucking hellspawn of the earth? Why are you complaining that you have to take a break from streaming because you're so upset with an incredibly public position that I've held and defended for years, even in front of you? Why the fuck is your girlfriend dogpiling on to tweet at me now too? Why are you acting so emotional about this and claiming you cleaned up and changed your act completely when you still use ableist slurs like retarded publicly in my and other Twitch chats? Or threatening to make Jew jokes? Or literally quoting Uncle Ruckus by saying niglet, which is exactly the context I'm arguing for? It's amazing to me that all it took were a few USSR LARPers whispering in your ear to turn you against me, and then you have the nerve to confront me publicly and ask how our friendship means so little to me. When you 180 feet your positions from less than a month ago because a group of lefty dumbfucks are telling you that I'm the devil incarnate, and then you expect me to empathize with your position while you have the entire internet rally behind you with LSF threads hitting the front page of Reddit shitting on me and every aspect of my personality? Fuck that. I've cancelled the podcast. I don't care if you want to continue or not. What kind of fucked up background do you think I come from where I'd ever deal with such a dysfunctional, one-sided relationship? A subreddit post about the incident, titled, "It's actually so fucking sad that Trihex is looking like this the entire show and Destiny still jokes about the N-word joke drama," was removed by mods after receiving 1,300 upvotes. 2 comments on the deleted post. That is frequently how it goes. I am black and grew up around a lot of white people and had the N-word tossed around a lot. I had nobody to back me up when I got angry, and the social pressure to just be cool was so high that it usually resulted in both of us apologizing even though I didn't do anything wrong. Being an angry black dude that calls people out for being racist is a very quick way to be alienated from many social circles. It really fucks with your head. Yep, I'm black, and that's always been my experience too. White people are able to enter black spaces at will and justify their use of words that have historically been used to dehumanize us in any way they see fit. We're never allowed to enter white spaces and do the same or call them on it, or we're just being angry, unreasonable N-words. Love, or Loveloon. In November 2021, Love was a 23-year-old musician, TikToker, adult content creator, and aspiring streamer. She introduced herself to Destiny via Instagram DM, telling him she liked the sound of his voice, and that she discovered him through his videos about Anna. He replied, "Oh well, Jesus, ah ha ha ha. I do politics and games and shit that's not my normal content." They kept in touch, but Lav didn't start streaming in earnest until June 2022, when she called into my stream to talk about relationships. She also told me she was retiring from OnlyFans. I told her she was manipulative and that I didn't believe she would really retire. She was taken aback, but I went even further, telling her I would not allow her on my stream unless she stuck with her plan to retire from sex work, as I believed she was self-harming and didn't want to help her advertise it. After a few contentious months, we became good friends, with me in a mentor role. June 16, 2022, Destiny DM'd Lav that he was masturbating and requested that she send a sexual photo, which she did. That evening, Lav asked, "Are you going to stream with me and give me clout?" Destiny replied, "LMAO. If we've got something to talk about, sure thing, bucko." August 2nd, 2022, Lav and Destiny talked about OnlyFans on stream. Afterwards, she DM'd him, "I really like talking with you. Destiny, thanks. Now I'll feel less bad bugging you for feet pics. Love. Ha ha ha. Pleasure doing business. Destiny. Based. Welcome to the Orbiter Club. Love." August 6th, 2022, Destiny told Lav that he'd cheated on Melina and had fallen in love with the other woman, but she'd recently ended their affair. Destiny, it was just a relationship thing that was massively escalating over like 5 months, and I was ready to end marriage over thing. Lav. Geez, I hope you and Melina take at least a break. It would be so hard to pick up where you left off, resentment building, for both of you. Destiny, it's Okies. The Melina stuff is fine. I can pick that up again. Just have to recover from the last girl person. Love, it is not fine. Are you both sociopaths? This does something to a relationship. The recovering process involves space. Destiny, she doesn't know the extent to which I was obsessed with this other girl, LOL. Love asked who it was to satisfy her curiosity, even offering to tell him a secret of hers as collateral. Destiny agreed, and over a voice call, he disclosed the identity of his mistress and sought emotional support about the situation. In return, Love told him that Hassan Piker had sex with her friend when she was close to 18 and he was in his mid-20s. Lav has since given contradictory statements about her friend's age at the time they had sex, wavering between 17 and 18. In November 2022, Hassan addressed the allegation directly and said that she was 19 at the time. The woman in question has not come forward, and Lav has not produced any evidence to substantiate her claims. August 8, 2022, Destiny, Should Logic and I streamed a discussion about the ethics of OnlyFans recruiting young women with the promise of easy money. This was before I understood the sadistic nature of Destiny's content, so I was surprised when Should Logic brought on Lav, who had become vehemently anti-OnlyFans, and Madame Genevieve, an OnlyFans creator, to argue the topic. On a very personal level, I was also unaware that Destiny was sexting both Lav and Madame Genevieve at the time. Should Logic had ostensibly conjured up the panel out of indignance about the exploitation of 18-year-old girls, a sentiment I share, but once the others joined, he fell back to a role of memeing and throwing pipe bombs from the sidelines. I'd also recently banned Lav from my Discord server because I felt she was a danger to herself and others, which led to us having an affectionate but heated argument about whether I was her dad. By communicating intimately with her in such a caustic environment, I inadvertently opened her up to a deeper level of ridicule from the audience. I don't mean to paint myself as innocently naive. I'd been streaming with Destiny and his orbiters for 7 months by then, and I should have understood what was happening, but it would be another 2 months before I ran out of excuses for Destiny. After the 4-hour stream, 2 anti-Love posts appeared on Destiny's subreddit. Love thinks it's wrong for adults to do OnlyFans, but it's okay for minors to participate in cuties, and why does anybody take Love seriously? The comments were harsh. The lines she draws between what's right and what's wrong are very conveniently just one step beyond where she's at. She's a massive hypocrite, and often a condescending asshole to anyone who disagrees with her. But boy does she know how to ignite a panel. Lav is an actual psyop. The absolutely insane and inconsistent views, the rich husband, the $300K a year off OnlyFans. I think she's grifting. She was talking about her experience cutting the other day like it wasn't a big deal. Then today she complains how much it hurt her that people didn't care she wanted to slow down on porn because of her self-harm relapsing. Lav and Destiny discussed it over DMs. Lav, your Reddit is self-harm. Destiny, don't go there. LOL. Lav, currently slitting in the bath bleeding out. He replied 21 hours later with an unrelated meme. August 11th, 2022, Destiny DM'd Lav. Destiny, oi hey, just because you've been on stream more and whatnot. I know we've had some kind of sexual conversations in the past, but you being on my stream or the way I interact with you never had anything to do with that kind of stuff. Just being clear on that. Lav, oh, so you don't want to fuck me. Destiny, STFU, obviously duh. But I'm just saying, don't feel like any of our interactions are contingent on anything like that. Love, haha. Thanks for saying that. August 12th, 2022, someone in a private Discord server recorded and leaked a conversation where Lav joked about not wanting to have sex with Destiny, and also said that Destiny wanted to perform oral sex on her fiancé. On stream that day, Dan confronted Destiny about his tolerance for Lav's weaselly behavior.
I don't know. She told me, because I DM'd her, I was like, hey, are you leaking personal information about me or whatever? Because I've talked with her in the past about things, and she said those calls are from a while ago, and she's just like talking shit in her Discord. So I have no idea. I don't know how much is said in jest or how much is true or not from her point of view. In terms of having a threesome with her husband, I'd probably do it. I don't know if we've ever talked about that specifically or not, but I'm bisexual, Dan. Accept me.
Yeah. Why is it that every person that comes on the stream you need to try and sleep with? That's not good.
I don't need to. It probably came up in a conversation. I've known Lav for like, I think 2 years. But we talked for a bit, like a year and a half ago, I think. And then we like stopped talking for like a year. But yeah, I don't remember what I said way the fuck back then. I have no idea. Was she shit talking anybody else, or was I the only one implicated?
I don't know if it was shit. I mean, it just Chud was playing a thing of her in your Discord saying that she would find it funny for you to be with her husband, but would never want to be with you because you're a gnome cheese boy.
based.
That's not based. That is incredibly two-faced and fucked up and not okay.
It might be. I don't know. I'm not pursuing her sexually right now, though.
No, that's not it. It's just the fucking weaselly fucking, I don't know, just pisses me off. Makes me mad when people...
if it was somebody that I was going after sexually and they were kind of like leading me on, but then they were like showing up on my stream and shit, I think I would get irritated because I'd be like, wait a second. I think you're
Well, how do you feel about this person that they're doing this right now? That they, went and said this about you after you were, I don't want to say vulnerable, but, to a little extent, yes.
I'd have to
Actually, a lot of extent, yes.
Wait, how was I vulnerable to her?
Well, if you're, I mean, that's like, in the words of a very famous streamer, that was leaking private sexting details.
Yeah, but I don't care. I'm open about all my shit. Like, I would do a male-female threesome. I don't give a fuck. I don't think it's like ultra private.
That's not what I mean when I say this. What I mean is like, it's okay. Like, for instance, let's say that
it's like known. It's weird. It's a little fucked up for sure. But
No. It's more a little fucked up because if you're like doing,
I'm not private about any of my sexual shit, though. I don't know if I
Okay,
care.
really? Then post all the logs of you sexting with women. Go ahead and post them.
Well, I mean, I don't want to post logs.
So you are private. So that would.
Well,
be
no, it's
not
just
public.
I'm just saying that like if somebody like wants to talk about like some, I mean, like I guess I generally prefer not to, but like it's not like a huge. I don't care that much. There are like other things that
part of me being your friend needs to be me helping you out with sometimes somewhat autistic things that you do. This is someone who is not being friendly to you or being nice to you. This is be like if we hang out and then later on, I'm like, yeah, Steve's what a fucking loser. He doesn't know that I'm only here and I'm taking all of his Twitch primes. And if I didn't get his primes, there would no way I'd be there. He is so fucking stupid.
No, I understand.
It's not okay.
No, I understand what you're saying. If personally, if I was like chasing this person and then this was happening, I would be upset. But like, insofar as our relationship is concerned, we talk a little bit like privately, and then she's like on stream for me. But that's like mainly the extent of our stuff. And most of the time she's on stream, it's like pretty brutal experiences for her. But it's not like I'm like crushing on her like really hard or going after her, and then I'm finding out like in the back, I'm like, oh my god, like fuck, I'm getting like played super hard. I feel horrible. If that was the case, I'd feel a lot worse. But
I guess I don't understand how things could go romantic with this person and you feel like completely comfortable that she just exposes all that.
Things aren't going romantic though. It's not something.
I mean, it sounds like you wanted. Well, it sounded like you wanted to be. I mean, unless she is making something that was a joke, which I thought might have been possible, right? Like that'd be the same thing. Like, Dan, I want to suck your dad's dick. I'd be like, all right, let me hit him up and I'll see what he's doing this afternoon. Like that would be joking.
I'm pretty sure we've spoken sexually probably like over a year ago. Yeah, of course. But the problem is that there are very few types of things in life that truly have me as a vulnerable person that would upset me if somebody were to betray that. It's incredibly, incredibly, incredibly uncommon that somebody has that level of access to me. Sexually, that is absolutely not one of those things. If some girl hooked up with me and pretended she liked it, and then later on she's like, Destiny's got, like, he's got a small dick and he sucks it, whatever. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care about that shit. That's not, like, this is not, like, sexuality is not a vulnerable aspect for me. You can hit me on that all you want, and it's not going to bother me.
In private, Destiny became less responsive to Lav's DMs. She asked if he was mad at her. Destiny, oh, no. I'm okay, lol. I don't know how else to convey it, though. Lav, Christ. Do you have feedback, comments, concerns, or do we move on because it's so insignificant? Destiny, I already said it like 2 days ago. Just think that every single thing being said in Discord, etc. is always being recorded, lol. Lav, yes, of course I don't say anything real in Discord calls, but none of that made you feel bad, right? Destiny, nah, I'm Guchin. Lav, I could kill you. Destiny, good, bitch. Lav, when are you coming to LA? Destiny, I think Sept 1st. August 25th, 2022. This was the day Destiny mocked Merrick DeVille for her suicide attempt on Twitter. Lav DM'd him, you're sicking your whole audience on this poor woman. Destiny, tell her to stop. Fucking tweeting about me. Lav, she's nobody. She doesn't exist. She's just some random girl who just tried to kill herself. Destiny, she's not a random. We used to be close friends. I had tea that she randomly takes shots at me and shit. Just tell her to fuck off. Lav, she's very random compared to you. Take a breather. Destiny. I'm done now. Okay, I got it out of my system. Lav, don't let the internet do this to you. Remember your humanity, you big fag. Destiny, wow. Wow. Lav, why do so many of your former friends hate you now? Destiny, that's a long story. Lav, do I have to worry? Destiny. But honestly, there's a lot of good, easy clout for shitting on me. I don't fuck over anyone unless they come after me first. I've never done that before. Lav, did you have sex with her? Destiny, yeah. One threesome with her and Melina. August 31st, 2022, the day before meeting in LA, Destiny DM'd Lav. We can do whatever you want, just to be ultra clear. I don't care what we do and I don't have any expectations for anything. If we just hang out and eat or chat for a while, it's super cool and fine. Just keep me updated. She replied, thank you for putting me at ease and not raping me at gunpoint. September 1st, 2022, Lav and Destiny met for an awkward sexual encounter, some of the details of which she would later leak. September 11th, 2022, Destiny's subreddit had 2 highly upvoted Lav hate posts, one making fun of her forehead 470 upvotes, and the other stating that viewer call-ins are terrible, but Lav is worse. 650. She DM'd Destiny, who then removed the forehead post. Lav, your audience is cancer. Destiny, yeah, they're super negative towards you, and hate women. Don't read the sub, Lav. Lav, it's horrifying. September 29th, 2022, Destiny asked Lav to meet the following week during TwitchCon for another sexual encounter. She expressed non-committal interest. October 5th, 2022, after Destiny reiterated the sexual proposition, Lav complained that their latest stream together was posted with the title, Destiny actually convinces her to concede a trans debate. Lav suggested the alternate title, Girl gets negged by Steven for 56 minutes straight. The top YouTube comments included, my vote is to replace Lav with the cool Ukrainian girl. Ah, the woman who definitely makes it in the streaming world because of her intellect and thoughtful conversations. I have to chant I love women in my head, over and over every time Lav talks. During the stream, Lav announced that she had posted a nude to Twitter and would be returning to OnlyFans after all. A post on Destiny's subreddit praised me for predicting Lav's return to sex work. It received 768 upvotes. One of them was mine. By this point, a narrative about Lav had taken root in Destiny's sphere. She was slippery, annoying, and needed to be held accountable for her contradictions. She showed promise and some flickering signs of intelligence, but it was imperative that she learn to take feedback and improve as an interlocutor. For example, Should Logic posted a 75-minute video in November 2022 titled Lavloon Confronted and Exposed for Absurd Clout Shocking and Flip-Flopping, in which 7 men berated Lav about the rudeness of her decision to abruptly leave a small streaming panel for a larger one. Of course, Destiny himself is prone to lying and avoiding accountability. Sherry is a female orbiter whose streams are almost entirely focused on Destiny. In August 2022, when Melina separated from Destiny for a couple weeks over his infidelity, Destiny offered to fly Sherry out to Miami to see him, and then ignored her, never actually booking the flight. A week later, Sherry wrote a twitlonger saying her fruitless pursuit of a relationship with Destiny had left her feeling ashamed to be alive. In a tweet, she added that he still gasses her up, despite knowing how it will likely destabilize her. Destiny replied, agreeing that he shouldn't have made the offer, and later confirmed that they'd had a sexual relationship in the past. In October, Sherry did a string of law streams, where she took notes on Lav's past public appearances and hunted for inconsistencies. October 8th, 2022, from San Diego, Destiny DM'd Lav to ask if she was coming down to see him. Lav, I'm like having a mental health moment though, so I don't know. Destiny, what's going on? Lav, Sherry's doing like note-taking on all my convos, and I tuned in because I was surprised, and I thought the unhinged bitch thing was a bit, and it's fully not. Destiny, oh yeah, well damn. Don't, take anything she says personally, lol. Lav, she's being super personal. It's very weird. Waiting for the twitlonger about me next. I was in a weird place already, but tuning into that stream made it like 10 times worse. I nuked my YouTube, and I'm deciding if I want to stream. I'm going to hide. Destiny suggested she write down the names of people she cares about, and try to remember that no one else's opinion matters. Hours later, he asked if she was coming down to San Diego. Lav, I'm in a blanket watching movies. Have fun with your nerd friends. October 13th, 2022. Destiny, are you awake? Cause, Sherry I Sev, lol. Is she on? Destiny, yeah, she is. She's ready to go. Lav, I'm coming. Destiny, okay. We're waiting. Coincidentally, I DM'd him at the same time to ask if he was available to talk the next night, because I thought things seemed tense between us. We'd been arguing about Nick Fuentes for a week, and he'd taken to banning community members who took my side in the argument. He told me he was free to talk right then. Again, I didn't understand the nature of Destiny's content at this point, and had no idea that he would agree to a conversation about our relationship, while simultaneously setting up a cage match between Lav and Sherry, all to cause maximum chaos. However, I ended up being quiet for most of the stream because I didn't understand why I was there. Lav and I joined the stream around the same time. She angrily confronted Sherry for mockingly telling her to call a suicide hotline.
Welcome, Lav. It's good to see you.
Oh, no. It's good to... Well, I don't see you, but it's good to hear you.
Oh, well, here you go.
I see you.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Oh, wait. My camera's not in the right spot.
There you go. Hi, Cherry, you fucking retard.
Okay, let's turn the temperature down a little bit.
No, dude,
hello.
she literally goes on, her whole thing is like, she's so attention-seeking, then she comes on here and fucking farms drama from you? Please. Please.
Okay. How did I farm drama from him? Please explain.
Well, you went on and fucking talked about me first, and then you're going on... Dude, come on.
No, explain it. Go ahead.
Hey, Lav.
No, actually elaborate
Hey, Lav.
what the fuck you
Hey,
mean
Lav.
by I drama farmed.
Hey, Lav. You need a lawyer?
I do.
Oh? I'm your court-appointed, state-appointed attorney. Here to help you out. What's going on? How can I help you with this cherry situation?
Dude, I don't know what the fuck to do. Half of me is like, do I want to give this bitch any fucking attention? Obviously, you're having a fucking field day with all the views I'm driving you. You were like a 43 viewer Andy, and then all of a sudden this week you're getting
That's
like
really
120
specific,
fucking
Lav.
stream. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, I'll allow it.
Okay. You tweeted out, or not tweeted, you did a video in your announcement to returning to sex work that you privated your videos and you blamed it on me. And you said, I'm doing these streams, I'm so mean, and that you got banned from my chat, but you couldn't help but keep watching, and it was like self-harm to you. So when I do have somebody who I think is not well, who has a history of suicidality and cutting, and you tell me watching my VOD and watching my stream is like self-harm and you can't stop,
so what
I'm
you
going to
do-
tell you to f*** off. And yeah, I'm going to link you the suicide hotline. I don't want any of that fucking baggage on me.
You didn't link me the suicide hotline. You're posturing right now. You did it because you want to be a fucking alpha female bitch. You didn't do it because you fucking cared about me. You piece of shit.
No, I don't care about you. So don't tell me about your suicidality. F*** off.
Wait, you don't care about me, but you do.
No, I don't care about you. If I cared about you, I would have addressed it.
Cherry, you're flip-flopping a lot in this conversation.
I am consistently not giving a fuck about you. I'm worried about me and what I'm doing.
That makes a lot of sense. It's very much like, ha ha ha. It wasn't like, I'm about to kill myself. And for you to paint
you
it
are
that way is
completely
insane.
empathizing with yourself. I think for me on my stream, I do not need to let you sit there and watch me, knowing that you said that. I get to be uncomfortable about that.
That's very
and
big
remove
of you. That's very big of you. Thank you.
Okay. I think it's also worth noting why I said that I hate you in that conversation.
I forget.
Of course you would. You were having a conversation with Steven, explaining your porn addiction when you were younger, saying that when you were 11,
Hold on.
you
Careful.
stumbled into porn.
Around Max, careful. Careful.
I'm not worried about Max. You said that
You've already served your time for this offense, Lav.
you said that you stumbled onto porn when you were like 11. Within like 3 days, you were watching really extreme porn, and he was like, "Oh, wow." And then you gassed the situation. You were like, "Yeah, there's studies that show watching extreme porn at a young age is like the same trauma as being molested or assaulted as a kid." And I just go make yourself like the most intense victim somewhere else. So yeah, I hate you for that.
Lav asked Cherry to list her criticisms of Lav. Stardust and John Jerker joined the stream. The stream turned into a heated debate over Lav's virtues and flaws. I defended her, but failed to recognize the extremely disturbing nature of putting the character of a potentially suicidal person on trial for entertainment. And then I left the stream. Sherry and Lav continued to fight about Lav's stances on sex work, with Destiny half moderating and half cross-examining, leading to exchanges like this.
Topic, okay? Hold on, because I don't think we've... Okay, if you're going to tell me that you have a nuanced opinion on something, that means you've got to be ready to say more than 2 sentences about it when pushed. Nuance doesn't mean that you say, I don't have a position on this at all. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. That's not nuance. That's called fence sitting. Okay, well, you just gave me the whole 9 yards of drama of like, oh my God, he's going to ask me more than 3 questions about the... That's what you just did to me.
No, I thought I had already answered your fucking question.
No, Cherry fucking cut me off to ask you some other questions.
Okay, continue.
I will continue, okay? Okay. If you think that porn can inhibit...
Wait, do you think... I'm sorry, I'm just...
Okay. If you think that porn can inhibit somebody's ability to pursue relationships, just like parasociality can, then don't we kind of think that all porn or all sex work is kind of bad in that sense?
No. So like I wouldn't think that like educational videos are bad.
Make that not porn, because that's obviously a minority.
Okay, so then I'm not doing porn.
Okay, so you're not going to post any nude photographs of yourself just meant to be enjoyed. It's going to be all educational stuff.
Well, people can jack off to those. Like people
That's
are
not
going
what
to
I
jack
asked.
off to those.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I can't control what people
What
do
I'm asking
with
is,
that
are you
content.
not going to post any random nudes or naked stuff? You're only going to post educational stuff.
No, I will post naked stuff also.
Okay, so that's porn.
Sure, I think that still images are a little different than porn.
No, that's porn.
Yeah, no.
So
well,
you
sure,
think a
it's still
Playboy magazine
porn.
wasn't porn?
No, I think that it is, but it's also much different than like the hardcore porn that we're seeing today.
It's different. It's different than hardcore porn, but it's still porn. They're different types of porn, but it's still porn.
Yes, I think.
After the stream, he DM'd Lav. Good convos. Sorry everyone jumps in to gang up on you. Lav just brings everyone to the yard, I guess. Lav, Christ. Destiny. Lav, I'm killing myself. Destiny, that means Sherry wins though. Love, LMFAO. Dude, Sherry's retarded. I hate you now. Destiny. Love, do you think I'm dumb? Destiny, not at all. I think you're pretty smart to be honest, just confused about organizing some concepts in your head. But it's ultra fucking hard to sort that out in literal combat arenas online. You really are trying to figure this stuff out on ultra hard mode. Try not to let random losers discourage you online. Lav, tryin'. October 16th, 2022, late in the night, Sherry and Stardust publicly accused me of flashing them. At the time, I had a herniated disc and needed to stand up from my chair every half hour or so. On 2 such occasions during heated arguments about sex and dating, my hairy abdomen was showing. Stardust added a blur box to a clip of me standing up to stretch, posted it to Twitter, and described it as me flashing my pubic hair at her. I immediately posted the unblurred video and said I'd sue her if she didn't delete her tweet. Facing heavy backlash from pretty much everyone, she complied. Sherry's accusation was harder to fight because she was going from memory. My camera feed wasn't being broadcast at the time, so she was the only person who saw me stand up. She said I'd deliberately lowered my sweatpants to expose my pubic hair. I woke up that day to hear Lav and Destiny talking about the accusation on Destiny's stream. In her words, Lav wanted to take a victory lap.
Also, I think it's fucked up because she is Max's friend, and we already know that Max has like this wound. He's very public about it, where he's very cautious of himself around women.
No, he's not.
Yes,
what are you talking about?
Sexually,
what?
yes, he is.
No, he's made so many women cry or feel uncomfortable on stream. What do you mean he's careful?
No. Sexually,
he's married to another woman. There is no sexual relationship between him and other women. What are you talking about?
Wait, what are you talking about? No, I'm saying that he has a wound. He feels like he doesn't want to feel like he's raping anyone.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
And do you not watch his content? Jesus
yes,
Christ.
and I've seen him put tons of women in incredibly uncomfortable conversations. Where is this caution?
What do you mean?
Listening to them talk, I was sobbing. Over the course of the year, I'd become somewhat detached from my own content and from my own emotions. The most recent self-eviscerating video I'd made was called The Mr. Girl Real Doll Review. It was a documentary about me fucking a sex doll and talking to my girlfriend about it. It was the first time that Destiny had ever signaled to his audience that they should disagree with me on anything, and it was amazingly effective. When I pushed back on him against his friendly streams with Nick Fuentes and saw that he was shutting down criticism with mass bans, I came to believe he was running a cult, and that my new audience was not really my audience at all. This was a crushing realization for me because it meant all of our conversations were essentially meaningless, and that my emotional vulnerability was being used as entertainment. Lav wanted Sherry's accusations shut down swiftly and harshly, but Destiny clearly wanted them explored, even without me present. Lav had also revealed that Destiny didn't understand me in the slightest. I also realized that I had grown to love her, and that I should have been mentoring her instead of shutting her out. By allowing Lav to slam Sherry over her accusation, Destiny had set up a face-off between us. Now, either Sherry would look like a falsely accusing woman, one of the worst things to be in the eyes of Destiny's community, or I would look like a sexual harasser. I was furious that not only was he exploiting my situation, he didn't even DM me or wait until I could be available to represent myself. Sherry joined the stream saying, "I heard I was getting dragged." She proceeded to defend herself in the only way she could, by attacking me. I joined the stream soon after, beginning with, "Ladies and gentlemen, the court calls Max Carson to the witness stand." I was terrified. Sherry was furious at me, hated Lav, and was in love with Destiny, who was pointedly not going to bat for me. Her accusation relied solely on her memory, and while calling her a vindictive liar might have been the safest move for me, it also goes against everything I believe in. Standing up on camera, wearing the same clothes as I was when I supposedly flashed her, I asked her to walk me through the timeline of events and explain why she thought I'd do that. I stood up in front of my camera, humiliated and frightened, and talked about how my love handles and long torso can make it appear as though my pants are lower than they actually are. The other streamers on the call, Zherka and Irrelevant, seemed to find this compelling. Likely fearing a dogpile against herself, Sherry interrupted me repeatedly, so I asked Destiny to moderate. When Zherka, who does not like me, prompted Destiny to shut down the fake cancellation attempt, Destiny said, "I'm letting these two sort it out. I'm not jumping down anybody's throat." "Yeah, I've already given my opinion on it earlier." I said, "We've hit a dead end. The dead end is that there's no recording, and all we have is Sherry's testimony. I don't even have a counter-testimony. I don't remember what I did. We all watched the section of the video where I supposedly flashed her. I was not visible, but we could see Cherry's reaction, which did not indicate she was being flashed. Lav took the opportunity to attack, but I stopped her, saying, "You're very, very passionate and very feisty. This is actually kind of an important moment for my life right now, so I just want to let Sherry finish what she's saying."
I just got a video of someone saying,
Lav,
I just got a video
you're not
of
helping.
Cherry
You're not helping.
talking
You're not
about
helping.
Max's...
Okay, you're not helping. You're not helping.
You are upset.
I know you're very passionate and very feisty. This is actually kind of an important moment for my life right now, so I just want to let Cherry finish what she's saying. Okay, Cherry, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think if you did pull them down, I would have said it in the VOD, and I think I am getting confused and making incorrect statements.
Okay, I understand, and I believe you that you're confused. I believe you this is not intentional.
Sherry's a liar. She's even doubling down.
Stop! Let them finish their conversation.
No, I swear on my life, I believe you. I don't think you're lying. I don't think you're being malicious. What if the conversation made you uncomfortable? Obviously, it did. It made both of us uncomfortable, but I know it made you uncomfortable.
The conversation did not make me uncomfortable.
Well, then,
I hope people watch that fucking debate because I fucking rolled you. So
okay, good. Okay, something made you uncomfortable, obviously. Either me standing up, my body, the conversation, something about what I did made you uncomfortable. That much is clear.
So you thought you'd prove him right?
Oh my god.
Lav, you haven't watched any of this stuff. You don't even know the claims. You're literally just here to tell me I'm wrong and bad.
I really appreciate.
You are so empowering for women.
You're muted.
I want you to know.
You're muted.
It's not me doing it, by the way. I've got a rogue Discord mod in here.
Like in
Hey,
I will fucking shut up. Here's the thing. If you want to come in, this is a very serious situation, a very serious topic. And Mr. Girl and Cherry are doing a pretty good job talking amongst themselves. Now, if you can take the spite and anger out of your voices and actually provide something constructive to the conversation, you can talk. No one is going to be upset if you actually point something valid out. But you both seem to be really here to stir shit when the conversation's going fine without you. So either you fucking grow up, or I'm going to boot you, and then Steven can take away my perms. I'm going to mute you. Be adults.
Well, as the writer of history, what happened here?
You're asking me to conceive of states of mind?
The audience.
I don't see enough to think that anybody's doing anything to intentionally make anybody feel creepy or creeped out or awkward. That seems like for me, I think I said this earlier, I think on stream, I would need to see more to demonstrate that, because that's a pretty big That's a pretty big accusation, and I would need to see some kind of like, oh, well, has he given any indication for doing something like that? That was my read on it, but...
Okay, so you're saying that... What's your summary of what has occurred here today?
It seemed like you were adjusting
Are you willing
pants.
to give...
That's what I saw. I don't see anything more than that. I wouldn't assume there was any like malintent or anything, but I wouldn't see enough to convince me of that. Do you need more than that, or do I need to be more clear? Or? I don't think you were intentionally trying to creep anybody out.
I think we should hear Lav's opinion on it.
All right, I'm unmuting them now. I think at this point, sorry, Dudley is being loud.
Extremely unfair. I think it sucks so bad, Stephen, that you have not come to Max's aid at all. I think that you know how
careful. Hold on.
If you want to harassment allegation is, we just saw Cherry fucking lie about it. She did not concede. She doubled down on it.
You're assuming. Hold on. Okay, so Lav, you
Max
just made.
cannot. No. Let me finish.
Okay,
because
finish.
Max cannot defend himself right now because if he does, he looks really bad. So he needs you. He needs you to create a narrative. Or not create a narrative, but to tell the general public that he is not a creepy antisocial rapist. And you will not do it for some reason.
Okay, so... shut the fuck up! Hold on, stop. Lav, you just made the exact same fucking mistake that Cherry did, okay? Cherry saw an action, she assumed a state of mind. Don't ever fucking roll your eyes at me like that. I swear to God. If I ever see you do that again, okay? Stop.
Or what?
So Cherry's huge fuck up here was that she assumed a state of mind, or she assumed an intention that probably wasn't there. I don't think it was enough. And I did say that unequivocally. I said that in clear terms. I think most people understand. I don't think Max said anything weird or creepy. And I think it was probably dumb to tweet it out. I've already said this, okay? I'm not going to come here and get on some fucking giant fucking bully pulpit because you've got to...
I would like to respond. I
didn't even finish responding. Fucking Lav, okay? Your problem, Lav, is you are assuming that Cherry is like just fucking lying, okay? Now it could be
she did just lie.
Saying something that is not true is not the same as lying. Do you understand that?
No, I don't.
Okay, sure. Let me explain. No, stop. No, stop. I don't. Stop. Okay. A lie implies intent. Okay? If I tell you I'm going to be home by 5... Yes, it does, you dumb bitch. Okay? If I tell you I'm going to be home by 5 p.m. today, and I run late from work and I get home at like 5:20, I didn't fucking lie to you. It ended up not being true.
First of all, don't talk to me like that.
Okay, then stop. Hold on, stop. You're actually tricking the fuck out of me. Holy shit, stop. There is a difference between a lie and being wrong about something, okay? It could totally be the case. The problem I'm having with you is you're making the exact same mistake that Cherry's making, but you're like eager to blow your load down her fucking throat about it, okay? Cherry could have actually been uncomfortable, and she could have actually made incorrect assessments, and she could have actually remembered things incorrectly. And I think stop, let me finish. The evidence...
But she blew it up for attention.
Stop.
Wait,
the evidence... I'm gonna ban all of you. Let me fucking finish my fucking statements. All of you, okay? The evidence, I think, supports me because all of this is video recorded, and Cherry is the one who tweeted out the exact fucking clip that we just used to disprove what she said, which shows me she's probably not intentionally lying. She probably misremembered the event, because why the fuck would she put evidence on Twitter that would disprove her own fucking statements if she was maliciously and intentionally telling a lie? Okay? So I don't think she was lying. I think that she was probably misremembering what happened because she was more emotionally involved in it. That was like changing the way that she viewed the events. So I think she was wrong, and I think that going live with these tweet accusations, whatever, was dumb, and she shouldn't have done it. It was irresponsible. Obviously, she should have gone over more, maybe even approached Max privately. Those are my statements about everything. Go ahead.
Stance. I'm gonna take the Cherry's a fucking liar stance. So
okay, I feel that when Stephen, if you're characterizing what she did, I agree with you. It was not intentional, or that she's confused. I agree with that. But if you're going to describe it as just silly, it feels like you're absolving her of the responsibility that comes with a platform and comes with making accusations like this, where I think you do have some kind of responsibility to not be confused when you make these accusations.
Yeah, I just said that. You shouldn't be going live with stuff like this without doing a very clear recording of what's happening. What do you want me to say? Cherry, you're a dumb fuck. Don't do this.
No, I don't know. I don't want
Cherry,
no, stop.
Cherry.
I want to finish what I'm saying.
Oh my god.
No, I don't want you to performatively mock me by calling Cherry dumb. That's not what I'm asking you to do, obviously. I'm saying that when I text you about it and you say LOL, and when Cherry does it and you say LOL, and you get on stream and you say, well, this is a little silly. This is kind of silly. Well, yeah, it is silly because it's kind of baseless and unfounded, but when a baseless and unfounded accusation or a silly accusation can ruin someone's life, I feel like you calling it silly at that point is kind of absolving her of all responsibility.
Okay, the reason why I think all of this is silly is because none of this is ruining anybody's life, and I don't think anybody's going to remember this in 2 days. The accusation is that somebody showed somebody their fucking pubes. I don't think anybody's going to remember this 2 days from now. Now, I understand why you feel like it's horrible, and I know why you have to respond the way you do, and I understand that. I'm empathetic to that, but nobody's going to be talking about this in 2 days. This is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't think anybody's going to, in the future, be like, remember that time Max showed his pubes to those girls? It's fucking horrible. That's why I said this is silly. But yeah, it's dumb and it's irresponsible. She should have done it. I agree with that, of course.
But also,
do you think people aren't waiting for Max to fuck up? Do you think people aren't waiting for Max to fuck up even a little bit?
Not as much as you're waiting for Cherry to fuck up.
Hilarious.
No, that's true. Hold on, that is true. You literally told me you were coming on stream to do a victory lap. So yes, of course, people are waiting. Yes, so of course people are waiting for people to fuck up. Yeah, no shit, everybody's doing that. Okay, Jesus.
You're acting like both things can't be true. I can fucking hate Cherry, and she can also be fucking wrong right now.
I get both of those are true. Cherry is fucking wrong, and you hate Cherry. I believe in both of those things.
You're scared to go too hard on Cherry because she already wrote a fucking twitlonger about you. This is a pattern that Cherry has. This is a pattern that Cherry has.
Cherry can write as many twitlongers about me as she wants. I don't care. I am not scared of any of you crazy fucking women writing any twitlongers about me because I'm above it all. Write all of them. Write all the twitlonger you want. Please twitlonger me right now. I just told you I was going to kill you in DMs. Write a twitlonger about it. Lav, do it, okay? Listen, it has nothing to do with who I'm scared about. Everything I've said is true. Go back and watch any clip of anything that I've said. It is true that, yes, hold on. It is true that, yes, people are waiting for Max to fuck up. That is true. But you're also waiting for Cherry to fuck up, which is also true. So everybody's making way too extreme statements about everything. For instance, Cherry was being irresponsible in the statements she made. That is true. But that doesn't mean that Cherry was fucking lying about everything she said. That is true as well. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I'm not making too extreme statements, though, right?
No, your statements, Max, are annoyingly fucking reserved. And I understand why you should be going way harder, but obviously you're scared because of the implication. Live was right on that. You're worried about it looking bad. But yeah, you should be pushing way harder. You shouldn't be like, Cherry, is there anything that maybe you would want to, rephrase? But what you should say is, Cherry, why the fuck are you implying that I was fucking sexually harassing you when that's obviously not the case of what happened? You should be going way harder. But you guys are all free to do your own shit.
I left the stream a mess. The truce with Sherry didn't last long. All of the orbiters made sure to publicly attack me once they learned I was writing this piece. When I DM'd her asking for an interview, she said, fuck off. During the stream, Destiny and Lav had the following conversation over DMs. Destiny, you're on your way to success. I'm proud of you, good little drama farmer. I'm gonna cut her throat. Tweet longer me. Do it. Hashtag me too me. I'm gonna kill you. Lav, do not ever call me a bitch like that again. This is all fun. Do not do that. Destiny, Lav, you're a good streamer, but you need to be a good friend to Max RN. Destiny, he eyes fine. You guys blew this up 10,000 times more than IT needed to be. Destiny, Lav, Destiny, sorry if bitch is a trigger from you, I won't call you that anymore. Don't call me a simp though, I'll fucking kill you. Destiny, saying we spoke face to face. M8, Lav. I didn't say while you were eating me out, 2 days later. Lav, you calling me a dumb bitch has opened up the most insane 24 hours to me. I don't want to tell you what to do with your platform. It's your life. I will be bowing out. I cannot handle the vitriol from your audience. I obviously know I'm an acquired taste, but the amount of people just spamming me with it is a lot. Sorry, I didn't want it to look like I was 100% blaming you for viewer response to me. Destiny bro, you are insanely combative online. I have been so unbelievably patient in our conversations, but you go so hard over and over again. I don't know what you expect. But listen, you're always free to do what you want, matey. Lav, I appreciate you being patient with me, but you blowing up and calling me a dumb bitch with your audience was a decision you made that is affecting me. If that was just us and we were in person, it would be different. I still wouldn't be happy. You've told me you know your community is toxic to women. Why would you not keep that in mind when speaking to me? I'm mad at myself. I'm frustrated with you. I'm not blaming you for everything. I just want you to be more aware of how I'm feeling and the way I feel, and think you should be aware of the parasocial influence your audience has. Destiny, you have called me and others a million names. You are totally out of line if me calling you a bitch is what set things over the line. And if it was in person OFC, it's nicer because we're not arguing. Love, Stephen, I don't have the audience you have, and we're friends. People read that. Destiny, then why are you accusing me of being a simp for someone when I'm just trying to be impartial? Laugh, and they're like, okay, Stephen's totally done with this bitch, let's go nuclear. I wasn't implying you were being a SEMO. First of all, I was implying you unconfrontational. Destiny, you literally said it. What? Lav, and second, why are you so scared of being a simp? Why is this the most insane thing? Did I? Destiny, because you're accusing me of being biased in a situation because I want to fuck someone. It's literally hardcore enforcing the misogyny I'm trying to weed out of my community. Lav, I don't think that's what I said. Destiny? Lav, I think I said you were worried about another twitlonger or dirt she'd have if you didn't defend her. Lav, Stephen, look at your subreddit. A sampling of popular comments across 10 posts made about Lav after the most recent stream. Is Lav actually the most dishonest and logically inconsistent orbiter, or is it just more noticeable since she is more aggressive than others? This was so damn cathartic. Referring to Destiny screaming that Lav is a dumb bitch. Cathartic. Pseudo-intellectual is still too generous, because she is literally a dumb bitch. You don't get to talk to me like that is crazy. Guess what, Goofy? He already did. The fact that he's been so patient with you, and even nice to you in person by your own admission, should probably be a sign that you massively fucked up that stream at least. Lav, look at your YouTube comments. A sampling of popular comments on the most recent stream. Destiny, lying requires intent, Lav. No. This is a prime example of Lav just saying whatever she feels like at the moment, and not holding any actual consistent beliefs. She just says whatever she feels like at the moment. It's amazing how Lav can come out of a drama that doesn't involve her looking like the worst person. A real talent to be that unlikable. My respect for women is ever growing thanks to your content. Amazing how Cherry made basically false harassment allegations and doubled down on them, and Lav is still more unlikable. There was also an unusual post made in support of Lav on Destiny's subreddit that day. I really think Destiny and this community have been dogpiling on Lav a little excessively. 0 upvotes. Lav, why are you pretending your audience is not filled with misogynists and vitriolic El Toxicos? Destiny's reply. Lav, no concession? You're steadfast in that you handled everything great and correctly. An hour later, Destiny posted the following in his offline chat. Prepare yourselves for when I get back home. No more soft moderating. We're hardcore moderating all ironic, unironic misogyny until it is gone from all parts of our community. The problem is, I can have a legion of dumb fuck men on stream, and you fucking retards will never hate men for it, because 98% of you are men. But every time it's a woman acting like a dumb fuck, it's incel factory, she-ice making me hate all women. How can I not hate women after this OMG? Late that night, Lav reacted to Destiny's new decree by jokingly DMing him. Lav, okay, come over, I'm wet. Destiny, none of my recent changes have anything to do with you. Lav, okay. I don't know if you have other shit going on or you just like being fired up. This is a nothing argument. I had a moment the other day. I'm not mad. I hope you're not mad, because I haven't given you a reason to be. Destiny, I get extremely fucking triggered when I am getting shit on from both sides, so eventually it just makes me completely disconnect from the issue, and I stop caring because it's absolutely not worth it. Lav, I totally get that. Sorry for adding to it. Hope you're well otherwise, take care of yourself. October 22nd, 2022, Lav co-hosted my call-in show, Mr. Girl Hotline. I told her that I had just confronted Destiny about how he treats his orbiters. I described how his system was rigged to make us look bad, and if we somehow managed to successfully challenge him, he would ban support for us anyway. Lav said that was what we signed up for. We would be dogpiled in exchange for Destiny doing us the favor of bringing us on stream. I was adamant that it was not a favor. We'd been cast on an entertainment program, and we should be treated with dignity rather than be abused. I told her that this defense made him sound like Harvey Weinstein. Lav said that I needed to learn the difference between setting boundaries for myself and trying to control others. I countered that any boundary can be described in both ways. For example, if I go over to someone's house, I have to be allowed to use their bathroom. If I'm not, then I don't want to be there. But you could also frame that as me telling them how to run their household. I said I could live with Destiny having an advantage in all discussions and having more sway over the audience, but not with him banning me and anyone who agrees with me from his subreddit, where issues and narratives are discussed more thoughtfully than on stream. I'd been banned from his subreddit 2 days prior, Destiny would later tell me that he didn't want me whipping up too much negative sentiment about him with my criticism that he was sanitizing Nick Fuentes. Lav countered that Destiny doesn't care about any of that, and that I have to choose if I'm going to leave or be his little monkey and dance for him. She told me he can't be trained to treat people well, and that I should let go of the idea that I can teach him how to be a good friend. The following day, Lav DM'd Destiny. Lav, I didn't mean to talk shit about you, just level with Max and find a middle ground. Destiny. Lav, I'm too baby for drama. Destiny, you are driving me crazy M80. Lav, I am? Destiny, yes. Lav, what did I do? I feel like I've been handling this well. Destiny, how you speak about me is insane. And to some extent, how you speak about the community. Lav, I just watched what you said about me on stream, and I actually want to murder you. He'd said that she was childish and unempathetic. Lav, can I come on? Destiny, anytime. The resulting conversation would be uploaded to Destiny's channel with the title, Destiny Finally Takes Gloves Off. Debate Ends in Tears.
The framing of this as, like, drama has me stressed out.
Good. Feel stressed, because you have no problem running your mouth on 15 other channels about this quote-unquote drama, so. Dan, if you say retarded shit, I'm perma-banning you from here, and I'm gonna drive to your house, because I know exactly where you live. I'll be there in 15 minutes, okay? You're not gonna have anything to sell. Okay.
I think that we can, this is dramatic and to some extent, right?
Yeah, but of course it is. Yeah, you're running around talking shit. That's drama.
I'm not talking shit, Steven.
You are talking shit, but go ahead.
When have I talked shit? What did I say?
Well, even if I brought up exactly what you said, your next response would be go, oh, tee. Okay, yeah, maybe I did say that. The way that you characterize me as a bluthering fucking moron, okay? And the way that you characterize like, oh, he just doesn't care about me and he's being mean and the whole reason his community hates me is because of that one time he insulted me, like, is all absolutely...
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. And if you watch the whole conversation I had with Brittany, I didn't say that.
You even said personally to me, you said that one phrase that I said to you was a big reason why you were getting...
emboldens your community, which is just true.
If it emboldens it, it's responsible for 1% of the emboldening.
Sure.
Okay, but that's not what you're... Don't say sure. That's not what you are pretending. You're pretending like it's Matt, like, oh my god, I'm getting all this hate because of Destiny. Yeah, but you're wrong.
I don't think I'm wrong, and I don't think that you can prove to me that you're right.
I know that I'm right, because I've told you a million times what gets you the most hate. And I've told you, and I see it happening over and over and over and over again. Or just for the purposes to sticky note on the conversation. Yes, hold on, let me say it real quick.
No. Because here's the problem. You think that I'm counting every single bit of criticism or everything about me on your subreddit as misogyny. And I've repeatedly said I don't think that that's the case. I think that 80% of it is probably pretty constructive. Even if I don't... Like, a lot of these people are mostly just giving me, like, feedback on, like, how to win in debates or how to, like, talk smoother or how to be more logical, right? Which is, like, fine. Even if I don't necessarily want to do that because I don't like being in the debate sphere, right? I'm more of, like, a talker than, like, a I need to be right person. But I appreciate the criticism nonetheless because they want me to get better, right? That's fine. Even if they say it in a mean way, that's fine.
Okay, that's great that you're saying this right now, but when you're on other platforms, you're saying things like, oh, well,
a week ago.
Well, his audience has like a lot of groypers in it.
A week ago.
Okay.
Okay, exactly.
My audience has a lot of groypers in it. What a weird statement to say. You spend more time on alt-right groyper platforms than I do. Do you understand that?
Okay, Steven. Sure, but I'm not interacting with as many males as you. First of all. So I think in a space that is dominated mostly by males, there's going to be a little bit of misogyny that's bred more than if an all-female space.
Okay, you just totally pivoted away from the original claim.
No, and you didn't let me you didn't let me fucking finish, first of all. So even if 80% of the criticism is valid, 20% of it is so fucking loud. And they're posting pictures of me without my makeup on. They're telling me to go back to sex work, that I should just shut my mouth.
Okay, hold on. So now you're conflating like, Twitter comments with upvoted Reddit comments, because people aren't upvoting these types of comments on my subreddit. If people are saying shit like that, that generally gets massively downvoted. Number one. So, and number two, I can't account for random tweet. Yeah, okay, show me.
No, it's definitely happening more on Twitter. Sure, but
okay,
still
I can't help you engage
this is
with
still your fan.
You don't know that. Fan. You have no idea. This was the point that I made to you when you DM'd me and you were like, look at all the hate that I'm getting on Twitter right now. Bro, you just spent like 4 hours fighting with a whole bunch of people in Chud Logic's Discord and you're blaming all the interactions on my community?
Okay. First of all, you literally, again, I showed you, it was less than 45 minutes, and it was like, it was to 2 people.
It was 4 pages of you talking and arguing and fighting.
It was 45 minutes, and it wasn't 4 pages. It was like 30 messages. You're blowing it so out of proportion, and you're trying to make me look like the crazy psycho, and I'm not going to let you because I'm not the crazy psycho.
Oh my god, the gaslighting terminology. You guys have been psych poisoned. It was a mistake introducing any psych terms whatsoever to your entire generation. I'm not trying to convince you of a different reality. I'm not trying to convince you of something. What I'm telling you is that when you come to me and you say, I'm going to publicly condemn, I'm super relaxed right now. I'm going to publicly condemn your entire community because a couple of randos on Twitter that aren't representative of what's upvoted in your subreddit, and you know that stuff that isn't a lot in my chat room, and you know that stuff that doesn't even show up in my YouTube thumbs up comments, and you know that, but instead you're going to do the thing where everybody does, where they go, 4 or 5 people on Twitter are saying really mean things to me. I think it's your community. Bro, you spend so much time in Griper platforms. That's one of the things that Cherry got mad at you for making racist jokes when you guys were on a fucking Griper talk show, and you're going to say that Gripers are in my community, and you're going to blame my community for the feedback you get on Twitter? That doesn't make any sense. And it paints me and my community in a horrible light when you do it. And then you try to bond with other people making the same claims when that's not true.
Destiny countered that the ugliest comments about Lav are on Twitter, which he can't control and which shouldn't reflect on him or his community. She argued against his framing that she was trying to hold him accountable for anything, and explained that she was instead trying to express how it felt to have him refuse to protect her.
I'm having a really hard time coming to grips with the fact that I've been, like, stupid online, and also, like, having to deal with the consequences of having, like, a very, unedited persona, where just, like, anything goes. I'm, like, trying to parse out what I want from streaming or the internet in general, and it's very, I think it's a lot all at once to have, like, so many people, like, hate me, which, like, isn't about you. That's, like, obviously very much about me, but it's, like, hard to deal with, because it's, like, a lot all at once, because I'm grateful to you for, you know, for spending this time with me on stream, because it's great for business, right? But I also, I, like, didn't know, like, what I was really getting into. And then when it turned out it was bad, it's, like, upsetting. Like, it's upsetting for so many people to, like, pick me apart constantly. And I think that you're used to that because you've had this platform for so long. But I'm still sort of just, like, this is, like, my first little dip, my first toe dip in it. And so I wish that you'd, I'm not going to be another girl that cries on your stream. Holy shit. Hold on. Let me have a second. So I think when I talked to you about calling me a dumb bitch, it really hurt, because I felt like not only was your community painting me in this way, but you, who knows me personally, is saying these things to me and, like, affirming that it's true. That I am just, like, a stupid dumb bitch who knows nothing. Which, like, hurts more when you say it because you know me better than your community. And then because your community knows that you know me better, they're like, okay, it's, like, open season, basically. Like, we're right because Steven is, like, is telling us that it is okay to do this. And then you did that again when you talked about Brittany versus me, and that Brittany didn't deserve all the criticism and I deserve more of it because I'm crazy. And I was just like, fuck. Like, and I think that is a fine characterization for you to make, right? Because that's your reality. That hurts me a lot. So then I had to be like, okay, well, I don't want to change Steven's mind because I think what he's feeling is valid, but I might just have to, like, take myself out of the equation because I can't handle this. Whereas Max was like, well, I can change his mind, I can change him. I was just like, I think it's just healthier for me if I don't involve myself in this. Or just, like, cool it down. Like, obviously the way that I've been going about the internet is not good. So I should probably change a couple things. And then you've been mad at me this past week, and I've just been like, I've been trying to not give you too much shit because I know that Max is giving you a lot, and I know that, like, you know, your audience is giving you a lot, and I know that obviously the whole Nick stuff or whatever, I don't know. So I've been trying to, like, give you space, But then
But you've been talking about me on like every shit talking me on every platform you've been going on.
I didn't shit talk you, Steven.
You wouldn't say the conversations you had with Max, you don't think was shitting me a little bit? Or the conversation you had with Brittany and Erudite, you wouldn't say the shitting me a little bit? Do you want to watch those clips together? We can go over if we think that is or not.
This is what I'll say. Okay, I'll concede. I guess I was shit talking you, but I think in a way that was productive, that humanized you, so it doesn't seem as bad to me.
I don't know what that sentence
I wasn't
meant.
painting you as evil. I wasn't painting
You're painting me as uncharitable and dishonest, which are like the worst things.
And
I would rather somebody say I have a small dick, okay? My honesty and my charitability are like the two things that I've extended the most to you and to other people in general. So
I know, and maybe that's why I got so happy with how much you were doing that suddenly you stopped and I was like, wait, where'd it go? Which is understandable, right?
No.
If you condition me to have kid gloves on and then all of a sudden you take the kid gloves off, I'm like, wait, this doesn't feel good. I think that's normal. That's a normal feeling for me to have.
Okay, so when you say things like, why are you pretending your audience is not filled with misogynist and vitriolic el toxicos, what is the implication there? That it's just a few people on Twitter? The implication is huge. That you're saying that...
It's not a few people. It is...
And then when you say later, you're steadfast in that you handled everything great and correctly, that implies that there is some level of blame that I have there.
No, with you. I handled everything with you correctly. Like, I wasn't waging war or like whatever. I said I'm trying to be.
No, you're implying that I didn't handle things correctly. You said that I'm not handling things correctly.
I know, because I was frazzled. I thought that maybe there was something that you could do. You see Max doing the same thing. Obviously, this feeling is not just my feeling.
No. Hold on. My feelings with Max it's a totally separate thing, not at all related to this. And it has to do with Max specifically calling out my subreddit for war and then all of the cringy shit that's going on with that right now. Aside from that, me and Max aside from that thing, we're chill. But that's a totally separate thing than what's happening with your...
We are also chill besides this. Unless we're not.
No, what I'm saying is that Max's situation has specifically to do with like a subreddit war thing that's going on right now. Your problem with me is wider.
About it. No, I talked to Max about it 2 days ago. He thinks the same thing, that you're. I think this is where I am with it. Mm-hmm. Because I think I've moved in the week since it has happened. I think I wanted you to protect me from your audience in a way that wasn't fair. I was like asking for special treatment. And I was upset when you didn't give it to me. And now I'm sort of just like dealing with the bed that I shit in. I was wrong. I don't think that your audience is filled with groypers and misogynists. I think that they're certainly there. And I think that you could probably do things to quell some of that if you were extremely cautious.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. All of this, to me, and I understand you have things you're saying, that it all feels like placating to me. Because when you were talking to Max, like, Max was making it sound like I was so beyond fucking damaged or whatever, and you were like, well, we shouldn't even try to change him. Like, that's just the way that he is, and I can't interact with that anymore.
So, no. So I still feel that same way. So I think in the way where, like, I can love you from, like, here, but knowing that if I interact with you in that way, like, I'm gonna get my feelings hurt because I can't control you. Whereas, like,
interact with me in what way?
Like, if I go on your stream, I can't trust you or expect you to, like, treat me with kid gloves anymore, or...
Even though I have in every single circumstance, except when you're literally shouting at me in the middle of a conversation.
Yes. Whereas Max wants to, like, control the way that you control his narrative. I'm sort of just like, I think, and I said, I still love Steven, but I think that you can still love Steven, but I think you'd be happier if you weren't trying to control him. I think what I was saying was, like, perfectly apt, and I don't think that it was rude at all towards you. I said that you struggled interpersonally, because I do think that's true.
You're really good at this, okay? but I'm far older than you, okay? I see through your devious tricks, okay?
Steven.
Stop. This implication that you were talking about me like a butterfly that you can't catch and you have to let flap its wings in the way.
Steven,
blah, blah, blah,
I said that you struggled interpersonally. I said that you had a detached.
You said that you didn't feel like you wanted to teach me how to treat you properly. The implication of that is so much more negative and vitriolic than you're giving it credit for. When now you describe the conversation, you're like, well, I was just telling him that we kind of have to let you flap your wings the way that you do, like the beautiful butterfly you read. That's not, the implication was that I'm this monster that can't even be trained to treat a woman properly on stream.
Okay. Whoa, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all.
That's what you implied, and that probably is what you meant.
Okay, I'm sorry that I fucked up in that way. I did not mean to do that.
If you were talking to Max personally, you're like, I don't really want to be friends with Steven because, like, I don't think he knows how to treat people properly. I'm not going to train anybody how to treat people properly. And I think you shouldn't be friends with him either. What is the implication? It doesn't matter if there's a million people listening or only Max listening.
Yeah, I never said that you guys should not be friends.
You're saying that he should
needs
cut
to let
himself.
go.
What does that mean?
I don't think that you get it because you have a very detached attachment style. I don't think that you understand what anxious attachment is or what it feels like. And that's fine.
No. In this conversation right now, you're implying.
Are you seriously going to tell me?
I'm so sorry. My bad for trying to speak. Go ahead.
Steven, shut the fuck up. Are you seriously going to tell me that you don't struggle interpersonally?
No, really? I don't struggle interpersonally. No, I don't.
That's a fucking joke.
It's not a joke. I don't.
You have feuded and fought with everyone in all fucking four corners of the fucking internet, Steven.
Yeah, and I can tell you exactly why I fight with anybody that I do. It's not a mystery to me.
Yeah, there's always a reason. Yeah, sure. It's always someone else.
I'm an aggressive.
It's never you.
No,
it's never you.
Hold on, that's not true. I have a super aggressive personality. There's a lot of reasons why people like me, but I know that. I'm not confused. I'm never on stream trying to figure I don't know why they're treating me that way. What?
But I can't bring up those reasons?
You could. Oh, are you bringing up those reasons? Because 5 seconds ago you were trying to say that it wasn't about me, that it was about Max, but now that I'm willing to admit, of course, yeah, I am an asshole. Now you do want to make it about me? Or which one is it? I can't tell. If you're changing positions in real time. You've got the Thanos ring. Reality is whatever I want it to be. Tell me.
I think that I've done a fine job recognizing why you're hurt, and you still are you're still making me like this, you're painting me as this villain that's manipulative and...
Because you kind of are acting like a villain, yes. But I'm going to give you the final word because I have to leave and go talk to Dan, okay?
Okay, I think it's really unfair that, yeah, I think that's an unfair characterization, but I don't know what else to say, because I want to have a productive conversation, it doesn't feel very productive.
It doesn't feel productive because I'm not just acquiescing to everything you're saying and going, yeah, true, I agree. It feels unproductive because I'm giving you pushback. You probably don't get it very much. That would be my guess.
No, I get it enough. It just sucks when I'm trying to be vulnerable to you and you're painting everything that I'm doing maybe messily as intentional.
No, hold on. It's you're not being vulnerable to me, okay? That's not true.
I'm trying to be.
No, you're not trying to be. You're giving me excuses, rationalizations, and justifications for everything you've done so far.
I have not done... My people skills fucking suck then. But for you to be painting me... Dude, and even the way that you're talking to me now... I don't know how to ask for what I want from you.
Okay. We can talk any other time you want, off stream or on stream, whatever you want to do. I need to go eat or Dan's going to fucking kill me, okay? I appreciate the conversation. I understand it's a challenging conversation. Thanks for having it with me though, okay? Be careful.
Alright.
Jesus. Holy fuck. Her and Max are the two most, mindfucky people to navigate conversations with. It's actually insane. Jesus.
That day, I watched this stream with Shaylin on our living room TV. Near the end, Shaylin started crying and said, "This is the first time I've seen his face close up like this. I've never been able to see how sad he is." The following morning, October 24th, Destiny streamed his reaction to a clip of a conversation between Lav and Brittany Simon, another fellow Destiny orbiter. In the clip, Lav said that because she has a propensity to self-abandon, the criticism on Destiny's subreddit hits particularly hard. Brittany, who said she has borderline personality disorder, agreed. Destiny went on a rant about what he perceived as Lav's tendency to blame her psychological problems on others.
Stop externalizing everything to things that are in your fucking head. Fix it. Figure it out. The usage of psychology language to everything is so fucking grating. Kill me. I have the propensity to self-abandon. Shut the no! Fix it. Do something. What? Just stop. Stop using these words. I have an anxious attachment. So I don't care. Fix it. Do something about it. Do something. If you know that you have these things, then do something to fix it. When I'm working on projects at night and I realize I've got 5 tabs open, I'm like, fuck, I'm a little ADHD brain. I'll close them because I know I can't do that. If I have it open, so when I work on my manifestos, I close chat. I close all of my chats because I know that if it's open on the side, I'm going to fucking look at shit and start clicking links. So what do? I close it. Do something. If a diagnosis is only good for you if you're actually taking it and using it to improve yourself or your life or something. You can't just use it oh, this is my blame box. Oh, did you just say that I'm blah, blah, blah? Well, here's my attachment. Oh, did you say blah, blah? Well, I have OCD. Oh, did you say blah, blah, blah? Oh, I didn't. No. That's who you are. Do something about it. Fuck. God, fuck, I hate... Everybody uses these goddamn words now, and it pisses me the fuck off. Stop doing it. It triggered the fuck out of me because Lav and Max are both incredibly adept at gaslighting and darvoing. They're both so fucking good at it. Lav, not as much. Max is very good. Here's like a thing... I'm not going to be able to give you a guide to detect this in real life because it requires a lot of social adeptness to be able to figure it out. But here's just like a random thing that I would give you as like a pro tip. What is darvoing? Darvo is when you flip the script and you make the other person feel bad when you should probably be the one that feels bad. It stands for deny, attack, and reverse the victim and the offender. If you ever feel like you're in a personal relationship with somebody and you feel bad a lot, and every time you try to confront them about them making you feel bad, somehow by the end of the conversation, you're always the one that's in the wrong. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they're doing that, and you could actually be in the wrong and you're fucked up, but that should be a key to you that something needs to change about your interactions with that person. There are some people in life that are really, really, really... I did this a lot. I still do it sometimes to Mel. I love you, Mel. There are some people that are so good at navigating conversations and making it so that, like, you're the problem, even though it's their fault. If you find somebody that does that to you over and over and over again, you need to take a step back and you figure, okay, am I actually a terrible fucking person? Or does this motherfucker flip the script on me constantly? Always be careful of that. Always, always, always be careful of that.
About 10 minutes later, Lav DM'd Destiny. I don't know if she was watching Destiny stream live, but it's more likely that one of their mutual fans told her that he was criticizing her. My own fans notify me whenever anyone prominent talks about me, supposedly to be helpful, but probably also to stir up conflict. Destiny is well aware of this dynamic, as it goes both ways. If you talk about him, he will know almost immediately. Lav, hey, I'd like to talk off stream. I don't want to stress you out. Doesn't need to happen immediately, just whenever you have a free night. Destiny, yeah, sure thing. I'm free tonight or tomorrow night if you want, matey. Lav, tonight works. What time do you end stream again? Sorry, I always forget. I definitely want to milk you. Destiny. Lav, I appreciate you saying I'm not dumb. I don't appreciate you calling me an abuser. Christ almighty. That night, things came to a head in a stream that would later be titled ABA Confronts Destiny, Triggers Meltdown 13-Person Debate or Civil War. I had plans to speak with Destiny about the power dynamics in his relationships with his orbiters, but I joined because I saw Lav getting dog-piled in a discussion about how dumb she is. Destiny, ostensibly defending her from ABA, said, I would say that Sneeko does worse than Lav because at least at the end of the day, Lav is like, yeah, maybe I'm dumb. And maybe I'm not thinking this through, and maybe I'm too aggressive, and at least she'll admit it, even if I feel like it might be kind of a half cope. But Sneeko wouldn't say that at all. Lav, having just joined the call, tried to interject while Abba talked over her. If Lav is saying, I'm compromised in some kind of way, I need attention, or whatever the fuck it is that she's saying, compelling her to do this stuff, okay, there's no point in having these discussions, because even if you do prove her wrong, well, then she says, I'm confused.
You'd rather me not acknowledge that I have shortcomings?
I would rather you not have conversations if you don't think.
I do think. What do you mean? I still stand by 90% of what I said about sex work. I could have definitely been nicer when debating it. Like that's the big deal, is that like I was extremely like uncharitable to people like Madame Genevieve. I came in too aggressively. But I think all of my points are still incredibly apt.
If you don't say so yourself.
Just to be clear, as a real clear quick thing, what Abba's frustration was the thing that I said before, is that like Abba's just upset that
for you, it sounds like you're taking accountability by saying I don't know, but for ABBA, it feels like that's a way of avoiding accountability by making extreme statements and then saying I don't know. That's like the opposite feeling of it. Yeah.
Sure, but do you know how inhuman it is for a person to, in the middle of a conversation, be like, oh my god, you're so right, I'm so wrong, I'm gonna I'm like, that's not normal.
Lev, don't let them Mott and Bailey you. ABBA said you don't think when you talk. That's what you're responding to. Don't let Steven slip in some charitable sounding bullshit that you can respond to instead.
True. I think I do think before I speak most of the time.
Okay, look, but Lav is literally doing it to herself.
Listen, I'm not upset. Carry on having these conversations. Do whatever you please. I just think when I listen to you, I don't understand where you stand. I don't understand why you don't stand where you stand anymore.
No,
you are like soup
shut up,
when it comes to these conversations.
No, shut up, thank you.
So
no, I think that we definitely have different thought patterns.
What did you just say to me? Did you just tell me to shut up?
Yeah, I did. I think that we have different thought patterns.
If you would have added the B word, I honestly would have been upset. I'm not gonna lie.
Stop!
Lev, I think you should reject the premise that your character is on trial and that it's acceptable for ABBA to come in and just start criticizing you. I think even by responding to his criticisms, it's a weird situation where it's just like everybody who has an opinion on whether Lav is full of shit should just come in and start talking about it.
Well, I don't think that was ABBA's initial position. I think ABBA just wanted to know why I was pursuing those conversations. Probably because they're a bit different than the other types of
but he was he used that as a way to like posture himself above me.
No, I don't think. No,
he said he said she doesn't think before she speaks.
But that's
Dan called her a snake. ABBA said the reason I'm speaking.
Wait, ABBA's conversation and Dan's conversation were totally separate. You can't compare the two.
If you looked at your chat after that, or if you looked at your subreddit after that, it was like pages and pages of people just repeating dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch. Which is like, okay, at some point it's like, yeah, you're allowed to respond that way to me, but when it then just becomes an echo chamber of like everyone who wants to in-group signal about hating me, that just becomes like a little masturbatory, and I don't think that you should allow something like that.
I mean, everybody already hates you on my subreddit, so like, I don't think that changed things much, but...
Well, I definitely
I think
saw
there's
a difference.
Lav calling Cherry a dumb bitch does not have the same effect as you calling Lav a dumb bitch, because you have way, way more power than her.
I don't care. Hold on, wait, hold on. I don't care. If somebody's going to come onto my stream,
that's my whole
no, hold on. If you think you care about that, then you're engaging in a social dynamic that is unsustainable and is never going to be agreed to by anybody else in any other circumstance ever. If you want to come and engage on my platform, you're totally welcome to do so, but I'm not going to let you get away with markedly worse behavior because you're a smaller person. In the way earlier that you said that I tried to discredit Lav by calling her irrational, you're trying to baby her by saying she's a smaller streamer. So of course she can act that way. She's just a small streamer. Yeah, that is exactly what you said. Now, if you want to restate what you said, that's fine. Hold on. No, hold on. You can't just say no, you didn't say that. You exactly said, let me repeat verbatim. You said, Destiny, when you call Lav this name, it is a much different effect than when Lav calls Cherry that name. You're arguing for a different type of treatment because of the size or reputation of the two figures, and I'm telling you that is something I will never accept on my stream.
I'm telling you that I think you're abdicating your responsibility.
So Lav doesn't have that responsibility? Why?
Lav does not have because you are in charge of the community. That they're all your fans. It's playing to a much larger audience of your fans than anybody else's.
It doesn't matter. Lav is still contributing to that community and that conversation the same way that I am.
She is, but there's a different effect when you call someone a dumb bitch. It has a way different effect on the person you're saying it to than it does when she says it. It's like you're like Superman and you're fighting another person and you think the same rules should apply to you, but I don't agree.
We're not arguing necessarily.
I want to know why. Is it because he has more subscribers, or because he's a man? Because he's smarter than her? Why?
It's his platform, so it's his.
I don't think Steven's smarter than Lav.
I just don't understand why.
I don't think Lav's smarter than Steven. I don't agree to the narrative that Lav is dumb. Okay.
Okay, we're all.
I think Steven and Lav are both very intelligent people.
That's because Max is going to have some incredibly esoteric definition
of what dumb is. It's not esoteric.
Okay, wait. Do you think that she's as smart as do you think that she's going to be smarter when she's 30 years old than she is now, or would you not say smarter?
I would hope so.
You are.
No. I need you to answer that question so that everybody in the audience can hear that using a ridiculous definition of dumb and stupid and intelligent, so we can move on from that. So I'm asking you a very pointed question: is Lav going to be smarter at 30 than she is at 24?
Lav is going to be smarter at I don't know. She'll be wiser.
Okay, I just wanted to get it out there then that you're like totally randomly using words. But okay, go for it. Now make your point.
I'm not randomly using words. I'm saying that I think if you both took an IQ test, I think maybe you would score.
No one here is talking about IQ tests, and she's got Ashkenazi fucking Jewish blood, so it's not fair to compare us, okay? I'm working on some Hispanic shit, okay? I'm literally debuffed at birth.
Mexican, I'm half Mexican.
So whatever Brittany said meant when she said smart, I assume she meant smart at navigating these types of conversations and interactions.
No, she probably means intelligent in terms of like having figured life out in general.
It sounds to me, Max, and I could be wrong, but it sounds like you're trying to make the argument that Abba was trying to make, but from the other perspective. That Steven's positioning puts Lav at a disadvantage, so he has to act accordingly so Lav doesn't get thrown under the bus. But again, that puts the responsibility on who? Steven, taking the responsibility away from who? Lav.
That's not what I'm saying. Steven, in some ways, is our boss.
What the fuck? Speak for yourself.
He can't do shit.
Steven is our boss, and he's also our friend, but he's our boss. And that creates a lot of weird social dynamics, because he's not just the boss of when you can come on his stream and make money and grow your platform. He's the boss of you that way. But he's also in charge of the community's narrative about you. He controls what people think of you to a large degree. So if you're having a conversation with Steven offline and he calls you a dumb bitch and you call him a dumb bitch, then yeah, blows are exchanged, nothing happens. But it's like the fucking president calling you a dumb bitch. When he calls you a dumb bitch on stream, the community of people, this very large community who are very attached to Steven and his beliefs and the way he sees things, it changes your public existence when he says something like that. I think that part of Steven's appeal is that he is not responsible. I think people like that about him. People like that he will have chicken and waffles with Fuentes, and then I play the opposite character saying, oh, like shaking my finger, you shouldn't be doing this. I think people like that he will defend saying the N-word. I think people will like that he'll make the comments about the dipshit protesters. People like watching him fly off the handle, watching him do things that other creators would call irresponsible. And he usually has a defense for it and an explanation that is consistent with his views on this. However, I think that I'm asking him to be more responsible now with this topic. I think that he is irresponsible when he talks to you like you're equals and attacks you as you would an equal when you're not.
So in what way aren't they equals? That's where talk to me like I'm stupid. I don't get it. Are they either both? That's what I'm saying. Are they not the same? Are they the same?
No. So it's in the eyes of like the audience who sees Steven as someone who is like the person that they watch on stream every day, and we are like orbiters.
But I don't have that much sway necessarily over their opinions about you.
No,
guys.
not you. You're not wholly responsible.
If that was the case, Lav, my community was shitting you relentlessly when I was unbelievably charitable to you for a long time. I think this gets to the heart of what Cherry was asking, and that like it seems like if I have a negative reaction to you, everything negative on the sub all of a sudden becomes my responsibility when it couldn't have been anything that you could have possibly said.
All I'm saying is I want you to acknowledge the power differential and keep it in mind when you're talking to us and when you're
talking to you. Who do you mean us?
All of us. When you're talking to someone who has less power.
I don't.
Here's what I want. Okay, here's what I want. Max Carson, aka Mr. Girl. I want when Steven is talking to someone who has less power than him, which is most of his conversations, when he's talking to an orbiter, and that includes all of you.
No, absolutely not. I have his op.gg.
Shut up.
When Steven is talking to someone who has less power than him, even if that person does not want this, even if a 13-year-old wants to have sex with their teacher, I still think that the power differential should be acknowledged. And I think that, Steven, what I plead with you to do is to think about and acknowledge the power differential when you're in these conversations.
That's not what you're asking.
And when you're discussing the conversation.
That's not what you're asking. Don't lie. I know there's a power differential to some extent, of course. You're not asking me to acknowledge it. You're asking me to change a behavior. Get to what you're actually asking for. Because if I just say, okay, I do acknowledge it, and then nothing's going to change, you wouldn't be happy. So you're not asking for her to acknowledge, like, are you a bigger streamer than the people? You're like, of course I am. Obviously, I know that.
Well, I said I want you to acknowledge it in your assessment. So the behavior that would change just now is when you're saying, oh, I called you a dumb bitch, but you called Cherry a dumb bitch. That doesn't make any sense if you acknowledge the power.
No, hold on.
If you kept that in mind, you would not compare these two things at all.
So no, hold on, real quick. Now we're getting to what you're saying. So you're trying to say that because the power differential exists, and then you move on to the descriptions, you say people on your platform get to act dramatically differently than you're allowed. Yes! How are you saying no? You're saying that Lav is allowed to call somebody...
I'm saying, you're chipping away at what I'll tell you the prescriptions. I love telling you what to do. If you want me to tell you what to do, I'll tell you. When you are talking about someone calling someone a bitch on your stream, don't compare that person to you. Don't defend your behavior by comparing it to an orbiter's behavior. It's like totally unacceptable to me. You shouldn't do that.
Okay, and that's good. And I totally disagree with you. I don't think that just because somebody comes on here, they're the smallest streamer, they can get away with anything they want because they're the smallest streamer. I totally disagree with that. So if somebody's going to be on here, they're going to call somebody a bitch a million times, I'm going to call them a bitch. And just because we have a power differential doesn't mean that I'm going to say, I'm going to reconsider.
Those are opposites. Those are opposite points. I'm not saying Lav should be able to call people a bitch. I'm saying you can't. And the reason you can't is not the same reason that Lav can't. So it may be true that maybe both of you shouldn't.
Okay, I disagree, but I understand what you're saying. I totally disagree, but okay.
Okay, but if Lav, the argument you're making is, you're saying Lav can't, but you can because she did.
No, Lav can. If she wants to call people a bitch, she can do it all day. I'm okay with rolling around in the mud. But if you're going to roll in the mud, I'm going to roll around with you. That's it. But you're saying I can't because I'm too big for the pig pen.
Yes.
Exactly. And I disagree. If somebody else wants to do it on my stream, fine. We can get like a little bit more rowdy if you want to do that. That's fine. But somebody doesn't have permission to get rowdy, and I can't because I'm a bigger streamer.
Pixie, who I'd never talked to before, told me I sounded entitled. Destiny then summarized her argument.
It sounds like what Pixie is saying is that you're doing this thing where you're like, just because I don't make a formal agreement with you doesn't mean that I can't have some forms of boundaries, which everybody in here would agree. You don't have to make a formal agreement with somebody that has some forms of boundaries. But you're not talking about a boundary like a friendship boundary. It seems like you're extending that to almost like a form of professional boundary. You're talking about these are the rules that you need to make to moderate your community to appease me professionally. And what Pixie is saying is that in order to make a professional ask of somebody or to have a professional boundary, it seems like some professional agreement would have needed to have been made and not just assumed. Otherwise, you have a feeling of entitlement that isn't justified. That sounds like what Pixie's argument was.
Yeah, but there's two components to that. There's the logistical, professional component, and then there's the emotional component.
No one here is talking about the emotional component. It's about the logistical.
She just said you don't have a right to be angry.
Lav and I continued to argue with the others about whether orbiter relationships with Destiny count as professional relationships, and whether it's reasonable to have any professional boundaries or expectations within those relationships. Ironically, the conversation itself netted Destiny 430,000 monetized views. Things came to a head when Lav brought up Anna.
I think you have a blind spot when it comes to interpersonal responsibility, when one person has more power than another person. I think you have a blind spot about Dr. K, and I think you have a blind spot with you and your own orbiters. I think that you don't understand the amount of psychological devastation that you can cause in some of the same people who are defending you right now, who have been raked across the coals by you. I think that you, for some reason, will not actually sit and think about this, which is the same reason that you will not allow it to be done with Reckful and Dr. K. But I do think what Dr. K did to Reckful is worse than rape. I think he harmed him more than a rape would have harmed him. I think it's more egregious and more selfish than it is to literally actually rape someone.
I think a perfect example of this is the Anna situation.
I'm actually about to nuke you from orbit. Lav, this is one of the things where you are too young and actually stupid to even begin to comment on. If you do this, I'll actually lose my shit. Please stop. I already saw your clips talking about it, and I will lose my fucking mind if you try to make an example of this. I'll actually lose it. Okay. I'm already losing. I already have lost it. Don't, please, holy fucking shit. Stop.
Okay.
Go ahead, Max.
I'm not going to press. I'm not going to.
I love you, Lav. I'm sorry.
I'm not going to press you on that, but you do see an extreme amount of resistance to certain criticisms, right? If you're saying you're going to stop, you're going to move her from. You're saying you're going to move her from.
Let's do it. I changed my mind. Let's do it. Hold on. No, sorry. Hold on. I completely changed my mind. Lav, I give you permission. Go. Go ahead. Bring it up. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go ahead.
Before you respond, I don't want to have judoed you into having to listen to this.
No, I want to. I'm excited. Let's go.
But your first response to it was, I'm going to cut ties
ties with you if you press me on this.
Listen, he thought about it.
I thought about it. You're right. I was wrong.
It doesn't matter what he said after he thought about it. I just want it to be acknowledged that when Lav says, hey, I think you mistreated this person really publicly and I want to press you on it, his first response was, I will cut ties with you.
I have the right to do that. I don't even know if Lav benefits that much from being on my platform. No, you're saying I don't. You're saying that as part of my response. You're playing the fucking word game again.
Another way you could answer it is you could say, if you think that this is an example of a broader pattern, let's stick to other things because I don't want to talk about that anymore. I'm done talking about. I don't want to talk about her when she's not here. I just don't want to get into it, especially because I'm worried that it's going to actually affect her if we talk about it. There's a lot of ways for you to acknowledge the validity of her bringing it up, or just say you don't want to talk about it. You don't have to threaten to cut ties with her.
Okay. It's interesting that it seems like you're so excited and so happy to talk about people's boundaries and stuff in other circumstances. But if I want to draw a strong boundary here, like if you do this, I'm done completely. I'm not allowed to have that boundary because of the position that I've assumed as, I guess, the de facto, like, psychological rape victim because I'm all of your bosses that I never agreed to be. That's pretty insane to me, but okay.
Yeah, I think that the more guarded you are, or defensive, or boundary setting you are around people calling you out for what they perceive as bad behavior, then of course the more inherently abusive the relationship is.
The way that you just phrased that was I just went, just perfect. That was so beautifully done. Go ahead. I'm being sarcastic. It was just the way you frame things is unreal. That the idea of, like, my position is there's an incredibly dramatic person you've been involved in that's had 2 years of insane interactions with, and Lav wants to bring that up in the middle of this conversation, which we can talk about now if you want to, and to say that, oh, well, if there's something that is uncomfortable for you to discuss and you get defensive about that, that could be an insight that you're actually the abuser in this relationship. The way that you phrased that was unbelievable, but okay.
What I'm saying is every time I try to call you out for anything, you get really defensive.
That's not true. I'll have a conversation with you about anything.
You're doing it right now.
No, it's over her bringing up another person's incredibly complex drama, and I've already heard her thoughts on it.
But when I said that just now, you could have been like, give me an example of me being defensive and guarded. But instead, you start screaming at me that it's not true.
Because you're implying that I'm being abusive by telling someone I'm kicking them off if they do something, and then you're saying, well, I'm not implying that at all. There are other ways that you could have brought it up or whatever, when you absolutely are implying that.
No, what I said is the more guarded you are around criticisms, the more definitionally abusive the relationship is going to be. That's just how it is.
That's not just how it is. You're giving, this is like abuser 101. If you're trying to criticize somebody and they're being incredibly defensive about it, that's because they're in the wrong. And you have a right to have your criticism heard by that person. And if they're getting more upset about it or emotional about it, they're even more wrong about it. In fact, the more guarded a person is, when you're trying to extend into their comfort zone, the more correct you are and the more incorrect they are. That's an unbelievable statement for you to make.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you have power over other people, the less feedback you hear from them, the more... What the fuck are you doing, Lav?
Sorry.
If you have power over other people, the less criticism you're willing to hear from them, then the more abusive the relationship will be.
I hate to bring it back here because it feels like there's a little bit of dodging and whatnot, but we need to get back to your comments on how Steven handled this situation.
I know you love this.
Well, yeah, so do you want to avoid it? Because you talked about it on stream. If you don't want to talk about it again because you feel what you said was wrong and incorrect, you can say that and we can move on and say nothing else.
No, it's not that I feel it was like anecdotal in the moment, and it was going to be like, I don't think that, Steven, you've realized like that it was going to become bigger than you immediately after it was like platformed and made public. But then it snowballs. And then now, a year later, I'm getting hordes of people joining my stream from DGG, trying to kick it up with me a year later, someone who was not involved whatsoever. Like, it becomes something that is so much bigger than you, that you just, like, you need to exert extra effort, and I know that sucks, but extra effort to make sure that it doesn't get to that point, like, by explicitly being like, any mention of this in my platform or other people's platform, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear you guys be uncharitable to someone. Like, I don't know. I think that I think that you think that there are better ways that you could have handled that. I wasn't bringing that up as a gotcha, something that you haven't heard
I don't
before.
think there's a single thing I could have done differently. Wrong.
Okay.
That seems like an extreme statement.
Well, what do you think he did wrong, Lav? Like you said,
okay, I'm not. Whatever. It was like a small piece of anecdotal evidence. You've been building it up like it was going to be this like extra drama.
Okay, well,
the problem. Like wait, hold on, real quick. The problem that I had was you were on your stream last night saying like, oh, she's like a totally normal person.
No, I said that she was obviously triggered by something.
Hold on, did you not say that she's just a normal person?
I think in her everyday life she is normal.
What is this, dude? You are a professional dancer.
Sneaky is the term.
No, that's what I said. No, that's what I said. I think that she was triggered by you, and obviously she had a response that her mental illness would, exacerbate. But I think that
like by literally saying that, now you've removed her from the pool of normal people by saying mental illness.
I don't think that that's true. I think everyone has neuroses, but
do you think everyone is mentally ill?
In their own way.
Yes, I love it. Thank you, Lab. That's what I needed. Yes.
Wait, that's such a dodge.
No, it's not. It was so good. Oh, yes, I needed that. Thank God. Thank you. Thank you, Lab.
No, I think, but you've got it. She's obviously not the worst moment that she's ever had is not her, right?
On my stream?
Yeah, like the craziest that she ever acted with you, and she was like crying or whatever. Like that is not how she goes day to day.
Just to be clear, you said that she was a good person and she was correct in her assumptions of what she said about Steve.
I never said those words. Ever.
Okay, we can pull up the clip.
Yeah, you can pull up the clip because I never said that she was correct in her assumptions about Steve.
Okay, give us 30 seconds. I'm muting. We're watching.
Please don't bring her up. She will go off again live. I don't think she will. I think that Anna is actually very normal, and I think that Steven was a trigger for her, but I think she is a very great normal girl, and I don't like the way that you guys talk about her. How do I get terminally online girlfriend? TikTok. Yeah, you're right, you got me. Like, what? I literally told you exactly what I said. Like, what? You got me.
What is the implication? I don't understand how you...
What the fuck implication? I said don't come into my stream talking shit about Anna.
Okay, hold on. Lav, look at me.
No. I'm not gonna let you live this down.
No, I'm grabbing your face. I just want to have this one, just on this one thing.
You're grabbing my face?
Yes, just on this one thing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you point to a conflict between two people and you say on one side, I think that person is incredibly normal. Steven just triggered her, but she's like super normal and great. What do you think is the implication there?
Trigger for her.
What does that mean? Who was in the wrong?
You were in the wrong.
That's not how I think. That's not how I think. That's how you think.
Can I explain it, Lev?
No, I want to know, what do most people think when they hear that? What is the implication?
Appeal to most people? How the f*** do I know?
Okay, I just want you to say that while you're on here saying Destiny, you need to have the greatest responsibility in the world of mind controlling your whole audience and protecting every single person. And then when it comes to Lab on stream, it's like, how am I supposed to know how the f*** anybody thinks I'm not a human? How can you have both positions?
I'm sorry, that is like fully not what I f***ing did.
That was exactly. That's what you just did.
And also to say that 11,000 people watching is the same thing as 200 people watching?
It is, because you're making a comment about me, and that's going to reverberate around my community.
Mm-hmm.
The comment I made about you is just that you triggered her? Come the f*** on.
If somebody triggered somebody else, where does the responsibility generally lie?
The trigger?
The trigger? Not that you didn't necessarily do it on purpose. I didn't say that it was malignant or that you did it with malintent. You obviously just did something that triggered her.
But he did something.
It could have been unbeknownst to you. That's how relationships work. We trigger each other.
But it was his fault. It was an action that he took that caused it.
No, it was nobody's fault.
It was nobody's fault. Hallelujah.
This is why. Sorry, I had to say it. This is sneaky behavior.
I would like to say something. This is what I'm talking about. Where when there's interpersonal conflict, like with Stardust. Okay, mm-hmm. I'm having a big fight with Stardust on my stream. Stardust is not defined as a crazy, mentally ill psychopath. There's no dog pile. There's no Stardust is like a terrible person. There's no she's an insane, crazy stalker who can't let this go. I don't talk about her that way, and my community doesn't talk about her.
Well, because I don't think Stardust acted that way. She definitely made a huge fucking mistake, and it was definitely cringe as fuck, and you're definitely right color on that, but...
Stardust tweeted out a video of me exposing my stomach and then said it was my pubic hair and then blurred it so that you couldn't see what it was.
Yeah, that's really bad, but that's far different than 1 to 2 years of extra online accusations.
Okay,
I'm not saying I'm not absolving her.
I'm just saying that in the way I talk about people, in the way people are defined on my stream, there doesn't have to be a bad guy.
Okay, well, in my stream, when Anna, 1 week ago, was saying I sexually abused her, I'm gonna go ahead and say there's a bad guy there, okay? I think I might have the right to do that.
Yeah, well, Stardust a week ago was saying I sexually abused her, and I'm saying you don't have to do that.
That's great.
You don't have to say...
If Stardust said that about you after 2 years of stalking and harassing you, then I would say you probably could call that a kind of a crazy person.
I know, I could.
But you don't want to, that's fine. But that's your platform. That's what you can do on your platform.
I know. Okay, so we have different platforms. We already agree that my channel is different from yours. We already understand that. The point I'm making is I'm trying to explain what Lav is saying to you. What Lav is saying is that there doesn't have to be an explanation that either you or Anna is a mentally ill, terrible person.
There kind of needs to be. Because if both sides are making strong claims, for you to sit in the middle, obviously delegitimizes one side more than the other.
I think you're thinking content-wise.
No! I hate you. You just said that. I hate you. Lav. I need you to say you understand that I hate you. Stop! Okay. Lav. It is not... I'm sorry, I don't hate you. It's not...
I don't... Okay,
it's not...
Steven,
it's not about...
I don't want to be the bad guy.
No, it's not about content, okay? If, let's say that there was a scenario where one person locked somebody in a fucking basement for 5 years and refused to feed them and beat the shit out of them every day, and then that person comes out and somebody's like, what do you think about that situation? You're like, man, it was really complicated, and I think somebody just triggered the other one, but I wouldn't say that one person was the bad guy there. How do you think the person who was locked in the fucking basement would feel?
Before the stream had even ended, someone wrote a post in Destiny's subreddit titled, "Fuck Lav, what a piece of shit." The way she brought out that Anna stuff out of nowhere in the convo was so fucking slimy and scummy. Then Steven plays the clip of what she said about Anna yesterday and how she is a super normal and great person. Nah. She's an actually terrible human being. She just said now that she didn't know this whole issue was this deep. Nah, what the actual fuck? If you didn't know about IT, shut the fuck up about IT and don't bring IT up on stream, you stupid idiot. Nah, I actually hate her. Steven needs to perma-cut ties with this scumfuck. 1.3k upvotes. A YouTube comment echoed the sentiment. The way Lav treated the redacted Anna situation is precisely why men don't feel comfortable talking about their abuse. We have 2 years worth of evidence showing that she who shall not be named harassed Tiny, but because it's a woman with a cute voice, it can be dismissed as she was triggered. I'm good without seeing Lav or Mr. Gaslight on stream for a while, after seeing them weaponize their own friend's abuse. 1.5k likes. After the stream, Lav DM me Destiny. Lav, am I missing something with the A&A stuff? I didn't realize it was so big. Destiny, she stalked me for 2 years after we hooked up one time and told people I abused and sexually abused her, etc. All off of one hookup. She is actually, unironically, the most crazy person I have ever interacted with in my entire life. Sorry, oops, caps lock. October 26, 2022, Lav recorded and posted a YouTube video titled My Diary. Speaking softly and sitting in her darkened living room, she said,
I have spent the day deleting Twitter from my phone, re-downloading it, deleting Reddit from my phone, re-downloading it. It is so hard to not keep looking. On one hand, I'm like, okay, what can I change? What can I change? What can I change? How can I quickly, how is there a quick fix? How can I quickly change public perception? How can I make everyone love me? How do I stop the bad? And I can't. In my childhood a lot, everyone always says, she's never been called out on her shit, that's why she's taking it so hard. She's lived such a privileged life. And I don't owe you an explanation, or I don't owe you any personal information, but I will say this. My mother is an insecure narcissist. And I became this scapegoat. I became the problem, the bad thing that was poisoning the family. They sent me away when I was 14, pretended to have just one kid while I was gone for 2 years at my residential treatment center. And that was, and before that was years of neglect and abuse. Everything was my fault. I was evil. I was manipulative. Even if I was doing something like, Mom, please stop doing this to me. Stop hurting me in whichever way she was hurting me. Whether it be actually physically hurting me or emotionally hurting me when she was on drugs or something. Or there was this one time especially that I was having like an emotional breakdown. I think because she was, I wouldn't go to school, I couldn't go to school, I was too anxious, and she was like, I was having an emotional breakdown, I was like, please, I can't go to school, and I was sobbing, and I was on the floor, and I was sobbing, and I was shaking. I was like, don't make me go to school. I was getting bullied really bad. They were dropping razor blades in my backpack when I passed them. My bullies. 8th grade. Sorry, I just had a moment. And I was shaking. Don't make me go to school, Mom. And she pulled out her phone and started filming me. And started laughing. Like laughing at me. In my most emotional state. And I feel like to some degree I'm like creating this scenario of Freudian feedback looping on stream. Which is interesting, but she'd play back the video in therapy, and my therapist would be like, oh God. And then my mom would be like, hee hee. Justification. So, if you think I do it, I got it from Mom. Just like Mom used to make, hee hee. And she'd play it back, and then she'd be like, look, your eyes go black. You're so manipulative. You're doing this on purpose. You're cutting yourself to manipulate me. You're starving yourself to manipulate me. Every inward turmoil I felt was something that was done to her.
October 27th, 2022. ABA called into Destiny's stream to, while doing an impression of me, confront him about the ethics of bringing mentally ill people like Lav and me, on stream, not out, of concern for our well-being, but because it sets a bad example for his audience, who should learn to avoid people like us. He asked Destiny to give a rebuttal.
I would argue that you knowingly entertaining toxic work relationships because they're entertaining for you and your audience is equally as immoral as gambling on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. In your own words, you've told Erudite that the way that Lav and Mr. Girl engage in conversation is incredibly manipulative and toxic, overall unhealthy. But you keep going because, according to you, it's entertaining and profitable for you, and you just like the fun. Can you see how this argument could be made from gambling on stream?
True. I should start taking gambling sponsors.
Either you should start gambling on stream and then accept the fact that you don't engage in your streams on a moral basis, or you have to cut it all out because I believe you're setting a bad example. I also believe that by enabling this kind of manipulative behavior from both Lav and Mr. Go, where you cede ground to people who are this unhinged, you set a bad example for your audience where if the high is good enough for you, toxicity in their relationships may become okay. Meaning that if it's fun enough, it's acceptable to have people who manipulate and treat you terribly all the time. Do you see that, Steven?
I see that, Abba.
And I think that your audience may try to tolerate this kind of toxic behavior despite the fact that they don't have the mental and spiritual fortitude that you possess because they still have a soul whilst you're dead inside.
True.
Steven, you're broken. That's what makes your streaming career work so well. where your audience needs more careful attention. And I believe that deep down inside you know this, but your hedonistic needs supersede your responsibility to your audience and to the paradigm you created. And I'd appreciate it if you take ownership over this fact, and I'd like to know what you're going to do about it.
I want to start doing hardcore gambling sponsorships because we need to be morally consistent through and through.
I understand you doing this whole joking thing where you think what I'm saying is completely fabricated because I've done it with the Mr. Girl tone. But I do think that based off the paradigm that you set up.
Wait, are you super serious? Hold on, I can't tell.
I think I've made a strong case, and I'm going to need you to rebut it in a serious manner.
Oh, sure. If you want me to rebut it in a serious manner. So, for the first part, that has to do with like bringing quote unquote mentally ill people on stream. For their protection, if I feel like the person possesses like sufficient adult faculty such that they can make their own decisions, I'm not going to super baby them. So for instance, there have been people that I've dealt with in the past who it's like, okay, maybe this person doesn't need to be coming on stream anymore because they don't possess the necessary faculty to keep themselves safe. For people like Lav or Mr. Girl, they're both healthy, quote unquote, adults. They should be able to make their own decisions about what's healthy for them and what's not healthy for them. You're laughing. I think your push talk got hit on accident there. Sorry. But yeah, I think they can make their own decisions. They're adults, they're big boys, big girls, and the stakes for them are relatively low. If it got to the point to where like Mr. Girl or Lav started DMing me or started making statements about like, I think I might kill myself or I'm feeling super suicidal over stuff, then I might intervene and say, okay, well, I'm no longer treating you as an adult human. I'm going to treat you as a child and tell you you can't do this anymore because you clearly can't engage in a level that's like emotionally healthy for you or psychologically healthy for you.
Rev, I'm bonding with the other nerds in chat because of how much we hate a particular person. It's like, it's so addictive. I was just sitting here and being like, man, remember when you called her a dumb? I was like, you know what? It's a fucking, I was like, yes. And then I understood the viewer's experience. You know, I was like, I understand why they all got so hard on for that. So, yeah.
October 28th, 2022, on stream, I gave Destiny an ultimatum. Either guarantee your orbiters the right to defend themselves against dogpiles, or I'm leaving the orbit. Destiny refused, and I walked. October 29th, 2022, Lav joined a stream with Destiny, Dan, Darius, and Not Suridite.
Oh.
So why are you here, Lav? Because last I checked, you were taking a break until the 3rd. But is that meaningless like everything else you post, or not? I don't know what to believe with you anymore. It's all bullshit, right? Nothing matters. You just lie to everyone. Expect us to believe the truth.
I lied to everyone.
I mean, you did.
No, I think I definitely wanted to take a break until that long.
But you didn't have the willpower.
Something about the internet just sucks you back in.
So, Lav, do you feel like Mr. Girl is going to come back to this community abandoning his morals?
I think he's going to abandon his morals. I think that he's just in a emotional place right now. And I also think that with time, honestly, I trust that Steven will also come around to what Max has said.
So you think
absolutely
Steven is going to
absolutely not. Whoa!
Yeah, I don't know.
What are your biggest grievances with what he said? Like, what are the biggest things that you disagree with?
The idea that I need to take some like employer-employee relationship with the people that hang out in my community is that
I didn't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, well,
not necessarily.
Hold on, Careful, just real quick. Just to be aware, it feels like we're about to enter a lab cycle where you said something very extreme. Now you're going to walk it back to nothing. But I'm here with you. I'm on the journey. I'm on the train with you.
Wait, what did I say? What did I say that was extreme?
Well, I think the employer-employee relationship was one of the biggest things that Max was pushing for that I disagree with, and you were making it sound like I would agree with that. But maybe not. What was another point of what Max said that you think I'll come around on? I'm curious.
I just think that with
Put those thoughts together.
Listen.
Mm-hmm. We're listening.
I don't want to speak for Max, actually, so I'm not.
She just said, if I speak, I am in big trouble. I prefer not to speak.
Well, I also, I don't know. I think that he can speak for himself. I think that, obviously there are things that I agree with him. I think that this is my read, Stephen, of you, and I could be wrong. But I think that when you say that you're an empathetic person, I think that you really can understand how someone feels, and because you're very smart. But I don't think that you I don't think that your
definitionally empathy is like when you feel something that someone else feels, right? So I think that you're smart enough to understand how someone feels, but I don't think that you really feel it with them. So when a friend is coming to you,
sure,
and saying,
but like, what's the point of this distinction?
Because when a friend is coming to you and is begging you to be more empathetic to them, you're saying, okay, I understand why you feel this way, I just don't care.
Yeah. So oftentimes when people are asking for empathy,
but then you say I'm really high empathy levels, and then you get mad at me when I say that you have low empathy levels.
Yeah, I understand. That's because people like you don't understand what empathy means, or people like, okay, stop.
Hold on.
Wait, no, I'm sorry, hold on, wait. I got triggered because you were phrasing something aggressively, but I'm not going to phrase my response aggressively. I'm sorry. Okay, give me a second. Okay.
I said that I could be wrong.
No, your phrasing is very aggressively, but that's okay. I'm going to be the bigger person, okay? Oftentimes when people say they want somebody to be empathetic towards them, that's not really what they mean. What they mean is, I want that person to agree with me. And oftentimes when people say, I feel like you're not being very empathetic towards me, what they mean to say is, I feel like you don't agree with me. I can be very empathetic. I believe I can explain Max and your situation very precisely with a high level of, oh, he understands. But I don't agree. And I feel like sometimes when people say that I don't agree with them, they mistake that for thinking I don't understand how they're feeling. That's my issue.
Okay. I can see how you see it that way. I think that, at least for me, speaking only for myself, what I really wanted to hear from you is like, fuck, that sucks. I'll be like, maybe more on guard about it. I mean, ultimately you did literally exactly what I wanted, which is like, you cracked down on like more ironic misogyny. Like,
hold on. To be clear, wait. This isn't, okay, hold on. I need you to understand something, okay? Very, very, very clearly, okay? I will never change the way that I moderate my community for you, okay? If you're giving me brownie points for that, you think I'm doing it? I'm not, okay?
No.
I wasn't doing that to make you like, oh, well, Lav would be so much happier. Okay, that was not.
I know you're so scared of looking like a simp. Thank you for the clarification.
You are. If you're gonna call me a simp, I'm gonna call you the B word. Do you understand?
I
Bitch.
wasn't calling you a simp. I don't know why you're so scared of that word. It's a little strange, a little telling.
Why are you so scared of bitch?
But I'm not that scared of bitch. I was scared. The way that you said it took me a little bit by surprise.
Okay, the way that you just said simp, you're essentially discrediting everything I'm saying.
Okay, okay, I'm not discrediting anything you're saying.
You're minimizing.
Okay. Whatever. Where were we? Now my brain.
No, I'm just saying that like I've always been like on guard for misogynistic things in my communities. There are always things that I'm like actively like looking at and trying to change and over time and blah blah blah. It's not like, oh my god, Lav would be so happy if I did this and let me change this.
No, but that's not what I want. So this is how in relationships for your friends or your colleagues even to feel like understood when they bring you a grievance. You don't even have to necessarily agree with it, but the empathetic response would be like, fuck, that really sucks. Like, I can't really do anything for you. Here's what I can do. Like, listen, it's probably only going to take a couple days for this to blow over. Try not to freak out too much about it. I never heard you say that to Max. And obviously you don't need to, right? You don't need to. But when you're trying to foster, like, healthy, empathetic communication with your friend, I think that's what Max probably would have wanted, to not, like, spiral out of control. It's certainly what I would have wanted. Even if you don't follow our advice, it's just nice for you to, especially in front of the audience, be like, fuck, I think I actually can understand that, so your audience doesn't think that we're also at odds.
When Steven is literally going and saying to him, like, hey, you just gotta chill, dude, like, it sucks that you feels like you fucking can't type on the sub, it sucks that you fucking feel like you can't defend yourself, just chill, and then, like, over time, things will get back to normal. When he's saying that, what do you think he's fucking doing? Do you think he's just, like, what do you think he's doing when he's talking to him?
I never heard that. So basically, what Steven does is Steven's like a debater, right? So he's like, no, none of this is happening, and I don't care what you think, and,
Hold on, Lav. Wait, just be careful. Hold on. Also, Lav, be careful that you don't talk about things that you're totally clueless about. I've never said that. Of course I see what's happening, and of course I know what's happening. There's a lot of people typing bad shit about on the sub, and now we got banned so we can't even defend. I know what's happening. I've never denied that. Okay, just saying. Okay, good.
Empathy doesn't mean yes-manning people necessarily either, right? Like what you're talking about.
I don't think that's what I explained.
Well, you said that really sucks, I understand, and then you basically said maybe if you had done some of that and been like, hey, just take a break, then maybe he wouldn't have like spiraled out of control. But it's like First of all, like, the fact that he spiraled out of control is exclusively and only on him. That's his emotions and his responsibilities. And
yes,
to some
I think
extent,
that's true, but I also think
don't know if
you have the responsibility to foster healthy and communication.
I don't know if you have to always say, like, yes, man, to other people's feelings, right? So if somebody feels like, I'm really, really afraid of this thing, and as the friend, you're looking at this and you're like, this is actually a pretty disproportionate response, there is some space where you can be like, hey, I understand that you're feeling that way, but just so you know, like, I don't know if how you're feeling about it is as accurate to, like, what's actually going on. Like, you don't always have to be yes-manning.
Yeah, I think that's what I just explained. Like, you don't even need to see it the same way as him or really change anything. I just think that, like, the communication is, like, really important, especially with someone like Max, who, like, is very emotional and, like, will not, like, you're not going to get anywhere unless you're at least not validating his worldview, but validating his emotions. And that's just, like, the trick of the trade with people like Max.
Yeah, but I'm not here for it. That's just not something I ever care to do.
Sure. No, exactly. And so you got mad at me when I said this to Max, though, because I was like, Steven's not going to take care of you. He's not going to do this to
Because
you.
the way that you phrase things is incredibly one-sided. Here, let me show you, okay? Let me help you, okay? Let me demonstrate. There are two ways that I can phrase something, okay? Here we go, okay? I don't think that you should be friends with Sam because it seems like you need a certain level of, like, emotional care or emotional support that Sam is either unwilling or unable to provide, so you should find somebody different. I don't think your relationship with Sam is helping. That's one way I could say it. This is what you said, okay? I'm not going to teach Sam how to treat me like a normal human. I'm not going to teach him how to treat me politely or respectfully. That's what you were saying. Okay, hold on. We'll watch this. Maybe my brain is poisoned. How do I post this in the side chat?
Right click the little thingy.
Sorry.
Holy shit.
Right click.
Hover over where it says Destiny's Room, and there's a little.
Great! Now it opened that for the entire stream to see, and now there's a poop frog. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for leaking that to the entire fucking stream.
That's not a poop frog.
Oh, that could have been a lot.
I'm posting it on DG. I don't care. There you go.
This is for sure. Is this a mud frog?
I don't know. Okay, I'm muting you guys for a sec. We're gonna watch it.
That's why it's more. This is why I talked about the difference in inflection between you making a boundary for yourself and then I think that like I'm ready for Steven to like never act differently. And in that case, if we have a conversation and he still doesn't understand me, I'm like fully ready to like never stream with him again. Like I don't want him to change, but I hope it will change.
Wait, why wouldn't you want him to change?
Because I'm less interested in like teaching him how to treat me and more interested in having relationships with people who already know how to respect me.
I feel like
and that's why
So your last comment was, I'm less interested in teaching how to treat me and more interested in having relationships with people that respect me. Kind of makes it sound like I'm disrespectful. I think that's like the easy takeaway there.
Yeah, I meant like respect the way that I communicate, the things that I need, the things that I need in a friendship. That's like a very normal statement.
You're Weasley. You know that,
No,
right?
I'm not Weasley. Stop saying that. I'm not Weasley.
If I was to poll chat and say, are you Weasley, what do you think the results would be?
Oh, what do you
Well, but that's not going to determine if somebody actually is Weasley or not, right?
In fact, it is the reason. The public perception of someone is what is.
I think what happens, I've noticed you and Max do a really similar thing that I think people all find like Weasley, essentially. Which is that, like, when you're making a statement and somebody's kind of holding you to it, or somebody's holding you to something that they think was wrong or offensive or something, it's like the level of analysis is like, it's like a fractal. It's like infinitely complex, and there's like always higher levels of complexity that can be achieved. But then a lot of times when like you're shooting from the hip and like you're saying like things that offend other people and then they like call you on it, it becomes like suddenly way more simple. And so it's like,
well, I think that maybe Max says that. I don't think that I do that. Well, the first part, I do agree that I do that. And I talked about that in my How I Feel video. I think that that's a response to trauma, is over-clarification. At least in my case, and I was talking to Max about this, I think that we both grew up with like narcissistic moms who are like constantly trying to explicate our actions and trying to see like basically like malignancy in our behavior, which like I think kind of conditions you to be like I think one of my biggest fears and one of Max's biggest fears is not having control of our narrative and being misunderstood. So when someone says something that I don't agree with, I will over clarify because it's not because I'm trying to evade like accountability. I'll take accountability when I say something that's fucked up. What I'm trying to do is like clarify, like, no, that's not what I meant, and there are levels to it. I think that maybe our thought processes aren't just like as like one road as maybe the normal person, and I don't think that makes us evasive. I think that's just I think that's a maladaptive behavior, surely. But I don't think that there's like intent behind it to like confuse you or be evasive.
The questions of whether Destiny should recognize the power imbalances with his orbiters, or whether he cares about their feelings, were not revisited. Lav remained in the aimless stream with Sherry, Papa Gut, and Brittany from Politically Provoked joining at various points. She stayed for about 5 hours, spilling about personal topics such as vaginal hygiene, her tattoos including the word faggot on the inside of her lip, her feelings about her body, yet another debate about whether she is a hypocrite for doing sex work after disparaging it, and her open relationship with her husband. She was lightly bullied throughout by nearly everyone. For example, Destiny said of her confidence in her body, "I hope you enjoy it for the next 5 years, and you want to kill yourself when you start to age, and you realize looks are all you've got, Lav." Lav joked back, "I want to kill myself now."
And then I made like a joke about it. My first video was like, LOL, that one time when like this like LA comedian like kind of forced me to eat his ass when I was like pushing against him. LOL. And it was just like a funny video.
Wait, you made it sound funny? That sounds really extreme.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
What do you? Yeah, like forced you, but
what's the
like,
joke? Like LOL, this guy kind of raped me once.
And this might be a bit fucked up, but like I feel like eating ass has got to be one of the hardest things to force someone to do. I'm not gonna lie.
There was a lot of pressure on my head, and he was like keeping my mouth full and making sure that he was not making eye contact with me, so I couldn't say no. Like it was very weird. I wouldn't say that he raped me, but it was definitely like a very strange situation. But also, I dealt with it by just being like, haha, this is so funny, right? Like that was my coping mechanism.
I'm sorry, is what you're talking about with the ass eating or with the penis?
It was both. It happened at the same time.
Stop! Shut up, Abba! Shut the fuck up, Abba! Stop! I'm gonna ban you. Shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry.
Please stop.
No, it's funny. It's funny.
No. Listen. It's absolutely terrible that you should have it, but I don't. Just the eating ass part just kind of killed me.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just imagining the position you'd have to be in to force it. This is like some acrobatic tier shit. This is like the guy got like a brown belt in jiu-jitsu just so he could do this one rape move. Like that's how complicated this is sounding. But I'm so sorry. I'm just the Abba typed that to me and he still told me to say it. I'm sorry. Please keep going.
Rape move? He trained for this rape.
There was a man out there getting his ass ate, doing terrible things, and he's gone now, so we're all glad.
Oh my god.
Hold on, Destiny. You know what's crazy? Here's something that I admit that was fucked up.
Okay.
Even in the really fucked up situations, you can sometimes find a bit of like weirdness, humor to it. Like if I find out someone was a serial killer, that's a terrible thing. If I find out they killed everybody by injecting them with like a bunch of mustard in their stomach and then like eating ketchup out their ass, I'm gonna have a huge laugh. No, I'm serious. I'm gonna laugh for a few days.
Yeah, I understand, but imagine if one of the murder victim's family members was in the room. That's the
problem. I would never do that if Lav herself didn't say she enjoyed it. So I think if she said she enjoyed
You're saying she enjoyed being raped?
No, that's what she said. That's not what I said. Hold on.
No, you said she said that. I want to hear you say that. You said she said that.
No,
say it.
Don't
Own
try
it.
to pull that.
Oh, look at him. Look at him.
She made
Lav,
jokes about
it. Hold on. Laugh. Let me make sure I understand, unless I misunderstood. Did you not say you enjoyed it?
No, I did not enjoy it at all.
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Hold on, because like, listen.
There it goes. Abba's YouTube channel. There it goes.
Hey, listen. I'm gonna join.
Abba's gonna be doing the hotline with Mr. Girl on Sundays now.
No, I'm gonna switch to Cozy TV. I'm gonna revisit race realism. I don't give a fuck. But I'm gonna ask you again, Lav. What did you say about the whole experience?
What do you mean? It was like
I definitely remember you saying something positive about it. Am I incorrect?
No, literally no. It was like low tier traumatic.
Whoa!
Okay,
Stop! When I gave an example earlier of a way that somebody was themselves and I enjoyed it, in reference to your example. What was that example that you gave?
I forget.
She was making a joke out of it, and that's what she was saying.
She was coping with humor. And
She
you
didn't say
turned
that she
her
was
cope
enjoying it.
into
Wait,
comedy
hold
for
on.
you.
Listen. If she was trolling, and that wasn't clear to me, so I don't give a fuck. I don't feel bad. I'll own it. Because that's what she said.
Abla, you're literally sublimating her right now. Okay?
You're literally
Wow.
Stop using
Stop.
sublimate wrong.
Hey, listen. My egoic behavior will not stop here today.
Well, but here's my thing. Even if her body like enjoyed it, which is something you can't really control, why would that make it more okay to like say bad things about it? Because that's some things that happen to some people when they get sexually assaulted.
Hey, listen. If they want to make jokes about it and be able to look at it in a positive light, then the people around them should be able to do the same.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and if they say no, that's inappropriate.
Best friends, right?
If they say no, that's inappropriate, I didn't enjoy it, then we can have a different conversation. But if someone says, yo, I'm good with it, whatever, and we can have a laugh and they're laughing, then I'm straight. If she says no, that actually made me uncomfortable, that's a different discussion. I was under the understanding that I didn't know she was trolling earlier, so if she's trolling, then I'll own that.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah. It's just like the whole mood of the room changed.
Shut up, Destiny. You joined in. Shut up, Destiny. You joined in talking about it's such a difficult jiu-jitsu move where you literally added punchlines to my punch, and so I appreciate you. But you're in on this joke. You're in the credits. So I'm going down. I'm dragging you down with.
I was talking about how traumatic it was. That this guy probably had rape training. It was the totally different circumstance. Okay,
listen, you're in the credits.
I was saying that this guy was a professional rapist. Okay, he's literally
I know
rated in it.
To hear this clip and how you zoned in on it, and all they're going to zone in on is the fact that you were part of it. And I know the people, okay?
2 weeks later, on November 16th, ABA and Preach would upload a video about Lav to their YouTube channel with nearly 2 million subscribers, titled Hassan False Legatons. The video would detail Lav's contradictory accounts that Hassan Piker had sex with her friend when she was 17, said in Discord chats, and her later claim that her friend was over 18, made in a Patreon post about her reasons for leaving Destiny's orbit. In the same video, Abia and Preach mocked Lav's account of being sexually assaulted by Gabriel Gundaker. In 2021, she claimed he forced her to perform analingus by pushing and holding her head down while she was already performing oral sex. Abba and Preach mockingly recreated their imagined version of the assault, erroneously assuming Lav had claimed Gundaker had been facing away from her and on his hands and knees when allegedly forcing her to perform the act. Abba said, I don't give a fuck. Let's laugh, yo, laugh at this one. She's made up 2 times. You think the first one's real? She's made up 2 times. Why should you trust anything this bitch says? At around the same time, ABA and Preach unlisted their video mocking Anna from the previous year, titled, Why Would You Call Me Princess? Or How Crazy Women Hold Men Hostage. According to Anna, after the video had accumulated 1 million views over the course of a year, Destiny asked them to take it down. November 6, 2022, Destiny had found a black conservative woman named Annalicia who liked to broadly criticize black men. She didn't last too long in the orbit, but for a few weeks Destiny enjoyed pitting her against various combinations of black creators, including ABA, who would often become incredibly angry and upset. In a debate the previous day, while Destiny giggled, she'd screamed at another black woman, Tree of Logic, You can be these niggas' mammies, I will not be. Destiny's audience spoke about her and Lav in similar ways. Annalicia was insufferable, but was also learning to listen and be less aggressive. Destiny was teaching her how to communicate. Lav joined the stream on November 6 partly to defend Annalicia, but also because Kanye West and Kyrie Irving had recently made comments broadly perceived as anti-Semitic, and the topic of black-Jewish race relations was on people's minds, and Lav is part Jewish. Lav and Abba got into an argument about whether anti-Jewish sentiment among black people is taken too seriously. Abba argued that another Holocaust was unlikely, and that Jews should move on the same way black people should move on from slavery and segregation. Lav countered that we should still be sensitive to the generational trauma of both groups, regardless of their current circumstances. Abba said he would like to be able to criticize a Jewish person without it being called anti-Semitism, and that mainstream media won't permit people to even acknowledge that Jews are disproportionately wealthy, let alone talk about why. Counterpoints, a white ex-cop and a streamer, said that Jews are wealthy because self-preservation has become a Jewish value. He talked about the history of Jews defaulting to usury when Christians were forbidden from banking, the formation and near destruction of Israel, and how these events have shaped Jewish culture today.
all I'm saying is this. Sometimes I want to be able to just criticize somebody and not it be because they're a woman. And other times I want to be able to criticize a Jewish person and not be because they're Jewish. You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like they're too sensitive.
But when you criticize,
that's the way the world is,
when you're talking about the
you know what I mean? They just got to pick themselves around the bootstraps and just keep it pushing.
Abba, the problem is when you're talking about the what in response when you're talking about Jewish wealth, when you're talking about the what, there's the implicit shadow of the why, which can be hateful. So you need to be sensitive about it. And you haven't answered why.
Yeah.
Why do you think Jews are
when he's done, can I answer why without Dan pulling me out? So basically, if you look at medieval history, during medieval history, Christians were prohibited from usury, and as a result, a lot of Jews were forced into business as a trade. And on top of that, it behooved them, by the way, this is from Jewish history, to integrate themselves into the society in the most useful ways possible. That way they wouldn't be persecuted or killed because they were too useful to be persecuted or killed. Also, when you talk about the modern 20th century and it comes to Israel, it was not a foregone conclusion that the state of Israel would be successful. There were plenty of times that it was almost destroyed. And people basically had to back each other up in order to make sure that the state was formed. This included, by the way, taking technologies from Western countries that prohibited the sale of technologies that were necessary for Israel to succeed. And as a result, you get all these conspiracy theories about Mossad when they actually operate pretty much similarly to the United States CIA. And the reason why they have to be aggressive with both allies and foreigners, I'll wrap this up in a second, is because they're on a fucking state the size of Rhode Island surrounded by hostile neighbors. So they always have to be on guard. They have to be smart.
And also, they weren't put there because people felt bad for the Jews after the Holocaust. Nobody wanted to live with them, so they delegated a place in a place that they thought that they could have control.
Well,
final quote.
I do not appreciate.
Final quote. Abba, I love you. Final quote. Brett and Eric Weinstein from the Weinstein brothers, they said this, and I think it's really smart to keep in mind. The reason why Jews celebrate Passover is because the Jews who waited for the bread to rise did not escape Egypt. And so that's like a mentality that's been passed on for thousands of years, that if you are not on guard and if you don't survive, or if you don't pay attention to your own survival, it will be taken from you. And I'll shut up now. Thanks, Dan.
That was a very base take.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing. I say as a pro-Palestinian individual, I don't want to listen to two pro-Israeli individuals just go on and on about Israel's right to exist.
Wait.
So I don't want to say that.
Let Abba finish. Let Abba finish his response.
No, this is a problem. Because you said two pro-Israel individuals. Who are those are you saying that because I'm Jewish, you think I'm pro-Israel? This is a problem, Abba.
What
are you doing?
Pro-Israel.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm pro-Israel?
Wait, I'm pro-Israel?
That's like, what a strange thing. What a strange thing to assign to an American Jewish person. This
I don't
is
think
what
it's
I
that
mean.
strange. It's a generational thing. There were plenty of people.
It's not strange, but what it is it's fucked up. Like it is. This is lowball anti-Semitism, and it's fucked up, and you need to call it out.
Later in the stream, during a heated argument between Annalicia and the other black streamers, Lav jumped in to defend Annalicia. Abba, Lav, just shut up and let them have the conversation. All the black people want you to shut up. Lav, Abba, you're a piece of shit. You're an anti-Semitic piece of shit. Lav received a DM from Destiny's main Discord mod, RT Balol, who has the power to ban anyone from Destiny's Discord server and thus from the stream. RT Balol, just because Destiny is being a anti-confrontation beta doesn't mean you can just drop shit like that when we both know you don't fucking mean it. I see right through you, and you pull some shit like that again, I will do it if Destiny won't. He attached a screenshot of a filled-out ban form, ready to boot Lav for an hour with the click of a button. The reason for the ban was included, weaponizing her Jewishness to be racist towards the black members of the community. Lav, he called me a Zionist. Because I am Jewish, and kept dog whistling. What the fuck are you saying? RT Balol, I know what he did, and it wasn't okay, but you know your words mean something too. The previous day, RT Balol had posted in Destiny's public, Char T Lav the conversation destroyer. Congrats, you stupid fucking loser. Go fucking take some more not nudes to post to your damn Twitter. At least someone enjoys that. Because all you doing ISS being a downer on this convo. When Lav sent Destiny a screenshot of the chat message, he replied, "That's RTBA he ISS, his own proud bear talk to him." Lav sent back a question mark, to which Destiny did not respond. November 7th, 2022, Lav and I did a stream together that was supposed to be about misogyny, but quickly turned into a heart-to-heart about what we'd experienced during our time in Destiny's world. I told her that becoming a father figure to her had made it crystal clear to me that I needed to leave Destiny's orbit. Seeing myself get set up to be dogpiled again and again hadn't been enough to push me over the edge, but seeing it happen to her was unbearable, and I would not enable her abuse any more than I already had. Lav cried and said she appreciated my kindness, despite it feeling weird because she wasn't used to it. I felt a small shift in the titanic guilt that had settled in once I'd recognized my own culpability, and figured I was heading in the right direction out. After the stream, Lav and Anna had the following exchange over DMs. Love. Hi, I'd really like all of the conversations we have about Stephen be kept completely private, until and unless we both decide what we want to do with the information. I'd like to share my situation with him with you. Anna, I will absolutely keep it private. I would not violate your privacy, and I would ask the same of you 2<3. Lav, thank you. So Stephen and I had a sexual relationship, of course. I'm realizing quickly he has with all of his female orbiters, literally all of them. And I'm trying to understand the dynamic I was in, because now he's actively like abusing me on stream and letting his community abuse me. And I'm realizing he's just doing this to every woman who comes in. Even Melina spoke up about hating me. Weirdest scenario. Anna, I came to realize that too, and it saddened me. But yeah, pretty much his female orbiters he's sexting with or had a sexual relationship with. I think Erudite might be the only exception, but I know he wants to hook up with her. I know him well at this point. Let's just say LOL. I'm sorry you're going through this. You're not the only one. Anna, I know about pretty much most of them, I think. But I've been around for a while, and Stephen and I still sext. But I do wonder if he shits on me to people behind my back. Like you, for example, because he did kind of shit on you to me privately. Please don't say anything, though. Lav, I'm sorry, what? You still sext? Anna, we never stopped. Lav, what the fuck? Anna, I know. It's unhealthy. Lav, holy shit. Anna, I probably shouldn't LOL. He keeps trying to plan for us to hang out and stuff too. Lav, no, you absolutely shouldn't. He's still calling you a stalker. Anna, what? Lav, what the fuck? What did he say about me? Anna, oh god, he really is a two-faced liar. Great. Lav, what the actual fuck? Anna, yeah, I figured if he does this to you, he's probably doing it to me. He was saying that it's enjoyable watching other people shit on you. He was kinda laughing about it. I'm sorry. I always defend you. Lav, holy shit. This is actually insane. Anna, he really is manipulative and a liar. You gotta remember this about him. Lav, you can't be sexting him, but also, how could you not? Him and his whole community convinced you he did nothing wrong. This is an insane cycle. I'm like actually reeling. Anna, I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna be extremely hurtful to hear that he's still shitting on me in private, cause he's so sweet to me all the time, and convinces me that he's always defending me. Lav, it's hard because Stephen is like a likable, lovable person. Anna, that's what Stephen does. He uses people. Lav, so this feels very strange. Like, maybe, it's not so bad. He's just impulsive. It's not on purpose. He's hurting. And then you realize that's the design. Anna, I mean, he's admitted it to me many times. He's a selfish person and he does what he wants. He's not hurting for sure. I mean, you know that he can't feel love, right? Did he tell you that? He doesn't really feel much. Lav, I don't think it's that hard to prove. If the public knew you guys were still sexting, Jesus Christ. Anna, you think? IDK. Lav, I was like, whatever, I'll just see myself out. And then saw him talk to Erin, the college student. Anna, his ex-Erin? Lav, no. Anna, oh different. Lav, he went to the college and did the change my mind thing. One of the girls was cute and smart and they got connected and she's become a fast orbiter. And she's young. Anna, I fucking hate that. Lav, and I'm like, holy fuck, he just got an interview with Lex Friedman. He's going to blow up. And fuck more fans. And do this. Anna, yeah. Lav, we're watching Weinstein happen. Anna, thank God nothing ever happened with JD Sabos. Lav, I don't know what to do. Anna, me neither. Most of the time I just cope and hope that he's not actually fucking all these people. Lav, and he is. Anna, yep. Lav, I think I'm gonna talk to Sherry. Anna, oh God, don't. Lav, I know. She's very loyal to him. Anna, because of her BPD. I hate to say that, but it's true. Lav, no, I get it. Anna, you can see how she puts him on a pedestal in this abnormal way. Lav, yes. Anna, and she hates anyone who he has issues with. Lav, but also she's an orbiter he let people abuse. And fucked. So I'm like, Anna, you can certainly try if you want, but there are others like Bad Bunny and Denims though Denims, and he never fucked. Unfortunately, people hate Bad Bunny, but the same thing happened to her. Can't believe he's still calling me a stalker WTF. Lav, I brought you up on the panel a week ago, bringing up his interpersonal problems, and the subreddit went insane. And he did nothing. Stalker, abuser. He said it publicly that you made his life hell. Anna, how the hell did I abuse him, LMAO? Lav, you didn't. He just has to be the good guy. I'm sorry I'm like spiraling RN. Anna, he made my life a living hell actually. It's okay. I was suicidal from all the hate and harassment to be honest. Lav, you don't have to do anything. If you want to mobilize, I will. You have my support and my story, and we have Max and I will get into contact with Bad Bunny. What's the story with Bad Bunny? I don't really know. Anna, same deal. He led her to believe they were more serious to sleep with her, and then let his community harass and abuse her and do nothing about it. She also claims he was abusive to her. She and I talked. Caseytron knows how he is too. She once reached out to me. Lav, what the fuck? He's just gonna keep doing this. Anna, yeah, he will because he likes it. And he's charismatic AF and likable sorta. Damn, this is pretty upsetting, not gonna lie. Would we be able to chat with Max? Like a three-way call? Lav, I think so, yay. I think I'll reach out to Bad Bunny first. Anna, yeah, no problem. Bad Bunny is always shitting on him. Lav, did you want to reassemble like compiled evidence, or is it all gone? Anna, or sorry, Kira Chats she's known as now. I honestly feel like it won't matter. Lav, understandable. Anna, people probably figure we're still sexting and nobody cares. His audience seems to think I'm some abuser. Lav, I don't think anyone knows and would be fucking shocked. IDK if you saw Max talking about how Steven doesn't do anything about the abuse from his fans. Anna, yeah. Lav, but that argument, mixed with all the sexual relationships he has, looks really fucking bad. Anna, but to DGG, his sociopathic fans, it doesn't look that bad, I don't think. I don't know. Like, I tend to think most of his DGG fanbase are basically sociopaths. They sure act like it. Lav, he'd lose all his orbiters. Anna, trust me, he would not. Lav, trust me, he'd lose the biggest ones. Anna, others have tried to out this already, IDK. Maybe. Like Bob tried, and Steven got him cancelled. And he disappeared. Lav, Christ. Anna, Lav, he will destroy your life if you come out against him. He's told me stories of what he's done to his exes. Love, he told me also. Anna, did he? Damn. Love, the story of gaslighting his ex with his old boss. Anna, yes, and got her fired. Love, and how it made him like horny. Yes. Anna, yeah, Love, he gets off on this shit. Like literally gets off on it. God, the sexting he does. He has like, revenge K-kinks. Fuck, I feel bad telling you this. Love, this is strange for me. Sorry, I don't know how to react to this information, and I don't know how to feel. Anna, it's okay, I'm sorry to unload on you. Love, no, go ahead. Anna, I'm not sure it really is relevant, but he does like to stir shit up intentionally, and he loves drama. Love, yes. Anna, but you probably knew that. Love, it's obvious, yes. Anna, what happened to Dan? Is he still around being an asshole? Do you happen to have any links to those subreddit posts about me, BTW? Love, yes he is. And no I don't, and forgot when they were. You can probably just word search stalker or abuser. Anna, thanks. Ugh, Dan, never goes away, lol. Love, do you have any screenshots of Steven talking about me? Anna, it was only once, and it was today during the Chudlogic chat. Love, in public view. Anna, no in private to me. Ignore my stream BTW. I'm just going to be talking about the abuse again, which nobody seems to care about. Nothing that you told me will be mentioned, don't worry. Lav, please don't bring me up. At all. I haven't decided if I want to go public. Anna, I won't, don't worry. Did you know he threatened to leak my nude pics and nobody cared? I even have the screenshot. Lav, please send me every weird screenshot you have. I feel like I've made it up. Anna, you haven't made it up. I see it too, and others do too. I don't really have much proof though, because a bunch of stuff I deleted since I've been trying to move on from it. Love, yay, I get that. Anna, I'm sorry you're feeling that way, less than 3. It helps to talk to other people, or at least people who are understanding. Love, yay. It does. Makes me feel a bit less crazy. The same night, Lav and I talked as well. Lav, I still think he's the good guy, and I've done something wrong. I feel like I'm doing something wrong by even telling you about how I feel about it. Me, yeah, I can tell. I'm sensing flashes of you feeling like I put this in your head, or you put it in mine, or both. Lav, yes. Me, like a shared delusion. Lav, yes. Even with Anna too. All people Steven has said are crazy and abusive. I'm worried I'm like the girl victimizing herself, like the Aziz Ansari situation. Me, you feel guilty for even having the feelings in the first place, but also feel bad about feeling guilty. Love, LOL. Yes. I wonder what the next thing he'll say to me is. Sherry came on his stream today and was his attack dog. Part of me really wants to talk to her about the dynamic, but she's also horrible. Me, yeah, she is really deep in it. I will try to talk to her last. Lav, probably a good idea. Me, I want you to export your Discord chat with him. He is going to delete all of his DMs as soon as he hears I'm looking into this. A few days later, he deleted all of his DMs to Lav. Lav, I'm in this weird in-between place where every 30 minutes I get really angry and want to like tweet or say something about it, and then immediately I feel guilty or sad, or like I've made it all up. And I'll be honest, like, going through all of my messages with him might looks like I did. But then I remember how often he says, if anyone wants to pull up screenshots of our logs, they can. He prepares for this. He's 7 steps ahead of all of us. The design is to discredit us if we do come forward. So we have everything to lose and nothing to gain. I've made the personal decision to not participate in his streams anymore. And I'm talking to all the women who do, just so they have a safe space to go if they're uncomfortable but not pressing them to cut ties. Me, yes, the design is to discredit you before you even come forward. Women in DGG are discredited systematically on the topic of Stephen or anything personal about themselves. Lav, yes, exactly. The Anna effect. Any woman who comes on is immediately compared to Anna. Everyone's waiting for the next crazy to come out. Me, yes. That's why this can't go anywhere without her. She can prove that he's been lying this entire time. Lav, honestly, this feels a bit hopeless. Even if we did end up coming forward, his audience hates women. He's primed them to hate women. And these are already men who struggle with women. His audience will not care. Nobody will care. November 9th, 2022, Destiny reacted on stream to my November 7 talk with Lav in a segment titled Destiny Reacts to Mr. Girl and Lav Crying Together. When Destiny heard me tell Lav I'd left his community for her, he said, I'm not saying that this is necessarily abusive, but I left that community so that you could be smart enough to leave that community. That seems a little weird, but okay. I don't know about that one. In the video, Lav said, I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I'll leave, but I don't want to make a stink of it.
Did he leave my orbit for Lav?
If you say.
Yes.
Or what? I'm so confused. What is the...
Because I'm supposed to set a fucking example for you.
Holy shit. You're gonna make me kill myself.
No.
Max, you're not my dad. Max, you're not my dad.
I'm not supposed to just set an example for you. I'm supposed to set an example for me and the audience and just people. And you made it very clear that you think we're self-harming the exact same way. So, like, what? Yeah, I'm
not saying that this is necessarily abusive, but, like, I left that community so that you could be smart enough to leave that community so that we could... That seems a little weird, but... Okay, I don't know about that one.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I'll leave. But I think I'll leave. But I don't want to make, like, a stink of it.
That's impossible.
Yeah. I do like Steven a lot.
Me too.
And I like his message.
He's a lovable guy.
He is.
Uh-oh. But I'm an abuser.
This is a lot, though. The whole thing's a lot.
Hurricane local statement. Wait, is there another hurricane coming to me? Tropical storm. Gotcha. What? How is he crying? What's happened? Did I miss something?
You don't have to leave.
Okay, hold on. I am so sorry to say this. I don't know if Melina's watching right now. Shh. Is Melina here?
Melina was indeed watching. Earlier she'd written in the audience chat, I think I hate Lav more and more every day, and I always think it can't be possible to hate her more. Now she wrote that she was still there, and asked why Destiny wanted to know.
Okay, never mind. Let's just keep watching.
Goaded on by his audience, he decided to explain the tactic he thought I'd been using, where you plant an idea in someone's head and then immediately disown the idea. He claimed to have stopped doing this back in his 20s, but I believe he still does it all the time. In fact, he'd already used the tactic in that very stream. I'm not saying that this is necessarily abusive, but, and, ironically, was about to do it again, to sell his accusation that I was doing it.
There is a, I don't want to give away my manipulation tactics, okay? I don't want to give away my abuser tactics. There is a, if you're trying to convince somebody to do something that they don't, that they're kind of half in on, that you kind of want them to do, the goal, usually when people are trying to seal the deal, if this is like, kind of like acceptance, and this is like, I'm fully 100% in, the goal of most people is to push them all the way to like, I need you to be fully on board with this. That's like the goal. That's what you want to push them towards, okay? But if you want to be really manipulative, the real goal is to have them emotionally roped in enough that you get them right here, and as soon as you know you've got them, you pull back completely, and then you go hands off, and then you let them argue the rest of the way so that they feel like they're the ones that are moving themselves this way, and it lets you remove all responsibility from the decision later. So a non-manipulative way, let's try, let's say that we want to have sex with somebody without a condom, okay? So the non-manipulative way would be like, I really want to fuck you without a condom. And they're like, I don't know. It's like, come on, it'll be a lot of fun, it'll feel better, maybe, okay, yeah, fine, I guess. Okay, good, you're on board? Okay, cool, let's do it. That would be like the non-manipulative way of doing it, right? The manipulative way of doing it would be like, I think that we should have sex without a condom. And they're like, maybe. And you're like, I think it would be really cool. I think it'd be a lot of fun, right? And they're like, yeah, maybe yeah. And then you're like, or maybe not. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Maybe it's too much of a risk. Maybe we're not being responsible right now. And you already got them over the hump, and now they're going to fight you on it. They're like, well, hold on. No, you were right. I think it will be fun. And you're like, I don't know. And the more you kind of like pull back, not too much, but as long as you've already got them there, they will slingshot themselves all the way to the deep end. And the nice thing about this form of manipulation is that if something bad happens later on, you are unimpeachable. Because now, if they're like, fuck, I got herpes, AIDS, I'm pregnant, and they come to you and they're like, fuck, why did we fuck without a condom? You're like, well, I thought it was a bad idea. I didn't know we should, and but you really pushed for it. And I say, it was probably not the greatest idea. Like, and now they've got full responsibility. I'm sorry, that's how often do you find this? Never anymore. But this is a common early 20s, mid 20s Stephen behavior. This is like super easy form of manipulation 101. Is you get somebody right over the hump, and then you pull back completely and you let them fight the rest of the way, so that they're trying to win the argument that you started against themselves, and it makes them feel like they're way more in control of that decision than they actually are, because you already mindfucked them to the point that they needed to be. It's such an effective way of shirking all responsibility for a decision, and it's a really effective way of making the other person think that they're having an idea that is more their own than it actually is. Sorry, it was really funny for him to pull back there. He might not be doing that, by the way. That was all bullshit that I said, and none of that meant anything, and I'm just a memer. But that's kind of what it felt like. But
November 10th, 2022. If you don't know this by now, Anna and Lav have a tendency to blurt things out. I'd already been moving as quickly as I could to secure as much evidence against Destiny as possible before he could scare people out of talking to me, but I knew time was pretty limited. Not only did it feel wrong to tell these women to keep silent, I knew it was pointless and would only make me feel bad when they spilled their guts anyway. All in one day, Anna did a stream about Destiny, Lav did a stream about Destiny, and Shaylin, my girlfriend, did an interview with Chudlogic, who was my friend at the time, in which he called out his unethical treatment of me and his other orbiters. Lav streamed her live reaction to Shaylin's interview and felt empowered to criticize Destiny. One chatter asked her, "What do you think about Destiny trying to sleep with every woman he brings on?" Lav said, "What do you think I think about it? How do we treat men in positions of power like this? Does it remind you of any stories that were in the news?" Later, a chatter said she'd alluded to Destiny being a Harvey Weinstein. Lav flatly denied it, yet doubled down. "I did not allude to him being a Harvey Weinstein, but if the shoe fucking fits." I didn't even say those fucking words, but if you're thinking about it. Lav revealed that Destiny was still sexting Anna, and also that she and Destiny had a sexual relationship. She later stated on Twitter that they didn't have sex. When asked for clarification, Lav replied, He serviced me. The 350 upvote post about this tweet was removed from Destiny's subreddit. Destiny's fans alerted one another about the stream in his offline chat, Discord and subreddit, and soon Lav was speaking to an audience of 2,000 angry viewers. They made the following highly upvoted posts on Destiny's subreddit. Destiny, one day Lav will accuse you of rape, the real kind. 2.1k upvotes. Teehee. I take it back, xdoopsie. This was in reference to a public message Lav wrote in her Discord after the stream, which read, I retract the Weinstein statement, but I want everyone to think about what's okay in relation to sleeping with co-workers, employees, or colleagues. 2k upvotes. When someone implies I'm Weinstein, when someone leaks my servicing, when someone says I am a bad friend, when someone always uses the misogyny card on me when I push back against them, when someone brings up redacted against me when I try to rebuild the bridge over and over. 340 upvotes. As discussed in Anna's section of this report, I saw the hate mob forming around Lav and begged Anna to give me a recent screenshot of Destiny sexting her, which I thought would give Lav's claims, and my soon-to-be-exposed investigation, legitimacy. I got Love and Shailene in a group call with Anna, and we all begged her for the proof. Anna said she would feel guilty for betraying Destiny's trust and urged me to go forward without the proof. But I thought the impact of a screenshot would be significantly greater than even an admission from Destiny. She eventually agreed. However, looking back, I think going public with the screenshot actually made things worse for Lav. I did not understand Destiny's fans or my fellow orbiters, despite having worked closely with them for a year. I told both Anna and Lav that I sincerely believed Shoot Logic and Irrelevant would take Destiny to task for sexting Anna privately while smearing her as a crazy stalker in public. The phrase I'd settled on, sexual misconduct, was even Shoot Logic's idea. I thought, even if they were a bit self-interested, even if they were only self-interested, distancing themselves from Destiny would be the smart thing to do. It's worth noting that in 2021, Shoot Logic was accused of grooming by a 17-year-old he'd sexted with, who told him she was 18. She tweeted out screenshots of their DMs, despite, according to her tweets, Shoot Logic asking her to promise never to leak this stuff so his YouTube career can continue. Destiny defended Chud Logic on stream, stating that the DMs were normal flirting and that she'd misused the term grooming. My napkin math was utterly naive and wrong. The Destiny Sphere calculus said the smart thing to do would be to attack Lav, and so they did. In Destiny's own I'm Nuclear stream that day, he portrayed himself and Lav as victims of my manipulation. After a few months ago, I had a tumultuous, interpersonal thing that happened, and I was like, okay, well, here's a lesson I think that I've learned for myself. I'm going to reach out and talk to more people offline to try to have more like human-friendly-ish type relationships, because that's what human beings do. Maybe it'd be good for me. And one of those people was our good friend Max, and another one of those people, before she became a streamer, was Lav. I spoke with her a few months ago. She wasn't really into the whole streaming thing, so I didn't really think much of it. It's like, oh, random person I've spoken to before, whatever. And, yeah, yikes. Where do we even begin? Destiny has consistently framed me and Lav coming out against him as a personal betrayal, by shifting his audience's focus away from power differentials and ethics in professional relationships among streamers. He can rebrand this report as a high school yearbook of petty interpersonal drama.
I don't actually think that Lav or Anna or Shaylin are that much in the wrong. I think that Max is actually like a full-on narcissistic manipulator who is abusive to every single person in his orbit. Probably worse than any other person I've ever seen in my entire life. I kind of got that inkling over the Shaylin videos, but truthfully, I'm willing to extend, like, well, maybe there's stuff I'm not seeing, maybe there's something I don't understand, yeah, you know, like maybe there's something going on behind the scenes or whatever. So I'm like willing to wait for data to come in, but especially watching him interact with Lav on his stream, and then seeing how Lav has changed her disposition, and then seeing the types of messages that Anna sends me now, and then hearing about what Shaylin is saying on Chud Logic's stream, now I understand way more like what's going on. That Max has a certain impression. He's able to emotionally abuse or gaslight or manipulate people around him into feeling a certain way, and he draws them in such an unbelievably effective way that he can get them to feel almost whatever he wants them to. You had Lav today alluding to the fact that I guess I'm Harvey Weinstein on stream because I have sex with a lot of people that come through my community, which I mean I do, but the way that I always kind of saw it going in my head is if anybody ever tried to Me Too me, all I would ever say to that person is like, hey, listen, oh, you think I was improper? Okay, well, leak all of our DMs. Or if you don't want to, I will leak our entire DM history. Because I always figure that, like obviously, I usually have really candid conversations about like my expectations for people, like sexually or whatever. So like here, like for instance, these are messages that I sent back to Lav in August, okay? Early August. I don't know how many months ago that is. So like I'll literally say things like, oh hey, just because you've been on stream more and whatnot, I know we've had some kind of sexual conversations in the past, but you being on my stream or the way that I interact with you never has anything to do with any of that kind of stuff. Just being clear on that. She says something, and I say, I'm just saying, don't feel like any of our interactions are contingent on anything like that. You're fine doing whatever. Just don't want you to feel like I'm keeping you around for anything related to sex, etc. Like, I usually have very, very, very explicit conversations with almost everybody about stuff like this.
While he does tell people they are free to leak his personal information, he frequently retaliates against those who do. Additionally, he deleted all of his DMs to me and Lav as soon as he found out I was writing about him, and he'd already deleted his DMs to ANA several months prior. Here he explicitly described how he gives himself plausible deniability in his sexual relationships with small streamers, and quoted the messages where he did so with Lav, but he also left out Lav's response, oh, so you don't want to fuck me, and what he wrote back, STFU obviously duh.
I also think it's really gross that despite me and Anna's past shit, me and Anna have been like relatively chill, I think, for like the past year. I haven't had any complaints about her, no problems or whatever. Obviously, I think she did bad shit in the past. She thinks I've done bad shit in the past. But I haven't really had any problems with her for I don't know, for like a year or more. But Max has been talking to her a lot in the background now, and I noticed that she's starting to echo a lot of what Max has told her to me and to other people in DMs. So basically, her, Max, and Lav have been running around in DMs in the background, basically talking to a ton of people to try to see if there are people that I've like sexually abused or manipulated or anything like that.
Relatively chill is not how I would describe Destiny's relationship with Anna in the year prior to November 2022. 6 months earlier, Destiny had directed his audience to participate in harassing and doxing Anna on Kiwi Farms 2 days after sexting her, prompting her to tell him that he'd ruined her life. She also said the following things about him on her own streams. August 28, 2022. It just sucks because it's like I thought there was a ban on talking about me, especially calling me crazy. So why can't he keep his community under control? It just is not right, and Dan is trying to literally find out every little thing he can on me apparently. September 4th, 2022, it's not imagined abuse. My therapist will not talk with Destiny. She refuses. I wanted her to, but she refuses because she thinks it would be bad. September 24th, 2022. You can look it up. The CDC even defines it as the mere threat of having. Nude pictures released is itself a form of sexual abuse. Yes, you heard that right, it's sexual abuse. It's called image-based sexual abuse. Ibisay. October 12th, 2022. We were past it, but Destiny keeps on being an abusive prick to me. October 28th, 2022. I've told Destiny a bunch of times to stop treating me like that, to stop with the whole crazy-making bullshit, and I mean I would also like for people in DGG to stop too. November 8th, 2022. I just wish Destiny would stop being so abusive to me all the time. In Destiny's hastily formed new narrative, I was the real culprit behind Anna's accusations as well as Lav's. He also publicly shared the DMs between me and another content creator, Doobie, who I'd become friendly with since I started streaming in 2022. Doobie said that he'd pretended to share my concerns about Destiny in order to get more information about my investigation. Me, hey man, I didn't realize I never wrote back to this, but I have to ask you for something. Do you know Denims or Kira Chat's Bad Bunny? Doobie, sorta. I've interacted with both. Denims more recently, and Kira like 3 years ago, so if you're trying to get in touch, I'm not sure how much help I can give you. Me, they both think I'm aligned with Destiny and are hesitant to talk to me. I'm trying to get in touch with them to talk about a disturbing pattern of abuse of female streamers in DGG. Off the record, Doobie, some of my mods might be closer to them than I am. I can put feelers out and see if either would be willing to come on for an AMA. That'll open up a path of communication I can use to push them your way. Me, thank you. I don't know how you feel about Destiny personally, but I am hearing some disturbing shit. Doobie, I think he's entertaining, but any interaction I've had with him over the years has just been networking for debates or server outreach. I don't know him personally beyond that. Me, okay, Doobie, but I know he's got a reputation of sliding into the DMs of female streamers, especially new ones. Me, I think things are going to get turbulent, assuming these women don't all chicken out. He has fucked probably 90% of his female orbiters. Doobie, you can usually tell who because they're always on his stream. Yeah. Me, LOL, yeah. Doobie, then there's some drama fallout and they're flung out of orbit. Me, but there is weirder shit than that, but I can't get specific yet. Doobie, I helped a former friend of mine build a streaming platform a year or so ago, and she had a similar experience. Me, would she be interested in talk to me off the record? Talking. Doobie, definitely not. She and I aren't friends anymore, unrelated, and she doesn't stream anymore either. You probably saw her around when she was streaming. She used to go by Aristocracy. Me, I didn't know she had that experience with him. Doobie, but she's firmly in the Destiny camp just because she'd be more concerned about the clout involved. It wasn't anything as intense as the what happened to Anna or Denims or Kira. Me, but she went through the typical pattern of he fucks you, shits on you, DGG dogpiles you, and then you leave. Doobie, he tried to slide into her DMs, came into our friend group for a bit while attempting to hook up. Then, when she turned him down, he fell out of the friend group, and it was much harder for her to get on his stream going forward. Me, good for her. Doobie, so she didn't get the harsher treatment, but he lived up to his reputation of going after new female streamers. Me, yeah. She didn't get tangled up in the psycho shit. Doobie, nope. But again, she and I don't talk anymore, and she'd probably deny it if you brought it up with her. So me, yeah, I'm worried there's going to be a lot of that. Doobie, 100%. Me, he knows how to pick his victims. Doobie, he's always had the reputation of being a bit of a Weinstein when it comes to the Twitch politics sphere. I've heard stories, seen the public breakdowns, but I sincerely doubt you're going to get anyone who isn't already openly at odds with him to speak out and present anything he hasn't already aired out on his stream with his narrative spin. Me, yeah. I've already seen things that he hasn't aired out, but I don't have permission to share them. This is the same way I felt when Redacted showed me screenshots of Dr. K ignoring that Reckful was trying to kill himself, but wouldn't let me use them. It's infuriating. Doobie, I know the feeling. It happens sometimes on my server. I get evidence someone is actively doing something awful to a user, but I can't do anything about it directly because it would put the victim at risk. So I end up needing to fabricate entirely new narratives, complete with staged interactions, to get to the end result, where I get to permanently ban them. Very weird and frustrating. Me, yes. But like I said, I think he's good at sniffing out who he can control and who he can't. Doobie, yup. And there's no shortage of vulnerable young streamers on Twitch willing to put up with him to advance their new career. Me, right. So I guess now I'm just stuck pathetically messaging them and asking if they want to actually do anything about this. Doobie, I'll try reaching out to Denims and Kira and push them your way if I can. Me, thank you, Doobie. Doobie, yes, salute F. Hey you, just giving you a quick update. A few of my mods are pretty well known in Kira's community and I've got another in Denim's community. We'll let you know when they get back to me. Did you reach out to any of the women he's publicly had issues with? I'm on good terms with most of them, I think. Me, I'm trying to, but none of them are getting back to me. He is starting the anti-Mr. Girl hate train pretty hardcore now, so I would love your help in talking to them before I look like a spiteful asshole. I can't tell you who I've talked to already, so just try to connect me to everyone you can think of. Doobie, will do. I'll give you an update as soon as I've got something. Me, thank you. Doobie, I've been super busy lately, so I haven't kept up with most streams' videos. Aren't you and Destiny close friends? Or did that blow up recently? Me, well, we're friends, but I stopped working with him because I think he's abusive to his orbiters, and then I found out he's been lying about and smearing the women he fucks, and then someone told me he said he is aroused by psychologically tormenting women. So I guess we're friends, but he's also a sociopath, and I'd like to figure out what's going on. Doobie, facepalm. If it turns out Anna was telling the truth, a lot of people are going to feel like assholes. That sounds really similar to what she was saying. No way. After all that drama. Jesus. Me, he was sexting Anna the entire time. Doobie, that's nuts. I can't imagine how that even works with all the public blow-ups, unless she's got some sort of humiliation fetish. Me, no. She just doesn't want him to stop talking to her. Doobie, oh, don't worry about it. I get it. I've had to deal with sensitive stuff like this before. Delete whatever you got her. Me, okay, thank you. She knows if she goes public, he'll cut her off. In a weird way, she's blackmailing him for more sex. Doobie, that's fucked. I feel bad for her. Sounds like an extremely abusive dynamic. Me, yes. There is a general pattern of 1. Bring on female orbiter. 2. Fuck her. 3. Trash her with community. 4. Discard her. I would like to stop this from happening, but I can't really if she doesn't want to come forward. Doobie. Yeah, IDK. I feel like she's been so thoroughly put through the mud on multiple streams for the last year or more, she's got like zero credibility. So it's going to be very hard to get people to listen. Me, I know. That's why I would like to help her. I still have a decent amount of credibility. Stephen will move to take it away though. Doobie. I worry that bringing all that up again is going to lead to people attacking her again. When that situation went public, a lot of people pulled Anna on stream and used the story to pull views plus clout for themselves as they made her cry and defended Stephen. I felt really bad for her, because she was clearly not doing well mentally. It's gonna be rough. I'll do what I can to help, but I don't have much influence outside of Discord. If she gives me permission, I can prove that almost everything he says about her is just a lie. Maybe she'll get attacked, but that's better than having zero credibility. Doobie, true. I'll give you an update as soon as I've got one. It sounds like things have been pretty intense lately, so if you ever need someone to vent at, I'm here for it. Yes, Alutif. Yeah, it's been ugly, and it's going to get a lot worse, so thank you. The next day, during the I'm Nuclear stream, Destiny leaked our DMs. You've leaked our conversation. Doobie, yes. Why? Doobie, I messaged Stephen immediately after you messaged me. I've had people try the malicious sexual predator narrative with me before, and I know how damaging it can be, so I couldn't let you do it to him. Not when you've pressured him to be emotionally open with you, and promised not to betray him. Given the clear mental health issues Anna has dealt with, and your own experience dealing with the mentally vulnerable, I can't believe you didn't know how unreasonable it was to go in depth with her about it without Stephen's involvement. I was very disappointed in you, and if you'd come to me first, I would have tried to talk you out of it. You had already started the process, so it was too late to put it back in the bottle. Probing you for information and sharing it with Stephen was the best I could do. You should have gone to him, your close friend, before messaging me or anyone else if you had these concerns. I'm sorry things developed this way, sir. Do you mind if I share these DMs? Doobie, nope. After Destiny ended his stream, he and Lav spoke in a private Discord call. Lav tried to add me to the call so the three of us could talk. I told her I wasn't interested. Destiny DM'd me she's self-harming right now. Hurry. Holy shit. Ever the White Knight. I joined immediately. Of course he was lying. I'm writing this conversation from memory, as I did not record it or take notes. You guys are trying to me too me, he said, all of the earlier vitriol gone from his voice. Racked with guilt, I said, I think you're sociopathic and you should get help. What happened? Lav asked. We used to be friends. Can't we just talk this out? I told Lav he had just smeared us and recommended she not talk to him. He said, no, I smeared you. I conceded the point and appreciated his concession that he had indeed smeared me. It was just like old times, and disturbed by the bubbling affection I felt for the man I had come to see as my abuser. I left the call. The Orbiter dogpile began immediately, with a stream that would be uploaded to Chudlogic's YouTube channel with the title Lavloon Cries, Complete Mental Breakdown in Heated Execution Over Destiny, Mr. Girl. The panel began with Chudlogic's editor, Drift King Edits, saying to Lav, Lav has always been a lying bitch, never listen to anything that she says.
Yeah, I'm going to get rid of some of you fuckers, okay? DK, you probably got some editing to do, okay? So listen, final words.
I'm doing it, man. I'm doing it right now. Final words. Lavloon has always been a lying bitch. Never listen to anything that she
don't
says.
do this.
It's just proven over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Okay, listen, mate. You're gone. You're gone, okay? Okay.
I think that the way that you got treated on the DGG Reddit was way beyond the pale, right? I think, absolutely there's a problem with the way that women in this space get treated. I think the fact that these two people are sexting each other is a really stupid idea. I do think that there are boundaries and responsibilities. Those criticisms that you've worked yourself back to, I think are completely fine. But the problem that I'm saying is that you can't rewrite history and say that you were always levying these same types of criticisms.
Kyla,
go. Yeah, go on, Lav.
I should not have made the Harvey Weinstein comparison. I shouldn't have. I will walk it back. I will walk it back completely. Every single time someone brings it up, I will walk it back. I shouldn't have said it. Doesn't matter if it was a joke. Doesn't matter if it wasn't a joke. I shouldn't have said it. And I shouldn't have said it, especially after whatever. There's nothing I can do about the fact that I made that comparison. There's nothing I can do. I cannot go back in time. I cannot fucking change it. I made it. I thought that in the moment it was a very apt criticism. And I even think that now it is comparable in the way that I see it. But you have to see it through my lens. And I'm trying to explain to you my lens, and you're saying that it's not real, it's not true. And it doesn't matter if it's not real or not true. What's at play is whether or not I really believed it when I said it. It's not whether or not it is 100% true. I shouldn't have said it. Oh my God, stop.
It's fine. Kyla, of course you can walk it back. Please. I already said, no, Lev, you've been talking for a minute straight. What the fuck? I'm going to respond at some point. Of course, but I can understand from your point of view why you felt that way, why you came to the conclusions. I think that's all within the margin of error of being human.
Absolutely. That's not the problem that I have. The issue is that public space isn't your space to like have a diary and just express what you're thinking and feeling, because there are ramifications for your public, like for your public theorizing.
That was going to be my question, whether like any of these pinheads had thought about like talking about it in private first.
Like,
or whether they just thought, oh, I know, I'm going to put it all over my stream.
You were talking about how you were talking about this, and there was just only 80 people, and then you looked back after playing your game, and there was like 1,600 or something. And so basically, all you're saying is like, oh well, if I had fewer eyes on me, then it would totally be okay that I was saying these audacious, crazy things about my friend.
24 hours.
Like, what the fuck?
I've never felt uncomfortable with my sexual dynamic with Steven. However, then becomes the criticism, which I think is extremely important to acknowledge, is what is ethical when it comes to the fact that you have this huge platform and you're allowing all of these small creators or fans to come on and you're also having sexual relationships with them. What is normal? What is okay? What do we evaluate? That is a very interesting and apt conversation to have. I don't know whether or not it is abusive. It feels abusive to me. It feels abusive to me. But I'm also not the moral police. So this is a conversation that everyone can have amongst each other to decide how much of responsibility Steven has to take for his platform. Okay,
that's fair. That's fair that was your goal. That's fair that was your goal. I'm willing to just fully grant you that was your position. Lav, come on, we have to respond at some point. You can't just like go on like 5-minute
you can respond, but you have to let me fully fucking finish. You have to let me fully fucking finish.
Lav, I feel like you've said quite a lot there. Come on, let's let Nessa Erudite respond, and then we'll go from there, okay? Nessa Erudite, please. Okay.
I'm basically willing to just fully grant that was your position. You just thought there was some interesting stuff. You wanted to ask some questions. Maybe I can fully grant you that. I'm dubious. I'm dubious, but I'll just grant it for the sake of this conversation. You cannot possibly convince me that Max was just going, I think this is an interesting conversation. These are just some interesting questions that we need to pose, because there is nothing in what he was doing behind the scenes that
Destiny is saying
as an,
that she's
I guess,
just being
maybe a non-parasocial parry, which by the way, that's actually really funny. So good job on that one. But as a non-parasocial parry, what the fuck was he doing? Like, there was no shot that he was just generously inquisitive and curious and like worried about his friend and doing like the trust but verify thing. Like it was not that. I know how he approached at least some of them, which is not at all just curious and soft and open and inquisitive. It was absolutely narrative painting. I mean, every single question he asked was begging the question and painting a narrative. So it's like this like I actually think in all this, probably you're getting a lot of shit because you're being like so public about it more than Max is at this point, which really sucks because the worst actor here is Max. Like everyone who's like shitting on you, to be honest, Max has acted way more irresponsibly, way more sneaky, way more disrespectfully than you have. Yes, he has.
How much responsibility does Steven take in the fact that, you know, did he really foster the sort of relationship with me where he felt like I could give him feedback in confidence? And was it my fault for trying to act like I was stronger than I was when he checked in on me that one time and asked how I was doing with all of the DGG hate? And I was like, water under the bridge. Like, obviously I have to take responsibility for that too, because I expected him to caretake me when I was acting like I was fine. Like, all of us have done things that are fucked up. Like, this is like navigating real life relationships and friendships that are already hard.
You're giving this idea that the only option you have.
Everyone's been meanie, poo. It's just a bunch of bad, like, people that are messy and broken, having messy, broken communications. Like, it's not that simple. It's actually not. Maybe on your side, that's all that's going on. Possibly, right? But the reality is like, that is not all that's going on here. Like, the reality is like, the way that Max reacted to this situation isn't normal. It's not at all how you treat your friends. Like, he's acted in horrific faith. Why? Unironically, because he's probably hurt about the blow up that happened with the DGG war, right? And he's doing what he always fucking does. He feels hurt, he feels upset, he creates a narrative post hoc, and then suddenly rationalizes his emotion into a malicious narrative about some other person, and that way he can't be feeling some sort of way and just have it be that. Now the person's all these bad, malicious, nasty things, and he did it to Destiny. He's done it to multiple people in a row. I know. I know he did. And it's wrong. Just to be clear, even if it comes from a place of brokenness, even if it comes, this is the thing you have to do with mental health. It is understandable how you could be doing these behaviors, expressing these things, but it is not excusable. And if you are doubling down on the garbage bullshit behavior you've been doing, you are fully responsible. And until then, all we can do is hold feet to Max's fire unless he basically backs off or changes his position, or apologizes. I don't know what else to do. Do you think that he approached any woman who, for example, Stephen is platonic with, or Stephen has had past sexual relationships but now engages with them completely normally? Has he approached any women that are friends with Stephen?
No. He's not approached me, and he follows me on Twitter. He's never spoke to me.
I feel like if you want to be responsible in construing about whether or not your friend is a fucking abuser, it's probably worth making sure you dot your I's and cross your T's.
I think I agree with you. But I also, you've got to understand that Stephen went on stream and called him a rapist and said he was blackballing him and said he was going to delete his website.
That was after. That was after. None of that matters.
Not Serudite would later tell me that she thought it was wrong for Destiny to call me a rapist. His accusation, coming the same day he learned I was planning to speak out against him, was based on a story I'd publicly told about a sexual encounter where I'd received mixed signals from a woman and taken it to mean she consented. I used the story as an example of how idealized and explicit consent is often not present in real sex, but neither I nor the woman ever thought that I'd raped her. Destiny had known the story for 11 months before calling it rape. His fans immediately took to calling me Mr. Rape.
Look at what, if we want to paint a little bit of empathy for Stephen now, Stephen, according to at least probably me, you, and Max's view, is somebody who probably has not very good trust issues, definitely has problems with vulnerability, opening up to people, and he went on this deep explorative journey of being you know what, I should have friends. I'm going to open myself up to people and be vulnerable. And he did that with Max, which is super base. That shows something about Max's character that Stephen was willing to trust him with this stuff. And the problem is that he has been so royally backstabbed. There has been information that Stephen told Max that was only between him and Max, that Max weaponized to try to get more information on Stephen, that has absolutely been devastating for this situation. How do we not have empathy for fucking Stephen?
She was referring to the woman with whom Destiny had an affair. I'd reached out to her to offer to write her story if she wanted me to tell her that both Destiny and Melina seemed to have spilled about the affair to a large number of streamers, and to warn her that I'd come to see Destiny as a sociopath. She told Destiny about our conversation, who then repeatedly mentioned it on stream as an example of me behaving unethically.
Also, Lav, there's there's something I just want to propose to you because, I'm trying to be the neutral party in all of this. Obviously, I'm, split in many of these ways. Is it not a possibility that Max is inviting you in closer because he's trying to control you further?
No, because he has been very. He's even told me this whole time, if you want to have a relationship with Stephen, if you want to go on his stream, if you want to do all these things, it will not have any bearing on our relationship whatsoever. You are free to do whatever you want. And I have. And I was able, and I told him, I was like,
welcome.
I was like, I'm going to have this talk with Stephen. Maybe you can join. And he was like, I'm not really comfortable with that, but obviously do whatever you want. I'm here for you. This will not change our relationship at all. So no, there's no manipulation going on. And I have a fucking hair trigger for manipulation, usually with men. So I really, even if I grant you that Max has manipulated anyone else, he has not manipulated me at all. What I think is going on is that I'm the stupidest person alive. I'm just extremely dumb. Wait,
if you're dumb, you're so easily manipulatable. What do you mean?
Suggestible.
No.
Doesn't that make you the easiest to manipulate? Isn't it possible that I don't necessarily want to paint this narrative that they're trying to control you, manipulate you? I have no fucking idea.
I think my brain is fine. I think well. I just don't think before I speak. I just need to be more patient. I'm just impulsive and retarded. I'm whatever. I'm a bad person to don't take me seriously, I guess. I don't know. Clearly I'm not okay. I'm very mentally ill. I don't know if I should be in this space, but now I don't know. All of this shit is fucking crazy.
If you're mentally ill, can you truly consent to what happened to Destiny?
Having close
friend. The reason why when Steven levies a criticism, it packs such a punch, it's not because he has these hordes of DGG dogpilers that he sicks on people. It's because people know that when Steven levies a criticism, he's got fucking receipts, that he's thought about it, that he's intentional about it. He doesn't just fucking riff off. He doesn't just say dumb shit about people. When he says things like, there are some weird shit. No, this is not biased. Give me, like, not at all. Are you fucking kidding me? He is absolutely researched. This is why people respect his opinion on things. This is why when Steven comes out against or for somebody, it changes the structure of the narrative because people respect his opinion. And yes, there is major responsibility for him in that. He fucked up with the comment about the phone with Max and his girlfriend.
When she says the comment about the phone with Max and his girlfriend, she is referring back to a stream where Destiny asked me if it is true that I don't allow my girlfriend to have a phone. I was utterly shocked and asked him if this was a genuine question. He said he thought it wasn't likely, but that he could imagine me not allowing her to own a phone. This conversation triggered several days of jokes, memes, and genuine speculation about whether I let my girlfriend have a phone. To this day, people still bring it up. I confronted Destiny about it on stream, telling him that he'd fucked me over. This was the first domino to fall in my painfully slow realization that Destiny is not merely irresponsible and insensitive, but calculating and malicious.
That was not wise when his comments about his friends have that much power. That was not a good thing to say. I understand why Max was upset. But if he levies legitimate criticisms at his friend, you don't get to be mad as Max because guess what? Some of these criticisms are valuable and true.
And the big thing here is Lav, a lot of the issues that you're having with these criticisms and getting this flack is because of, it goes back to, we don't even have to talk about interpersonal things. We can go back to your political takes and your evolution there. You last night got on a stream, and as I was pushing back on you, you started to backpedal on a lot of the reasons why you were there. You said, I sat some days and thought about this before I got on, and I said, and then you started to say, I don't want to say anything I don't really mean because I'm not really sure. And it's like, well, you just contradicted yourself. You're not really thinking about these things before you engage, before you act. And if you do that, you probably wouldn't have a lot of these issues. But you're so easily influenced in all these situations, and you know, but yet you keep getting on streams and you keep saying these things, and now you're getting into serious territory. It's one thing when your issues on your views on sex work and trans people and all these other issues are going through an evolution in public. It is an entirely different one when you start engaging with serious things like sexual accusations and abuse and misbehavior. And lastly, to put a capstone on this, being a streamer is an incredibly difficult dynamic to navigate. Being friends with streamers is an even more so one, but you have projected a lot of onus onto Steven that no one else in the real world believes is there. There are power dynamics at play. There are power dynamics to consider. But the superior subordinate one that you keep leaning back on is not really there. You are putting it there. You have a choice to be his friend. You have a choice to go on his stream. You have a choice to decide whether or not you benefit from his stream. Steven is aware, and he isn't abusive with that power. He doesn't sick his audience on you. Just because he gives his belief or his view on a situation that, in many cases, other people tend to be the first ones to come public with. Last night, he is going to give his opinion and feedback, and there is going to be repercussion. You're on the internet. That's going to happen. People are going to talk about you. People are going to go on the subreddit and make posts about you. That is the nature of the internet. Free speech, baby, all the way. You have to decide whether or not you can deal with it, but you can't keep internalizing it and then coming out with these crazy public statements and not having something well thought out and that you can substantiate.
Okay, great. I think that this is, again, I really struggle.
Yes.
Okay, no, I know that this everyone wants to make this feedback about me. I get it. I have already said that I shouldn't have said anything. I'm very impulsive. Maybe I don't interact with the internet the way that I'm supposed to.
How many times are you going to say that before you do something about it?
I will never fucking do anything about it. I won't. This is just who I am.
Then why would
no?
You can't be on. I'm on this personal growth journey and then throw that shit out.
What do you
mean? Maybe write yourself a little post-it note and stick it on your laptop or something, so you can remember not to be a fucking idiot every day.
There are empirical things you can do to improve your impulse control. Are you kidding me?
She just doesn't want to, I guess.
You're saying that I'm on this personal journey arc. I've been a streamer for 3 months. Give me let me.
How many times do you have to get into these situations before you realize, fuck, maybe I need to step back and consider how I behave on stream and what I say publicly?
Do you think I'm not doing that? Do you think that this is not me literally doing that?
No, if you were doing that, you wouldn't be having the continual repetitive. It's every 3 days, Lav. It's every 3 days. You get on Destiny stream, you make comments, you get your ass pushed in, and then you come back 3 more days to do it again.
Am I just not doing it fast enough for you?
No, you're not making any corrections. You're not making any corrections to the behavior.
Why are you holding me to these fucking corrections? You're a stranger. You're a stranger.
Because you are a public figure and I'm levying criticism to you.
He's a stranger, but Destiny is still like a fucking producer.
Don't you have like this is the issue I have with this. You're not like some baby tiny streamer. Don't you have like a 700K TikTok and you're like decently successful with music? Like this has been a big thing that I've actually had to like tell other people to fuck off about is they've tried to be like, look, like there is this massive discrepancy of like size and clout and capacity between like Lav and Destiny. And that's not true.
I don't want to make this about
You're very successful in multiple areas.
This is the last thing. This is the last thing I will say about my involvement. I'm obviously severely mentally ill. I don't exist. None of this like fame, internet fame has ever felt fucking real to me. I was in a cult for 5 years with no access to the fucking internet, and then all of a sudden I get on the internet, I become fucking famous out of nowhere. I only exist on the internet. Everyone feels like my friend. It doesn't feel like I don't know how to do this. I don't have I go online, I say my little silly things on live without consequence because it's it's the online world. Nothing feels fucking real. You have to put into perspective, like, I do not live, I dissociate constantly. Like, I don't know, like, what is real and what is, like,
here's
not
a real
real.
piece of genuine, non-harsh critical advice.
No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
You had a friend. I don't know where that stands right now. You had a friend named Steven that you could have
gone to. We are friends and he gets it.
Sure.
He understands.
He gets it. That's not what I'm saying. It's fine that he gets it. The fact that he gets it and he likes you and he's willing to engage with you, something you could do is process things with him offline. Talk to him in chat, talk to him on the phone. Before you go public with these things, you could do that. Well, you say you know, but I'm telling you that is one of the key pieces to the puzzle when it comes to these issues.
Great, but this is, again, you're acting like this is extremely easy to navigate. So
that's easy. Take how hard
it is to navigate. Genuinely, take how hard it is to navigate.
In this space for a long time. It's very difficult to navigate. It's
okay. Right. Now add that onto that. I'm extremely underdeveloped socially. Like, extremely underdeveloped socially. Now take all of that, and I do not, like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I know that I made a mistake. I feel fucking bad.
Lav, I'm telling you easily, easily what to do. I'm telling you, it's fine. Let's erase everything that's happened up to this point. You're going to go forward from the stream, trying to make a change. That is the key. And I
don't know if I am, and you can't hold me to that. I don't know.
She doesn't want to.
This is pointless. And this has turned into a dog. I've created a dog pile by mistake.
All right,
okay, I'm sorry. Lycan, I think you should leave.
I got it. Okay. To change that I change.
Lav. I believe you are capable of change. I honestly.
Why is this making? Oh my god, this is so annoying. Everything becomes about me. Everything becomes about me. I literally.
I wonder why can't we talk about?
Why can't we talk about?
Okay, Kelly, come on.
About the very apt criticism that is Steven sleeping with everyone that he interacts with. I think that is an interesting conversation to have. It always comes back to me. Why? I fucked up.
For a couple of reasons, right? I get this.
What else can I do?
Okay, so here are like genuinely like how I think like the best way for us all to move forward, which is like, I can tell that you're super distressed, Lav. I think it's probably better for the conversation to end sooner than later, because I hear the like distress that's going on for you, and I don't think that like anything good is going to come out of like pushing this even more. I really think that you should be. I think you should just slow down a little bit.
I think you guys are gaslighting Lav.
Cool, Smith. Thanks for the fucking psych terms. Good job. I think when you talk about like leaving Twitter for 3 days, I think that's a really, really good idea. I think a lot of this will just like blow over if you just
you're just insulting her. You're just insulting her over and over, and then letting her melt down. And then every time she melts down, yeah, I don't fucking care. Every time she melts down, that she like scrambles for anything just to get a breath of air, and she's desperate and emotional, and so she reaches and says anything, and then anything that helps your narrative, you grasp onto, and then keep going forward with that. What the fuck is going on here? What are we talking about? Can we stop into like fucking dogpiling Lav and talk about the actual accusations and the actual meat of the matter and get to the actual bones of what we're talking about here?
Nobody is that interested. I'm unironically trying to be kind right now because I don't hate Lav. I've already extended multiple amounts of grace. There are certain things that she'll then say to try to weasel out, so then we'll hold her on that.
You keep trying to virtue signal using me constantly. I already know that
hold on. I only quote tweeted your misandry stuff.
Talk about what has been levied at Steven. You will do anything but talk about what's been levied at Steven. You are making it
talked about what is levied at Steven.
What do people feel like we haven't spoken about exactly?
Okay, so the thing in being investigated that there's no evidence for right now. There's no evidence. The thing that's being investigated is that Steven has sex with women that then go on his stream afterwards or during the time he's having sex with.
Sorry, my mic cut out. I'm gonna sorry, my mic got super cut out. I just wanted to like finish addressing like my conversation with Lav. I really like, just to be clear, I've never quote tweeted you on anything about the Steven stuff. The last thing I quote tweeted you was on the misandry stuff, right? Which to some extent makes sense. That's kind of the thing I talk about. I genuinely think the idea of you like stepping back from Twitter for a couple of days is really smart. I think that's a really, really good idea.
Okay,
I don't think you're wholly malicious. I think like when you get like your like toes held to the fire for like inconsistencies, I think that really sucks. And I think the internet is particularly like harsh and cruel to women. So I think you're getting an extra dose of it, and that sucks way, way more. The issue is that like part of this problem is that the way that you respond to it often like throws fuel to the fire, if that makes sense. And then,
it's very kind of you to give her an out where she can agree with you and then get off of Twitter for a while. Very kind of you.
Smeth, literally, first of all, who the fuck are you? Second of all, why are you coming in here and trying to now just do the opposite thing and like
because it's a dog pile.
I think, Chud wanted someone that was more on Lav's side, probably.
Okay, here's the thing. You're basically now just creating some. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're basically saying that like me genuinely trying to like extend some element of like human grace to Lav is being gaslighting and manipulative.
In order for her to acknowledge
that grace, she doesn't have to agree to me to get off of Twitter. She can have the same fucking opinion and just get off Twitter. I'm recommending she get off Twitter the same way, for example, when Anna loops, I highly encourage her to take a break off the internet. For example, when I start getting distressed and overwhelmed with the internet, I also take a break.
You sound distressed right now, so maybe you should get off the internet.
I don't give a fuck.
It would really be great for me if you got off the internet right now, wouldn't it?
Good job. You're going to mock a woman having some emotions. Good job. Very good, virtuous white knight.
I'm showing you exactly what you're doing. You're emotional now, so I'm telling you exactly what you just told Lav.
No,
if you got off the internet, it would be great. And that really works for me too, because it would mean that you shut the fuck up.
No, there's a very big difference between me being mad at some fucking loser fuck named Smith and a girl crying and in distress and begging people to stop like attacking her.
Why are you calling him a loser fuck?
Because I've seen it for so many obvious reasons.
Okay.
I don't think need to take a break. You don't have to.
Quickly once you're done.
Okay, here's one that makes you a fucking weirdo, Smeth. Remember when Shaylin made the picture of Lav being a child of Fucking Max and whatnot, and you fucking superimposed your face on the picture, and then you told Max that you were mad that he took Lav on as a child?
Are you laughing? You're trying to publicly humiliate him.
This is on Reddit.
I did do that.
Why are you bringing this up? You're trying to publicly humiliate him
because he just asked me why am I calling him a weird fuck?
I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that right now, but I will say that I stand by it.
What you are doing right now.
That's fine. But you asked me why I'm calling him a weird fuck, and I'm just explaining why he's a weird fuck.
The only thing
I have no idea
about that is it's one of my greatest artistic achievements
ever. You're only empathetic to people who are in your fucking court, Kyla. Get a fucking grip.
Do not treat people like that. You're calling him a loser and you're publicly embarrassing him. This is the fucking problem with being a fucking online streamer. You're looking for your fucking stocks to go up. You're looking for public favor. You're trying to see what you can do to make your fucking stocks go up, to make you look good, to make you feel like you got
I'm sorry,
fucking
how
win.
does
And
attacking
you're doing it
a
to
random
Smith.
person
You've done it to me.
make
Shut
my
the fuck
stocks
up.
go up?
You've done it to me. You've done it to Smith. You've done it to everyone you fucking can to make yourself look fucking higher than them. That's the problem. That's the design of this fucking internet, and that's why it's fucking abusive. That's why Mr. Girl's talking about it. This is a problem. The fact that you talked about that to you're talking to a small creator like fucking Smith, and you're publicly embarrassing him because it looks good
Is
for
he
you.
a creator?
No,
I don't know who he.
disgusting.
I don't know if he's even a creator.
Like,
First of all, he came in.
I don't want to
Yeah,
make this
he
about me.
he came in hot, okay? He came in hot and already being condescending as fuck towards me. So let's not act like I just like suddenly was like, oh, who's this new face? Oh, gotta get him. Like, there's no fucking way. Yes, I went in and attacked him. Yes, I think he's kind of a weird fuck. I actually don't know if he's a content creator. And the reason why I outlined the Reddit post is because you guys asked
publicly
me.
embarrassment. That's good.
No,
publicly
because you
embarrassment.
asked me, yo, yeah, that's a really nice narrative for you, Lav. The reality is that you asked
That is
me,
the fucking
why am I
narrative,
attacking
Tyler.
him?
All right. Oh, this is really cringe. Come on, we're like talking about a Reddit post of a superimposed picture. Come on, less cringe.
If you convince me to start crying and then start scrambling for something, you'll give me your hand to reach out to, and I'll grab it, and you'll be like, see, look, you should just get off of Twitter. What the fuck?
I didn't convince Lav to cry. It was after she talked with Lycan, and Lycan was holding her feet to the fire that she started crying.
Right.
First of all, so
No,
rewrite that one.
All of the aggression came
Second
from
of
you.
all, it didn't. Absolutely, Lycan was holding her feet to the fire way harder than I was. He was not letting her
all of
wiggle.
the
He was
passive
being
aggression
super
came
harsh,
from you.
and then she started crying.
All the
and then
passive
I
aggression
softened.
came from you. The hidden aggression, the stuff you can't actually fight back against, came from you.
Like what precisely?
The whole time. If I wanted
The whole
to
time.
answer the
Just
question,
like
I could go back.
The bag post? Yeah. What do you mean?
If I wanted to, I could take this stream and write a giant essay about it.
All right,
Okay,
just one
line for
example.
line.
Just one.
I can't
One
remember off the
example.
top of my head. I just stepped in to make sure it stopped.
You can't remember one?
They are referring to the Destiny Orbiter stock market. Usually when one orbiter gets dogpiled, it's the result of losing a fight with another orbiter, who then gets love-bombed. Orbiter stocks were a joking way for Destiny's community to talk about our social standings, another example of humor providing cover for Destiny. In this case, obfuscating the abusiveness of a system that relies on people desperately humiliating one another in vicious fights monetized by Destiny. People also make bets about Destiny's sphere with play money on a site called Manifold Markets. For example, the market currently predicts there's a 56% chance that somewhere in this report, I'll claim that Destiny made me suicidal.
I don't know if Destiny would do this, but my idea that I came up with earlier was if Destiny could just say, I'm going to fuck whoever the fuck I want, leave me the fuck alone, but if I fuck you, you're not coming on my stream again.
What?
Why?
Why?
Everybody, because there's just so much.
But that's really weird as well.
That is so weird.
Because of the power dynamic, it's just becomes, it
fucking
becomes weird.
stop with the power dynamic shop. Just because something has power dynamics or it's weird, it's not inherently malicious unless he's actively taking advantage of the power disparity to basically pump and fucking dump. That's the problem.
I agree, but
then the rule shouldn't be that if he fucks you, he can just like never have you on stream because then he's going to have like me and like Brittany Simon, like I guess like maybe Kelly. He'll have like 3 women on stream necessarily, right? So it's like that's not the rule you need to take. The rule you need to take is when Steven engages sexually with women, he needs to make sure that there's no power dynamic, that he's being extra careful and making sure that they're not feeling pressure to come on or to not be on stream. And he needs to make sure that he's explicit with his sexual boundaries with them. If he's doing all of those things, for the most part, he's good. And I would basically argue probably you should like try pursuing women and not just like sleeping with women who pursue you first. That would probably be my other recommendation I would make to him.
I don't disagree that it can be navigated in a way that doesn't hurt people. I'm just saying that there is a power dynamic where he's very powerful and going on his stream will help you a lot. So if you have had sex with him and then you engage in that power dynamic, depending on who you are, it could like maybe you can't handle that. Like and that's not like does Destiny have to be able to know? Is it Destiny's job to be able to know who can handle that or not? Because eventually he's going to fuck up and someone's going to get hurt.
True. People do get hurt in life. That does happen, yes. People's PPs get hurt occasionally.
It's just a charged situation.
And then it's brought back to the Anna situation. He has very clearly crossed a line with
keep continuing to sext Anna and keeping it a secret from even Dan or Melina. That is a fucking problem.
But the extent in which you guys have taken this and Chud, what you have allowed is insane.
What have I done? What do you mean? I'm just vibing.
Now.
I
mean, what have I done?
You brought in like
Queeman to come on here, say that I'm lying about my other sexual assault allegation, to say all of this crazy fucking shit. It is insane. To say I was lying about my heart attack? Come on.
I'll agree with you. Queeman is evil Dan. He's evil Dan. I'll agree with you.
Talk about my husband's job? Come on. Use your platform a little more responsibly, please. If you're telling me to use mine responsibly, you have to be doing it also.
Okay, I would bring on the second coming of Hitler if it resulted in more views. I've got to be honest with you.
Okay, well, at least from this point, please don't anymore. Don't do this to me anymore, please. Thank you. Goodbye.
November 12th, 2022. Destiny blacklisted Lav and me, announcing on stream.
I don't know, is this the last day that we could talk about Lav and...
This is the actual last day, because starting tomorrow, they are not only never getting mentioned in my shit again, I'm going to be removing every fucking thread. I'm also blacklisting the fuck out of them. Anybody that has them on their shows, I'm probably not going to interact with for a minimum of 2 weeks.
He did not follow through with any of this, but I think it served as an effective warning to orbiters who might have otherwise taken a more neutral stance toward this project. Despite Lav's request that should Logic leave her alone, he would publish the following videos to his YouTube channel over the next 2 months, exposing insane lies and gaslighting from Lavloon. Lav dies. Lav exposes everything in career-ending manifesto. Destiny weighs in live. Leaked logs. Hassan destroys Lav in heated response to her allegations. Mentally ill OnlyFans wants me to delete this video. I leak DMs instead. Of attacks Chud again. W help from Shaylin. The thumbnails frequently featured sexual photos of Lav, grabbed from her Twitter. November 14th, 2022. Lav posted the following essay to her Patreon titled, "This is it. I've taken days to think, away from the internet, away from my home and computer, spoken to multiple professionals, and have decided to close this casket publicly. Before I do, I want to be clear and concise in what I've learned and felt over the past week. An announcement: I will not be streaming anymore, effective immediately and possible indefinitely. I will perhaps participate in some debates, sparingly and as a guest appearance, but my focus will be on my YouTube channel, developing my own body of content. I'm not built for this panel world. I am too aggressive to be as sensitive as I am. I make a fool of myself. I lose my message. I don't navigate social situations well as an autistic person. And I don't have enough practice under my belt to be able to responsibly put myself in tricky social situations in stream. Maybe someday. Probably not, though. I'll be on this Patreon, though. Twitter probably needs to go, but I cannot part with it. This world has taken up my life. To my detriment, I have worked hard. I'm addicted to approval. I'm addicted to proving myself. All of this hurts me. I couldn't stop. I have to stop. I have dreams outside of the online that I need to pursue. Overall, the narcissistic world of entertainment has not bode me well. I left the music industry for the same reason. Something I thought was fun turned into an ego feed, turned into self-harm, turned into me spiraling. I don't want to be famous. I don't want these many eyes on me. It hurts, but it's addicting. To someone like me, who grew up without parents, to have eyes on me, the potential for love, the potential to prove I'm worthy of attention and adoration and love. It's heroin. But I can't get that from you guys ultimately. It's fickle. I can only get that from me. But without further ado, what you all came for. I don't care about the safety of keeping this inside my mouth and chest. Do your worst. I have nothing left to lose. It sucks to come out. It does. It sucks to be a woman who comes out about someone bigger than you. This is my second time. Unfortunately, men in power or with big platforms seem to have a propensity to abuse it. This time is different. This time for a week straight, day and night, I had hundreds of thousands of people trying to gaslight me or just downright hurling abuse at me. Going public with sexual instances is embarrassing, and even more embarrassing when someone tries to come forward with that information for you. People have decided to relay my personal story with Stephen that I told privately. I should not trust friends online. And I'm going to lay it out for you concisely, and I'm never going to speak of it again. Stephen and I did not have sex. We hooked up. I was nervous because I'd not been with many uncircumcised men. He was fine with that. I went home after. I felt good about what had happened. I did not open my relationship for Stephen. I did not close it because of Stephen. What I didn't anticipate was becoming part of Stephen's orbit in the way I had. I did not knowingly consent to a scenario of being evaluated for my performance, being told I brought views and clicks and content, and existing in the social contract I did, after having a sexual dynamic with him. And I didn't realize how many of the women in the orbit had the same social contract I did. This was enough to just make me feel strange. Another thing that made me feel strange was when I begged Stephen to do as little as tell him community to go easier on me on the platforms he could control. He deletes some of his fans' criticism of him on the Reddit. I thought it would be easy. Apparently it wasn't, and I was publicly embarrassed for weeks, being gaslit that I couldn't take accountability for how dumb and irritating and annoying I was, and I just had to admit all of those things and then we'd reevaluate. Stephen even said I was using Darvo abuse tactics when I was expressing my feelings. The thing that made me feel the weirdest was finding out Stephen was sexting and still seeking sex from Anna, who for years he publicly embarrassed and acknowledged was not only crazy, but also completely obsessed with him, and the consensus in the community has been she's a psycho-stalker and Stephen's done little to nothing to quell that idea and exploit Anna's sobs and mental breakdown for views. This is abusive. It was the cherry on top that nobody knew about it, and the nuts sprinkled over everything was that Anna told me she felt like she had to do it in order to feel safe from Stephen. This resonated. The first time Stephen and I spoke off stream, he decided to tell me this huge career-ending secret, and I bartered with my own secret. He'd alluded to it in messages, baiting me, and I had to know. We were strangers, and he told me, "I'm not keeping an abuser's secrets. I'm done." It was about sexual indiscretions about someone other than his wife. An affair his wife didn't know the extent of, and he said he was never going to tell her. He didn't want to ruin anything because he had jumped the gun and broken up with Melina before he knew this other woman had wanted him. I thought, okay, this is not really my business and I don't know Melina. Stephen says he doesn't care if this gets out because it only hurts the other woman. He said this on stream multiple times. So, alas. I'm not going to mention the other woman because this has nothing to do with her. And here I am, a stranger, holding this secret. Me, a stranger, pleading with him to tell his wife about his misconduct. I say secrets hurt people, resentment builds. He assures he's fine, and will probably never tell her. I ask if this is going to affect him. He repeats for the 70th time to me, he is a sociopath, and he doesn't and won't care. Make no mistake, he wants people to know this secret. He wants to embarrass Melina and the other woman involved. It's why he teases it on stream. It's why he tells every orbiter. It's why he told me. A stranger he wanted to have sex with. People with secrets they don't want people to know do not tease it on a stream with 15k people. A day or two before meeting in person, we spoke on the phone again, and I had asked him about his relationship history because it seemed very toxic to me, being that he was cheating on his wife, and the only other public relationships I knew of online were toxic. And he told me this really fun story of this time he and his ex worked together and he was sleeping with a CO worker. His ex went to the boss to tell him Stephen was sleeping with a co-worker, and he lied to his boss about the co-worker, saying she was a psycho and psychotic, and she sobbed and freaked out in the office and got fired. And he liked it. And they continued to have sex, and brought up the situation during sex, because he literally got off on it. I thought he told me this to be edgy, the way men often do, but it made me uncomfortable and I didn't know how to respond. We hung up moments later and I felt confused, but we'd already made the plans to hang out. When we hung out, I asked him about Anna and Sherry. He'd repeated the usual, "She's psycho. I love toxic women. It's exciting. It's good content." I think I scoffed. He tells me Anna was a stalker, but he's over it. Again, because he's a sociopath and he doesn't care much. That's the thing. Stephen is so charming he could be saying literally anything, and you feel like you're in on it. I thought, yay. She is psycho. I'm different. He frequently repeated, "We'll see how you'll turn out," like he either expected me to be psychotic, he was hoping I'd be, or I'd have to prove myself that I wasn't. I chose the last one. Didn't pan out, I guess. Not the way he sees it. I didn't know they'd been sexting. If I'd have known, I wouldn't have continued to hang out with him. Because that's abusive. And I don't have sexual relationships with abusive men. Fast forward. I reach out to Anna almost a week ago. I'm feeling low because DGG hates me, and they're following me across platforms to leave nasty comments. And I'm starting to feel weird that Stephen gaslit me and uploaded the video of me crying on his YouTube. And she very willingly tells me they still have a sexual relationship. That's when I decided I'd never stream with him again. Anna tells me he told her he likes to watch me embarrass myself on stream. I remember the ex-wife story, the big secret. I remember the way I found out who he was, through the ANA streams being recommended to me on YouTube. He likes this. And it's when I went on stream to say he was borderline abusive, I didn't have the balls or the words to say it with my full chest, and I thought the power dynamic and lack of care he had for my well-being was uncomfortable, enough to not stream with him anymore. something I thought would be a relief to his community and neutral to Stephen. I immediately was met with disdain. People jumping down my throat telling me I was horrible for coming out about it, very few people questioning why I'd said it, or thinking critically about the power structure I felt I'd been in, where he used his orbiters as content, teeing us up for vitriol and not controlling the narrative he could have easily controlled, or at the very least told his community to stop mass linking pictures of me without makeup. I'd gone from 80 views to 1,600 on my stream. But I'd stopped talking about it at 400. I didn't know the can of worms I was opening. I didn't understand the culture of DGG. I thought I'd had an idea, but this was big. Then Stephen went on stream and called Max a rapist, and hurled that he was the most manipulative person he'd ever met, and I was just his next victim. Max comes on to assert he wasn't going being Stephen's back as a backstab, but because Anna had told him they were still sexting, it was abusive, and he wanted to know what else Stephen has been doing. Because Max also knows about Stephen's secret, because Max has heard what everyone has heard about Stephen being notorious, he's experienced his own emotional detachment and abuse from Stephen, and he wants to make sure a man he called his friend is not serially abusing women. He uses the public information that Anna came forward about a week earlier on her stream, that they are still sexting and sexual, and reminds Stephen why he's questioning women. Anna, who had spent days detailing Stephen's abuse of her, too scared to leave his side. She does a 180 and lies about Max manipulating her into giving her story to absolve her of any wrongdoing. She gets to be a victim. I was on that call. She never said no. She had spent hours prior giving her consent, reading out text messages. She was excited to come forward with this information because she finally thought she had a team assembled who cared about her. But the reception was bad, and she froze, and she went back to what she knew, Stephen. So she gets to be a victim. She says Max manipulated her, and Stephen welcomes her with open arms because now, Max is the enemy. Max is evil. I'll be honest, I wanted that out. I wanted it so bad. I'd already spent hours getting harassed by DGG, seeing what the subreddit was saying. I was useless, evil, disgusting. This hit my mom wound. I'm so scared of being these things. I wanted to take solace in the out Stephen gave me. I wanted to be a victim of Max so bad. I wanted to avoid the dogpile and go back to my epic highs and lows of debating on Stephen's channel. The attention, the lights, the in-group. I wanted it. I wanted to curl up next to Stephen and repeat how bad Max was. I wanted safety from the avalanche that would inevitably come, but I knew I couldn't. Because I knew he abused Anna, I knew he lied to his wife. And I'm a feminist. It's what I built my platform on. I don't associate with abusive men. I won't keep their secrets. At this point, I didn't think Stephen was really a sociopath. I didn't think he was doing it on purpose. How could I? Stephen had been kind to me. He's a charming, likable guy. I messaged him saying I thought he needed to get help. See a therapist, maybe it was sex addiction, maybe he was stuck in his relationship, maybe it was intrapersonal. I called him after his I'm Nuclear stream, and he gaslit me for 2 hours straight. Assured he checked on me, did everything he could to be a good friend. Assured me he was the best friend, he'd checked on me once. I said I was okay, so really it was actually my fault. I'd been manipulating him because I told him I was okay to get back on stream. Of course I did. Who wouldn't? I'd sobbed on that stream, made a diary entry. He'd acknowledged that I wasn't fit for stream. Yet, he'd say a day later my spiral was good content. Everyone has a piece of the responsibility pie. He repeated, I didn't deserve his charitably, he was just so charitable and such a good friend I was crazy. But I didn't have to be. And I still had a chance to be in his good graces if I denounced Max. He said I needed help, that if I just woke up, I'd see everything Max was saying was a lie. And I nodded and stopped at the thought. The golden out. My solace. And lastly, he brought up the secret I'd told him. Out of nowhere. So out of place in the conversation. The secret I told him when he told me his secret. Told me it would ruin me, how bad I'd look. He'd worked it in. I'm not going to be blackmailed. Hassan Piker slept with my very young friend when he was not so young. It was legal. But he's denounced men publicly for doing much less. I don't care about it. And she's never going to come forward, but the fact exists nonetheless. An example of hypocrisy. Another person's hypocrisy is gold to a streamer, a shiny weapon. I was armed. Nothing will come of it. Ethically, it is a small infraction, and it won't be held over my head. I'd tried to get Max and Stephen to talk. Stephen refused to say anything, called him a rapist again, and Max left with his integrity, having done me the favor of joining the call because he could see I was desperately trying to fix the mess. And Stephen had typed, she's self-harming, help come quick. And so Max has come, quickly to see if it were true. Stephen just laughed at how stupid it was for Max to care if I was cutting myself on this VC call. Unbeknownst to me, while on the call, he'd been writing to DGG, I'm saving the Lav bridge. He tells me out loud, I can't believe I'm having a 40k viewer conversation offline. I try to chuckle at the comment, then I redirect, and then he assures DGG, again, unbeknownst to me, maybe I can get her on tomorrow. I'd just told him the chances of me coming on in the next few months were 0, but maybe after, one-on-one. I'd just said this. He knew I wasn't coming on, and he hadn't discussed with me that he was relaying this information to DGG, but he only exists on these streams. His community is him. He doesn't want to have the Go B&B station anymore. He's checked out. He's tried to convince me Max is manipulating me, and he thinks it's worked. We hang up. I woke up the next morning to see Anna had taken that out. It was the safer option, but it had made me so angry. I'd started to believe Stephen was the good guy, because how couldn't he have been? He'd platformed me, so new to the game, he'd met up with me, and was sweet, albeit a bit detached. But Max was a good guy, and I could swear he wasn't manipulating me. And Anna had spun this web out of control. I was so angry at Anna. I thought she'd sold me something. Stephen reassured me she was crazy and looping the night before. And he forgave her, and he could forgive me too, if I just D announced .max. .max assures me this is exactly how an abused woman acts. I Google it because I don't trust him. 4,000 people are telling me I'm a pawn in Max's game. I am skeptical of Max. I should not have publicly trashed her, and I should not have gone in that panel, in the emotional state I was in. I went on Chud's panel after being gaslit by Stephen. Again, I shouldn't have. Because I did not have it correct. I hadn't spoken to my therapist in a week. I'm getting mounds and mounds of shit and hate pummeled at me. I just wanted to make it better. I just wanted everyone to be better. I couldn't believe Anna had lied. After all the ways she called Stephen evil, I couldn't believe she'd repledge allegiance. I wanted to make everything better. I got off Chud's stream after a desperate plea to leave my loved ones alone. It only emboldened them. And watch Stephen's stream to self-harm. I'm watching Kyla literally do whatever she can to gain favor in the same way I was incentivized to, on stream. I've known the feeling of in-group signaling. I've known my place in this machine. I've been Kyla. There is a weak orbiter. You need to solidify your place. I did this with Max. Remind the audience you're there, and you're good, and you're here to stay. Stephen is still Blazy. Stephen sits there watching me on Chud Logic's panel and calmly chuckles at my tears and sobs. He chuckles, he laughs. Despite the conversation we'd had the night before, he enjoys the content I create. He enjoys my implosion. Women's ults make for great media. Ults is a reference to ulting, gaming slang for using a character's ultimate ability. Destiny uses the term to refer to women crying in order to win an argument or escape criticism. He drags me through the mud. My stocks burned to the ground. My stocks are gone. My worth, my wealth, decimated. I am unworthy of humanness. Kyla speaks. She is better than me. She is smarter. She is more put together. She is wiser and older, and best of all, the audience loves her. And she goes off on a tangent, and Stephen is not even listening. She may realize this is happening. He moves the conversation without giving her the validation she needs. She stays silent until it's her turn to perform again. Abba comes on. He's right, Victory Lap. He was right all along. He says I get to shine. And he does, so bright. And it burns. Kyla has to take her stage again. She wants to share the stage. She wants to shine. She wants to share. Kyla says Stephen is simply too likable. That is his problem. His response, cringe. Stephen is the victim. I'm reminded of how small and silly this world is. This very small place Stephen can control. It's his. He calls himself a sociopath 4 times, and his orbiters jump to empathy. No, you're not a sociopath. You're just hurt. You're just so hurt. Please, just admit you actually are upset by this. I'm so sorry this happened to you again. You can't trust anyone. You're too forgiving. He makes excuses for Max, now. He schmoozes. He masturbates to his audience. He gets to have empathy for Max. He is the victor. He is the guy. He is God. Max is Judas. But Stephen has empathy for Judas. He ejaculates his empathy into the audience. A BA asks Stephen, almost on the money, he asks why uses us as entertainment. But somehow, it's not Stephen's fault. Not his responsibility. It can't be. It is Max's. It is mine. ABA says it's Max and I'd fault. We are bad people. We are bad people for wanting to use the big opportunity we've been given by a big streamer with no boundaries. Stephen is just too good, and I cannot speak. I won't. I am already burned, already scalded. Nothing I say is correct. I live in delusion. My narrative is up in the air. I can say nothing. I watch horrified. Stevens reminds Kyla he is a sociopath, and she does not believe him. And he even calls her Kyra, the wrong name. Stephen explains to Kyla how he uses us for content. And Kyla does not listen to him tell her who he is. He is telling her who he is. and she does not hear him. He said it again. He is a sociopath. He doesn't care about this. She does not believe him. I wonder what would happen if a friend were to ask him what he'd done wrong. He calls Max a narcissist. For a year he's groaned about armchair psychiatry and peer diagnosis. It doesn't pertain, not to Max. Stephen knows what Max is. Kyla scrambles to tell Stephen he's a good person deep down and needs better friends and richness, and Stephen calls her a Max, a weapon. He says she's mind-raping him, that he is just this person. He just doesn't feel. Kyla goes silent, shot dead with Max bullets. Max, who was one of his closest friends, a week before. He promises for the third day in a row to nuke all mention of me. He doesn't. The engagement is too good. He doesn't. Kelly Jean says she wound me up on purpose. She knew it'd be easy after I cried on stream. She knows I'm spiraling. She likes it because I exploded on her in a panel, and I have differing views on sex work, so I am no longer human. She said she'd think it was fun. Kyla, the psychology buff, laughs. Stephen laughs, everyone laughs. Then is a half-hearted sigh of disappointment, and they move on. I message Max, sobbing. He is his usual self, caring, there when I need him, but vaguely distant because he knows I don't trust him, and he doesn't want our narratives to get mixed up when we're both emotional. He is hyper-aware of the manipulative narcissist label that's been hurled at him. He wants to keep us both safe. Shaylin asks if I'm eating. Max mostly just tells me to write how I feel. I do. I write this. I look back up at Stephen's stream, and last, Stephen reads a text from Anna. Anna laughs at me. She jokes about me and Max. We are crazy. I am crazy. But now, I am Anna. And she laughs, and Stephen laughs, and the stream chat roars with favor for her. I'm reminded of the text she sent Stephen in those screenshots. Your community likes me now. She is safe, and the chat fills. Anna stocks her up. Most reactions were focused on her accusation that Hassan had sex with her young friend. In the November 14 Patreon essay, Love said her friend was very young but legal, possibly in an attempt to soften the allegation she'd made several weeks prior in Chudlogic's Discord server, where she'd written that her friend was like, it didn't work. Exactly as she feared, her claim about Hassan would eclipse everything else she'd said. Chudlogic and Irrelevant, two of Destiny's most loyal orbiters, did a nearly 3-hour stream where they reviewed her essay, but displayed a screenshot of her Discord message, dated September 23, 2022. I think Hassan's outrage against everything is really funny, because he slept with my friend when she was like 17 and he was 24. A 30-second clip of Chudlogic's stream showing the September screenshot was uploaded to the popular subreddit livestream fail with the title, Loveloon claims Hassan slept with her 17-year-old friend, more context below.
That is actually really important, what you just said, legitimately. Well, if she did say it inside of your Discord, but here she is saying that, like, this was a secret, that means that this secret that she's apparently been holding or whatever, she's representing it now as this secret that she was holding, but she was actually never really holding it that way, unless, I guess, you're...
It received 2.8k upvotes, enough to force Hassan to deny the allegation on stream. He called it a ridiculous, slanderous lie. The story was picked up by the 6 million subscriber YouTuber Philip DeFranco, who said, it all appears to start with a Discord message from a streamer by the name of Loveloon back in September. The unsubstantiated Hassan allegation, having been successfully tied to the Patreon essay, sank Lav's criticisms of Destiny instantly. Chudlogic and Irrelevant spent the rest of the stream painstakingly dismissing anything that cast Destiny in a bad light. On the topic of Destiny still sexting Anna after smearing her as a stalker and monetizing her psychological distress.
From my perspective, a lot of many of the different strategies that Stephen tried, one of the larger ones was him trying to shut down all conversation about Anna. So not necessarily providing pushback against people, like calling her crazy or anything, but saying, like, if you speak about her at all, just, time out, stop talking, shut up, and stuff like that. So maybe when they say has done little to nothing to quell that idea, maybe that's what they mean when they're referencing little to nothing to quell the idea that they're a psycho stalker. But the point about exploiting Anna's sobs and mental breakdowns for views, that one, I would have to talk with them specifically about that, because I feel like what they'd be appealing to was like the intervention streams and stuff where they would, like, I think at one point they got, like, what was it, that person who was studying to be a therapist or something, to have conversations with them and intermediate. And I don't feel like that was just exploiting Anna's sobs and mental breakdowns for views. I feel like he was trying to make their relationship either amicable or something, and he just tried like so many different strategies and in different ways of going about it. I haven't seen anything firsthand that says Destiny was trying to exploit Anna's mental breakdown for views, but I don't know, I might be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I barely touched. I kind of got a stick and touched it with the end of a stick, and then a bunch of fucking autistic DGGers were screeching at me in chat because I don't really know what was going on. So, you know, I think this is one of those dramas where you need to really know the law and understand the law to, like, know what the right analysis is or, like, what to say, etc. Like any drama, but this is particularly because of how complex it is and the ins and outs.
This was particularly frustrating to me, as Chudlogic had privately told me that he believed sexual misconduct would be a good way to describe Destiny's behavior rather than sexual abuse. After this stream, when I demanded to know why his coverage was almost exclusively critical of Lav and barely mentioned Destiny at all, despite him being the person in the position of power, Chudlogic wrote to me, "I don't have hard proof of anything beyond Stephen sexting Anna, which is wrong and I have said is wrong, and he shouldn't have done it. And I know that he sleeps with orbiters. Again, something I have said publicly I think is wrong, and he shouldn't do that. When we spoke, I was trying to find a less severe word than sexual abuse in regards to his interactions with Anna. Misconduct seemed closest. One issue with this is that what framework are we analysing this misconduct? There are no formalised code of conduct beyond terms of service, and nothing Stephen has done has broken that. So no, obviously I am not going to put a video out with a claim I can in no way substantiate. On Destiny telling me that Lav was self-harming to get me to join their Discord call. During the stream, Chudlogic said Destiny was DMing him and read the messages aloud.
And Stephen had typed, "She's self-harming, help come quick," and so Max had come quickly to see if it were true.
You good?
I'm thinking about women self-harming, and it's a terrible tragedy. Women self-harming is a terrible tragedy.
Oh my god, you are so fucking cringe, dude.
What do you mean? It's your listen. I'm not.
My POV had to be the best for that. You just stopped. I thought you like Corona had got you or something. You were like confident. Oh my god, dude.
I just look. Let's just say I'd heard about this, and obviously, yeah, the bait and switch is funny. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Okay, the idea that you would say to someone, "Get in here, someone's about to fucking top themselves," and you get in, and it's just a bait and switch. Okay, I shouldn't be laughing. I can't help it. It is what it is. Okay, right. Let me just read this direct testimony from one Stephen Bonnell II. Just to clarify, Stephen has messaged me this, so take from that what you will. I will simply read what he has said. Can I enter my testimony? Lamau. Melina was listening to me the entire time. I'm being 100% honest. They can leak a call if they say I'm lying. Lav was begging for Max to join the call the entire time because she needed her daddy there to talk to me. He finally joined at the end and was fucking silent for like 10 minutes. He would only speak to say, "Lav, this isn't a good idea. Lav, we shouldn't talk to him. Lav, there's no reason to talk to him about this." Then he fucking dipped. Lamafau. I never, ever, ever told her to denounce Max. I told her that she could do whatever she wants with him. She's free to talk to him or whatever. Lamafau. This is 99%. This is like 99% lies.
November 14th, 2022. Destiny DM'd Lav. Destiny, there is literally zero reason to message you, but I just have to let you know how profoundly fucking retarded you are to think that I am gaslighting you in a call that I have absolutely nothing to gain from. But the dude who is referring you to talk to his fucking partner, cult behavior BTW LOL, when you're upset, is absolutely not the one trying to manipulate you LMFAO. Lav, Stephen, what the fuck do you want me to say? You literally gaslit the fuck out of me. You can't be wrong. Destiny, LOL. I am wrong about tons of things. Me giving you my perspective is not fucking gaslighting. Stop using psych terms for everything. Holy fuck, you are destroying your ability to honestly assess the world. Lav, why are you messaging me? Did you want a last lick? I am leaving this world. You are unscathed. What could you possibly want? The streaming world, not the world. That was a bit too ominous. I'm not killing myself, lol. Destiny, it feels ultra fucking stupid to say this, and it's an ultra fucking stupid waste of time, but I am actually a little irked at how unbelievably sideways everything went, when I made every effort to be more than decent to you. For you to come out with this idea that I'm an abuser, and to flip everything on its head and do the crying voice and all this insane shit, is just absolutely unreal to me. I don't think I've ever had someone backstab me this much over something so little before. I feel stupid even typing it out. Lav, Stephen, you are an abuser. I don't think you're a bad person, but you undoubtedly are abusive. It's crazy making you can't see it. It's crazy making. Destiny, I can't tell if you're lying, if Max poisoned your brain, or if you're honestly just way fucking dumber than I thought, but the framing you have on almost everything is fucking wrong. I told you a million times not to leak that fucking Hassan shit, and in your mind it's because I was holding it over your head? I said not to because I knew there was no good evidence for it, and I knew you would get fucked for it. And now look at what's happening today. You are making yourself crazy by letting Max fucking program you. Lav, maybe you're both fucking programming me then. Destiny? If I wanted to fucking destroy you, I could literally just leak a recording of you calling me the N-word from 2 nights ago in that convo you said I was gaslighting you, just to add onto the pile-on. I have no idea why you think I'm so vindictive against you when I could be so much worse. Lav, I don't know, Stephen. I know your situation is fucked up. You're sick. Destiny, how am I sick? Lav, you're literally threatening me now. Destiny, I am literally the only honest person in this disgusting fucking world of losers and narcissists and crazy people. How am I threatening you? Are you actually insane? Lav, what the fuck do you think this is? Lav linked to Destiny's previous message about leaking a recording of their recent call. Lav, also. Did you record the fucking call? Destiny, it's me pointing out that if I were actually an abuser or gaslighter or whatever, there are a billion other things I could do to hurt you. This all fucking stemmed from subreddit posts. Subreddit posts. Lav, Stephen. No. It didn't just stem from those. Destiny. It absolutely did. Well, subreddit posts and then the Max programming. Lav, Stephen. Destiny, Lavloon. Lav, is this a joke? Destiny, why are we speaking like this is a movie scene? Lav, what are you talking about? Are you okay? Destiny, what's the joke? Lav, you literally love this. It's sick. Destiny, love what? Lav, did you record that call? Destiny, I enjoy conflict and stuff, yeah, but not generally this level of backstabbing, and it's usually by people I didn't like much, or didn't open up personally to. Lav, you just threatened me with. Lav started a voice call, but Destiny didn't answer. Destiny, do you really think I threatened you with it? I'm not talking to you right now. LOL. Lav, you're literally talking to me right now. Destiny, I'm typing to you. Lav, and the typing is retarded. Record the call. Destiny, I'm doing work stuff. I don't want to get roped into a huge call. Lav, I don't care. Destiny, I prefer the text anyway, so you can't say I'm gaslighting you. Lav, record the call. Destiny, I'm so curious. When Max left that call with his integrity intact, or whatever the fuck, why do you think he was scared to say a single thing when we were all three on the call? Lav, he wasn't scared. He didn't know how to fucking approach you. You are a hard person to approach. Destiny, I'm not at all. I'm a super easy person to approach. What do you mean? Lav, anytime someone is vulnerable around you, you start to make fun of them, or say they're wrong. Holy fuck. Destiny, is this just, you just make shit up? Are you just used to never having anyone push back on you ever? Is that what's happening? Lav, if you're interested in hearing what I have to say to you, I will talk on a call. You can do whatever you want with. The typing is too much. I haven't slept in days and my fingers are not working. Destiny, okay, good night. Lav, you're insane. You're actually insane. Destiny, now you're the one crazy making LOL. Destiny, I have plenty of conversations with people who are vulnerable around me. I've had intimate conversations with you. You're just upset that I push back in a convo where someone is claiming I'm a fucking serial sexual abuser? Like LOL. Lav, yay, the problem is pushback. Not that I feel completely like an open sore around you, and you can't even hold a bit of space for me or my feelings, or acknowledge the position we're in. Destiny, I've held a ton of feelings for you. You literally admitted to lying to me when checking up on you. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do, treat you like a 4-year-old? Lav, no you haven't. You asked once, I have to take responsibility, but you also saw the state I was in the diary entry. ITI's clear, I was not handling things well. Destiny, you never communicated any of that to me. What am I supposed to say do? Lav, you're so fucking smart. You fucking knew. Destiny, I'm smart, but I'm not a mind reader, and I'm not here to revoke you of all of your autonomy. Lav, you knew because I cried on stream to you. Destiny, bro, You are literally hopping on stream every day to get into more conversations. How the fuck am I supposed to know you are suicidal, destroying yourself doing this after checking in and you say you are fine? Was I just supposed to say, okay Lav, sorry, I know you said you're okay and you want in, but I'm just gonna cut you off. Lav, I don't know. Destiny, you have this whole narrative built in your head, but none of it reduces to any fact in the world. It's all invented shit that's a story that doesn't line up with anything. Like if you could show a single time you reached out to me privately where I blew you off or ignored you, I think you'd have a lot more space to complain. Lav, you at the very least shouldn't try and publicly embarrass me. Destiny, but I reached out to you and you said you were fine. Lav, Stephen, you knew. Destiny, I didn't even by your own admission. I was telling you that I would defend your takes when you weren't there, so people weren't just dogpilling or shitting on you. Remember that the only reason you're friends with Max today is that I reached out on your behalf and poked him about you two talking and getting you unbanned from his Discord server. Like if you made private requests of me, I'd do my best to help. You're acting like I'm this evil monster to you in private or whatever, and that's not true. You are just transferring every negative you saw on my subreddit about you to me. Lav, ugh, Stephen, you're not evil. Destiny, oh my god, stop. With the word games, please, LOL. You're not evil. You're just an abuser with no consideration for other people who is also maybe sexually abusive. Also notice you're completely changing the subject when you see you are just completely wrong on the fact of the matter. Do you think I don't notice that? I can't tell if you're a manipulator. Maybe I'm giving Max too much credit. Lav, how do I respond to these things? Max and I do not talk about this stuff like you think we do. Max has his own personal scenario with you. Destiny, you don't, I don't care. Lav, I'm sorry you feel backstabbed. Destiny, nothing I say is going to convince you of anything. You don't care about any facts. You have your story in your head. No, you don't, Lowell. Lav, I feel used. Destiny, when you even told me I'm the one who told Anna to come on, I even gave you credit afterwards in chat about it when people were complaining about you. Lav, I know. Destiny, it's so stupid. I just wanted to vent at you and let you hear my anger. Lav, can you please, call me? Destiny, no. I'm tired and just finished emails. I want to sleep. And honestly, the baby voice shit just triggers the fuck out of me and I would lose it. Lav, so you made sure I wouldn't be able to. Nice. Destiny, DW tomorrow, you'll be telling a ton of people this convo was just me gaslighting you the entire time or whatever anyway. It's all Gucci. Lav, I can't do baby voice. I'm on too much Clonopin. I'm not streaming anymore. Why would I tell anyone? Destiny. IDK. Apparently you have no problem telling literally every single person who DMs you or every single person who talks in a server about all of my shit. Lav, I got out of the hospital at 5 AM this morning. I don't want to keep doing this. Destiny, and you're even doing the classic woman move of shit-talking me sexually when I kept our hookup a secret for so long despite you, constantly making fun of other women who hooked up with me. It's honestly such a bitch move. It's insane how fucking snaky you are, and then the entire time you're accusing me of being abusive, manipulative, while you're even shit-talking me sexually, LOL, Jesus. Lav, Stephen, I said the head was fantastic publicly in my Discord server. Nobody screenshotted it. You know my gripes with foreskin. That's not a you thing. Destiny sent a screenshot of a November 13 tweet from Ethan Ralph, a far-right streamer and adversary of Destiny's. Lav is claiming behind the scenes that Destiny never actually fucked her, that she only let him perform oral sex on her, and that he seemed sad that it didn't go further. Said she was grossed out by his member and only touched it briefly. Destiny, can you imagine if I said anything like this about you behind the scenes? You'd be livid. Like it's such a standard bitch move for a woman to do too. It's actually so predictable and shitty. And somehow, you honestly come away from this thinking you're the victim and I'm abusive. It's insane. While you're leaking, threatening to leak all sorts of random shit about me and Melina's relationship and everything on your fucking Patreon. I haven't said anything about you or Connor, or leaked any personal info about you, or anything at all. Love, first of all, this is just me trusting the wrong person. Destiny, you are sending these DMs to strangers in your Discord. How do you think I got DMs between you and Max? Lav, I'm so wildly upset that got out. And I am sorry. Destiny, please stop apologizing. You have leaked so much random shit about me to so many fucking people. Lav, sure, but this one feels worse. The other ones you literally said you didn't care about, like every day for a week. Destiny sent Lav's screenshot of Discord messages written by her. Reading, the way I was able to get on the stream is because I had criticism of Max. Stephen wanted me to destroy Max. That's why I fucking joined. Stephen didn't understand Max. He saw a ducking content opportunity. Destiny, the way you characterize everything is just so insane. Lav, this is true. This is literally fucking true. You loved the content. Stephen, didn't you ask me initially to come on because you had a big disagreement with Max and wanted to moderate? Yeah. It was fun to moderate the convo because it was interesting, of course. I didn't bring you on to destroy Max, though. Lav, you knew how I felt about him. I told you I was going to kill him. Stephen, you're a little 24-year-old spicy Jewish girl. I don't think you're actually going to kill or destroy him. I thought you just wanted to fight with him, which is essentially what it was. Why are you making this out like it was such a huge deal? You guys just fought about some random stuff on a call-in show. At that time, were you even like a streamer? Do you honestly think I was thinking, oh yes, God, yes, this girl is going to fucking destroy Max? Like you were the one begging to get into Max's calls to attack him even, and you hated him back that. I never pushed you towards any of that. Lav, you deleted your messages. Destiny. Yeah, of course I fucking deleted my messages. You're literally leaking sex shit to fucking groypers. I don't know what other personal info of mine you're gonna leak. Lav, I get that, yay. Destiny, yeah, you asked to come on and chat with him because you talked to him once already on your show or something, and you thought it went poorly. Lav, yes, and then you were the one who told me to get on. Destiny, what am I supposed to do, Lav, when you're asking? No, you can't come. I don't want you to because you're not ready for it. You can't handle it. Yeah, of course. Because you asked? Lav, yay. Destiny, there are tons of people that come onto my stream because they ask to come. Lav, you should have been a bit more forthcoming with your community, and what I was getting into probably, I don't know. Destiny, what would you have said back then, do you think? Stephen, I've done OnlyFans for years. I was in the music industry, and I have greater than 600k followers on TikTok. I'll be fine, lol. Lav, the same thing I said in that message. Protect me. Destiny, this whole protect me narrative didn't start until like 2 weeks ago when you started to get significant blowback from people online. Lav, imagine that. Destiny, but you don't even protect yourself. Do you have any idea what kind of reputation stake you're asking from me? I'm already going pretty far out of my way to tell people to chill and shit, which I was doing even in my chat, and by removing certain Reddit threads and banning certain commenters. But while I was doing that, you were being insanely provocative the entire time on Twitter and in Discord chats. Lav, you told me you weren't going to do that. You said I wasn't a kid, and you weren't going to protect me. You said the same thing to Max. Your moderators did not do a fucking thing, especially in the last 2 weeks. They made it worse. Destiny, it's not a thing born out of malicious intent. I just can't baby people through my subreddit. The moderation doesn't work that way. The answer, if it's honestly too much, is to disengage. You can't keep kicking the hornet's nest and then get mad that I'm not doing everything in my power to stop the hornets. Lav, to some extent I understand this. Destiny, to some extent I understand this. Lav, I did just say that yay. Destiny, bro. You are literally tweeting out with the goal of attacking my community and getting them riled up. It's not, to some extent. You were going DEFCON 5, Lav, yay, by responding to all the hate with, I'll keep coming on. That's huge. Destiny, and like, the worst thing I've done to you, and potentially not moderate my community hard enough. Meanwhile, you're comparing me to Harvey Weinstein. Lav, very villainous. Destiny, those were your words. You compare yourself to a villain. Lav, Stephen, we met, talked on and off for a year. I start streaming, you encourage me to. You encourage me to come on. We both know it's helping my streaming career. I enter the area. To argue with other people you sleep with. Destiny, sure, because I think you're smart, funny, and you do decently there, which you did, more than decently. There are tons of people to argue with. I don't know why you fixate on some more than others. IDC if you're arguing with people I sleep with or not. Initially it was with Max, who I have no sexual relationship with. Why would you even take that angle? Lav, because it felt weird. It felt weird. That's not normal. Destiny, this is such a weird retrospective framing. Lav, and then there are cuts of your wife talking shit about me, who I'm literally keeping a secret for. Like, what the fuck kind of environment? Destiny, if it felt weird, why not say something? The only one who kept bringing up the sexual dynamic was you, constantly. You would constantly say shit like, Brittany, didn't you fuck Stephen? And making fun of Cherry's twit longer with me. Are you really incapable of removing yourself from that environment? Why are you joining intentionally, sometimes leaving other panels to do so, and throwing yourself into that environment? Lav, are you dumb? You know the answer to that. Destiny, what is the answer to this? Lav, the same reason you can't remove yourself. The attention, the career opportunity, having fun in those high moments, chasing them after the lows. Destiny, stop. Our reasons are not the same. If I felt like I was being severely mentally damaged, I would remove myself. Lav, you literally are. Destiny, you feel like you are actually suffering, so it's different. I'm literally not. Lav, okay, LOL. Destiny, good mind read, Max Jr. Lav, you weaponizing this. Hilarious. Destiny, more psych words. Spooky. Lav, anyone who thinks there's depth, an enemy. Destiny, oh, are we back to doing the slam poetry now? Lav, do you think that hurts me? Destiny, my words, ignored. My feelings, decided for me. Nothing I say means anything. Nothing I do is good enough. There's only one way to explain this. I must be talking to Lav again. Lav, I am literally a songwriter, as a job, in a union. For years, I write like that. Sorry. Destiny, I don't care if you write like that. It's just annoying when you become dramatic and use the drama to refuse to engage with anything. Lav, nice. Cool. How are you and Melina? Destiny, doing swell, just gym tonight. She came up and slept. I was gonna sleep but decided I wanted to vent to you about you. Lav, can't say I'm surprised you're choosing another woman over your wife. Destiny, based personal insults. Lav, following your lead. Do you think it's possible, genuinely, that your skull is just too thick to see another apt perspective of your behavior? I've driven myself crazy trying to see it your way at the expense of the way I feel and my morals. I've made excuses for you in my head with the ANA situation. Destiny, I get tons of perspectives and feedback about my behavior constantly from like 50 different avenues on the internet. I'm constantly evaluating and re-evaluating how I engage with my platform, the people on it, and people I speak with. I have changed my mind over a number of issues relating to these things constantly over the years. The idea that I'm the one who just isn't understanding things and you, who is completely new to this area with almost no experience, has it all figured out and I'm just missing things, is almost impossible. Lav, no you fucking aren't. You're fucking numb to it in real life. I don't think I have it all right. I know you have engaged in emotionally abusive behavior. Destiny, just because I'm numb to it doesn't mean I'm not constantly evaluating how it impacts other people. Lav, you need a therapist. Destiny, in my teens and early 20 feets? Yeah, sure, but I don't really do that much anymore. Not nearly as much as you do. Lav, you're right. I'm sending you my bill. You see, I'm clearly spiraling. You're like, good idea is going over Lav, having a mental breakdown, and having August upload it on YouTube for 250,000 views. Good stuff. Destiny, I can help someone who is spiraling. I can't help someone who is spiraling, who one refuses to tell me they are until it's too late, and two is constantly attacking, trying to destroy me on the way down. Lav, you're trying to destroy me. And Max. Destiny, I don't make calls over content going onto my channel, but again, your worst spirals are happening on your Twitter and in your Discords. You are freely and continually engaging in these spirals over and over again. Max? Yeah, you? Not at all. I'm not even trying. Actually, I'm not even trying with Max. Lav, you don't control your channel. Huge. Destiny, you're both so fucking delusional. Doing this over a few subreddit posts. Lav, or your subreddit. Or your chat. Destiny, I have control over them, but I let them operate with a lot of autonomy. It runs better than trying to micromanage things. Lav, Hassan called me out today. His community went crazy. Then he said to cool it, and in 10 minutes everything about me was deleted, and I've gotten 10 comments about it from his community. This guy who owes me nothing. In fact, the opposite really put things in perspective. Destiny? You literally have like 1,000 plusaments about you on LSF right now. What are you talking about? And Hassan has no community to moderate. No shit, he has no fucking community. Once his stream shuts off, they scatter to the wind. Lav, and you have a cult. Destiny, I see you're upset. Go talk to my girlfriend that I have videos of me screaming at, making cry on my YT channel. You are actually fucking insane. Lav, yay, this has driven me crazy. Destiny, we'll see what happens in 2 to 3 months when you guys disagree on something and you realize you're paired up with an actual fucking NPD psycho. Lav, paired up? We are friends. He doesn't tell me anything about what he's doing. I have not known anything. He told me he was going to talk to other women. That's it. Destiny, you guys obviously talk about way more than that. But I don't care to know, I'm not interested. Just saying, the fallout on that one will be extreme. Lav, otherwise he's just checked in because I had a literal mental breakdown and had to go to the hospital. Destiny, but okay, I'm going to bed. Lav, he is just being nice. You're painting him like a fucking villain, like an overlord, supernatural. I'm leaving the space. Destiny, he's not being nice, he's playing you hard. That's why when you first came on, you fucking hated him, and he painted you as an actual fucking pedophile. Lav, I've said everything I had to say. Destiny, you're not leaving anything. Lav, I'm not involved. I am. Destiny, you'll still be streaming, tweeting in Discords a week from now. Lav, I fully am. Destiny, okay, we'll see, bucko. Lav, I'm about to kill myself. I cannot be here. Destiny, alright, I understand. See you next week. Lav, I told Connor to literally not allow me. Okay. I'll see you then. Hopefully by then you'll have another 20-something-year-old woman on stream to emotionally cheat on your wife with. I hope she's Jewish. Destiny, I'll do my best. December 4th, 2022, Irrelevant uploaded a stream to YouTube with the title Lavloon enters my chat as femoid and responds to allegations and accusations. Speaking directly to Lav, whom he knew was watching, Irrelevant said, "You falsely accused a guy of statutory rape because you wanted a fucking, I don't know, a moment in the sunshine to get away from what Destiny said. I don't know. You're a piece of shit, homie. I don't know what to tell you. You're one of the worst people I've ever met in my entire life. I've literally met people that rob and scam for a fucking living that are way better morally than you. I have no idea how the fuck you get off on doing that shit. You are literally one of the worst people I've ever seen, even on the fucking internet. Jesus Christ, you're a terrible person. Just take accountability for your fucking actions. Once in your goddamn life, holy shit." December 10th, 2022, Inchudlogic's video titled Mentally Ill OnlyFans wants me to delete this video. I leak DMs instead, he said.
I'm going to leak the DMs now. I'm going to leak the DMs I've got with her because she's a fucking stupid bitch, okay? Here's the thing, okay? She comes on and she acts so fucking smug and she acts all like, you know, oh yeah, blah, 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 right? She was in my fucking DMs absolutely desperately begging. Please delete the video of me and please, please, I just want to move on, please, I'm scared. I don't want to come forward anymore. I'll never say anything about it again. I'll quit streaming. I embarrassed myself. I shouldn't have come on, please. No, you were quite happy to have the panel up where you defeated everyone. You can delete your content from the internet, not mine. Chud, why are you doing this? Why? I don't want to delete your content. I'm asking you from human to human, not content outside of the streaming world. I am not okay. I am not okay in that video. Please. Of course I was happy to have the panel up where I defeat everyone. Delete that one also. Delete all traces of me. I'll leave the internet. This one where I'm sobbing intermittently was clean in the middle of being gaslit. It's not good. I should not have come on when I didn't know which way was up. Get the fuck out of here, you lying bitch. I knew she was lying back then. I knew that she was fucking lying to me. I knew it was a load of bullshit, okay? I also had fucking Max in my ear. Oh, Lav's not okay. Lav's not okay. She's not doing well. Absolute fucking poppycock. Absolute fucking poppycock, okay? There's nothing wrong with her. There's nothing fucking wrong with her. It's all lies. It's all bullshit. Then the second she fucking comes back, she's coming for mine and Irrelevant's neck. Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit, will you? What an absolute load of fucking poppycock, okay? The way it was fucking presented to me was that she was having some sort of mental distress or something. If that's the case, why are you coming back and fucking attacking me and Irrelevant then? What the fuck's that about? Why aren't you just fucking off like you said you would? It's unbelievable. It's such fucking bullshit. It's so obvious. No, you're not that fucking bothered about it. You're pretending to be upset. You're pretending to have this mental distress to try and manipulate people. But that shit don't work with me, okay? I don't give a fuck. So if some fucking lying manipulative bitch comes to me and is crying to me, okay? Cry me a fucking river. I don't care, right? It's complete bullshit. It's complete nonsense. She's making it all up to try and get away. She's just like, yeah, I'm going to call you a loser if I want. Listen, you stupid fucking whore. If you want to call me a loser, you go ahead and call me a fucking loser, okay? That's fine. You do you. All I'm pointing out is you're the most inconsistent bitch I've ever met in my entire fucking life, okay? And you simultaneously will say, I'm quitting streaming, and you'll be in my fucking DMs, literally fucking begging me on your hands and fucking knees! Your hands and fucking knees! You're begging me to take videos down. Please, Chud, please. Please, I'm so mentally ill. Please, I'm begging you. You've got to take the video down. I'm begging you. Please, 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 please. I'm so sick. I'm so sick in the head. Please, I'm so sick in the head. You've got to take the video down. And then, later on, you're going, oh yeah, I'm going to call you loose on stream. You were in my DMs crying, you stupid bitch. You were crying to me to take that fucking video down. And now here you are, acting all fucking chill about it. Give me a fucking break.
For the next few months, Lav and I kept in close contact, mostly talking about how the falling out with Destiny and subsequent dogpiling had affected her. February 27th, 2023, Lav and I did a stream together. We talked about pornography, misogyny, sex, and our feelings about Destiny. March 4th, 2023, Destiny watched my February 27 conversation with Lav and reacted to it on stream.
I prepared for this by watching a few of your videos.
Oh.
Oh my god.
That's cool.
Yeah, I've not watched a ton of your videos. I watched the gender narrative. I watched the you and Shaylin fight. I watched you abuse Shaylin.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw some of your streams. So it was crazy to see some of your other content. It was like because now we have an established relationship, so it really was like watching like a friend instead of just like a...
Do you think they've banged? I'm so curious. I wonder if he was asked, I wonder if he would honestly say. The answer ought to be no, because it would be wildly inappropriate if that's his daughter. But given everything else that's happened, if that's his daughter, quote unquote.
The answer is no. Lav told me that, after not speaking to Destiny for months, she'd almost joined a streaming panel while he was on it. Destiny had gotten word from the panel host and shared the news with his audience.
All the people in the chat were like, Lav, our queen. It was like really overwhelmingly positive, which almost fucking got me.
Holy shit.
I could taste it. I could taste my comeback story. I could taste my stocks rising. I could taste being valiant and winning favor. And then I was like, I know where this ends. I know where this ends.
Where?
It ends in public humiliation if I say the wrong thing. Like unbridled public humiliation from some of the worst people on the internet.
The worst people on the
like,
internet.
I can't fucking do this even though I want to.
True.
Even though I want to. But it was hard. I was like ready, and then he left, and I was like, that was a God shot. That was a sign from God. He saved me. And then,
You think you were going to actually go on?
Yeah. I would have.
What was
I don't think so.
To do that? Just the
comeback story. Everyone loves a good comeback. It feels incredible to get positive attention from Steven's like orbit.
No, Lav, you're just obsessed with any positive attention, period. You've conducted yourself in the same manner through your entire fucking TikTok life, and now you're doing it in your streamer life. And right now, the person that you really want positive attention from is Max. It's not positive attention from my community. My community isn't a special giver of positive attention. She just wants positive attention from any possible fucking place she can get it.
It feels incredible. Yeah, from him. For him to, I mean, because after that he was like, Lav is so close, like I can taste it, like she's gonna be back on stream soon, I can feel it.
I'm joking when I say these things, well, like half joking, but I feel like when I say these things, like even when she said, like when Chad is saying like, oh, our queen, does she really think that people are like, oh, like we miss her so much, like we love her and cherish her, our queen is back? Or does she not realize that people just mean like, holy shit, it's content time? Like what is she thinking there that the people are meaning with what they're saying? Like, I'm so curious where in her mind where she's at for that.
I would have made such a brutal choice for myself if I would have gone on, but I almost folded. I almost folded.
God, it's so dramatic.
Yeah.
This is so sad. Like, part of me at that moment, I was like, everything's gonna be okay. I was like, all of this, I will gaslight myself into thinking that this was all just like a big misunderstanding constantly. I'm like, we all love each other, really. Like, everything will be fine one day. Like, we'll all just be fine again. We just had a really bad fight. But we can persist, and we can just hear each other's feelings, and it'll be normal. But that's also the relationship I have with my mother, and that has yet to happen, so.
Jesus Christ, what?
It does suck, though, because I miss Steven. Also.
Not good.
I
Red
miss
alert.
the attention, but I also miss Steven.
Red alert. Don't let her get away with that one, Max. You got to bring her back into the
Sorry,
fold.
is that?
How-
Do you have
how-
are you about to mute me? Too deep.
I mean, they're going to talk about you. I don't know if they're going to dogpile you. But yeah, I'm ready to mute you.
I'll lock up the sharps just in case.
Well, that's a question. How bad of a place do you think it would put you in? Say you chased the high and then you were excoriated again. How much of a self-harming place does that put you in?
I think when I look back at the worst times of my life.
The worst times of your life were petty internet drama with me? Is that really
being
possible?
Sent to the cult when I was a teenager.
Oh, okay. Thank God. Jeez.
And
Yeah, I was going to say.
November of last year.
Oh, okay. And it's the same. It's a tie.
Each other. I was the worst I have ever. I was so. I mean, it was bleeding into my relationship. I had like a panic attack where I was like, sitting on the couch with Connor.
Poor Connor.
And just
Wait, stop.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 10, if 10 is suicidal.
10. Absolutely 10.
What? I want to read you a quote.
I read Lav a quote from the October 27th, 2022 stream where ABA told Destiny he shouldn't platform mentally ill people, and Destiny had countered that Lav and I are healthy adults who can make our own decisions.
So for the first part that has to do with bringing quote-unquote mentally ill people on stream for their protection, if I feel like the person possesses sufficient adult faculties such that they can make their own decisions, I'm not going to super baby them. So for instance, there have been people I've dealt with in the past who it's like, okay, maybe this person doesn't need to be coming on stream anymore because they don't possess the necessary faculty to keep themselves safe. For people like Lav and Mr. Girl, they're both healthy, quote-unquote, adults. They should be able to make their own decisions about what's healthy for them and not healthy for them.
Well, I have to be healthy. Like, I have to be healthy. Anna has to be healthy because he's having sexual relationships with us. We have to be healthy.
To be clear, and I know Lav likes to fudge the timelines on that, but I think I hooked up with Lav months before she ever started regularly coming on stream. If she wants to challenge that timeline, she's free to do so, but I was not hooking up with her. We weren't sexting, trading nudes, or anything, even remotely in that time frame when she was coming on and she was fighting a lot on stream. That was not happening. I know that she likes to say this over and over and over again, but to be clear, between me and her, I was the one who was sexually abused. If we're going to go by the fact that she leaked our sexual interactions, she made fun of me to a fucking weird Nazi dude online, and she continues to perpetually talk about it in discourse. I've never leaked anything regarding our sexual interactions, and I could. I've never said anything embarrassing about her in our sexual interactions, and I could, but I haven't done that. She's the one that said it. So if anybody was sexually, and she arguably leveraged that sexual interaction as a bigger TikToker, because I don't have the following she does. She has like 600, 700,000 people on TikTok. She arguably leveraged that to get on my stream if that's where you want to go. Like, I could remember this whole fucking narrative. The idea that I was being abused in this time, or because we had hooked up in the past, is so fucking stupid to me. And to take it one step further, I think I leaked the messages on stream. I explicitly DM'd her and I said, hey, I know we've hooked up in the past, and I know you're starting to come on my stream now. I know that we haven't sexted or anything recently, but just so you know, nothing we've done in the past or any sexual activity we have isn't contingent on you like coming on stream or anything like that. I would never make that type of deal. I explicitly said that in DMs to her. I don't know, I think I leaked that message. Somebody might have it in chat. I explicitly said that. But now she said in the future, she said, well, he only said that to further manipulate me. Which is like bizarro. But yeah, it's like such a weird... It's so weird that she was like... I feel like I made all the right steps here and she made all the wrong ones, but somehow in her mind she like backwards rationalized this to like me being the bad guy. Nice covering your ass? No, fuck off.
hold on. I never cover my ass for like sexual assault shit. I don't care to cover my ass. I just don't want it to be weird. Like I would never want somebody to feel like in order to come on my stream, they have to fuck me to do it. It's not fun sexually. It's not good content on stream, and it puts everybody like in a really weird spot. Like if there's a girl on my stream that's like dog shit content, I want to be able to kick them off because I don't like them. I don't want them to be some weird like, well, you know, you fucked me 3 times. I said you could have at least 2 hours of content if we fucked. I get so not like it's just a bad deal all around. Destiny, he was joking. You guys can't joke. You're not allowed to joke because you fucking retards turn every joke you have into something serious 2 weeks later if I don't say anything about it. Hold on. Like at least 30% of my audience that's in here right now, even right now, 30% of the people in here think that the only reason Lab was on my stream was because we were fucking. 100%. 30% of you still believe that. Even to this day, 30% of you still believe that. Even though we weren't hooking up at all when she started coming on stream normally.
Destiny and Lav had their sexual encounter on September 1st, and their falling out was November 10th. Additionally, Destiny asked Lav to hang out during TwitchCon, writing to her on October 5th. Just eating you out for an entire weekend. This is a good time to point out a tactic Destiny employs fairly often. Even though you can knock down his claims about the timeline pretty easily, by even engaging with it in the first place, you allow him to smuggle in the premise that the timeline is important to the point that Lav is making. In order to have sex with Lav, humiliate her, or both, Destiny needs to define her as healthy enough to consent. But when Lav and Anna call him abusive, his defense is that they are mentally unwell. Why would it matter whether it was 1 month or 3 months separating those events? Is he arguing that they lost their minds at some point? By shifting the argument to a timeline dispute, he evades Lav's criticism altogether. However, if you don't engage with the tangential dispute, then he gets to call you a liar uncontested, which discredits your argument. Destiny reacted to a challenge in the audience chat.
Look, here's a guy. This guy's serious. The only reason, no, but if you weren't looking to do it in the future, I don't think she would have come on. Like, there are a lot of you people that actually believe this. The reality is that 1, Lav is content, and 2, there are a ton of people I can fuck. Why would I leverage my stream to fuck somebody? I could have been meaner there. Why would I do that? It just doesn't make sense. Why would I hold my content at risk when I have so many random girls that DM me on fucking 12 different platforms? It just doesn't make sense. The only way that can possibly make sense is if you think I'm so fucking desperate for some fucking mid-Jewish pussy. You think I'm so fucking hung, like, I'm never gonna fuck a girl if I don't bring her on my stream, and blah, blah, blah. Like I'm literally have her on my stream and fucking bully the fuck out of her, and you think I'm actually so desperate for this person that you actually believe this. It's like so fucking frustrating to me. What was that guy's name? Fuck you.
He banned the critic from his chat. Lav referenced a February 20th stream in which ABA said Destiny's hedonistic lifestyle caused problems for him. As Destiny defended himself, his audience started spamming the copium emoji in chat, a frog wearing a gas mask to indicate that someone is huffing copium. In this case, meaning Destiny was coping with his relationship issues by lying to himself. Destiny entered the mega nuke copium command in his chat, instantly banning all of the users who had used the emoji. This is a common occurrence. He's used the command to ban the copium emoji 21 times in the past year.
Yeah, I think I believed him for a really long time until I saw on your subreddit that person who posted the video of him banning the copium emoji from his chat in like a simple, just the copium emoji. Like he was banning people who made him even look like slightly bad in a conversation. And I was like, people were telling me that I was a dog and to kill myself and that I was just like my mother, and you like, there's nothing I can do.
Doesn't she say she's just like her mother literally all the time? The kill yourselves, I'm pretty sure people get banned for shit like that. I don't know if she has examples of people saying kill yourself and nobody getting banned. I'd sure like to see it, but lo and behold, she probably doesn't have any examples of that because she's just making shit up.
Which would, like, given the relationship we had, felt so.
The relationship we had was basically platonic friends that had hooked up once in the past. Barely.
As mentioned before, the just eating you out for an entire weekend DM from Destiny to Lav was on October 5th, only 11 days before he called her a dumb bitch on stream. On October 18th, Lav told him, "I cannot handle the vitriol from your audience." Destiny replied, "Bro, you are insanely combative online. I have been so unbelievably patient in our conversations, but you go so hard over and over. Again, I don't know what you expect." Her first ever complaint about his audience's treatment of her was sent 2 months earlier, on August 8th. "Your Reddit is self-harm.
so wrong. And then I felt bad because I was like, because then he made me feel bad. He was like, oh, just because we're in a sexual relationship, I'm supposed to act like a simp.
We were in the past. She makes it sound like she was like bouncing from my bedroom to the subreddit. Bro, you're so unhinged. Oh yeah, she's tweeting stuff like this. As long as y'all hate me, I'll keep coming on Destiny streams. Bro, are you serious? Like, she's tweeting stuff out like this, expecting me to, pull her off my stream, and I'm checking in on her privately, and she's saying that, like...
And give you special treatment. And then I was like, oh, wait. Yeah, why would I... I was like, yeah, why would I want, why would I want you to protect, like...
Might she be talking about sexting / nudes? No, we weren't sexting or trading nudes either! I think we sexted barely or traded nudes, like, twice. Like, 2 times. I think both happened before we hooked up. It might have been one time, like, pretty shortly after we hooked up, but by the time she was coming on stream and everything regularly, we were like months past, like, any sexual relationship. Like, we weren't actively sexual at all, even in DMs. That's why I don't know why she keeps saying this. Her timeline is, like, super fucked on this.
That's I'm so sorry I asked. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid.
Yeah. So, Alright.
Tell us, Mr. Girl.
I can't. I don't know why I started crying when you were talking about ABBA. ABBA's like ABBA's like the big one for me. And I know it is Steven.
What?
But ABBA was so mean.
Oh
like, just,
my god.
Like, just so mean for no reason.
No reason?
And I'm like a big girl. I can handle a lot. But
You're not a big girl. You're a fucking child. A petulant, spoiled fucking child who picked up way too many negative traits from her abusive fucking narcissistic mom.
Blame yourself. Don't argue.
True. Don't ever justify.
The point I want to make is that you have said publicly that dogpiling from Steven's community and harassment from Steven's community across multiple different platforms has driven you to the point of being suicidal.
That's good. He's just trying to establish a narrative for his article.
Still gleefully giggling, baiting you.
And he knew that.
And he knew that.
Of course.
He knew that.
Still knows it.
Yeah.
And he still
encourages it.
And he has made public statements saying that he would not do that.
Wait, he would not do what?
So, I guess I just want to make it clear what's happening when he's trying to bait you.
Yeah, let's just sit here in silence again. Will he ever release the article? I mean, I'm sure he's working on it someday.
Should go back.
These guys are so dramatic, dude.
What is it?
I wish we could go back to like November.
And do things differently?
I wish my life was so cushy that these were like the most traumatic moments. Is like this kind of like funny internet drama. I'm actually like envious of these two.
Yeah.
Still feel like this is like all my fault.
It is. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes you have to be a big girl, take responsibility for being a total fucking piece of shit, but you know.
The same day, Lav did an 8-hour stream with a small streamer named Tuna Chip, who later added the streamers Zonia, Stardust and Beckett to talk about, among other things, Lav's allegation that Destiny abused her. Zonia and Lav had been trading attacks the last few days. Zonia posted a video titled, "Did Lavluni Fimoid kill her cat?" but later took the video down and acknowledged she'd made the accusation merely as clickbait. During the stream, Zonia told Lav, "We milk you for lols." Lav said that Zonia, who is trans, was struggling with a type of schizoaffective personality disorder in which a grown male thinks that he is a girl. Later in the stream, Lav argued with Zonia and Stardust about whether it was unfair of her to call Destiny abusive and whether I was being unfair to Destiny by writing this report. Lav attempted to correct Destiny's false claims around the timeline of the sexual elements in their relationship, but Stardust replied, "He probably invited you to hang out as a friend, right?" Her reasoning was that since Melina hated Lav, Destiny wouldn't have had sex with Lav in the same city as Melina. At that point, Destiny had finished his own stream and asked Stardust to bring him into their current Discord call. Everyone except Lav agreed to add Destiny to the call. Lav only said, wait, excuse me, and he was added.
Okay, just a random timeline question, okay?
Yes.
When you started to come on and there were the huge, like, 10 to 15,000 viewer streams, I'm pretty sure we had been done doing anything sexual for, like, weeks or months at that point. Is that true or false?
Weeks or months are really different, Stephen. But that's November 9th. It had been 2 months since we met up.
Okay.
Month. Wait, hold on, Stephen. 1 month since you asked to drive with me to TwitchCon.
Which we didn't do. We didn't meet up at all, right?
Yes, which we didn't do. But
Okay.
of course, that was. Like, are you gonna try to pretend that wasn't going to be, that we were just gonna be like hee friends?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Sure, but it was there, right? Like we had.
It might have been, but we didn't.
The door. We hadn't closed the door.
Oh, well, listen, my door's never closed, okay? But
I
what I'm
know,
saying is,
I know.
we didn't have, you present this as though you're coming on to, this is just the impression that I think
I'm
people
not
get.
presenting anything.
Okay, I'm sorry. It is being presented, I'm using the passive voice now. It's being presented as though you are coming onto my stream into the combat zone, crying in private because of how traumatic it is, and then I'm sexting you at the same time. But there's like at least a month or two, I think you just said 2 months of distance between us having any type of sexual relationship and the crazy combat sports starting on my stream.
No, any sort of sexual relationship. Steven, you just said that in October, it could have been, we were still flirting. We had never had the conversation like, let's not do this. Our last in-person meetup, we had done something sexual together. There was no door that was closed. We were still absolutely flirty with each other, and I think we both like were open to sexual experiences in the future, right? Neither of us had a negative sexual experience with each other, so it's not like there was like some moment in which it was like not expected anymore. So yes, I still think that we had an open door policy for our sexual relationship.
Okay, I'm gonna repeat the same question because what you just did was so not anything. Well, hold on, wait. You just said a whole bunch of things. So the reality is we had, now you can say there was a quote unquote open whatever, but the reality was we hadn't done anything sexual. I don't even think we traded like a pic or vid or anything for, I want to say it was over a month. It might have been 2 before like shit started to blow up.
Okay, the time frame though. What are you trying to insinuate with bringing up like it had been a month? Like what does that mean?
Because you're making it sound like you're getting extremely traumatized on my stream while we have an active sexual relationship, which was not true.
First of all, I did not make that claim.
Okay, I'm curious, if you were to pull your chat or ask everyone else in this room, does it seem like she's implying that we simultaneously
I implied that
had...
with Anna. I absolutely implied that with
Okay,
Anna.
I'm telling you that you implied that with yourself on Max's stream multiple times.
If I implied that, I completely recant it.
Okay.
If I did imply that, I don't think
cool.
I have.
That's good. Okay. Do you, at no point in time, either implicitly or explicitly, did I ever say that you had to do some sexual act or send me anything ever to get on my stream? Didn't I say exactly the opposite?
Hold on. Do you think that you need to implicitly say something for it to exist?
Well, implicit implies it's not being said, but it's being implied. Did I ever imply that?
Did I ever make the claim that was what? First of all, you're pretend. Okay, so let's make it very clear that Max feels differently about this than I do.
Well, then why do I care what... Okay, well, what is Max's justification?
This is why I watched your stream today and I was like, what is he saying? I was like, why is he acting like I am saying everything that Max has said?
Because you're on his... Because you're his
hard on me?
Because you're his star witness there supporting you. You guys are both sitting there gaslighting each other that I'm a rapist, sexual abuser.
Apparently there's 13...
Lav, you called me the Harvey Weinstein of Twitch.
Oh my gosh! Yes, at that point, there's.
What do you think that implies?
When we go back in our DMs, I send you a scantily clad photo, and you say, "Welcome to the Orbiters Club."
Yeah, and I've asked you if you're doing okay, and you're like, "I still want to fuck you." Of course we joke. Do you really think that was your entry into my stream? Well, I just want to know, do you think that was a serious...
I got perms after that. I don't know.
So, okay, just to be clear, you're hinging all of my implied sexual coercion on me saying, welcome to the Orbiter Club.
Implied sexual coercion. Listen.
I just want to hear you say that. You're telling me that you think that was the serious me saying, welcome to the Orbiter Club. You've made it because you sent me a picture?
I think your implied sexual coercion, this is what I think. Because I really do not want anyone to put words in my mouth. Okay? I think that you live an extremely messy sexual life. Okay? I think that when you mix that with now 8 to 13,000 people who are now part of your life parasocially, it is even messier and potentially abusive.
Wow.
I think
wow.
Let me finish. I am aware that a lot of this is like just the way that I feel, right? And part of me feels very sheepish and embarrassed that I feel like I expected you to protect me more after having...
Okay, I'm not going to let you ramble on this. Lab, with all due respect, the one who's making this messy in front of my audience is you and Max.
Are you fucking kidding, Steven? You, for years, have been known to have the messiest fucking sexual social life in this fucking sphere. Don't you dare.
I have had sexual relationships with tons of people where nothing has gone public. You're looking at the most public-facing stuff and trying to condemn all of my sexual relationships on that.
If you want to do that... Anna. I found you through the fucking Anna shit.
That's great, and I know of you because of false allegations you've made about other people besides Hassan in the past.
Here we go. Like, this is
what?
This is what you do. I bring something up, and then you have to make me a liar. You can't,
because you lied. Because you lied multiple times. Because you
lie all the time also. You lie all the time also. And this is what you do. You say, so what, I'm a liar, you're also a liar. That's not up for fucking debate. We're talking about you right now, Steven. And you're
you're obsessively talking about my... You're upset. I do need to talk about you. Of course. What do you mean? You just had a 5-hour struggle session stream on me like 4 nights ago.
And before that, when was the last time I spoke about you?
Constantly. You don't think I get DMs leaking of you talking shit about me? You do it in private discords all the time.
Where? Name another time.
Do you want to listen to the audio recordings I have of you talking to me in multiple fucking rooms? Lab, why are you pretending that I...
Yeah, send it to me in DM. Substantiate.
No, I'm not going to tell you who my... I'm not going to tell you who my source is.
You have been on stream for days, weeks, months talking shit about me, and I have said fucking nothing publicly where you have dragged me through the fucking mud every chance you get when anyone comes on and fucking talks shit about me, and you say I'm looping? You go over fucking everything. You also loop, dude. It's a fucking joke.
The only time I bring you guys up are when you bring me up. You're the one that, by the way, sexually abused me by leaking details of our hookups to a guy that you know hates us. By leaking, yeah, you have. I haven't talked about any of you shit-talking Connor after we fucking hooked up. I haven't leaked any of the private shit about our hookup, but you're out here literally giving details to every fucking person. You absolutely have done this. And you're doing it constantly in these back rooms.
Never did that. You are a fucking liar. That is ridiculous. I can't even believe that you would try to get a fucking lick in like that. You are disgusting.
While you're constantly doing it on stream after stream after stream after stream Really?
This is horribly disgusting. I cannot even believe that you did that. If you want to have a conversation like this, you absolutely cannot talk about my fiance again, and you absolutely cannot make up fucking lies about
Right, you talk about my fiance all the time, and I'm not lying. You literally you're talking about me all the time in the back.
Your life is public.
Okay, and guess what? Yours is too. If you want to be out here saying, oh, the CMO boyfriend, and you want to be talking with Max, you want to be digging into my personal life constantly, then your life is just as public as mine, of course.
I literally can't even believe that you would, blatantly lie like that. I'm genuinely... What the
Do you want me to repeat what you said about him, and you can tell me if it's a lie or not?
Steven, what the fuck are you doing?
Do you want me to repeat what you said about him, and then you can tell me if it's a lie or not? Or... Why don't you guys just stop talking about me publicly, right? You leaked every single little fucking obsessive thing. Now I'm threatening you like the fake blackmail before? You've already leaked everything about our fucking personal sexual relationship. Do you understand that?
Me.
Oh my god.
Steven,
it's the loop again. It's the loop again.
Me with
It's the loop again.
Lie.
I didn't threaten you with a lie. It's the truth and you know it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You realize your entire existence online right now just revolves around threatening to out me as a Harvey Weinstein of Twitch, right?
I have never threatened to out you. I'm not writing the fucking article. You're conflating what I am doing
You're
with
the
Max.
star witness on the article, Lab. What are you talking about? Like 20% of it is going to be about us.
I have not done.
You're literally the person that dragged Anna to fucking Max and then mindfucked her for 3 hours to try to get her to fucking leak all of her fucking logs to him.
First of all, Anna contacted me before I contacted her.
Not
and
about that.
I did not drag her.
Not about
I did not
that.
fucking drag her into
Was it about that? Was it about connecting her to Max for the little article you guys are writing?
It was her saying that you were abusive. It was after you said "shut up, bitch," and she was saying, "I'm so sorry that Steven did that." That's part of Steven has an abusive cycle.
How did Anna get in contact with Max, Lab?
They had talked before.
How did she get in contact? How did she get in contact with Max for the article?
Wait, hold on. They had spoken before.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
No, okay.
How did she get in contact with Max for the article?
Anna told me that you guys were still sexting. I was like, she was like, God, he's so abusive, but like,
this is your long way of saying you connected her to Max, right?
Yeah, and then I went to Max and I said, oh my God, Anna just told me that they are still sexting each other and have never stopped.
Yep, and then you connected Anna to Max so she could be part of your guys' little hit piece on me.
Steven, every chance I have gotten online, to the detriment of myself, I have said, I do not think what you have done is that bad, worth condemning. I wouldn't personally write an article on you. I literally went against, I don't know if you watched the whole fucking video that I did with Max, but I literally was like, this is all my fault. I made a mountain out of a molehill. I don't know what to fucking do. I wish that none of this would have happened. And now you are acting like I am like the fucking...
You literally don't believe any of that. You were giggling along with Mr. Girl while he was telling you that you didn't make a mountain out of a molehill. You're right to feel like you were abused and coerced. And that is the implication that you give.
It feels very good for someone to tell you that something is not your fault. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it does, especially when it all is your fault, Lav. I'm sure it feels really good. When you imply over and over again that we had an active sexual relationship while you were blowing up on my stream, you've said it this stream, I'm glad at least you admit that that's not true, that is horribly misrepresented. And then when you're out here talking shit about all these other streamers, about Kelly, about Pixie, about Madame Genevieve, when you're trying to like leak all these other things that you think you may or may not know about me to the detriment of them, because none of this hurts me, right? And then you're sitting here acting like you're the indignant one after you've leaked personal hookup details about me to fucking big tech that's leaking it publicly when you've talked about it multiple times on stream. How do you think you have the fucking high road here? Like, you've done nothing but betray my trust and the trust of every other person for nothing. And if I wasn't sexually abusive or coercive, it's even worse for you because you're leaking it all for attention. You're not even leaking it for a good fucking reason.
But this is what I was saying earlier, that it's almost like it's understandable why Steven feels this way, because it's like he didn't do one thing. He didn't do one thing that he doesn't do for anybody, right? And you took that and discounted every part of his friendship.
Okay, I'm having a conversation with Steven. Okay. You do not need to run defense. I don't want this to be a conversation with a peanut gallery. If it's going to be me and Steven, it's going to be me and Steven.
Okay, two things. One, I explicitly told you that nothing we do or did or will ever do sexually has anything with you coming on stream. You joked back at me about that, but I even reaffirmed it to make sure, and you said that you appreciated and you understood that. Number one. And number two, you keep saying I wasn't taking care of you, checking in on you. I explicitly DM'd you to check in on you to see if you were okay, and you told me you were fine. And all of this was happening when we did not have a sexual relationship. How is it my fault for you mind-fucking yourself on my stream?
Steven, I've already conceded publicly and said that that was my bad, that I should have managed my own emotions better. If I'm checking in on you and giving you like clear boundaries on like, hey, this doesn't have to be sexual, blah 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 blah, how is any of this coercive or abusive on my end? Steven, I don't think that it's coercive or abusive. That is Max. Then what have I done wrong to you? I mean, I don't... If you really want to talk about it, then we can talk about it not publicly. I've already talked to you privately and you wouldn't seriously reference anything. So I'm asking when I told you about how I felt, you would like try to debate me out of it. Because you were already working with a guy who was digging into every woman I've ever talked to, trying to write a sexual assault piece on me. First of all, I was suicidal during that time, but I don't attribute that all to you. I attribute that mostly to the internet. And also, yeah, Steven, I was coming off of a fucking benzodiazepine addiction.
That would be really... Why don't you mention that next time instead of making it sound like I'm making you fucking kill yourself? You realize
I've literally mentioned that so fucking often. If you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it. I've mentioned that.
We just watched you having 3 hours of your... You literally said the worst times in your life, but when you got drafted into a fucking cult at 16, and then November when you were on my stream.
Yeah, November was really awful for me. I mean, one of your orbiters...
So no, you didn't mention anything about benzodiazepines then, did you?
Even one of your videos... One of your orbiters, or 2 of your orbiters actually made videos about me. Because Low Tier God also
nice
was...
pivot away from what you just said, but okay.
Sorry, I'm a little jumbled because you talk fast. What was I?
On Max's stream, you said these were the 2 worst times in your lives. You never mentioned a benzo overdose. Actually, I'm going to be honest. I don't even know if
it's not an overdose detox.
It was an overdose. It was detox.
I don't even know if I knew you were ever detoxing from benzos. So that is not something.
Well, you knew that I was taking them because I took them when we were together.
Yeah, sometimes people take a Xanax. That doesn't necessarily mean you're taking so many that you're abusing them.
Well, you don't have to. I wasn't abusing them.
If you detoxing off of benzos can be rough, even if you're not abusing them.
I wasn't abusing them. I was taking like a normal amount, but if you
Hold on, I'm sorry. I've never in my life heard somebody refer to like weaning off a medication as detoxing unless they're abusing them. My bad.
No, if it's a benzo, detoxing is just getting off of it.
It's real in this instance. I work with addiction and people that are not using and that have to go through this procedure. Some people straight up just don't even use benzos when they have a history of addiction because the come down can be a trigger to try and use again. So yeah,
I'm familiar with it because I have a close friend who's been trying to detox off of it.
Sure, that's fine. It would be nice in the future maybe if you bring that up because I don't think I've ever heard you bring that up as a reason why you were suicidal. You literally explicitly blamed my community for it.
Steven, you also have to understand that if I come out like I'm in a catch-22 where if I say, well, I was detoxing off of benzos, anytime I bring you up, your whole community is just going to be like, another excuse as to why she was fucking crazy. So I'm
let's just blame it on me for making you suicidal. That's so much better. Thanks, Lav. True.
Wait, I didn't I don't think that I blamed it fully on you, but I think that you definitely... Steven, I've watched you ban emotes in your chat when you are losing favor with your audience. You can absolutely do a little bit of fucking cleanup with me. It is not too much to ask.
I did do cleanup with you. Are you fucking serious?
You did after. You did after.
No, not after. Even during. What do you think partially inspired the entire fucking anti-misogyny arc? Are you fucking retarded?
Oh, I have logs when you said that absolutely wasn't me. I have logs of you saying
that. It's not you specifically, but it's the hate that women were getting in my community, and you were one of them. No shit, Sherlock.
No, you said this absolutely had nothing to do with me. I have a fucking log.
That's fine that you have a log of it. That's fine you have a log of me saying that, okay? But the reality is that when you were on my stream, I was also trying to clean up my subreddit with misogyny at the same fucking time. Jokes when you and Mr. Girl are literally blaming me as like the Harvey Weinstein of Twitch and you're laughing about it. Like, you have the most pretty girl syndrome of anybody I've ever met on the internet where nobody has ever held you accountable.
Earlier. What's the truth?
I said your pussy was mid, not you. Obviously, you're decently attractive, okay? But you have the most pretty girl. You have the most. You have the most.
Another lie.
You have the.
Substantiate that claim.
They argued some more, and then Destiny left, satisfied that Lav had recanted her allegations. Stardust told Lav that she'd betrayed Destiny's friendship by releasing their private DMs to me, and that I'd treated Lav worse than Destiny did. A streamer named Jibtan was added to the call.
With the stream, was it yesterday or the day before? It's like you're part of this parade he's doing, and it seems like you get a lot of frustration and turmoil from not wanting to be attached to Max on this crusade, but he sort of brings you along with it. Does that make you feel any kind of way? Like, is there any part of you that's like, I wish Max would not do that?
There are parts of me that are worried that Max is manipulating me.
There are parts of me that worry the same thing because
I don't think that they're founded in anything. I don't think that I don't think that actionably he has done. I cannot pinpoint things that he has done. But just know that I'm hypercritical of everything he does because I'm very aware of the fact that I fear this. I talk to him about it. We talk about it. He wants me to be open with how I feel about it. I worry about it and I think about it a lot. and it could be true, but there are no things that stick out. He's overwhelmingly just been really positive, and really held space for me to express how I feel about the situation. And sometimes how we feel about the situation isn't necessarily rooted in logic about the situation, right?
Yeah, of course. Like, there's going to be there's going to be emotional connection to the situation too, and especially, I think you've been really open in this conversation about some of the things that can make it hard to make good decisions relating to the Steven stuff. But I think Max is one of those things that makes it really hard for you to make good decisions about the Steven stuff. And that's what concerns me.
I also made the decision that me and Max would not have a dual relationship anymore, so we are not going to stream together. At least until this Destiny stuff is like completely...
When did you make that decision?
So
that's big.
You're not streaming with Max until Max either publicly announce it, either releases the document
until it's clear. Not until it's clear, obviously, because I feel like this is going to follow us forever. But until it's like no longer like a hot topic that people are like reacting to. Like we're not going to talk about Steven again or what, you know.
Wouldn't that So I just wanted there's a little bit of push there. If you talk about it even when it dies down, wouldn't that be able to be seen as like bringing it out of retirement and then bringing it back into the light? Like, I
might talk about it afterwards, but I will not me and Max will not have a dual relationship. So we're not gonna stream about. We're just not gonna stream together.
Sure.
I don't want a dual relationship with Max right now.
But here's my thing. As someone, again, who's friendly to you, I would say it's clear that ideally what you want is you want to quit your OnlyFans, you want to be able to find a new job, you want to enjoy your move, enjoy your relationship, and move into all that and be done with all this. I think if I would give you the next steps for that, I would honestly say you should talk to Steven. You should say, I want to make a statement absolving you of what I think you should be absolved of, and here's what it is.
Well, I will do that after the article.
But what I'm saying is leaving open to him, saying, but I will not say I'm not going to say in the statement that I think Max is lying or he's on a crazy crusade. I'm just going to absolve you of what I know for me of how you behave toward me, what isn't true. And then I want to be done with this. You don't have to go on his stream to do it, but I just let him know you're doing it, and then do it. I would do it before the article because it has nothing to do with the article, because it's just your experience. And you don't have to throw Max under the bus. You don't have to fully say Destiny's a good guy to everybody else. Just absolve him of what you know not to be true.
Well, what do you mean?
Like, what if you truly said, that's why I asked you, if you truly said you think he tried his best to be friendly toward you, and that's all you can honestly say?
I don't know if he tried his best. Like I said, if I was in his position, I would have done
different.
A lot more.
Yeah. Because you're you.
Can I just say, two things? Because I need to go, as much as I love all of you. Just two things. Firstly, so from the question of did Steven do his best, I don't know Steven. I need to stop calling that. I don't know Destiny. I don't know his content, but I do know content creators have been around a long time. Like, a couple of people have said, that Destiny is one of the few people who really tries to, build people up when he doesn't need to. And that does seem to be, legitimately true. A lot of content creators, especially who've been around a long time, have seen these kind of things burn out, and that, they generally develop. You don't have friends on the internet ever. Because shit like this, you and Max are not the first people to end up in situations where you end up doing stuff like this or getting this kind of heat from a community, yada, yada, yada. So, if the question is, did Steven do, the best? It fucking appears so from an outside point of view of somebody who's watched a lot of big content creators from multiple communities. Again, to my previous statement, if this wasn't Twitch poll, if we were talking about commentary, or we were talking about, the fucking old SJW or anti SJW or atheist communities, Like, the content creators from there were fucking brutal in comparison to the shit that Destiny does. Like, I think he's been massively charitable. I also think that other people have been pretty charitable in a lot of ways. I think Chud is very content-brained, and that's fine. But he's been surprisingly charitable. I think people have been more than you realise. I think compared to how hard Chud goes on people for that content, because, like, multiple people will
You're
have
fucking ridiculous if you think that Chud has been anything but extremely abusive to me, genuinely.
It's got to be more than just another thing that was said on a stream, though. Is my thing. Like I feel like
I think you should do a cut.
But wait, hold on. I also don't know. I know that you guys want Steven to be absolved of, like, one thing. You want Steven to be the good guy in this situation. But I don't know. I know that I'm not severely traumatized. I don't know where my anger should be placed. Like,
Lev, I don't give a fuck about Destiny. I just want you to absolve of what you know to not be true.
His community. Wait, what if not be true?
It's not just his, though.
Well, no, because I asked you, is there things that you honestly think he can be absolved of? Do you think? And before you were saying yes,
I've never made any claims like I never said he raped me. I've always said that our relationship. I've always said our relationship was completely consensual and very pleasant.
Yes.
I've always said that he did not do enough when it came to protecting me from his audience, which I literally still believe that. I think that he did some, but I think that I would have done different. I think Jeb, you would have done different, and I think that literally everyone in this room would have done fucking different. I think that the way that he talked about me on those streams was really gnarly. I think that the way that he the same week that he asked Abba to take the Anna video down, he was perfectly okay with Abba making a video about me and it having him making fun of my my sexual assault story. Yeah. So there's things like that where it's just okay, I don't know, and I still need to gather my thoughts about it. I haven't healed yet. Obviously, me and Steven haven't talked yet for months. I don't know what the fuck is going on, and all of it is unfolding in real time in front of us, and I don't know what the fuck is going on. I still have other shit to deal with. There is no way that I'm making another public statement just for it to be rash and
no, I'm not saying do it tomorrow
without my full feelings.
Yeah, I'm not saying do it tomorrow, and I'm not. I'm not saying this.
I have a feeling that the article is going to come out in the next 1 or 2 weeks. So
that's fine. That's great. But here's the thing. I think that's actually a great statement that you made right there. That you don't want to make any more statements that are rash. Mm-hmm. I think that's great. Stick with that policy. That's awesome. But at the same time, you also have to know that if you're hanging out with Max and Max is talking all these things and making these allegations about Steven, you're kind of complicit there, at least from everybody else's perspective, in those allegations. So you kind of have to state for the record, be okay, Max, just for the record, I don't agree with what Max is saying here, or this isn't my position.
I won't say that I don't agree with it, but
that's not your position.
Publicly. Wait, from the very beginning, I have said that I'm not helping Max with this fucking article, that this is not literally from the beginning.
Yeah, but you're going to have to be more explicit than that. You're going to have to say, I'm sorry, guys, this is not my position that Max is stating here. I'm not sure where I stand on these things. You just kind of have to be explicit about it. Otherwise, people are going to think that you're complicit in it.
I've got nothing against Zonya, whoever's attacking Zonya, I have nothing against them, but I have given them all my chat logs and every stream I've ever done with Zonya, people would read that a certain way. Even if I was claiming neutrality.
If one of you was doing background on Max and you asked for all of my logs with Max and you wanted to try to paint Max as an abuser, I would give you all of my not paint him as an abuser, but if you're trying to find out if he was an abuser, I would give you all of my.
Would you? Well, here's
actually that's an interesting statement then. Genuinely, if this comes out and it's full of people think it's full of shit. Stuff gets disproved, or whatever Max has got, gets contextualized if it needs it.
Lab.
And people ask for those logs. Is that a commitment?
I will readily give them.
Lab, I gotta know. What would it take in that hypothetical? What would it take in that hypothetical? It's Max. You've given them what would it take for you then to say to that person, hey, I'm redacting my logs, you can't use them? What would you need to know out of the intent of that other person? Because although you gave them under the understanding that it is to find out, that obviously you have the option to redact that information. What would it take? Is there anything that where you feel like once you've given it that you can say, don't use that. You're not allowed to use that anymore. I gave that thinking it was for this, but now it seems like it's for this.
If someone was trying to deplatform Max, or if someone was trying to aid in harassment to Max, trying to hurt his family, or
do you think that the article that Mr. Girl is making has no intent towards the deplatforming of Destiny,
or hurting his family,
or you know,
yeah.
like
if it says anything about his family, like his son,
No. It's not that it would say something. It's not like it's doxing the location of his ex and child. What I'm saying is, you know how uncontrollable, frenetic, and terrible these massive communities on the internet are. They have gone after you. So if you know,
one of you loved him, if Star, who had a personal relationship with Max, was making something about how she thought that he was potentially abusive, and wanted like proof or wanted to like more stories or more information, I would absolutely give Star all of the logs.
Based on the love, based on the idea that you think they have that genuine care. But
yes,
do you know for a fact that love, like, what if that love, if you had some inkling, a suspicion that love is gone, and now instead there is a bitter resentment in the shadow of an eclipsed love?
If I thought that was the place that Max was coming from, I absolutely would not give him the log. I would not give him Steven's logs.
You would redact the log. Would you redact the logs after having already given them?
Yes. If that at any point I thought that is the reality of the situation, I would say no. I do not want to be mentioned in this article.
But Lav, do you think that you would, if you loved somebody and you thought they could be doing something self-destructive and destructive to people around them, do you think you would make an article about it, or do you think you'd talk to them about it and bring all that same evidence just to them and not announce a giant article slam piece on them?
Well, the problem is that Stephen doesn't have a great track record of taking hard feedback on stream.
I'm just asking what you would do. It doesn't have to be on stream. I'm saying private.
Okay, I'm just going to say, as a bisexual man, this conversation is making me feel gay, so I'm going to go.
You can
have
give
a
him
lovely
plenty
evening.
of feedback on stream. It just depends on how you deliver it.
I think, stuff like this, so if you even bring up the Anna situation.
Even I don't care if you make a statement about Steven, if you truly don't believe he deserves absolution for anything. My goal in this situation in general, Lav, is I just want you to ride off into the sunset and insert name of state you move to with insert name of fiance with insert job and get the fuck out of all of this. Okay? Because that's what I think you want deep down, but sometimes you just let shit pull you back in, whether it's on the Destiny side or the Max side. I just want you out of it. I want you happy and out of it.
Do you think I can exist online without fucking everyone trying to...
I don't think you should exist online. I think riding off into the sunset includes shutting the laptop.
Shaylin and I listened to this conversation live with our friends, who were refreshingly horrified by how Destiny and his orbiters handle abuse allegations. I asked Shaylin, "Do you want to get in there?" She said, "I don't know." A few minutes later, I looked over at her and saw her shaking with rage. She decided to call into the stream.
I have no confidence that Lav has a best option that is also healthy. I think that there's a big fucking sign hanging here, which is once a woman is in the hair in the sites, you're fucked. You're going to be hunted for the rest of your life. I don't know what the best, and the internet is an asset.
I mean, I could think of plenty of examples of people who have moved on.
Why are you contributing to that then? Why are you putting Lav on trial if you think that there is an atmosphere here in which women speaking out about things puts them in the crosshairs?
I don't think it's putting someone on trial to discuss with them some things, as long as you're well-meaning and you're not reaming them over it and you're having their best interest at thought. I don't think it's putting them on trial.
I don't think you have her best interest at heart, but why don't you guys go ahead and explain to me why you guys are in a, like, 4-5 person call against Lav about why you think that she's fucking up here. Someone
Sure,
please explain to me.
I can explain. I jumped on because I'm not against her, because I very specifically just said that I just want her to ride off into the sunset and be happy with her fiancé in the place she just moved and enjoy her life, and it seems like the internet is doing nothing but robbing her of that ability. That makes me really sad. As someone who barely even knows her, it makes me really sad. That's why.
Well, I think, Jeff, you are the most well-meaning person here. I can't say that for everyone in the call.
I don't know Zonia I don't know anybody else.
Zonia just fucking released a video suggesting that Lav murdered her cat. Don't fucking talk about how Zonia's good faith. That's the biggest crack of shit I've ever heard. That's ridiculous.
Lav, do you think I'm good faith?
No.
Don't fucking ask Lav. What the fuck is your problem, Zonia?
Okay.
Absolutely not.
This is
earlier. No,
Alright, Lav, I guess we didn't actually patch things up. Never mind. Alright, well, whatever.
No, we are on friendly terms, but no, that does not rewrite the fact that for 30 minutes earlier today, you said that you were going to milk me because I was a lol cow and I was mentally ill. You were horrible.
Yeah, well, we talked about that, right? We were both horrible to each other. I was kind of matching your energy,
sure,
so.
But I also you were not matching my energy. You literally made a
we literally just talked about this, and then we both apologized.
No, I apologized.
So so we're dragging this back up.
No, I was rude, but no, I do not think that you're good faith. I think that you're doing what you're doing. I don't know your intentions right now. I know that you're making content from this, and I know that you have continued to make content off of me, and I know that you earlier said that I was a lol cow and you were just going to keep milking me for views and whatever the fuck that you could. Like, I think that for the past hour we've been fine, but I don't trust you by any means to be good faith at all.
Sure. That's fair. I don't really have an issue, so I'm not sure why Shaylin is bringing me up in this, but whatever. Sure.
The issue is that you guys are in a 4 and 5v1 call trying to tell Lav that she has fucked up somehow by bringing up her concerns about how she was treated and suggesting things like, oh, maybe you should just get off the internet. Oh, maybe you should just take everything back. Oh, maybe you should dissociate yourself from Max because he probably has bad intentions. Oh, blah, blah, blah. But, the only thing Lav has done is talk about her experience, and she did talk about her experience to Destiny himself very publicly, and has been pretty consistent that it has been hurting her, and yet, here you all are, fucking trying to shit on her, even though, you're trying to bring up the article which hasn't come out. It's total bullshit. You guys are all fucking insane.
I don't think that the majority of us have been in here telling her how she's fucked up, right? Yeah, if anything, I've been trying to say, hey, here's where the breakdown of this relationship happens. This is why Steven feels the way that he does, etc., etc. I don't think it's very fair. I don't think it's very fair for you to be claiming that all of us are shitting on Lab when we are actually I've expressed empathy towards her earlier in this call. We have bonded over certain things earlier in this call, and you can shut the fuck up, bitch! Holy shit! You are such a fucking loud, obnoxious bitch! Holy shit!
We were all civil. Shaylin, we were all civil.
We were civil before you came into this call screaming your lungs out, you dumb fucking cunt!
You are so threatened by the fact that people are coming forward and saying they're uncomfortable with the situation that you benefit from, that you're willing to gaslight them for hours.
I'm not gaslighting anybody! I'm not gaslighting anybody! I've been empathetic towards Lab the entire fucking call!
Shaylin, you're an obsessed fucking pathetic piece of shit who makes ridiculous retarded artwork. Go make some more artwork about all of us. Have fun jerking yourself off to the idea of us being part of a cult.
How about you make a fucking comic of me with my fucking hard-ass
psychopath. Get out of here, you obsessed psychopathic piece of shit.
You're welcome to kick me, but if you want to actually address the concerns,
I will.
Telling me that you're doing something is not the same as doing it. What I've heard is that Lav brought up a potential abuse claim, and you guys said that she has to feel a certain way about potential abuse.
Nobody says she has to feel any sort of way. What are you talking about?
You said
Can we wait till the end of this?
she needs to be really determined. You said that she needs to be very clear before bringing anything up, and I don't think that's true. Literally every person who's been in an abusive situation has mixed feelings about it. The fact that you are all on here trying to tell her that she should have thought about it more, or that she's you're just gaslighting her. She has feelings about what happened, and she's expressed it over and over.
So who gaslit her about what?
Shaylin. Yeah, Shaylin, can I respond real quick? Just for me personally?
Go ahead.
I gain nothing from Destiny. I don't stream, never been on his stream, don't care to grow a stream. I only came on here because I've had conversations with Lav. I've not shit on her one time. I have only given her good faith advice, and the only thing I've ever said as far as her experience and how she should handle it is that she should absolve Steven of things after asking her if she thinks he did his best, and she responded initially that he might have, and I said if that is the case, she should make public whatever she thinks is true about the situation so that she can detach, and so that she can, again, like I said, ride off into the sunset and be her own person. Because yes, I did tell her she should detach from the Max thing, because I think you'd agree, it is not Lav's or Leah's article. It's Max's article. She shouldn't have to be attached to it. If she's given her statement just like anybody else, Max has that
I've already
statement.
publicly said that. I've already publicly made
That's fine. I'm talking to Shaylin about what she's accusing me of doing.
The only reason why you think she's attached to it is because you all are obsessively berating her for talking to Max.
You have no room to talk about
has been berating who in this call, except for you?
Shaylin released this drawing on December 19th, 2022.
To be fair, you guys have literally been telling me that I've been doing something wrong and how to remedy that for hours now.
I have not told you that you've done anything wrong. Wait a minute. I empathized with you. I said being a woman in this space is fucking rough. I talked about, we both talked about how certain parts of this experience is clearly misogyny. And if I have some criticisms on top of that, that doesn't mean that I'm berating you for hours, right? That means that I've empathized with you on very specific points, and I maybe have offered a couple of places of contention here or there, right?
Understand that you have this.
Eat my dick, Shaylin! I don't fucking give a shit what you have to say! Dumb fucking cunt!
About shit a lot of the time. But if Lav is gonna speak out because she's fucking uncomfortable, then you coming at her for bringing it up is fucking bullshit.
Who came at her, you dumb idiot?
Again, if you're criticizing someone for bringing up their potential abuse situations, then you are part of the problem.
Okay.
Who came at her?
Okay, so Shaylin, you're shadowboxing here. You're talking about shit that hasn't been happening. We've been trying to be cordial this time. We're just talking. Hey,
pretending to be cordial against saying that you
all
care
right, so
about
you don't want to cooperate. You just want to talk over people and make shit up and shadowbox with people that aren't here. I don't give a fuck what your delusional, fucked up mind comes up with in terms of what's happening here, but it ain't actually happening here. So stop spurging out on this fucking call. All right, and either act normal or get the fuck off. One or the other.
Yeah, I understand that when someone brings up a concern about your behavior or someone that you want to defend, i.e. Destiny's behavior.
Okay, you're shadowboxing again. Shadowboxing again.
You still have not named who came at her, and you can shut the fuck up. Why don't you go be quiet with the sex doll? How about that? Go sit down next to the sex doll, Shaylin. Go sit down next to the sex doll.
Nah, the sex doll has better chances than her, unfortunately.
I've never said that you have to do anything in particular with Max or with Destiny. All I've done is offer the ways that people feel betrayed in this.
Have you been defending Lav's position as much as you're defending Destiny's? I know everyone wants to talk about how Destiny might be feeling in this situation, but have all of you been giving the same amount of time and energy to think about
I have offered my sympathies.
Wait. Why would you assume that Lav's position deserves as much defense as mine? When Lav has consistently lied over and over again about the timeline.
I'm not
Are you
going
gonna
to
get in trouble
talk to you.
for talking to me? Are you gonna get in trouble? Are you gonna get...
No, I just think you're an abusive piece of shit, and I'm not interested in talking to you at all.
Lives with her employer? Okay, dude.
Anyway, I'm not going to continue this conversation if Destiny's in here,
Bye.
because I think
Good night.
Oh, you're going to run away? Really? You're going to run away from me? All right, well,
I'm glad that he sent you in here to do damage control.
Yeah, you're all fucking psycho.
We're down with you running away.
Good night.
Oh my gosh,
Good night,
the person who made that fucking piece of artwork, wonderful. I'm sure that your words ring so fucking true. Those are some powerful words from the person who obsessed over all the orbiters and drew this ridiculous piece of art about them.
Do you guys remember when Max said that he was going to keep Shaylin away from all the internet stuff until he needed to wheel her out to defend her for this shitty article? Wasn't that a funny fucking meme?
Oh my
gosh.
They are now in a 5v1 call with you if I leave.
How are you still on the call, you psychotic piece of shit?
Because she has to pull Lav out because Mr. Girl's telling her that she needs to make Lav leave. But it's going to look bad if Mr. Girl's the one that says it.
Can I say one thing? I would like to say
we have Kool-Aid.
I would like to say one thing, okay? And I think that thing that I would like to say is that even when earlier when Lav was talking about her experiences in the space, I was still very sympathetic towards her. I still empathized with her, even if I disagreed with some of the things that like her and I our interactions that we've had previously. So this entire thing that Shaylin came in with is the worst faith, lunatic, like the most lunatic shit I've ever heard. And I don't blame Max. I really don't. That he wants like a silent sex doll. Okay, I really don't blame him because I would want one too. Honestly,
a really good person, everyone.
Misogyny.
And it's really important that everyone knows.
Yeah, come in screaming like a fucking lunatic and come in screaming like a fucking lunatic. You know what? I would say when somebody fucking pushes me, yeah, I'm gonna fucking push back. Bitch.
Pushes you. She just came in and you fucking
She came in fucking screaming at the top of her lungs. Holy shit.
She came in ultra hot and shadowboxed everybody in the room.
I'm gonna go to bed now. You're all insane.
Have fun dreaming about all of us as we live rent-free in your head, you psychotic piece of shit.
I love you, Lav, and we'll talk later.
Alright, talk
Get fucked.
I don't know, man.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
What the fuck is wrong with her? How can you agree with that craziness?
They are referring to the Me Girl Real Doll review, a provocative documentary I made about a sex doll sent to me by Real Doll and its impact on my relationship with Shaylin.
The way that Star and Zonia, the just vitriolic misogynistic abuse was so fucking disgusting. I genuinely can't even believe it. Like the way that you guys like think that language is permissible to speak to another human is fucking insane. Like
yeah, but you do realize that Shayla. We do realize that Shayla literally drew them as dogs of mine, right? Do you acknowledge that that's a little bit vitriolic? Well, let her respond to that. You realize that she literally drew them as dogs that were my slaves. Do you think that's a little bit misogynistic or vitriolic? Okay, how about you send all of your logs with him to me then? You can go on a neutral side here. Since you sent all of our logs to him, which by the way included a ton of personal information that I see you don't give a fuck about, but since you sent all of my stuff to him, why don't you send all of your conversation to me? You said you'd do it earlier, right? Didn't you say that earlier? You'd send the logs? Or was that just posturing and nobody here bothered to ask?
Yeah,
so that was bullshit. You said it because...
I have nothing to hide. I have literally nothing to hide. I'll send them
do
to
it.
you.
Yeah, shoot me. Okay. I really do. Before you log off this call, the next 2 minutes, do it right now. Get on Discord, export it, and shoot me your whole logs. I'm super curious to see what you guys talk about.
After the call, Destiny tweeted out a screenshot of his DMs with Lav. Lav, if you promise not to abuse me with these or paint me poorly or direct hate, I will send you the logs, but I'm scared. Destiny. Yeah, I promise, but I'm not holding my breath. 6 hours later, Destiny wrote LOL, but Lav had blocked him. Destiny and Jebtan argued that my investigation was being conducted unethically and for unethical reasons, while Lav insisted she was not part of it and could not answer for my actions. In one of his arguments he said, "You're talking right now to try to explain actions in the past, which, unless you're a fucking time traveler, if that's a power that Jewish people have, I was not aware of that. I'm sorry, but I don't think you could do that." Destiny accused Lav of helping me manipulate Anna into releasing a screenshot of their sexting. Lav told Destiny that she's felt conflicted about even being part of my report in the first place, and that she's done her best to be charitable to him.
You have repeatedly called me mentally ill, dragged my name through the fucking mud. Okay, so
you dragged yourself.
Mentally ill. Oh, you just had no fucking clue until afterwards, until after I came out? Like, that's so convenient. You had no fucking clue that I was mentally ill, that I was too...
I didn't know you were this mentally ill. No, I didn't. What had you ever done that had shown this level of mental illness?
Extremely convenient. That is completely convenient that you would just not know until after the fact, until it's convenient for you to use that against me. That totally makes sense.
Tell me what signs I missed,
But I was completely healthy. But I was completely healthy while you were trying to fuck me. I was completely good. There was no signs, because when someone's this mentally ill, as you have described that I am, when I'm this mentally ill, it must be so easy to hide. Must be so easy to hide.
Let's focus. 1 sec. Redirect. Flav, what do you want? You keep saying you don't want to be fucking associated with this. You want out. Okay?
Dude, I want Steven to stop fucking
I got it. Lav, just please, let me get to the end of
tell me what she wants. If she wants me to stop doing it, then stop talking about me. That's so easy. Don't do a 5-hour stream where you throw me under the bus for 3 hours.
Yeah, just stop talking about how I feel if I don't want abuse. See how that makes sense? Steven, this week is the first time I've publicly talked about you for fucking months. What the fuck are you talking about?
Lav, would you bet your husband's life... No, how much money would you bet on that? That you haven't publicly talked about me in some area where at least 5 people can hear in the past month? How much money would you put on that, Lav?
What are you talking about? In a way that would get back to you, Steven? I've not publicly gone on stream or tweeted about it or done any of that fucking shit. What I do is in my own Discord...
Clearly it's getting back to me, and if it's getting back to me, who the fuck knows who else is getting back to? That's kind of the whole fucking point, Lav. I can't talk about my feelings? Of course you can. Talk to a fucking therapist. Or talk to your friends offline. You don't need to be in a public Rumble stream with Max typing up his new article talking about your feelings. It's like the most inappropriate place to do it.
But you can, and you can say that I had a mid-pussy, and you can call me a fucking narcissistic abuser like my mother. Steven, you're a fucking
after you told Big Tech that I crawled away crying because you left that night. Seriously, Lab? You're gonna play that fucking game?
Oh, that's what I said? That's actually...
I'm pretty sure you were like, oh, he was so sad that I fucking left, as you're fucking divulging information about my fucking dick and our fucking hookup to fucking Big Tech of all people. You didn't know you want to high road me? Because I included a little clip about mid-pussy, Lab? That's the road you want to go down? I still haven't leaked the full details of our hookup, by the way. If you want me to, I can.
Why would... It feels like you're threatening.
Because you leaked everything that you feel makes you look good. No, you said I was sad. You said you didn't touch me.
You seemed upset that I did not fucking return the favor, Steven.
I didn't seem upset. You know what I was? I was tired. Like I was all fucking night. Like I was when I was almost asleep in your fucking car when you had us go in so I could get a Red Bull so you could go back to the hotel and hook up with me, Lav. I was fucking tired. I almost fell asleep before we even did anything. What part of what I just said did you not understand? I'll say this very clearly. When stuff was blowing up on stream, when the big 10 to 15,000 view streams were happening, you and I had not had a sexual relationship for some time. We weren't sexting, we weren't trading nudes, I don't even think we were flirting with each other. You were just coming on my stream arguing, I was checking in on you, making sure there wasn't too much. That's what was going on. So you just said earlier that the only time, okay, maybe it was a few weeks, okay? I don't know when the exact the takeoff point was, but we were past anything sexual. And there was never a point where I defended you because you sent me a nude picture. Like, the fact that you would even make that implication betrays every single thing you said in this conversation about not making an accusation on me. Because now you're making it sound like I was only nice to you because you were sending me pics, which is not true. I abuse plenty of women that send me pictures.
Who's to say? You did not do a very good job of convincing me.
Oh my god!
This conversation.
Hold on! I just realized everything you said earlier was a fucking lie!
Of course.
You said earlier that the door had been open on a sexual relationship for us the entire time, and that's why you felt pressure. But you lied when you said that, because you had been saying...
What the fuck?
You said that there was I'm sorry. Did you say
that word?
You said that there was an open door for a sexual relationship. Did you not?
Yes.
That's a lie, though, because you said publicly that you closed your relationship with Connor, didn't you?
When?
Sometime before all the big drama popped off. So that means that there was no fucking pressure for a sexual or any type of, like, open door for sexual relationship. Because you closed your relationship with Connor after you and I stopped.
I was saying that there was an open door in October for TwitchCon.
I don't think in October everything was popping off of the stream. That wasn't until like a month or two later.
You're conflating 60 different things at once. I'm
not, Lab. I've been very clear. Do you want me to repeat the timeline again?
I never said that we had an active sexual relationship in November, ever. I've never made that claim.
You said when I was off this call, between me being here last time and this time, that we had an active sexual relationship when things were exploding on stream. You said that when I was on here. And you just said like 5 minutes ago that I steel-manned a position of yours because you sent me a nude pic, which is not true.
I didn't say that you... What the you're like pulling this out of your ass. I never said that you steel-manned a position of mine because I sent you a picture. I said that you were nicer to me when I was sending you pictures in the fucking beginning. That's true.
Dude, I love that. You're such a good fucking gaslighter, Lab. This is what I like having you on stream, okay?
It's
exciting, okay?
I've never had
people trying to mind-fuck me this hard. It's exciting. I'm actually like, this is so long. I want to keep it up.
Projecting. This is actually fucking crazy that you have repeatedly put words in my mouth. How do I even speak to you?
Look, you literally just said that I brought up steel-manning you as an example of me being nice to you to counter you saying that I was treating you horribly and not protecting you. And then you said the only reason you did that is because I sent you a new picture. And now you're pretending you didn't just say that like 10 minutes ago. You made fun of me for calling you intelligent and for defending your position when you weren't there? How could they have simultaneously doing that if I was just trashing you the whole time?
He's got a point there. I remember that very well.
The Darvo in real time.
Steven, you're like, what the fuck are you saying? I'm Darvoing you.
You just Darvoed me. It was a good Darvo.
Is this fucking normal?
Lab, nothing about this conversation is normal.
You're accusing me of abusing you right now. You're saying that I'm using Darvo.
You are abusive. Of course you're abusing me. You leverage the fucking sexual relationship to hop on my stream, leak details about it to make me look bad, and then try to turn it around later on to pretend that I was abusing you. What do you mean? Of course.
I genuinely thought that I had made everything up, and this conversation puts me right back in it.
You just did a shit talk session on me for 3 hours 4 days ago. What do you mean you thought everything was made up?
I genuinely thought that I was... Today I woke up and I was like, fuck, I really...
Wanted to Darvo Steven today.
I was like, no, I really made a mountain out of a molehill, and you are literally actively accusing me of abuse in real time. You're putting words in my mouth. You have called me names today. You've been extremely misogynistic to me publicly, live, for your thousands of live viewers to hear.
Tens of thousands,
and
sometimes.
With it. And you think that I am the person doing something wrong by saying I'm uncomfortable with the way that you treated me? This is a fucking joke, Steven. Get it together.
Wait, you're uncomfortable now? Oh, yes. Did she leave? I thought she said earlier that she wasn't uncomfortable, that she didn't have a single problem that she could have pointed out with anything that happened. I thought I remembered her saying that.
So, I think you got her on the back foot there. It kind of seemed like she realized that her story didn't really hold together.
Max is spamming her probably, and Shaylin is probably spamming her with DMs at the same time too.
Shannon's probably spammed her since she left, to be honest. But the terms haven't changed. I obviously both of you said fucking shitty shit to each other, but the terms have been the same the whole time, which is that she just needs to not talk about you.
Said shitty shit to each other. Hold on. I've only said something retaliation to her. I don't usually pick fights like this with people because I don't drag like personal relationships when I have to do mud. I don't know if I've ever done this ever unprovoked in my entire streaming history. Maybe I have once or twice in like 2013 because I was an asshole. Probably.
No, I mean, I agree.
I just leave them alone. I just want to be clear because there's a lot of it like, oh, you both have done shit or whatever. Bullshit. Like, she said crazy shit about me. I usually leave it alone until they start talking about me again. And she posts on the subreddit incessantly about me. She talks to Mr. Grill incessantly about me. And she's talking in so many, I don't know if you guys know. I know there are some people in my chat that know, and I know that I've had other strangers reach out to me. Bro, one of the reasons why I knew she was leaking personal details about me is because a total fucking stranger emailed me one day, and he sent me like 15 pages of DMs where she's just spilling her fucking guts to this random fucking dude who's like, I don't know who I am, I'm nobody special, but Lab was like talking to me about all this shit. He's like giving me all this personal info about me. I'm like, what the fuck?
No, yeah, when she's talking about big tech and when she's talking to big tech and shit, I was like, why the fuck are you talking to that retard about this shit? But the thing is, like, I know you said it only in retaliation, but you've been through the couples counseling bullshit and like interpersonal relationship stuff, and it's always gonna be like, she's always just gonna hear the fucking mid-jussy shit, and like, yeah, she said dumb shit to you, she said, not dumb shit, dangerous shit, accused you of being Weinstein, all this shit, and it was shitty, and she did it first, and that fucking sucks. But, I mean, for her, that's never gonna be, it's always going to be the case that you did shitty shit too, and you need to take accountability. And I can see why you wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to. But I mean, yeah, she just has to stop talking about you, so that you can stop talking about her, or vice versa. That's the only way. But that's always the terms.
Yeah, if she stops talking about me, I'm talking about her. I have no reason to. Yeah,
and I'm sure she knows. And I mean, I'll follow up because I mean, that's what we've been saying this whole time. But then Shaylin came in and is trying to like reel her back because full detachment isn't running her toward Max, and so Shaylin tried to come in and sort of pull the lifeline again, and I think it worked, honestly.
Yeah, because anytime Lav is like using her brain even a little bit, fucking Shaylin has to dig her fucking claws back in with Max as the puppet master behind her, like setting her out to reel it back in. Because Max knows it would look horrible if he stepped in the call. That's why he's wheeled out Shaylin as his fucking defense crew, despite saying that he would never bring her out publicly. And he wanted to explicitly keep her away from online content until he wheeled her out for that Chud Logic interview to defend every single point he's ever made verbatim.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Seems like every step of the way she's getting pulled in by one person, and I get it. But
I really think that I think quite a few of us were really trying to be genuine and trying to be engaged in good faith with her, and it's just unfortunate to see things end up this way. So
yeah, like I don't have a fucking
but I mean, like
fuck about it, but I'm just I really just want her fucking out of this shit because the whole situation could be diffused, and Max's dumb shit article can fucking get released into the nothingness void because it's bullshit, and it could all, but it's just like her being caught in between triggers half the drama.
So here's the thing. I've been trying to be charitable with her tonight after her blow up and everything, but the thing is, she will get involved in this stuff. She likes talking. She likes talking about things. She likes talking about people, and she likes doing it on streams and doing it in public communities or with other people who will also go on the streams and talk about this stuff and among gossip networks and stuff. So there's not really a way for this. I don't foresee a way for this to stop.
Sure, the issue is that right now you've got unconditional, insane validation and affirmation coming from Mr. Girl and Shaylin because they need to, because Lav's anchor is tied to their boat and there's no way they can separate from that. And then on Lav's perspective, every other person in the community is constantly shitting on her and hating her. So I understand her position. She's in a tough spot. Why the fuck would she abandon two people that are showing her a lot of kindness, caring, and compassion and empathy and listening to everything she has to say and then trade them in for a community full of people that seem to be like ravenous sharks that fucking hate her? She's in a really rough spot. I would drop anything. Like I said, I'm not joking when I say it's fun talking to her because she is fucking smart and she does gaslight the fuck out of people. That's really entertaining to me. Like, I enjoy the conversation. I wouldn't talk shit about her publicly. I don't even care if she talks about me privately. She's like, I fucking hate Destiny. And I hate his fucking political positions and his stupid fucking blue hair and his whatever the fuck. That's fine. But just when you're out here saying shit like, oh yeah, like, privately he talks about how he likes to abuse his fucking ex and he's so fucking abusive and Harvey likes it, then it's like a different thing. If anyone wants to talk shit about me, that's fine. But like, when the crazy abuse shit starts, it's insane. But like, yeah, I don't know what her move is. She can never get away from Max and Shannon because like, every fucking community online is completely totally dead set against her, so.
March 12th, 2023, on a stream, Parallax, Tom Foolery Show and Zonia were talking to Love about whether she'd misrepresented Destiny's sexting relationship with Madame Genevieve by publicly outing it as a sexual relationship, although she also clarified that they'd only sexted.
You were in a relationship and you sexted with someone without knowledge, without your spouse's knowledge or without your whatever's knowledge. Why would they be upset?
Because it's cheating, not because it's a sexual
relationship.
Yes,
and what's cheating about it? The fact that it's a sexual relationship, correct?
If you were to tell somebody that you had a sexual relationship with somebody, that you were long distance dating for a year,
I'm
but
not
you've never
going
seen
to
in real
speak
life, I'm
Oh,
just saying,
come on.
nobody would consider that a sexual relationship.
Why don't we try to let's keep it all civil?
It's not a sexual relationship. That's the whole point.
But-
And it
but
also
here's the
was
thing.
not your information to share.
Yeah,
I don't think on the regards to hypocrisy thing, I don't think it has to do with like any allegations or anything like that. I think the reason why people search for hypocrisy is because people are trying to figure out if a complaint that somebody is making feels authentic. So for instance, like if my mom
Steven,
got
I don't
really
want to
mad,
talk to you.
You don't have to talk to me. I'm talking to the rest of the panel. And fuck you.
Okay,
if my mom got mad, yeah, fucking got her. Okay, I really just wanted to bully her off of this. That's fine.
Oh no.
March 16th, 2023, among others, Lav, Kelly Jean and Erudite appeared on a panel about sexual assault hosted by Wig TV titled Setting Boundaries. Destiny joined 30 minutes later and Lav left almost immediately. Destiny laughed. Destiny's audience celebrated in the chat. Destiny keep bullying her. Go back to Daddy Max bitch. She's scared. The bitch ice gone. Make sure to join every panel with her and bully her out of these spaces. Me and Destiny's platforming of Nick Fuentes. My 6th grade teacher had us do a family tree assignment as homework. Other than my family calling me the brown boy growing up, this was the first time I'd ever thought about my ethnicity. I took down my father's oral history of his side of the family. He told me, "In Vilna, Poland, your great-great-grandfather wrote one of the first Hebrew encyclopedias." I jotted it down, thinking it sounded like a noteworthy accomplishment. When he was in his 70s, the Nazis tied him to the back of a truck and dragged him through the streets until he was dead. Then a few people escaped on a boat, and, in my father's words, everyone else died. When my great-grandfather immigrated to the US, he kissed the ground at Ellis Island and changed his name to Abraham Lincoln Liberty. My grandmother's family, thinking that was a bit weird, adopted the more Jewish-sounding Libert. My brother's middle name is Liberty. There is a brand of Holocaust remembrance that says the Nazis were a singular evil. Anti-Semitism is a vile sickness that must be contained and extinguished. Israel is the motherland of all Jews and has an inalienable right to exist. I was taught the other brand. The Nazis were normal, everyday people. Banning anti-Semitism only increases the conspiratorial thinking of people who hate Jews. And Israel is an ethno-state where Jews have more rights than non-Jews. Jews taught the first brand of Holocaust remembrance. Proud Jews picture themselves being chased, hiding in attics and cellars, and being herded into gas chambers. Growing up, I pictured myself hunting Jews, shooting them and watching them fall into a mass grave, burning their bodies, prying gold from extracted teeth. To call a Nazi evil is Holocaust denial. To dehumanize Nazis is Nazism itself, and doing so gives people the ludicrous, impossible idea that somehow we know when we are wrong. The Nazis did not know they were Nazis. Never forget, to me, always meant never forget to look in the mirror. In January 2022, when I did my first livestream on Twitch, I averaged around 500 concurrent viewers, and over the months this number gradually increased. I was used to being the weirdo who was being platformed by someone else, and I suddenly found myself wielding a decently sized spotlight of my own. Lauren Southern asked me to play Call of Duty, and I readily agreed. I knew she was controversial, but so was I. My controversial 2020 review of the movie Cuties had made thousands of people think I was a pedophile. People called her a Nazi. They called me a pedophile. Fuck political polarization. Let's play some video games. Then I learned that, in 2017, she protested on a raft in an attempt to block a rescue ship from leaving port in Sicily and filling up with illegal immigrants. Suddenly, this Call of Duty thing didn't seem like a good idea. Unwilling to assist in her rebranding as a normal conservative, I suggested we cross-examine each other about our controversies instead, which we did. In May, Brittany from Politically Provoked, a right-leaning and Nazi-friendly group of content creators Destiny helped get off the ground, approached me about doing a 2v2 debate, me and Destiny versus Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska. The topic would be the January 6 Capitol insurrection. Before the insurrection, at the nearby Freedom Plaza, Fuentes told his followers, "Our founding fathers would get in the streets and they would take this country back by force if necessary. And that is what we must be prepared to do." Baked Alaska live streamed himself inside the Capitol and was sentenced to 2 months in prison in January 2023. By this point, though I loved Destiny on a personal level, I'd come to the conclusion that he was incapable of taking anything seriously except himself, the only topic about which he has zero sense of humor. The three of them would have enjoyed some jovial sparring while I indignantly poured my heart out about my love of America. I turned down the debate. I was replaced by an 18-year-old progressive Swedish streamer named Rose Wrist. Don't let his age fool you, he's the best debater I've ever encountered, weakened only by his admiration for Destiny, which I suspect he will grow out of, if he hasn't already. The debate was streamed on May 22nd and uploaded by Destiny with the title Destiny and Rose Wrist Trigger Fuentes and Baked Alaska in Jan 6 debate. It went as I expected it would, with Destiny and Fuentes snickering throughout and trading playful jabs. I became concerned that, despite his oft-repeated goal of pulling audiences to the left, Destiny was sanitizing Fuentes by treating him like he's just another wacky streamer, rather than a racist and fascist politician with a sizable following. The gravity of January 6 was not at all apparent in the debate. Listening to the typical debate bro sparring, you'd have no indication that, just 4 months earlier, Fuentes had been subpoenaed by the House Committee investigating the insurrection. Nor would you have an inkling that in November 2022, 6 months after the debate, Fuentes would be having dinner with Kanye West and Donald Trump. Rose Wrist when Nick said, "I say that we should not leave this Capitol until Donald Trump is inaugurated president." What did he mean by this? Destiny laughed. Destiny, he meant in 2024. Rose Wrist laughed. Fuentes, when I said we're not leaving until Trump is inaugurated president, we're saying that we're protesting outside the Capitol until Mike Pence does the right thing and doesn't count the votes. Destiny, wait, so the goal was then to affect the outcome. Fuentes, when we were there on the protest, yeah, because Trump said, "You're going to go out to the Capitol and make your voices heard." Destiny, wait, hold on, did I just have a fucking stroke? I thought you just said that wasn't the goal. I thought you were... Fuentes, the goal was not to breach the Capitol and suspend the vote from occurring. You're talking about two different things. What Trump said was, go to the lawn and make your voices heard, which is what we did. Later in the debate, while Fuentes and Baked Alaska argued passionately that there had been election fraud in 2020, Destiny turned to the side and began playing his piano. He occasionally does this to signify that his opponent is not making a good point. Around the same time, starting in April, Fuentes had begun occasionally streaming with Stardust, a fellow Destiny orbiter. In DMs to me, Stardust said she was worried about being outwitted by Fuentes. I told her it would probably be safer to just interview him rather than try to fight him, but she wound up doing neither, opting instead for friendly chats with him and other far-right figures. Since Fuentes is banned from all major platforms, a YouTube streamer who is willing to regularly feature him is an invaluable resource to him. Though I'd asked to interview him several months earlier, he didn't respond at the time. I decided the best policy going forward would be zero contact. I still wasn't sure how to handle my colleagues rubbing shoulders with him, so I ignored it. Destiny did the following streams with Fuentes during the summer of 2022. June 14th, talk with Fuentes about vaccines, Jews. An excerpt. Destiny while playing a video game. Let's say that you could wipe away all of the Jewish interests. This is a really hard question, obviously. Like, what percentage do you think of problems for you that would fix? Or in terms of, like, building your dream America or your dream society, how much does that go towards making your world what you want it to be? Fuentes, that's a good question. I don't know exactly. Destiny, and I'm not talking about like a genocide, I'm just saying like you snap your fingers and it disappears or whatever, right? Yeah. I'm not trying to Holocaust or whatever. Fuentes, laughing, yeah, well, I see what you're saying. What percentage of the problems can be attributed to influence of power? You know, hypothetically, if we're conceding there, is that for the sake of the argument? Probably like 30 to 40%. Maybe 50. Destiny, so still a sizable amount. That's a pretty big amount. Do you feel like your community, and you are, 95% in line with what you believe in regards to this stuff? Fuentes, yeah. I think for the most part there's agreement. Destiny, okay. July 18th, talk with Nick Fuentes about Lauren Southern and her manifesto. August 1st, War on Women panel with Fuentes Taftash Stardust. August 5, Sneeko connects with Nick Fuentes. Destiny had begun collaborating with Sneeko a few weeks prior. August 11th, talk with Nick and Lauren about their beef. August 17th, race debate with Sneeko, Alba, Gideon, Young Don and Nick. In this stream, Sneeko had brought Fuentes onto a panel with 3 popular black creators, introducing him as his friend. Fuentes, a skilled rhetorician, began to proselytize about race with little pushback, and in some cases, bemused laughter from the black streamers. Destiny joined the panel and pushed back, but some members of his community, myself included, felt that Destiny was partly responsible for Sneeko exposing Fuentes to hundreds of thousands of viewers who had likely never heard of him before. Should Logic, also an orbiter, and my friend at the time, DM'd me about it. Should Logic, did you watch the crazy panel last night? Man, it is kind of worrying how people fall so hard for Nick Fuentes. Me, I saw 30 seconds of it and couldn't watch. This was a major turning point for Nick, and exposed him to hundreds of thousands if not millions of new people, and exposed him in the most sanitized possible light. Should Logic, man. I kind of feel that Destiny has this habit of like, giving some cover to the worst people, then swooping in to debate them at the last minute. It happened with Lauren Southern, happened here too. But it's difficult to provide this feedback in a way that people don't lose their shit over. Me, Destiny has helped Fuentes and Southern immensely. Even if he destroys them in a debate, the fact that he's debating them at all and being friendly with them 90% of the time lends them a ton of credibility. He's repeatedly said he wants to talk to whomever he wants, and doesn't see this as a responsibility though. I wouldn't go on that panel. Destiny's audience seems to like that he doesn't take on that responsibility, or put it on others. Chud Logic, people keep sending it to me to watch. Keck-top memes, like, Nick Fuentes is a fucking racist man. Is it really memes? Me, yeah, it's all a joke. Even though we know people get completely and absolutely radicalized by the political content they watch. Chud Logic, when did it become funny to just be racist? Age of the GigaChad strikes again. GigaChad is a chat emote similar to an emoji derived from a digitally altered photo of Russian model Krista Sudmalis. Chad comes from incel ideology, which divides men into tiers of desirability and genetic superiority, Chads being in the top tier. The emote is used semi-ironically, particularly when someone is willing to make themselves look bad. If a debate opponent says, okay, so if you believe the government should make decisions about women's reproductive systems, then you must also be okay with police officers fucking you in the ass, right? You say, yes I am, the chat will go wild with GigaChad emotes. As in the above example, a GigaChad maneuver allows you to appear to be standing your ground. but really, you're dodging a counter-argument by being funny. However, if the audience thinks the counter-argument was stupid in the first place, they will support your decision to mock it rather than engage. Political streamers are mostly cowards, which complicates things, because they will use this move to actually evade a good argument, while pretending that they are only pretending to evade a good argument. It's costly to take a hard stance on anything, so streamers will avoid it if possible, and ironic humor affords them a lot of cover. And one final wrinkle is TOS. YouTube and Twitch will ban you if you're too bigoted, but audiences love to watch streamers teeter on the edge of what's allowed. These dynamics combine to create what ShouldLogic has dubbed the age of the gigachad, where the center-left streamers in Destiny's sphere use ironic bigotry to gain status and avoid, appearing soy, effeminately sensitive, and thus implicitly endorsing progressive cancel culture. As it stands, the community is ill-equipped to condemn actual bigotry as long as it's funny, and Nick Fuentes is funny. ShouldLogic, man, it is really fucked up. I think I am feeling a bit burnt out, to be honest. Me, burnt out from what? Working? Or the depressing reality of online politics? Age of the gigachad, yeah. It's the SJWs being triggered and calling everything racist that made it funny. They give cover to actual racism. No one likes being policed by the other side, but now no one will police their own side. ShouldLogic, the reality of it all. I honestly just want to do a week of playing video games. Me, you should do a stream about the age of the gigachad, unless you already have and I missed it. ShouldLogic, no, not yet. Sure, I will watch this panel, I think. Me, I think it'll be meaningful coming from you. It's always awkward calling out Steven, but don't play video games for a week just to avoid it, lol. I know that's not what you're saying, but that is how it'll come across. ShouldLogic, yeah, for sure. The problem is, I think that Steven came on and debated with him, but it is the shit he has done up until now that is the issue. Like, how exactly did it get to the stage where Sneeko and Nick Fuentes were talking? People were like, Destiny destroyed Fuentes. Okay, what about when he was memeing with him and shit? I think Steven realizes this. He posted into DGG about it. He sent a screenshot of 2 messages Destiny had written in his offline chat. I gotta lean in harder against Nick with so many dudes present. Can't let him preach to that many people, lol. ShouldLogic. Maybe I am reading too much into it, but this comes across as him realizing shit's getting real and wanting to rein it in. Mate, these clips are stomach churning. Me, yes. It almost doesn't matter what he says now. Sneeko wouldn't have even known Fuentes existed. I haven't watched any clips, but I keep seeing screenshots of everyone laughing together except Steven. This is the largest panel audience I've ever seen Steven stream with. ShouldLogic, Nick says racist thing, ironically, but we know he really believes it. Every black person starts laughing. Oh shit, I didn't even tell you. I am in a group chat of DGGers. Nick Fuentes is in there. Me, Nick is allowing them to believe that he feels about white people the same way they feel about black people, but that is not true. ShouldLogic. The black people on the panel want equality, and maybe some of them want their own spaces. They do not want an ethno-state where whites are enslaved or killed. Me, yeah. ShouldLogic. Since I realized I am not going to post in there, I don't want Nick fucking Fuentes knowing my business, what the fuck. People were wishing him happy birthday. Honestly, I think I am actually disturbed by it. Like it has had a profound effect to see it firsthand like that. This guy is bad fucking news. Me, yeah, I can tell you are freaked out. ShouldLogic, yeah, sorry man, haha. Me, ever since I saw the clip of him saying explicitly that you have to pretend you're joking when you talk about Jews or denying the Holocaust, I've been horrified by his adept use of humor, and yeah, the path to power and prominence afforded to him by the age of the gigachad. Racist jokes are supposed to be funny because you're making fun of racist people. Nick just seems like a sociopath who knows how to work a room and accomplish multiple complex goals at the same time while seeming like he is just screwing around. 2 days later, ShouldLogic told me that he'd watched the full race panel and that it wasn't as bad as he'd originally thought based on the clips. On August 22, Destiny invited Fuentes over to his house for a friendly in-person chat. Left-leaning content creators criticized Destiny harshly for the stream, but none of Destiny's orbiters gave any serious pushback. I was alarmed. 2 days later, Destiny, Fuentes, and Melina went to a chicken and waffles restaurant on stream. While they were sitting at an outside table, a passerby noticed the camera and joked around with Fuentes, suggesting he swap his mirrored sunglasses for more serious-looking glasses. Fuentes, yeah? Are you Jewish by any chance? Destiny laughing, why would you say? Man, no, I'm Irish-Italian. Fuentes, okay. Oh, based. Man, the nose gave it away? Fuentes, yeah, a little bit. Man, well, cheers to you. Why, are you another Jew? Fuentes, no, I'm like you. I'm Irish and Italian. Man, oh, all right. Fuentes, yeah, these are cool glasses. All right? The man said a friendly goodbye and left. Destiny, what if he was Jewish? Fuentes, he looked a little. Destiny, were you gonna start a fight? What if he was like, yeah, I am. What about it? Fuentes explained that because of the Jewish population in Miami, He suspected that Jews would be targeting him, a well-known anti-Semite, for harassment. Destiny said, when I think of like all the possible paths of like that conversation that could, when you do the like, are you Jewish? I don't see it ever being better than just not saying anything. This lukewarm admonishment might actually be the harshest moral condemnation from Destiny I have ever seen. Chud Logic said to me in DMs, it makes me super uncomfortable that they are hanging out for real, honestly. We planned our Age of the GigaChad stream. Chud asked me to invite Destiny, and I did, warning him that it was likely we'd be talking about his recent streams with Fuentes. On August 26, we did the stream. I explained Chud Logic's thesis, and then Destiny and I locked horns almost immediately. I'm going to give you a granular play-by-play of how these conversations went down, because it is emblematic of Destiny's evasiveness and how dangerous it can be in certain contexts. I'm also going to include some of his audience's reactions. I want to show you how they've been taught to think like Destiny, by consuming dozens of hours of his content every week, often at 1.5 times or 2 times speed. I'm reminded of something he said to me shortly after I met him. I asked him how he would handle his fans being angry with him because he'd cruelly mocked a woman on Twitter for, in his estimation, having poor sexual boundaries and then sharing her negative experience. He said, the audience can only remember 3 things at a time, so I'll just do 3 more streams and then they'll stop talking about it. I was shocked by his contempt for his audience when he said that. And in these debates, I was shocked by his contempt for me. It would be another 2 months before I would officially cut ties with Destiny, but this stream was the beginning of the end.
There has been a battle older than all of us on how to draw the lines at satire and irony. Every famous comedian that I know of that's engaged in edgy or racial humor has come to regret some skits and move back on positions they previously held. Chris Rock, the infamous Black People versus Ninjas skit. You've got Dave Chappelle talking about things that he said that he's regretted because of the types of laughs he's gotten. YouTubers, every YouTuber, Twitch streamer that's grown up is like, man, I was probably too edgy here. Louis C.K. has had a lot of reflections like the word faggot. There's like a lot of stuff that's gone on where people have engaged in edgy humor and then upon further reflection like, I think I'm going to walk this back a little bit. I don't know if I'm engaging with it in the best way. So I think it's good to be aware that the conversation we're having is beyond us and it's been happening before us. It'll happen after us. And there is a level of, I'm big on responsibility. I think there is a level of responsibility you have to assume when you engage in these types of humors. And you have to be aware of like what your goal is at the end of the day with what you're doing, because it's very possible to very easily wind up as the like unintentional nuclear weapon of an incredibly hateful or evil community without being aware that that's happening, you know?
Stephen, I think comparing somebody like Fuentes or Trump, like these are the people that come to my mind when we're talking about right-wing jokes that are also the person saying what they actually believe, kind of. Comparing that to Louis C.K., like, he's a comedian, right?
Oh, yeah, hold on, wait, to be clear, just so, I'm not comparing them to Louis C.K. I'd be comparing somebody like me to that person, right? Like, I'm hoping that I'm the comedian that's saying a thing that's kind of offensive, but I don't actually believe.
You're not a comedian,
you can cope like that if you want, but comedy is part of what we do, whether you like it or not.
No, I'm not coping, motherfucker. I'm saying that your existence online is not, you're not a comedian. People don't, you say, who's Destiny? They don't say he's a comedian.
Sure, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Right? People that do like YouTube and Twitch stuff for entertainment, right? That involve elements of comedy.
Yes.
Those aspects of comedy can involve satire and irony. Satire and irony is not reserved for people that write comedian on their text forms.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that is. I'm saying you're literal. When people ask, if somebody asks me who you are, who's your buddy Steven? I don't say he's a comedian.
Okay, maybe I'll phrase this in a way, because I don't think there's no way you can possibly disagree with me here. So let me find different words.
Just call me stupid.
No, it's not stupid. We're playing like semantics games. When you do comedy, how about that? So not comedians, but people that do comedy. Is that okay?
Okay, it's okay, but it's different when Louis C.K. does comedy because he's doing it for the purpose of making people laugh. And when Trump does comedy, or when you do comedy, you're doing it for the purpose of illustrating a political message. Now, comedians can do that. I'm not saying they're totally separate from each other, but your goal as like an entity is political commentary.
I don't know how much you want to go to this, but I just totally disagree. Like, comedians have been a vehicle for social critique for as long as they've existed. Richard Pryor, George Carlin, Dave Chappelle, like, none of these things are just jokes. all of them are hitting at stuff that might have a deep underlying meaning, and the comedy can still be used in the exact same ways that a serious, like, you can take an offensive Trump joke and breed hate the same way that you could take an offensive Chris Rock joke or Dave Chappelle joke or George Carlin joke and breed hate. Like, all of these things can serve the same function in society of making people think or act or behave a certain way. They all have the same problems, whether you're an official capital C comedian or a Twitch streamer or YouTuber that does comedy, I think.
I feel like you're preempting by calling yourself a comedian. But Steven Crowder calls himself a comedian.
Okay, wait, let's get away. Let's get away from the word.
Go.
We can get. Let's get away from.
I don't want to get away from the
word.
Because the comedian word.
Because
the comedian word is rotting your mind, and we're about to waste a whole bunch of time talking about the word comedian. What I'm saying?
We can talk about the word comedian for 5 hours if you want to, but it is a piece of armor that you have donned, and I'm saying I want to acknowledge that you're putting on that armor, because I don't think you or me or Chud deserves that armor. I don't think Steven Crowder deserves the comedian armor either. I think a comedian gets a certain leeway to say more outrageous things for the sake of a joke than a political commentator.
Okay, I totally disagree, so I don't even know where we go from there.
Well, another thing I wanted to throw in there too is, wasn't there a court case where Tucker Carlson, I mean, he didn't say he was a comedian, but I think it was something along the lines of nothing he said is supposed to be taken seriously.
I believe, wasn't that Alex Jones? Didn't he try that for his defamation case?
Alex Jones might have tried it, but I'm pretty sure this was something that happened with Tucker Carlson too.
Okay.
I think that is a defense often used by infotainment people, where
yes,
like us, where we're telling you stuff that's happening, and we're telling you what we think about it, and we're making jokes along the way. And I think you don't get your news or political takes from a comedian, but you do get them from Destiny.
Okay, what would you have considered Jon Stewart for the Daily Show?
Infotainment, same.
What is same ballpark? Yeah.
Jon Stewart ain't the same as Louis C.K.
Maybe not. What about Stephen Colbert? From the Colbert Report?
Here's the problem we've got as well. Some people will be comedians and they'll do stage shows and shit, and then they'll go, right, I've now got a gig doing like a news show, and I'll chuck a few gags in there, and that makes it difficult to ascertain as well, because like they are a comedian, but they're then doing a news show. And I guess the issue here, and I think that the Steven Crowder thing is probably the best example, because Steven Crowder calls himself a comedian. What defense, if any, does that give him, and why would that not then
the same defense it would give any of us? I would say 100%.
Well, that's why I don't think we should do it.
Okay. We can argue that point if you want. I mean, I disagree. I think that one problem in your head is you think that when I say that it's comedy, that gives you carte blanche to say or do anything. You can still be responsible within the realm of comedy.
No, I understand. Like, we all do comedy from time to time. I'm just saying we're not comedians that are.
Okay, like, what is the difference between like the responsibility of a comedian versus just a normal like person? I'm just curious. What do you think is the difference? Because I don't see any difference in the responsibility whatsoever.
You're not a normal person. You are a political fucking giant. You're not a normal person. And like, Trump isn't a normal person. Right? Like, people with huge followings and huge amounts of political influence are not normal people. I would say me and Chud aren't even normal people. So, I
don't disagree. I'm trying to find what's the difference in what you think the responsibility should be between like me and a comedian.
So the real question, the difference is that people are looking to you to figure out what they think about politics, and people are not generally looking to Louis C.K. to figure out what they think about politics.
Whether you're trying to figure it out or not, do you not think that people are influenced by the types of jokes or things that these people say?
They are, but that's not. Those are similarities. You're asking me about differences. The difference is a fan of you or a fan of me or a fan of Chud is looking up to us politically.
Okay,
I don't think that's a huge fan base.
Sure, okay. I understand what you're saying. I just don't think that difference matters, but...
Okay.
So I guess the concept then is that because there's some level of this looking up this happening, the concern is rooted in this idea of like going for a friendly meal with Nick Fuentes, even if you're, having a disagreement with him at some point, is a problem, right? That's kind of where we are with this, I guess.
Well, get into it. What do you want to say?
Okay. I have some things to say about it.
The thing that right, this is so. Sorry, I mean, listen. I just want to say because me and Mr. Gold have obviously, we've planned this ambush very, in a lot of detail. I haven't really. We just spoke about it, behind the scenes. I'm sure he doesn't mind me revealing a few non-specific details that flesh it out a bit. But there's been times where I've soyed out a bit when I've seen something you do it, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? This sounds crazy. But then when I watch the content, I'm like, okay, this doesn't seem as bad as I thought. Like some of the ways it's described on Twitter and stuff, obviously you buy into it a little bit, and then lo and behold, you look at it and you're like, no, Destiny's gone on and fucking slammed Nick Fuentes in this, Sneeko conversation, and then it's the same thing where I'll be like, fuck me, you went for dinner with Nick Fuentes, what the hell? And then I watch it and I'm like, okay, this doesn't seem quite as bad as I thought. So I keep having this problem where I have a reaction to it, and there's been times where I've messaged Mr. Go and been like, "Oh, what's going on here? What's all this about? Have you seen this? This is crazy." And then I watch it, and I'm a bit more like, "Okay, well that's fine." And then Mr. Go gets freaked out because I've watched it and I'm not freaking out like I was before. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, but I do understand having like an emotional response or an emotional reaction to the idea of it happening. The problem I have is like, what's the actual harm or what's the actual outcome off the back of, even if you think it's bad, even if you think there's bad things happening, what is actually going to happen at the other end? Like, are we going to have the Fourth Reich? Are we going to have a Holocaust? Like, probably not. So what is the issue,
I disagree with that. I think Holocaust and genocide are the normal state of humanity, and that it requires people who are actually going to prevent them in power to avoid. So the idea that we're never going to commit genocide or some form
of come on, mate. That's fucking
atrocity.
Bullshit. I'm not saying we're never going to commit an atrocity, okay? Holding back the joke still.
Saying?
What I'm saying is, I don't see how we're going to have, it's like people act like Nick Fuentes and Destiny having chicken and waffles is going to lead to the Fourth Reich and a Holocaust. And I just don't see that.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man. That's not...
Well, you just straw man me, so I straw man you. Fuck you. There we go.
I'm not straw manning. I'm saying that's like saying if you litter, you're killing all the whales. Like it's not you're kind of expanding the outcome of a pretty small occurrence.
So you could say, okay, if you litter, that's bad for the town that you're in, and it makes it look like shit. So throw your rubbish away, right? So how would you strap that on to the idea of Destiny having dinner with Nick Fuentes, for example?
I believe that by having dinner with Nick Fuentes, Stephen, you're sanitizing. You're sanitizing him.
Okay. That's probably true to some extent, yeah.
And I see it in your subreddit. I gotta stop reading your subreddit, but I see it in your subreddit. There's a lot of jokes like, I saw Stephen and Nick have waffles, now I'm a Nazi, or like, now I want there to be a Holocaust, blah blah. And like, it seems like the general response of your community is, we're not brainwashable, we're not influenceable, we're too smart for Fuentes to screw with our heads. And then there's another like line that's like, well, Fuentes is just an awkward kid. He's like me. I'm his age. We would play Minecraft together. It's like, this guy tried to overthrow the fucking government. He's not a normal kid like you. He's like a radicalized, political, possible terrorist, or like committing treason. Like, yeah, he might play Minecraft. Like, yeah, sure. Like, it is weird to see somebody who does things like that and then see like their human normal side and be like, oh, they're like a normal person. But that doesn't... That is sanitization at work. I feel like... I don't know. I've turned down every possible appearance with Fuentes. And I think I've said through I've never spoken to him directly, but through our intermediaries, I've said the only way I will talk to Fuentes is in a one-on-one conversation that's like an interview. And the same thing with Lauren Southern. Like, originally I was supposed to play video games with Lauren Southern. We were going to play Call of Duty. Mm-hmm. And I found out about her, like, boat thing. And I was like, well, I don't really want to talk to her about anything except the boat thing. And so I'm not saying I won't talk to her, and I'm not saying I don't think you should talk to Fuentes, but in the Giga Chad thing is the reason I think you shouldn't have dinner with Fuentes, because you and him make the same jokes. Like, when you're joking around with him, you're making fun of progressives. And when conservatives joke around, they also make fun of progressives. The joke, he pretends to be a Nazi, and when you joke around, you pretend to be a Nazi, but he's actually a Nazi. And so, it just feels like because of this dynamic, it makes it, and because Nick Fuentes has said explicitly that he uses humor and irony as a way to get his Holocaust denial or racism, to give cover to it. He's literally said that explicitly. That makes it even more, dangerous.
Okay.
You know where you're getting used by Nick Fuentes?
Well, I mean, we're trying to use each other as much as possible.
That's a weird dynamic, though, right?
Yeah, it is. That's welcome to online politics. Do you want me to go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so there's like two main different strategies when it comes to dealing with people that are severely politically misaligned with you. I'll say that, severely politically misaligned. So one avenue that we kind of experimented with online was ban, censor, disengage, don't platform. And we did that relentlessly for 3 to 4 years. When I look at the communities that were in charge of that, all of them are dead and gone. BreadTube is gone. That subreddit, if I go and check, probably has there's no more engagement there. All of the big BreadTubers, when people were talking about them rising up and taking over, there's 114 active users on BreadTube right now. Every thread is 1 comment, 2, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 32, 0, 1. This subreddit is dead. All of the BreadTubers, the big BreadTubers, are dead. A couple of the big ones that are kind of hanging on, like Vosh, are kind of have either plateaued or are falling off. And then some of the big video essayists, like ContraPoints and Philosophy, have largely kind of moved out of doing the hardcore political stuff. So it feels like that project of deplatform, disengage, don't address those people. One, not only are they all dead and gone, two, I don't think any of those people converted anybody. Maybe they got really radical people from the right and made them really radical people on the left, but I find that most of those communities have only served to re-radicalize people, not de-radicalize people. Most people that I would see in the hardcore BreadTube communities are about as harmful or bad for society as most people that are in the far right communities. They have a huge disengagement with the current political system. They have a huge disavowal with the current establishment, and it ends up causing them to horseshoe together on some positions that I would have never imagined. For instance, disavowing our support of Ukraine in favor of Russia, because on the right, they think that Russian values are something that we should push for, and because on the left, they think that American imperialism is always wrong and there are Nazis in Ukraine. So, for effectiveness of the project, it seems like it failed on two fronts. One, the channels died because they were boring and sucked, and two, they didn't really penetrate any other communities. You didn't see these people, besides really me and Vosh, making headway into arguing with other people or gaining respect or gaining some kind of hold or having some kind of penetration into the other communities on the right. So let's say all of that's true. Let's assume that's true. It is. I've lived it. So let's put. I'm not going to get to finish. No, hold on. I'm going to keep talking until you stop. Wait. Let's let this.
Wait, no, I don't want to. Let Destiny finish.
You can ask a quick question. Hold on. You can ask a quick question if you want, but you just laid out your whole shit. So I'm not going to let you cut me off when I'm trying to lay out my whole shit. So, but you can ask a quick question if you want. Go.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that they are not horseshoeing on ethnic cleansing?
I don't know. I'm not sure about that one now. When I see all of the stuff talking about these huge tweets blowing up about how important it is that black people can maintain bloodline purity, when I see talk about getting rid of colonizers from Western countries, that type of stuff is getting very close to it. A lot of that rhetoric is indistinguishable from, actually, it's more extreme than what Nick Fuentes would say now. So I can't answer that question.
The trouble is, I do think that there are.
Okay, no, wait, hold on, no. I want to finish my thing. Okay, I'm not going to let him lay out his whole world order without me giving my counter.
Yeah, go on.
Okay?
Sure.
So when I look at my engagement with these other communities, I'm trying to contextualize it in the realm of what is happening today politically in the United States and largely in the entire Western world. Okay, so right now, I feel like our biggest problem is everybody is becoming more and more divided over how we see the world, that more people are moving into these very homogenous, ideologically pure groups, and that's kind of the trend that we've been working towards. So if that is the case, my goal
that aligns with what I would want to see happen politically, and with my unique talents is I'm able to go to other communities. I'm able to maintain my ideological purity. I'm not a fucking Nazi. I haven't turned into a conservative. I'm not turning into a white supremacist. And I'm able to penetrate these communities using things like humor, affability, willingness to have conversation or debate, and willingness to debate on hard grounds like fact and logic. I'm able to make headways in these communities like nobody else from my side of the political aisle has ever done before. If you want to criticize that there are times when I'm a bit too kind or I don't push back enough, there's tons of criticisms there. Or there's tons of like valid points. You go like, okay, maybe we shouldn't do this way. Maybe we shouldn't do that way. But like, I think that I'm in a unique position that nobody else on the left is able to be in. And I'm not going to go back to like, oh, deplatform, get rid of blah, 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 blah. Because I see that as an entirely failed model for all of Western politics. And I don't want to go down that road again because I feel like it's already failed.
Well, I don't want you to go down that road either. I don't think Fuentes should be deplatformed.
Okay. Okay.
But you don't have to grow him either.
That, I mean, it's going to be inevitable that anybody that I react with or engage with in some manner is going to experience some growth that they're swallowing me. That just is what it is.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is. But I think that I think because of that, the way that you interact with them is pretty crucial. So I'm not saying, like, if you had a debate with Fuentes, like, if you debate Fuentes on the Holocaust, anti-Semitism, racism, ethno-state, Christian nationalism, whatever, any of those topics, I would have no negative reaction to that at all. I mean, like, I've talked to Richard Spencer. Right?
Sure, I understand. But I think the goal is, what I'm trying to do is take it one step further. I can do the debate, but I don't want to come off as an overly hostile person all the time in these communities. Like, I want to be seen as somebody that can joke with them, that can, more importantly, understand what they're saying. And then 3, engage in a more friendly manner, because you always have a higher chance of kind of like reconfiguring somebody's mind rather than just being overtly combative.
But Nick Fuentes wants to come off to your community as somebody who is not always hostile, who can engage in a friendly manner, who's open-minded and understands the concerns of your viewers.
I understand. Right. And if he's able to do that in a successful way, then I hope my whole viewership turns into Nazis and they go march on the Third Reich. This is what I've spent the better part of the last 10 years working towards. If I can't hold on to my fan base and I lose them all to a convincing Nazi, then fuck me. Then I deserve it. And you know what? Maybe it's a better ideology. Fuck it. If it's that hard to hold people towards liberalism or progressive ideas, then it was always doomed to fail anyway. Like, there are aspects of my engagement with Fuentes that upset people, but I can talk about things with him in a context with him that I could have only dreamed of 2 or 3 years ago. I can preach until I'm blue in the face about the importance of like social welfare and how important it is to take care of the underdog, blah, 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 blah. But in a totally organic setting, I can get a far right Christian nationalist to ask me, hey, why do you think the things you do about like progressive values? And I can get him to ask me that question in a genuine manner, and I'm able to talk about it. Him asking that and giving me the opportunity to talk about that in front of his audience, that's a type of access to their empathy that was unattainable before. I could have never done something like that before, just screaming about how important social welfare is in the middle of a debate.
But at the same time, you're giving him more access to a much larger
community. Sure, I am.
Full of people.
Yep. But I mean, that's the trade-off. There's always going to be, it's like being vulnerable with an audience. The more vulnerable I am, the more access you get to me, and the more you can hate me too. But I mean, that's always going to be the trade-off, is that as you enter these communities more and more, yeah, theoretically they could turn your audience, but I mean, if you think you're fighting for the right stuff or believe the right stuff, like, hopefully you can hold on to that. But go, yeah.
But I don't think the framing of you would lose your audience to him is right. I think that they'll stay with you because you're friends with him. They can be Nazis and be fans of you. You now have Nazi fans.
Probably.
The idea that a white nationalist doesn't like you because they can't tolerate hearing anything slightly different from their ideology. They don't have to leave your community to become Nazis now.
But I want that. I want there to be because if you are following me for long enough...
Do you want your own community to turn into Nazis?
No.
Obviously not.
The
right?
goal, the idea is generally what I would feel is that if a figurehead is sitting at the top of the community, slowly over time, that community is going to look more and more like that figurehead. That's probably always going to be the case with any community. I don't need a community full of progressives to listen to me preach to them every day about systemic racism and, why we should support Biden or why Republicans are quasi-fascist now under Trump. I don't want to preach to them about that. I don't care about that. They already believe that. They can go to Vosh and get those opinions. But if I can get people that are ideologically incredibly different than me and my fan base, which I'm seeing show up all over my subreddit, all over my YouTube comments, in negative ways on my Twitter, and in my emails, these are people that slowly over time can hopefully get a bigger buy-in into the things that I talk about. That's the goal. And I don't see any other way to get those people to watch me other than to show them that I can be in your communities with a level of understanding and humor that makes me an empathetic character.
I guess one thing I do want to ask as well is, do you understand? I appreciate there's a extremist response where people call you a Nazi and shit, sure. But do you maybe understand why some people feel uncomfortable or wary about you going to dinner with someone like Nick Fuentes?
I understand everything. I understand every point of view simultaneously and all at once. Okay. Yes. Right? The feeling is that from their point of view, somebody like Nick Fuentes has slowly kind of fettered out of reality. He's not somebody that anybody talks about anymore. He's kind of an irrelevant figure. And now all of a sudden, not only am I engaging him in hostile debate, I'm presenting him to my community, which is growing at unprecedented rates, and I'm putting him in front of an entirely new audience to reach out to that he might have never had access to before. So people have this fear in their mind that if I engage with him in a friendly manner, that I'm going to turn him into the next Hassan or Vosh because I'm going to siphon off a huge portion of my community to go become Nazis and follow him. And there's no reason for me to do that other than the selfish pursuits of profits or viewership on my channel. I think that's the main problem that people have with me.
Okay. Yeah, because the thing is like I say, sorry, I just want to say this quickly. Like I say, when I watch the conversations, and I admit I've not watched every second of every piece of content, I think, yeah, okay, you've done a good job here, fair enough. But I think that, I understand why people kind of get frustrated. But I think my concerns probably align somewhat with Mr. Girls, but it's more so like your community that can be really fucking annoying sometimes. But it comes back to how responsible are you for that? Because one thing I know is that your community sometimes they'll have this response where it's like, come on guys, what's the problem with debating Nick Fuentes? We've got to debate bad ideas. And then the goalpost just gets shifted slowly to well, come on guys, what's the problem with having dinner with Nick Fuentes? And it's just like... Yeah,
sure, and I say it, and it's a balancing game that I have to play, and I understand there's a responsibility, and sometimes I might not go far enough, sometimes I might go too far. It's a struggle. There's a lot that I'm trying to balance, a lot of plates spinning in the air. Of course, I understand that, but the other side, I think, has wholly failed in what they've attempted to do, spectacularly failed. And when I see how crybaby and disgusting and unempathetic and mindfucked it is, watching people on the left try to engage people they disagree with, people always say oh, well, Destiny, can't you be empathetic towards those other people? Hold on.
There's obviously some noise, so we're just waiting.
Yeah. Sorry, okay, yeah. People will look at me and they'll be like, oh, Destiny, can't you be empathetic towards them? Yeah, I guess, but can you guys be empathetic towards any of the right-wingers that feel like they have no voice on the internet? Any of the people that were like, oh, I think it's okay to be white and got banned off of platforms or saying, and they're like, no, those people are racist and evil. That's different. You should feel bad for us because we're righteous and good and we're people of color and trans. But the other people are fucking evil. They're ontologically evil. They're Nazis. They're racist. It's like, no, well, fuck you. If as far as the left shows empathy to the right, it's non-existent. So for them to beg me for empathy when all of their platforms are failing and they fail to penetrate any of these communities at all is rich to me. I don't enjoy that.
I don't think... Okay. When you say the right, I feel like you're giving cover for Fuentes.
I disagree.
It's not just...
But go ahead.
The idea that fascism, ethnic cleansing, and overthrowing your government, your Republican government, are extensions of the right is... I don't agree with that. I think that's insane.
5 years ago, I would have agreed with you, but I think that Nick has shifted a little bit more to the left in getting rid of the ultra extremist, at least the anti-Semitic rhetoric, and I think that the main Republican Party has shifted significantly to the right. So when we talk about like problematic things that Fuentes says, that's true. But today, 70% of the Republican Party thinks that the election was stolen. So like, I think that the Republican Party is
thinking the election is stolen is different from storming the Capitol.
No, sorry, that is not true. There is a 10-foot bridge from A to B. The Capitol was stormed because they thought the election was stolen.
It's not 10 foot. No, that's insane. It's not 10 feet from believing in a conspiracy to going and risking your life to try to act on believing that conspiracy.
I think they're right connected to each other. It's right there.
Well, then why were there only a couple thousand people there?
I don't know why there were how many people.
If 70% of Republicans think that the election was stolen, why weren't there 10 million people storming the Capitol?
Because I don't know how many of them had the money to fly out for the inauguration or whatever.
That's not why. The problem is there's a difference between vaguely believing in a conspiracy theory and actually believing that you have a fucking direct connection to God telling you to go storm the Capitol and then going and doing it.
I don't have an answer for why more people didn't fly in, but like what I know today,
because they're not fucking insane.
I
Nick
disagree.
Fuentes is insane.
I disagray.
Do you think Nick Fuentes is insane?
I don't even like the word insane. He's very far right. I would agree with that for sure.
Okay.
But I think the average Republican Party, this is what I think. If Trump came out as a fascist leader, I think that over 51% of the Republican Party would support him in the overthrow of the government. I think they would. And that's where we're at right now. Over half of them believe that the election was rigged. How many supported him, like sending the military to build the wall? How many supported him, like unilaterally
supporting
terrorizing?
Him is different from going.
I don't know how many people would go for it. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so like, I just feel like you're doing the thing that people do all the time. You have incels, and then you have mass shooters.
Okay.
And then, like, they might have some beliefs in common, but there's a big fucking difference between I'm an incel and blah, 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 and I'm actually going to go shoot people.
Sure.
There's a difference
and I agree with you.
Walmart is evil.
That's fine, but it's like, it even comes down to a difference.
And showing up at their headquarters.
That's fine. There's a difference between how we even quantify what we would consider harmful. Because I would say that a lot of the bad rhetoric on the left led to, how many, I would say that bad rhetoric on the left led to over $1 to $2 billion of property damage over the BLM riots. But none of that is considered extremist violence. None of that is considered extremist rhetoric. Nobody even knows how many people died during the BLM riots, right? All of that was okay because it was for our cause.
Okay, I consider rioting and burning down businesses and municipal buildings and blowing up cop cars and setting dumpsters on fire. I consider that extremist violence. Now, a lot of that is also opportunist violence. People see other people doing something and they just join in because they're angry or whatever. They want to steal TVs, whatever. There's not every single person doing that violence is an extremist themselves, right?
Okay, sure. That's probably true of the January 6th stuff as well, yeah.
Well, that's true of January 6th, except Nick Fuentes is not one of the people who's just joining in because he wants to see what the inside of the Capitol looks like. He's not one of the people who's just like, oh, I feel like throwing a brick through a window. So
he's a thought leader. He's a thought leader, right? He's
a thought leader. He's an instigator, and he has said he is proud of that role that he played. And again, it's the fucking Capitol building, and they were going in to try to kill Mike Pence, and they're not raiding a fucking Foot Locker.
I don't know what you're trying to convince me of here. I agree. This was all horrible. I think it was uniquely one of the worst moments in American history. But the problem was, it wasn't Nicholas Fuentes and his America First people that were there. It was Nick Fuentes and a bunch of, like, relatively ordinary conservative people that were there, with like 5% being part of the Oath Keepers or whatever. But those were a lot of normal, fat, fucking Republican fucking dudes that were just there to raid the building and do shit.
That's true, but he is a political operator. He's not just a normal person.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay, so he's not a civilian.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. He's an important political figure in his movement, of course, yeah.
Okay, so when I say Nick Fuentes is insane, I'm saying he's not a normal person in the sense that, oh, Trump told me to do this and it's right there, so I'll walk down and the protest is turning into a thing and now we're going to the bed. That's not the role he's playing. That's not how he thinks. So I just feel like, again, you're providing so much cover for him right now.
I hate
saying
this.
saying.
Stop saying I'm providing cover. Like, I can accurately describe his views
Then
better than you
stop doing
can.
it.
I'm not providing cover. He's a far-right figure. I think his ideology is damaging for the United States. I think that his movement is largely composed of anti-Semitic and racist people. Like, if he had his way, he's... Yeah, I don't know what cover am I providing for him. Like, I can accurately describe every view he has.
All those things are also true of Steve. All those he's a Nazi. He tried to overthrow the government.
Okay.
If somebody asked me who's Nick Fuentes,
sure,
I would say he is a Nazi who tried to overthrow the government. He owns a streaming platform. He's been banned from all these places, and he's a friend of a friend, I guess I would say. I wouldn't say those things about Steven Crowder. Everything you just said to describe Fuentes is true of Steven Crowder.
No. I don't know if Crowder's fans are as racist or anti-Semitic in the same type of way that Fuentes' fans are. It's a different flavor of it. For Steven Crowder's fans...
Yeah, Crowder's fans are not Nazis. They're just far right.
Sure, Nazi is a whatever word. I don't even know what the fuck people mean.
I mean, Steven Crowder's fans are like some of the mainstream conservatives.
You don't know what a Nazi is somebody who wants to round people up into camps and kill them or get them out
That's
of the country.
not at all what a Nazi is. There's tons of people that have done that. Mao did that in China. People did that in Japan. We rounded people up in camps in the United States and internment camps in World War II. Like that's not a Nazi. We did that to Native Americans. So no, just by you saying that, you've already proved you don't know what a Nazi is. Okay, so let's dump that term because it doesn't describe anything.
That's a fascist who believes in race and ethnic cleansing. A Nazi specifically wants to cleanse out the Jews and other people of color.
Sure.
Okay.
So Fuentes doesn't at least openly advocate for that anymore. So when you say that, you automatically lose anybody that's part of his movement. That might be like a covert thing that they are pushing for, or maybe if he had his perfect fucking world, but that's not what a thing they talk about.
Let me explain the mechanism by which I lose somebody who's part of his movement. I guess you're arguing that his fans are not also Nazis.
I don't like to use the word Nazi because I don't know what the fuck anybody means when they say that anymore, right?
Oh, well, I just told you what I mean. He wants to cleanse the country of Jews and black people.
I don't know if he wants to cleanse the country of Jews. He wants a white I think that right now their ideal policy positions would be to stop the immigration of black people or brown people, to maintain the racial majority of white people, and to try to do something to get Jews out of disproportionate positions of power. That'd probably be the positions they would put for now.
That's more realistic, but if Fuentes could do whatever he wanted, if he were the dictator, do you think that's what he would do? You think he would stop there?
I don't know. He's given answers before. It's hard to guess. I would imagine he'd probably be more extreme. Probably. Like, it would involve, like, mass killing.
I think... Yeah, okay. So, then let's just call him a fucking Nazi, since you believe that if he came to power, he would commit genocide.
If you want to play that game, then you play that game. Then you do that. That's not how I communicate with people. It is a game.
It's not a game. Okay.
It's a game. It's a language game. I want to choose...
Do you stand by your statement of 10 seconds ago he would commit genocide if he came to power?
If Fuentes was in power, there's a chance. I don't know 100%. But when I'm
describing... What do you think?
I don't know. I don't care. I'm not trying to divine what's inside of his head. I'm trying to deal with the rhetoric that he delivers to his fans and the positions that he states that I can have a tangible disagreement with, and the things that his fans say. That's what I'm interested in. That's what
when you say I'm going to lose his audience, and you're making it sound like his audience would be like, how could Mr. Girl call him a Nazi? He's not a Nazi. He would never do anything like that. We wouldn't want something like that. That's a horrible thing to say. I don't think that's the reaction from his average fan.
Because there are probably a chunk of them that don't think that way. There are probably a chunk of them that think, you know what? There are differences between black people, Asian people, and white people, and I do think Jews are a little fucked. I wish we could just stop all the immigration. At the very least, have white people sit at the top of the hierarchy in the United States. Like, let's maintain that racial majority. Let's keep black people, brown people from immigrating here en masse, and let's do something about the disproportionate power that Jewish people have over, like, media and Hollywood. That would probably be... And if they think that, then when you go into those communities, you want to fight that thought. You have to fight against that. But if you're going to go like, you're a Nazi... They're going to be like, oh, fuck you, I'm not a Nazi. And now you've lost it. It's gone. I felt this way before. When people called me homophobic in 2012 because I called people fags, the reason why I didn't listen to any of those is because they called me homophobic. I'm not homophobic. I know I'm not homophobic. And I instantly shut those people out. It took me like years to learn why you shouldn't use those types of insults. And it's because all the people that could have convinced me otherwise instantly wrote me off as homophobic. I'm like, oh, well, fuck you. I'm not going to listen to anything you say. Because I know I'm not homophobic.
Do you think I'm using Nazi as an insult?
Yes, you are using Nazi as an insult. You're choosing that word because it's the one that has the most moral weight and gravity that you can find. That's why you use it, because it feels good to use. It feels good to call somebody a Nazi. It's like a left version of the N-word. You're Nazi. Fucking Nazi. Like, it's exactly what
Have I ever called anybody a Nazi before that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. But when you're saying he's a Nazi and all his fans are Nazis, he's a fucking probably a race realist, Christian fucking theocratic dude, Christian monarchy, whatever, like Christian nationalist. There's a lot of words
you're kind of lumping Mr. Gerlin with the fucking leftoids. Like,
I'm not trying to lump him in. I'm just saying that
feels like that.
I'm not trying to lump him in. Well, I'm saying that the tactic of picking the word that is like the most like
it's not a tactic. I literally think he's a Nazi. You want me to use a fucking euphemism to not offend him?
It's not a euphemism. Just hit the points accurately.
Am I misgendering him? Is that not his preferred pronoun? I think he's literally a Nazi.
Okay.
Didn't we have this discourse as well?
You just said you think he would commit genocide if he were a dictator against Jewish people. What other word do you want to use to describe somebody who believes that? Far right is sanitizing. This is my problem with you not calling him a Nazi, is that you are sanitizing him by making it sound like, well, some people are against abortion, and then some people are against contraception, and then some people are like think that there should be, evolution shouldn't be taught in school, and then some people want to kill all the Jews. Like it's just the next step in the natural line. Like, no, it's not the same fucking thing at all.
Okay. I would rather engage with the policy positions or with the thoughts that he's stating than to label him as something and start from there.
Then you should evade you should say, I don't want to label him. You shouldn't say he's not a Nazi, because he is.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, if I said that, if I said that, then I was mistaken. What I should have said was, I don't want to call him a Nazi. If you want to call him a Nazi, and I did say that, go for it. That's on you.
You call him a Nazi on Twitter. You said he's basically a Nazi like 2 hours ago.
Sure. Then maybe I do sometimes. It's a back and forth. Then what is even your problem with me?
Well, then why are that? Okay, my goal. Okay.
Hold on. The way that I act on Twitter in terms of like calling like he's basically a Nazi, I'll say that. He's probably basically a Nazi, sure. But when I'm in their community and I'm engaging with them, my goal isn't to soy the fuck out and scream Nazi, 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 Nazi,
I'm
Nazi
not
over
saying
and over. That's not what I'm going.
Soy out. Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is, I would like, if I could control you, I would like to see you call him a Nazi, but that doesn't mean you have to soy out. You have to scream at him. You have to stop talking.
What advantage do I have labeling him a Nazi rather than just engaging with his actual words? What is the advantage that I gain there?
It's not about the advantage to you. It's about not giving cover to Nazism. It's about stopping or challenging this ideology and not providing loopholes where he sees a big loophole in you. He sees this big gap where you're like, I don't want to appear soy. Right? It's the worst thing. The worst thing for you.
This is the thing, the criticism, the age of the Giga-Chad, yes. Yes. The worst thing for you emotionally in your brand is for you to appear soy. And calling somebody a Nazi is too soy for you, unless you're using it to mock another leftist. He sees that as a big fucking gap that he can just fly right through. And there's no resistance from you.
The word Nazi doesn't mean anything anymore, so I can't use that in serious conversation. If we were 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago, maybe. But at this point, me calling him a Nazi would be like me debating a red pillar and using the term toxic masculinity. Or me talking about being a feminist. Even if they might be accurate, and I'll grant you, given Nick's ideal policy positions, maybe once he won't come out, probably would be a Nazi, sure. Or close enough to it that I feel comfortable calling him a Nazi. But that word has been so soyified, has been so drugged through the dirt, that it has lost all meaning, and it instantly signals me as being an outsider loser that has no capability of understanding what they think. So there are certain words that I don't touch anymore because people have destroyed the meaning of those words. Nazi, fascist, toxic masculinity, feminism, pro-trans, ally, whatever. I just don't touch these words anymore because they're fucked.
Okay. I think that this is a problem because SJWs have overused that word, right? And conservatives have overused the word SJW. These are all terms that we don't want to touch because they're lame and they discredit you. But we're in this environment of like algorithmically charged, psychologically manipulative content, this content feeding machine that does advance bad ideas over good ideas. I agree with you in an ideal, like ancient Greece, we're all sitting around a table talking about ideas, then yeah, maybe good ideas win. But that's not where we are. We know that fake news spreads faster than real news because it's more psychologically gratifying and emotionally evocative and then the way it's delivered with the social media algorithms multiplies that by 1 billion. We have these social media companies complaining about Andrew Tate banning him when they made him.
I disagree with both of those concepts. Just so real quick, I used to believe this. I think that good ideas can win, but I think people felt like they don't have to fight for them anymore, and they should be provided self-evidently. So when we look at things as like fake news spreading better than good news or real news or whatever, that misinformation spreads faster than information, I think the reason why is because I think the people that spread misinformation do a fuck ton of work to dress it up in highly lucrative ways. They work so much on their messaging. They work so much on undermining establishment messaging. They work so hard on presenting their ideas in the best way possible. And people that are in charge of disseminating true information basically paste it out, size font 10, Times New Roman, boring as fuck, here it is, and if you don't believe it, we're going to ban you from everything, call you a Nazi, and tell you that you're not allowed to talk to anybody. That's what it feels like to me. So I don't feel like that the algorithms and everything else incentivize fake news or whatever. It feels that way, but it's because those people are playing on the algorithms more than people on the other side are, and I think that needs to change.
Okay. Okay, well, I accept your disagreement there. I still believe what I said, but I mean, even right now, your channel's going through unprecedented growth, right? Mm-hmm. And Fuentes is in all your thumbnails and recent videos, and Google is pushing that. Mm-hmm. These are people who, I assume most of them are getting these videos recommended to them.
Sure.
So Google says, we're going to ban this guy. His rhetoric is so harmful. But if he's on this other guy's channel, we'll blast it out to the entire fucking universe. And like, look all the money we're making. So I'm just trying to paint this kind of broader picture of the tools that we have to argue against genocide as an idea or a plan have been wasted by people like Aiko using them on me and anybody else they find remotely offensive. So now we're not allowed to use those tools of rhetoric to push back, because even the act of pushing back makes you look like a loser. And then the humor thing allows you guys to joke back and forth. Like you're on there saying he's saying you can't have kids with Melina because how are you going to know who the parent is or something? And then you're like, yeah, she belongs to the street, right? And it's like he's making fun of your wife, and then you're making fun of your wife because that's what we do. Like as funny progressive-ish people, we make fun of our own group. But Nick Fuentes doesn't do that. He also makes fun of your group.
Sure, but it depends on the engagement.
Using all these tools.
But it depends on the engagement with the humor, right? Okay, what are your prescriptions? Max, tell me your prescriptions.
Okay. Do not let him or your audience for a second forget who Nick Fuentes is. And the fact that he said explicitly, I'm going to pretend I'm more moderate than I really am, makes it so that you actually need to work harder to remind them of who he is, what he's done, and what he said. And you're not doing that. You're doing the opposite of that.
Okay, how can I do that in a way that doesn't...
He's just a 24-year-old kid.
Tell me how I can do that without looking soy as fuck. Yes.
Well, this is the problem that we're getting at, is that, you're
going to have
fearful of looking soy. Yeah, we're going to have to dip into a bit of soy sometimes. I don't know how else to suggest it. But
okay, then that can be people like your guys' jobs. The people that are making the post on my server is like, just to remind you guys, Nick is a Nazi. Then
I don't want to be soy, though. I don't want to do it.
I don't want to be soy because if I'm soy, I lose all credibility. I can't be soy. That's the whole point of what I'm doing. Is that if I come off as a soy progressive, then
that is why he is targeting you.
Sure, and it's why I'm able to talk to him.
I understand that, but Nick's in Nick Clone's path to actually becoming the dictator leader of the United States.
I don't think so. If anything, he's the best person for me to associate. He has no YouTube. He doesn't have an official Twitter.
We just saw Trump. Trump doesn't have a Twitter, Trump's also banned from all these sites.
Trump is also a billionaire, and was the president of the United States.
This is where I really diverge from you,
Trump
Max, because I just think we talked about this, okay? And I feel like you're giving no, it's not Jesus fucking Christ, right? It's like you know, we spoke about this, and I'm saying to you, I don't know what the outcome is, and then you said it in a way that seemed really extreme, and then I said, I don't know if it's quite that, and now you're
strong man. Let me finish. Let me finish what I was saying.
President is going to wipe people out. This is fucking ridiculous.
That's not what I said. Stop. Okay, that's not what I said.
Go on.
I said the path for Fuentes, or a Fuentes clone, to becoming an actual dictator leader of this country is through people who enable them, who do not stop them, who amplify them, and who are afraid to look soy and tell them no. That's what I said. I'm not saying that Fuentes is going to become a dictator. Don't fucking strawman me.
Okay,
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the last person, the person who's come the closest to becoming a dictator of this country is Trump. And he did it by half ironically memeing his way into the White House with semi-racist, semi-ironic jokes, always plausible deniability, always saying, "Oh, I didn't mean, I was just joking."
Couldn't you argue that in the beginning with Trump, people tried your strategy? Wasn't Trump almost universally chided, universally ignored, universally panned by media?
I didn't say you should ignore him, and I didn't say you should chide him. I said you should, if you want a fucking playbook, look at my talk with Richard Spencer. I was friendly with him. I liked him. We got along. We had a good conversation. We were cordial. We had a ton of ideas exchanged between us. But I did say every few minutes, I think your ideas are abhorrent. I just want to be clear that I'm just hearing you out here. I think you're like a white supremacist, or I think the idea of an ethno-state is terrible. I don't agree with anything you're saying, but I am interested in hearing about like your ideology and what makes you tick.
Didn't you get relentlessly shut on for that content though? People said that was shit, didn't they?
Yeah, but that's fine. I don't think Steven's afraid of getting shit on. I'm saying that I don't think that I don't think
because you platformed him, they criticised you still. They still criticised you for platforming him, but it still wasn't enough.
I'm not giving you a prescription for not getting criticised.
I feel like when I'm talking to Nick, I feel like I bring these things up pretty often. Maybe I'd have to go back and check, and it's not as often as I think. But I feel like I'm constantly referencing, like, you are kind of a white supremacist. Or, you do believe some pretty weird fucking things about Jewish people. Like, I feel like I say this quite often.
Do you remember when Trump said Kim Jong-un was his friend?
Yes.
That was bad.
Yes. Wait, who's Trump and who's Kim Jong-un in this relationship?
Stephen is Trump.
Okay.
And when you become friends with somebody, you sanitize them. So I'm not saying you don't bring up the topics, but you're asking me my prescription. Don't tell me that you don't see the difference between me having a very structured, careful interview conversation with Richard Spencer about his beliefs and contrasting them to mine, and going out for fucking chicken and waffles with him with Shaylin. You don't see I know you see the difference. So if you're asking me my prescription, that is my prescription, is that radioactive fucking shit needs to be handled with radioactive equipment. And I'm not saying that and calling him like freaking out and calling him a Nazi as the insult or berating him that's also not the way to handle it. I agree with you. I don't think leftists know how to do this either, but I think there is a way to, like, when you interview Jeffrey Dahmer, you don't go out for chicken and waffles with him afterward.
The problem is the broadcast of the dinner. That's the issue at hand, right?
I would say even having the dinner or broadcasting the fact of the dinner. But I mean, yeah, it's like people are saying like, like Stephen can be friends with whoever he wants, but it has a different meaning when you're friends with somebody. Because it's when the channel is friends with him. You said that you will call him a Nazi in some circumstances and not in other circumstances. I believe that this provides cover for him because you are saying he's sort of a Nazi, he's sort of not a Nazi. It's kind of a joke that I call him a Nazi. It's kind of not a joke, but I'll also non-jokingly say he's a Nazi. And it is through this blurriness and confusion of how you... And then you're saying, I don't even know what a Nazi is, but then you're saying he is a Nazi on Twitter. You do know what a Nazi is. A Nazi is a fascistic person who wants to commit genocide against Jews and others. That's a Nazi, and you're willing to say that he is a Nazi, and then so again you have your impressionable audience who believes they're not impressionable, which makes them more impressionable, and you giving them mixed messages and confusing, blurry definitions, and that's exactly what Fuentes wants. He wants people to know he's a Nazi because he is a Nazi, but he also wants plausible deniability. He wants it to seem like a joke, but also to have the people who want it to not be a joke feel comfortable knowing that it's not really a joke. That's exactly what he wants, and you're providing him the exact political and environment and platform that he needs to spread that message to as many people as possible.
Okay, I agree with you that joking about the Nazi thing and everything provides cover for him. That is absolutely true. The problem is I'm not the one providing that cover. The left did it by destroying the word Nazi. That the destruction of these terms to accurately describe people's political ideologies has actually rendered them useless, such that when a normal American hears somebody on the left call somebody a fascist or a Nazi, that word means nothing. Just like how if you call somebody a rapist, that word means nothing. Just like how if you call somebody a racist or a transphobic person, these words mean nothing. Because these words have been watered down and destroyed so much, the people that actually have these beliefs are now given perfect cover because it's impossible to use those words to describe what they are. And when you do, you're instantly cast aside as all of the other insane progressives who utter these same words. It reminds me of when Abba and Gideon were on earlier talking about how like racism is really frustrating to combat now because like everybody will just call somebody racist or it doesn't mean anything, or the way people are racist is so subtle and insidious, it's hard to call it out directly. And I think part of that is because we've watered down those words so much that they no longer mean anything. Number one, so when I joke about there being like Nazi stuff, or I joke about it, that's in a way, it's sort of my way of saying like, I get it, and I understand your frustration sometimes with being labeled a Nazi. Not speaking to Nick, but maybe people underneath him. That like, yeah, I can joke about this, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist, etc., etc., etc. There's a little bit of a joke there because the words themselves have become almost meaningless. But my goal when I have those conversations with him is to pierce the veil and not attack him for being a Nazi or not attack him for being a fascist, but attack him for having bad takes related to race realism or immigration or foreign policy. Because these are the things that I want to hit on that are actually bad. Because rather than just calling him a word that could mean anything, because that cover is always going to be there, not because of me, but because of what's happened societally, I would rather go after the specific positions themselves and hammer on that, because on there I can stand on rock solid ground, and none of those positions have been poisoned or tainted by progressives because they're not having those conversations.
Okay. I would like to respond.
Okay, go. I'm just writing it down as you go. Just responding to what you said.
Calling people Nazis who are not Nazis is Holocaust denial. But so is not calling people Nazis who are Nazis. They're both Holocaust denial. And one, we're saying everybody's Nazi, blah, blah. We're just kind of murking the waters and making it meaningless, like you said. And the other, we're basically saying Nazism isn't real. It doesn't exist. It can't come back, or it hasn't lingered. And I'm very against both of these things. This person wants to kill me. Nick Fuentes wants to kill me and my family. He wants to kill your friends. He wants to kill my friends. He wants to kill Chud's friends. He wants to kill people. And I think we need the word Nazi, and I agree with you that the left has watered down the word and inadvertently provided cover for Nazis, for real Nazis. Absolutely. They shouldn't have done that. And I think that social media platforms are amplifying Nick Fuentes right now. YouTube is amplifying him through you. I don't think they should be doing that. I think that they shouldn't amplify Andrew Tate. Same thing. Shouldn't amplify him and then say that the solution to us algorithmically supercharging bad ideas is that we just have to then ban the person. That doesn't make any sense. They're not taking any responsibility. The left is not taking any responsibility for this. The right, conservatives, you're not going to see Steven Crowder calling out Nick Fuentes, I don't think. Maybe he has, but I don't see a broad calling out of this kind of bad behavior from conservatives or like, fucking treason, right? Nobody is taking responsibility, and I hear what you're saying is you're saying, well, the left did it. It's not me. I'm just like little old Steven, you know? And like, I understand that position, and if I could have an audience with the CEO of YouTube, I would be saying this shit to her instead of you. But I think, even though it's not, it shouldn't fall just to you. But I think it does.
Okay, I agree that it's nice to have words to describe what people are, but unfortunately, in our wonderful post-truth society, all of those words have been lost. I don't think any of these words mean anything anymore. To say what I said earlier, like if somebody tells me that like, oh, that guy's a rapist, it literally means nothing to me. I don't know what that means anymore. I think
it means something when you call somebody a Nazi. My problem, again, and I don't feel like you're really addressing this, is that you do use the word Nazi sometimes. So if you just never use the word, that would be fine. The problem is that when you use it sometimes, and then you use it jokingly, and then you also say he's not a Nazi, you provide a blurry cover of confusion
we're retreading
for him to operate in, which is the exact thing that he needs and wants.
Yeah, we're retreading on this, and I'll reiterate my point one more time, and then you can go back again if you want, I guess. I think the cover is already there because these words have been destroyed. So now I'm just playing with them the same way that everybody else has. These words mean nothing anymore.
So if you never used the word, how would that provide cover for him?
Because it already is. Because everybody else on the list, all three of us in here have been called Nazis multiple times.
How would you be providing cover for Nick Fuentes if you said, I have a policy against using that word. I never use it in any context because it's been destroyed, but I also don't want to contribute to providing cover for you by calling you a destroyed word. I just don't like the label.
Sure, you could say that if you want.
Okay,
I don't care why
it's not true that the situation is forcing you to provide cover for him by using multiple different definitions of Nazi and saying he is a Nazi, saying he isn't a Nazi, and saying it jokingly. No one's making you do that.
No one's making me do that, but the word is already destroyed. Me using it isn't destroying the word. It already is. It doesn't mean anything.
It is. No, the word has been destroyed by people using it irresponsibly. And now you're one of the people doing it.
It's destroyed. It can't be undestroyed. It's never going to be brought back.
If it's destroyed, then why use it at all?
Because it's good for humor. It's funny. And sometimes it conveys something. It's a good moral hammer to show I don't like this person. That's what Nazi means. And in that sense, it works. When I say the word is destroyed, I don't mean... Yeah. When I say Nazi is destroyed, I don't mean it has no purpose at all. Obviously, it works. You're a Nazi. Oh, I don't like you. That's what it means. That's what it conveys.
But that's not how you use it. You're against people using it that way. You think that people using it that way is shitty and irresponsible, right?
Yeah, but no, at this point, it doesn't matter. At this point, it's annoying. I'll say when people do it.
It does matter. It matters to me because he wants to kill me, Stephen.
I don't care that he wants to kill you. That's not relevant to the conversation.
He wants to kill my family. And he wants to kill my friends. That's why it matters.
That's cool. That doesn't matter. Using the word or not using the word doesn't mean anything.
It's not cool.
Then go complain to the people that ruined the word. That now it can't be used effectively at all.
You are ruining the word right now.
The word is, if I never said it again, the amount of harm would never change about the word.
How come when you are held, you're taken to task on this issue, you are saying it's the leftist's fault? I'm talking to you about your use of the word. And you're saying you can't pin this on me because of how language works. What about different contexts being used in different things? And then you're saying you can't pin it on me. I didn't do it first. I'm not saying you ruined the word. I agree with you. I agree with you about almost everything you're saying. The only thing I don't agree with you about is that you have some accountability and you should take responsibility for the part you
I take responsibility for also like contributing. Yeah. Okay.
Fuentes.
I take responsibility for the 0.0001% of ruining the word as well. Then okay, I'll throw my lot in with that. Rather than me having to omit like 30 words from my vocabulary because they can't be used anymore. Sure, I'll take responsibility for helping to water down all of these words.
Do you see the Giga Chad thing that Chud is talking about in action right here? You're just rolling your eyes at me.
Hold on. Okay. What's the next topic? We're too ideologically opposed on this, and we're never going to come to an agreement. The reality is these words are destroyed. We are. These words are destroyed. They're never coming back. Agree. They've largely lost their impact in public discourse. The only thing they can exist for at this point is fucking humor and random insults. And insofar as they exist in that vernacular, I'll use them as random humor insults. If you're getting upset because you think I'm contributing to destruction, they're already destroyed. They're gone. They're never coming back.
This went on for a long time. Not just the rest of that 2.5-hour stream, but for a few more streams throughout the week. I will include a few choice excerpts that stuck with me, but if you demand that Destiny take a position when he doesn't want to, and he usually doesn't, the conversation will go in circles until somebody leaves. The problem in this case was that his lack of a position and the cover that gave to Fuentes was the topic of the argument. Chud brought on another orbiter, Rem the bath boy, who in turn suggested he bring Nick Fuentes onto the stream. Both Chud and I refused. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Chud said, I feel enslaved to content all of my fucking life, okay? And this was an opportunity to have a conversation that wasn't just about content, and yeah, there was a bit more to it perhaps. And now again, I feel the pull to the content. I hate to admit that, I feel sorry for admitting that. I can't genuinely express how I feel sometimes. I directly asked him how he was feeling about the conversation, and about Destiny and Fuentes' relationship.
Is Nick going to come on, Chuck?
No, we're not going to bring Nick on, no.
Well, I mean, Max doesn't have to stay, but isn't it better for the content if Nick were here?
Yes.
It's better for
Of course it is. If Nick came on, that would be the best. Nick and Mr. Girl on a panel would be the best content going. But like, yeah, I think I feel
said he's not willing to.
I feel.
Why would you not want to do that? You have this opportunity to push back on one of the biggest fear mongers.
Shut up for a fucking second, mate. Okay. I feel enslaved to content all of my fucking life, okay? And, like, this was an opportunity to have a conversation that wasn't just about content, and yeah, there was a bit more to it, perhaps. And now, again, I feel the pull to the content. It's annoying. It's fucking, and I know chat's going to be soying out, going, oh, no, we want the content. And that's fine. You can have content fucking every other day of the week. But, I'm sick of it.
Yeah, that's the whole reason we're having the conversation in the first place, because if you prioritize content and looking cool and looking smart and looking funny over...
And I hate to admit that. I feel sorry for admitting that. I can't genuinely express how I feel sometimes, it feels, right? And it fucking sucks.
You are at risk of appearing cool by doing any of this, but...
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? See, look, I feel like you're mocking me when I'm trying to genuinely express something. Like, doesn't that fucking suck?
Yeah, that's why I told you to fucking kick him from the call, because that's what he's going to do. He's going to make it so we can't have a serious conversation about anything that means anything. And it turns it into a joke. I think you are turning the conversation into it. We're turning the conversation into a joke. And my whole problem with the way Steven's interacting with Fuentes is that he's turning it into a joke, and Fuentes wants to be turned into a joke. That's the plan. How do you feel about this conversation about Fuentes and Steven?
Well, I think the problem I've got is as you know, I've come to you with some concerns, but then when I actually watch the content, I'm like, okay, so this is nowhere near maybe how it's been presented to me, and the way that Destiny's handled it has actually been pretty reasonable and pretty responsible. Now, I do share still the concerns about the chicken and waffles thing, sure. But I guess the problem I have there is, even if I thought that was really bad, say, what's the outcome of that? What's the downside, or what's the issue that's going to come about as a result of it? And I just don't know if there's a strong enough answer to oppose it on the basis that it's got some bad outcome, It
just sounds like you're rationalizing keeping your feelings to yourself by saying, if I can't prove that Fuentes is going to become the next Hitler, then I shouldn't say how it makes me feel to see him having chicken and waffles.
I don't mind talking about how it makes me feel. But again,
you do mind it. I feel like you're not talking about it.
Okay. The reason it's difficult sometimes is because, like, it happened earlier when I expressed a feeling about it, and people want you to justify those feelings. Like, there's this tendency where you have to justify how you feel about something all the time, and you need to have a rational, reasonable thing behind why you think the way you think. And I think that's fine for certain positions. But sometimes just talking about how you feel is fine. But that seems to be dismissed a lot of the time, and it's like, no, you need to have a grounded reason for this. You need to lay it out, etc., etc.
Well, I don't think either of us feel that way. You can have a feeling without, feelings by definition aren't like rationalized things. They're things that just happen in you in response to external things, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's okay to have a feeling about something without being able to rationally justify it. If you rationally justified all of it, it wouldn't be a feeling. It would just be like a cognitive thought process. It'd be something fundamentally different, right?
Yeah, I'm sure you agree with me. Like, I'm sure that's, I'm sure definitely Mr. Girl does, but obviously it's, like, again, this audience-led thing where you're kind of pushed to,
So what is are you just nervous because of the audience right now, then? Is that all you're thinking about?
Well, it's not, I was memeing a bit there, okay? I'm not, like, nervous, right? It's just, It feels.
Hey, it sounds like you're doing you are nervous, and you're being nervous by joking about being nervous. You're doing the Giga Chad thing.
No, I'm not. No, it's not Giga Chad to joke about being nervous.
Are you? It feels like you're doing the Giga Chad thing. Does the audience make you nervous?
No, not at all. It's not.
Okay,
it's
well
not
then wait.
an
Then
audience
why
thing.
can't you just tell us how you feel?
It's not just the audience in and of itself. I think that there's a lot of scrutiny that you receive, right? And that's probably the issue. But then that's part of being a content creator.
The scrutiny is not coming from you or Max. The scrutiny is coming from the audience.
Yeah, of course. And, but the thing is like I don't know. Sure, I guess then, it's coming from the audience.
Chud explained that after he'd expressed his concerns, his audience had pressured him to justify his feelings. Destiny said that neither he nor I would demand a justification and that he should speak his mind. I thought this was in stark contradiction to the past 2 hours of conversation where he'd made it clear he would call anyone a screeching leftist if they complained about his engagement with Fuentes. Destiny asked Chud, "Why can't you just tell us how you feel?" After quite a bit of awkward stalling, Chud explained again that some of Destiny's community members had jumped down his throat when he said he was uncomfortable with Destiny's friendship with Fuentes on stream. Increasingly cornered by Destiny's explicit encouragement to express his feelings and the implicit threat of a community dogpile, Chud said, "Okay, I guess my position is, what's the point in talking about the feelings of it? Because it doesn't make any difference to anything. What matters to me and what I'm thinking about is, what are the outcomes of this? What are the probable issues? And I just don't see any. I don't know if I was encouraging Chud to confront Destiny for his own sake, or if I was projecting my growing rage at Destiny for his treatment of me and his monstrous selfishness, probably the second one. But I wouldn't let it go. I braced him. And because honest emotional expression had already been framed as the last defense against Nazism on YouTube, he had no escape. Or, so I thought.
You have an emotional reaction to seeing Steven and Fuentes, and you are interrogating your emotional reaction with logic, trying to see if you can find a way to make it not make sense, so you don't have to share it. Which is the thing, yes, I do hate when people do it to me. I hate it when I do it to myself, and I hate watching you do it to yourself.
Okay, what happened what happened earlier that was annoying is I was on my stream, and I said it made me feel uncomfortable, and there were obviously, people from, presumably Destiny's community, because we've got some crossover, that were immediately down my throat, getting me to justify it, right? I find that frustrating. I find that annoying. I'm like, fuck off. If I want to feel away about something, I'll feel away about something. If I'm talking more broadly, and I'm like, right, what's the actual outcomes of this? That can't be rooted in feelings. I have to look and think and go.
But the conversation can be rooted in how you feel about it. I think that's what Steven and I are both saying. We can just talk about how we feel about it without jumping to trying to predict the future. You can't.
And also,
you can't predict the
real
future.
quick, this is where I would point to another language game that's kind of being played. When you say that you feel uncomfortable about something, what do people think you're saying?
They
think you're saying this needs to stop.
They think you're saying you disapprove.
Exactly.
Right.
Like if a girlfriend, me and Melina have had this exact same autistic fight before, where I was about to do something with another girl, and Melina is like, we're DMing, she's like, I don't know, that makes me feel kind of uncomfortable. And I read it and I was like, oh, well, okay, we'll talk about it tomorrow. And then I went and did it, and the next day she was like, I didn't want you to do that. I was like, what do you mean you didn't want me to do that? And she's like, I told you it made me feel uncomfortable. I was like, yeah, sure, I understand. It made you feel uncomfortable. She's like, that meant you weren't supposed to. I was like, oh, well, fuck me. I didn't know that's what that meant. So yeah, I mean, like, it's going to be the same thing in an online community. When you say, like, this makes me feel uncomfortable, for some people, that's not exactly what you're saying, right? Like, they're hearing that, like, what you're really saying is like, oh, he wants this to stop. He's saying this is bad, right?
Sure, and the thing
real quick, when you're saying sure, I'm not like blaming or attacking. I'm just saying that that's how people are probably hearing it. That's why people are pushing back on it. Yeah.
But the thing is like me saying I feel uncomfortable about it. It's like I'm not saying it shouldn't happen, because whether it should happen or not is determinant on what are the outcomes, what are the possible harms or the probable harms, right? And that's at that point. There's nothing I've got.
The response you're getting is because you're not being vulnerable. You're hiding behind a statement of feeling that sounds prescriptive. So now people are saying, "Oh, back it up." But if you just said, when I saw Steven eating chicken and waffles with Fuentes, it made me cry, or it made me feel furious, it made me feel scared, I feel terrified. They're not going to say, well, prove it. They're
going to call me mentally ill and delusional, aren't they? At that point.
Yes, they are. If you want to change this thing that you fucking came up with, the idea of the age of the Giga Chad, if you want to change it, you and me and Steven and anybody else who wants to push back against this idea that we can't talk about our feelings and that we can only talk about, our jokes and ideas, or we're going to get called mentally ill. Yes.
Sure. And, but my point is that doesn't make it better in that respect, right? And the thing is, I don't even feel that way about it. It was just a feeling of discomfort. And that then led me eventually to watching it and going, okay, well, some of my concerns are alleviated. And this happened with the fucking Sneeko Fuentes panel too. I watched it and I was like, okay.
Well, so what is your statement here? Is that you felt uncomfortable, then you watched it. It felt uncomfortable about something you didn't watch, but then you watched it and now it's fine.
Well, it's not that it's fine necessarily. It's just that I can't see.
But you're not saying anything. You're not saying how you feel, which is fine. You don't have to say how you feel. You're sitting on the fence, like you said.
What? Okay, I'm not sitting on the fence. Are you fucking retarded or something? I'm not sitting on the fence. Okay, I'm saying I felt. Okay, I'm saying I felt a certain way about something. Okay, and there wasn't any
feel.
Because, well, I mean, probably there's still some feeling of it there, but
you're not you're not talking about that.
Okay, but beyond that, but that's the thing is I guess my position is, what's the point in talking about the feelings of it? Because it doesn't make any difference to anything. What matters to me and what I'm thinking about is what are the outcomes of this? What are the probable issues? And I just don't see any.
Yeah, and I disagree. I think emotional appeals are a very important part of political discussion.
Can I let me ground this out in a little bit of a less emotional way, Chud? If you see something and logically it's working and it makes sense, but emotionally you're having a response to it over and over and over again, it's probably worth investigating why the emotional response exists. There's probably something there that's worth digging into, rather than trying to logic away an emotional response to something.
Sure. I think the framing it as an emotional response is still overstating the case. Like, I wasn't there crying and seething.
Hold on, emotional doesn't mean crying and seething. It could just mean it made you.
But that's what it sounds like, right?
Well, wait, hold on. Okay, that's really great. Hold on, I'm glad you said that. Okay. Do you see how we're speaking two different languages right now? Even though we're using the same words, you're hearing something different, right? When I say emotional, I'm trying to prove my argument that Max thought he won earlier. Okay, I'm just kidding. But when you're saying emotional, when I'm saying emotional, do you understand what I mean when I say emotional? I don't mean crying and whining.
You mean it in the purest sense? Yeah,
I just mean like you're having a response to something, right? Yeah, I get emotional when I lose games of League of Legends. I'm not crying. Well, off stream I am.
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not crying. But you get emotional, right? Sure, that's fair. It's fair. But that doesn't. I'm not saying you're a bitch or you're getting you're like a crybaby or whatever. Or you're
no, of course, sure. Okay. To be honest, I think I need to speak to Dr. K.
Good one.
I'm at that stage.
You're just making a joke. You're doing the same. You're doing the thing that the stream is about.
Yes, exactly. I'm doing it to prove a point.
Are you though, or are you just hiding?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever had a serious conversation on stream before?
Hey, what's that?
Have you ever had a serious conversation on stream before?
Yeah, of course I have.
Really?
What
was it about?
Yeah, sure. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Where you had to reveal something personal that you felt strongly about. That wasn't just anger or humor.
Do you know what? Probably a long time ago. Maybe I need to do that. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's my therapy. Max, you've really pissed me off, to be honest. You've really annoyed me. And I don't understand.
How so?
I feel like you've drilled into my brain and stuck your fingers in there, and I'm like, why are you doing that, bro? Like, chill out.
By pointing out that you're not talking about your feelings?
Well, the thing is like, I feel like I have expressed my feelings to some level, but it just feels... Anyway, listen, we're just going to loop. Let's not do this, okay?
Okay, this happens to me with friends sometimes. Sometimes, your friend will be like... it happens to me with Shaylin, but okay, your friend will be like, something will happen, something bad will happen, right? Like, let's say your friend loses their job, and they're like, it's a really important job, big career move they're about to make, and instead they got fired, and they say something to you like, they're like, but it's okay because, I have my health. And then some part of you is like, yeah, that's true. Sure, you have your health, but it's not really like okay. Like, you're clearly pretty broken up about this, but you're not going to say that, right? like, depending on the friendship. Some people do want you to comment on, like, when they're lying about their feelings or in denial, and then some people want you to just kind of give them space. But then some friends will say, it's okay that I have my health, right? It's okay that I lost my job, right? Like, I'm fine, right? I'm not upset about this, right? And then at that point, I'm like, okay, well, now you're asking me. You're asking me not just to witness your denial, but to actually actively participate in suppressing your emotions with you. And so at that point, I have to be like, well, no, I don't agree with that. If you want to know what I think of what you're feeling, I can tell you. But if you don't, then but you're asking me. And I feel like you're kind of doing that. At first, you were just like, well, I feel comfortable about this. And then, but you keep saying, like, does that make sense?
I say that all the time. That's just something I say, okay? That's just a verbal...
Well, you should stop saying it if you don't want people to answer it. Because if you say something to me like, I was uncomfortable... Like, the reason I'm not going to talk about my feelings is I've constructed a narrative in which I don't have any. Does that make sense, Max? Like, I'm going to be like, no, that doesn't make any sense. That's the exact thing that you're complaining about with the whole stream. So no, I'm not going to say yes to that. If you didn't ask me that, though, if you're just like, my narrative of myself is that I don't have any feelings about Steven platforming Fuentes, then, well, I guess then I would do the Steven. I would say, okay.
Looking back, I see that I ignored the glaring presence of the audience and the threat of provoking Destiny. When you're a Destiny orbiter, almost all of your audience is really his audience, and if you say the wrong thing, he will snap his fingers and they will leave instantly and try to hurt you on the way out. Maybe if I hadn't pressed him that final time, if I'd just let him vent to me about it during our next Halo session, we'd still be friends today.
Like, I don't think there's a feeling...
Well, let's close our eyes. Turn on a stream.
Oh my god. No, this is... Okay.
We see Fuentes right there laughing along with Destiny. They're talking about how good the chicken is. What thought is... What are you feeling?
Okay, no, wait. I know what it is.
Yeah, what
do you know what? I figured this out. I figured it all out, okay? I know what the problem is, right?
Yeah. What is the problem?
Okay, that actually helped me. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that I feel like I've got to have a feeling that aligns with Mr. Girl and some of the other people that have criticised this. But you know what? I don't actually feel that way about it at all. I actually feel like this looked like a kind of fun stream, and I think that this could probably actually do some good in terms of, like, you know... I don't agree, I think, with this idea, or I don't feel that, like, we have to be as concerned as we have been about some of this stuff. And I think that because I've come to you, Max, and I've said, you know, oh, I feel worried about this, but then upon looking at it, I'm like, okay, actually, this seems fine, and actually some of this seems kind of okay and fun and probably a good thing.
So you really did 180?
Yeah.
Genuinely 180.
I did 180, I guess, yeah. I'm going to become a groyper. Okay, I'm joking again, so no, but...
Okay, so now you're not uncomfortable. Now you are okay with Steven doing whatever streams with Fuentes. You think that Steven has it under control. Good outcomes.
Well, wait, hang on. No, you're fucking misrepresenting me again. Like, fuck you for doing this. I'm not saying anything is okay, right? I'm not saying anything goes.
Oh, you're saying it's... Okay, is eating chicken and waffles okay?
That particular presentation of that...
I actually believed him. It's funny, Destiny says now that I have narcissistic personality disorder. It's the only way he can explain why I'd turned down all that money and power by coming forward as his abuse victim. In my early public statements about my investigation, I said I thought it would take me about a month to write this piece. Sometimes in the middle of the night when I'm writing, it's 5:13 a.m. at the moment, and my hands and wrists are burning and my herniated disc is aching, I ask myself, what would I have done if I'd known? That it would take not 4 weeks, but 4 months. That I would lose over half of my income. That I would be doxxed by a crazed Destiny fan who would match interior photos of my house to rental listings in my city. That I'd get death threats, and that Chud would allow his editor to publicly say he hopes Shaylin gets murdered. That someone would reply to one of my father's tweets with a picture of me naked. That Destiny would publicly state that he doesn't care about any harassment I receive from his community, and then mock Shaylin and me for being afraid to sleep at night. It took me 2 months to decide that Chud was lying, and stabbing me in the back because I'm very, very naive. That first debate was uploaded to Destiny's YouTube channel with the title, Destiny Defends Himself in Heated 3v1 Debate, Wins Over Debate Opponent. After the stream, someone made a post on Destiny's subreddit titled, Goddamn Steven has contradicted himself so many times in his debate with Max and Chud. This is painful. In the debate just now, when Chud and Max, mostly Max, debated him on the stabilization of Nick, it seems like Steven is just trying to defend himself without being able to be critical of himself at all. This is most prevalent with how contradictory he is in this debate. In the span of like 10 minutes, he says things like, I never said Nick isn't a Nazi, and well, if you separate every view he is close enough to be called a Nazi, and also says, well, I don't believe someone can hide his true feelings for half a decade without changing his beliefs. Within the context of him not saying explicitly Nazi shit for a few years, so he isn't a Nazi anymore. This has been going on all debate. It's almost gaslighting. This is exactly what Max is talking about, being all blurry with what you say about Nick's beliefs. Max is 100% correct with his assessment here. Literally every statement said by Max is correct while Stephen is being so Weasley. Edit. After reading one of the comments here, I would like to add that a huge problem is that basically the only time Stephen says Nick is a Nazi is as a joke towards Nick. Stephen admits this in this conversation. This is outwardly implying to people that Stephen doesn't actually think that Nick is a Nazi, which is the problem with sanitization that Max is talking about. The top comment was a joke, but the second to top said this. I hate to say it, but I actually think the main reason why Stephen is acting this way isn't because it's a good way to engage with Nick's audience or whatever, but because it is fun for him, and because there won't be true negative impact if more people like Nick arrive through Stephen's actions. Max is right when he said, Nick wants to kill me and my family. Stephen doesn't feel as impacted because even in an authoritarian Christian country, via Nick's ideology, Stephen will be A-OK. He cares in an intellectual context, but nothing further. People like Max and me care, because if Nazis will come back, we will be sent to gas chambers like our grandparents' families. Destiny removed the post. On August 28, 2022, I messaged Destiny, horrified. This is my half of our conversation. Destiny deleted all of his DMs to me when he found out I was coming forward about him. Stephen, you or your mods removed the thread giving you the most pushback about our argument with 700 upvotes. How does that fit with good ideas win? Or you saying that you are willing to hear feedback about this? Why was it removed? LOL. Jesus Christ, man. That is not really an explanation, and further adds to my point that you are resistant to pushback about this, and in the process you are providing more cover for Fuentes by altering the narrative conversation in your community. That is an ad-hom, but it's like 1% of the post, and deleting it and the entire conversation because it pissed you off clearly has the effect of making it seem like your community is friendlier to Fuentes and your arguments than they are. Okay, so people can push back against your ideas, but if they whine, then you remove it. I think the more people disagree with you, the more likely they are to be upset and say something annoying in the process. It is disturbing to me to hear you say, if he steals my audience, I hope they go march in the Fourth Reich, implying that there will be a fair battle in the marketplace of ideas. And then you remove the gigantic thread of pushback because it annoyed you. Shit, man. I'm even afraid to give you too much pushback because I don't really know how you'll take it. There is a contradiction there. The marketplace of ideas, equal to the marketplace of ideas, as long as there isn't an ad-hom. I am trying to act in good faith. There is obviously no actual rule since you just reinstated the post and acknowledged that it is, in fact, based on your mood. And you can claim that your emotional response was to the ad-hom, and not the 700 upvotes attacking your argument. But who knows? You deleted the main thread disagreeing with you and said it's because you felt like it. Me pushing back on that is not me arguing for infinite free speech. How can you possibly defend this as maintaining a fair marketplace of ideas? Your subreddit is used by your community to check the temperature on certain topics. It is expected that if people violate terms of service or say things you find abhorrent, that you might delete it. Saying Stephen is being so Weasley as part of a broad critique of your half of an argument is clearly not something your viewers would expect you to delete. And by doing so, you are actually paving the way for Fuentes to gain unchecked popularity because you find pushback annoying, and if you get annoyed, you delete the pushback. He invited me to discuss it on stream. I thought he was finally taking some accountability. Now I think he found a way to exploit my pain for money. I joined the stream and confronted him, reading aloud the subreddit post he'd deleted.
The way that I generally run my community is I'm pretty open to criticism and feedback for most things. But when people make it weirdly personal, I generally always delete those threads. If somebody has something good to say or something critical to say, generally okay with that. But when a thread is called like, God damn, Destiny is being so contradictory and he's being Weasley, usually for those I just delete it. There's plenty of people in my sub that push back and give lots of criticism. They do it, they don't get banned, it's fine. But more often than not, it's usually people typing shit like, I just think that he's being Weasley and he's not even trying to engage a good fan. It's like, there's no like good criticism here. This is trash. And I usually just wipe those threads or ban the people.
After me reading that back to you, do you think there is no good criticism in that thread?
There might be, but he could have read it a lot better.
Okay. Do you concede, or here, I think this, you let me know what you think. The more horrifying people find you or your conduct or your ideas, the more emotionally they're going to react to it.
Possibly, but I don't have to tolerate that emotional reaction.
You do if you want pushback, because while you and I may be able to keep the rhetorical cool and talk to somebody who wants to kill us or thinks that we are crazy or wants to kill us, whatever, or do whatever horrible thing, we can keep our cool and say, okay, I'm going to engage with your ideas. I'm not going to freak out. Most people, when they get really upset by something that they see happening, especially if they have like a parasocial relationship with you, or if they're a fan of yours, or they're invested in your work, they're going to get upset at the same time. And while I'm not saying that you should, tolerate people threatening you or harassing you, or even maybe being extremely insulting, I tolerate that in my community, but you don't have to. I certainly think that saying you are being weaselly in a conversation, while that does have negative connotations, it is also a descriptor of your behavior in the debate. And I just think deleting the whole thing and justifying it as saying that that's an ad hom and that if you tolerate that, you'd have to tolerate any amount of abuse from your community just shows that you are emotionally compromised on this. Like, you're not up for hearing real pushback that would actually really matter and change the narrative here. And by deleting it, you are tipping the scales.
I disagree. God damn, Stephen has contradicted himself. This is painful. It seems like he's trying to defend himself without being critical at all. It's almost gaslighting. He literally did the Britney argument. Fucking hell. This isn't good criticism. This is like emotional bait.
If he thinks you're gaslighting me, what does he want?
If he thinks I'm gaslighting me, then I don't ever want him in my community posting. If you're going to use the term gaslighting to describe a fucking internet debate while being that emotional a post, then go post somewhere else. I don't want you posting my subreddit. That's exactly why I banned those types of people.
There's a new rule in your subreddit that no one is allowed to tell you that you're gaslighting.
It's not a new rule in my subreddit. When people make posts,
it's an old rule.
Yeah, if you make a post, that's why there's a comment like 200 upvotes where the guy's like, 07. When you, if you're making a post and you're like, Destiny is a bad faith gaslighter where he's weaseling all, it's like, bro, you're not engaging critically with any material at all. And the only thing like posts like that invite are other people to be like, yeah, Destiny's a fucking asshole, piece of shit, bro. And it's like, bro, there's no engagement here. There's not a good engagement with anything that's actually being said.
Okay, in a span of 10 minutes, he says things like, I never said Nick isn't a Nazi, and, well, he is close enough to be called a Nazi, and I believe someone can hide his true feelings or I don't believe someone can hide his true feelings for half a decade without changing his beliefs. And then they describe that series of statements all being made in 10 minutes as gaslighting.
Yeah, but they remove the context from every single statement.
Well, that's fine. Like, you can push back against it.
No, that's not fine. If that's his engagement with ideas, I just don't want something like this ever posted in my community. It's just a dumb fuck. And then on the sandwich of this,
500 upvotes of people who don't.
I don't care. There's a lot of dumb fucks in my subreddit. I don't care. If somebody wants to make like a good reason post, I don't know if somebody did or not, but there are like plenty of people that make good reason posts. Like, I think Destiny's super wrong here. I disagree with this or that, and they make them and they're fine. But like for something that is like this emotionally charged, that's just like stupid. Like the OP is just a dumb fucking post. Like at best, it's a surface level engagement, and then at worst, comments like, he literally did the Britney argument here. Fucking hell. Like, the fuck? Like, what this doesn't even, like...
I think Nick is doing to you what you're doing to me right now.
What is that? Hey, what's up, Jadian? What is he doing?
What's up, Dustin?
Hey, Jadian.
What's up, bro? What's your name?
Mr. Girl, or Max.
What's up, Max? How you doing, bro?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
What you're doing to me is you are creating confusion around the definition of words or what we're even talking about. Everything is spiraling off into different sides, and at the end of the conversation, nobody knows what you really think about Fuentes or Nazism or what a Nazi is, and like you've created a bunch of tangentially related micro arguments that you can win. You set up and you win them really quickly. And so, like, if you look at the scoreboard, I'm losing by a lot because you've won like 900 arguments. But there's only one or two that I'm trying to have with you. One is, do we need the word Nazi? And two is, do you have the power to define that word for your audience? And I don't think you've really answered either of those questions. So you won 900 arguments, but the two that we're having, you've evaded. And I think Nick is doing the same thing to you. He becomes, by shadows. That's the whole point. Because he's not, like, welcome in the daylight. I wish he were. I wish that YouTube would let a Nazi come on and say, I'm a Nazi and I want to kill all the Jews. And then we would know. We wouldn't have to just say, well, based on everything you've said, I have this big chart of every data point of everything you've ever said, and I've determined that statistically speaking, it's an impossibility that you're not a Nazi. You have to be a Nazi, given what you've said.
So here's why I disagree. You say that I'm creating confusion around the definition of words and what we're talking about. I disagree. I wish I could go back to the conversation. it might have been a lot of people here. I think it was like Fuentes, Abba, Gideon, I think Don, Sneeko, and a couple other people were in that room. And I think at some point, people were literally asking, like, oh my God, like, aren't you a Nazi or whatever? And Nick is very easily able to weasel around that word, because who the fuck even knows what Nazi means? And he did it pretty effectively. And I think it wasn't until I stepped in and I started asking specific questions, like, do you think white people and black people having children is degenerate? Once specific questions like that start coming out, it's a lot harder for him to get away from that than for me going, aren't you a Nazi who believes in racial hierarchical structures? Well, you know, I mean, is there a racial hierarchy? I don't know if I'd say that. Like, white people are different than black people who are different than Asian people, and they should blah, 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 blah. Like, using this word Nazi.
But that's what you're
I gotta, hold on, wait. Remember, anytime
that's what
you,
you're
wait.
doing now.
No. Anytime you ramble, I'm going to ramble. So I just wrote down everything you said, so I'm responding to everything you said, okay? I'm not the one creating the confusion. I think I'm the one that's looking for clarity by having real conversations about the real ideas and the real policy positions, not hanging on to a word and trying to bring it in and like make everything fit, like, is he a Nazi? Or I don't care about that. I don't want somebody to dislike somebody because they're a Nazi. I don't care how they feel about somebody.
Disliking him,
Let me finish. Okay, if somebody doesn't like somebody, or if somebody doesn't like their policies or thinks they're evil, I want it to be because they know specifically where that person stands on certain moral or political issues, right? That guy's a Nazi. Okay, I don't know anything about that. That guy's opposed to misogyny. He doesn't think that interracial marriages should happen, and he thinks gay people should be killed. Okay, those are strong positions that I don't think I would like that person. I prefer the latter to the former, because in this media environment, when somebody says Nazi, that word means fucking nothing. Okay, when you say this, hold on, I've got it. If you want to go granular, we can go, but when you ramble a lot, I'm going to ramble.
This isn't granular. You're just fucking,
we're not granular.
You're gaslighting me. You're gaslighting me.
You can look at my stream. I literally wrote down everything you said, and I'm responding point by point.
You have a list of things to not respond to.
No, I'm writing down everything you're saying. If you want to talk a lot, I have to. Okay, so you said nobody really knows what you think. Everybody knows exactly what I think. They might not know, I guess, like my precise definition of the word Nazi, but they know where I stand on all the moral issues. They know where I stand on the policy issues. And when I argue with somebody, they know where they stand on the moral issues and policy issues. And that's more important than whether or not we all agree on what the word Nazi or fascist means and if we've applied the label correctly. Because who the fuck cares? And then when you say you're creating...
I care. Obviously, I care.
You say when you're creating confusion around the definition of words and what we're talking about, wrong. Bringing in those words, I think, is what creates the confusion. I think that I'm providing clarity by focusing on the actual subject matter and not focusing on trying to use the words. When you say nobody really knows what you think, or I'm just creating micro arguments, everybody knows what I think. They might just not know how I apply a really broad word like fascist or communist or whatever, but they know very precisely or specifically where I stand on a given issue that we're talking about. When you say, do we need the word Nazi? I wish we had words like that were highly descriptive, but all of them have been destroyed. And I've said it a million times. Nazi, pedophile, racist, rapist, transphobic. I don't know what any of these words.
Absolutely need these words.
But they're gone now. They're already gone. We've lost them.
They're not gone. When you use them frequently.
When you said, do you have the power to define that word to your audience? I kind of do, but when I use them, I have to define them every time, and it's frustrating.
Yes,
but I do that. I'll say like, man, this guy's like transphobic. And when I say transphobic, I mean he like actually wants to get rid of like HRT. I've got to define it every time, which shows that the words are destroyed. And then when you say he becomes shadows, he's not welcome in the daylight, the way that he remains a shadow is by trying to use the word Nazi instead of bringing him out and exposing his particular positions. Okay, if you want to go point by point, we can, but I'm writing down as you speak, and if you speak a lot, I will respond a lot. Okay, go ahead.
But I think you're literally gaslighting me. These are not the points I'm making. You're not responding to the points I'm making. You're setting up straw man after straw man.
I'm writing down your exact words.
No, you're responding to things like, oh, I don't think we should not like somebody because of a label. I didn't fucking say that. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Obviously, then you also said, I think I think it's more important to engage with his positions than it is to call him a Nazi. I didn't say it wasn't. I'm not saying one is more important than the other, and they're not mutually exclusive. Another fucking false dichotomy that you smuggled in your response as though that's what I said. I didn't say any of the shit you're responding to. My message is very clear, and I'm going to have to end up repeating myself over and over until you either make it clear you're just not going to respond.
Just give me the specific. Okay, hold on. Give me the specific question. I will write it down word for word, and I will respond to it. Give me the specific question. What is your specific point that you think I'm evading or avoiding?
Two things. One is that I think we need the word Nazi, and given that you use it and protest about the way it is used, I think you also think we need to use the word. The only time I'm hearing you're telling story after story of yourself using the word, arguing against other people using the word, and arguing over the definition of the word. So it seems like usually you're in agreement with me about the fact that this word should be used explicitly to describe people who fit your and my definition of Nazi, which I believe is pretty similar. So, except when it comes to Nick Fuentes, you say, who cares? I don't care about that word. I don't care about calling people a Nazi. Well, then why can't I call Bush a Nazi? If you don't care about who's a Nazi and who isn't, then why can't I call Bush? Then when I ask you, is Nick Fuentes a Nazi? You say 500 words in response. It's a yes, no, or I don't know, or I don't know yet. But you have interrogated him about his policy positions for weeks or months or years. You have your own definition of Nazi, so why can't you make a determination? Like, isn't it kind of weird that you don't know if he's a Nazi at this point?
I already gave you an answer to that, but when you ask me, is he a Nazi? That's a very simple sentence. Do you understand that there's a lot of... Okay, well, the actual answer, definitionally, to your question is a resounding no. Okay. If you want to play hardcore, he's not a National Socialist. So the answer is no.
No. By your definition... No,
hold on.
Wait. When you say the actual definition, are you now smuggling in a new definition that you can hide behind instead of yours?
Well, no. If you want to be... If you want to be...
Your definition of Nazi is Nick Fuentes a Nazi.
Hold on, stop. If you want to be ultra fucking 100% we get out with the dictionary, does he belong to the National Socialist Party of Germany? No. Do you want to ask me if he's a neo-Nazi or if he belongs to a neo-Nazi party? What I'm trying to make you understand is that you feel like your questions are simple and demand simple answers, but they're not.
Yes.
The words are everything in these statements is incredibly complicated and loaded.
There's two sides of this question. One is, what do you think Nick Fuentes believes? And the other is, what do you think is a Nazi? And I'm asking you if the two things line up. That's it. And it's a mystery what Nick Fuentes truly believes, because he won't say what he truly believes.
I don't care.
He's dodgy and evasive.
It doesn't matter if he says what he truly believes. I can fight him on what he says. And those are the things that we'll fight about. You can't live...
You are changing the frame of what I'm asking you. There are two sides to this question.
I don't care about the second side. That's the point. I don't care about what a Nazi is. That's fine if you don't care about it,
but let me finish. There's two sides to the question. What is Nick Fuentes? What is Nazi? And should we put an equal sign between them? When I ask you about the Nick Fuentes side, you say, who cares what he is? So you evade that question. You say, I don't know. Even after hours of talking with him or weeks of talking with him, I don't know. I don't know what his true stance is, and it doesn't matter. I don't want to know. I'm saying, what is he going to do if he gets power? And so to assess that, I said, do you think he would commit genocide if he were the dictator? And you said, yeah,
maybe I think there's a chance.
You said, I think there's a much greater chance of him doing that than the average person.
Probably, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so again,
but these are inductions that I don't gain anything by engaging in this level of induction.
I'm not talking about what you gain from it. This is a moral imperative that I'm saying you have.
It's not a moral imperative. We're talking about language here.
Obviously, my claim is that you have a moral imperative to answer these questions and to know the answers to these questions for yourself and to make them clear publicly. And you have a moral imperative to take pushback from your audience when you are risking transferring wealth and power to a literal Nazi. When you are taking that risk, I believe you have a moral imperative to get over your fucking feelings being hurt by somebody calling you weaselly in an argument and not delete a towering criticism of you from your community with 500 fucking upvotes. I think you have a moral imperative to not do that. So I'm not saying you're going to gain anything from following my advice. In fact, I can almost guarantee you that your personal gain will be best served by you befriending Nazis and platforming them. It makes, as long as you don't get banned, it makes you sexy, it makes you dangerous, it gives you access to a whole group of people who secretly have Nazi beliefs and are going to feel warm and want to, join your community for that. It will broaden your horizons in a way that cozying up to the left never could.
If you ask any person
you
on the street,
are lost in the debate bro sauce, my friend.
You
If you
hold
go up
on.
to somebody
No,
on the
this
street
is
and you
from
say,
my
name,
real
no, okay,
world. This is
you
from
say-
this is before I ever got into online. This is when I
if
was
you
a
walk up
kid.
to somebody on the street and you say, give me who, when I say the word Nazi and you have to name one person, who is that person?
Hitler.
The answer is Adolf Hitler. And that is a great comparison because he believes the same thing that Nick believes. And in fact, Nick said on a Twitter space 1 month ago that your community is like a group of autists that have decided to embrace being gay instead of embracing Hitler.
Is that supposed to have like a big emotional impact on me, or?
No, it's supposed to have a big emotional impact on your audience that it doesn't have an emotional impact on you. It's supposed to show you, Gideon, and ABBA's audience, anybody who's watching, that you guys are not equipped to deal with this. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. He is a sophisticated political operator who's convinced you that he is just a sweet, little, innocent incel, blah, 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 and you think your $100,000 in your bank account and you being able to walk around and say, oh, if I ask 10 people on the street, like you know everything, and you know the political climate of this country, and you say, oh, he's not like he's going to go to Hitler. You don't know anything about Hitler's rise to power. You don't know where Hitler was 2 years or 3 years or 4 years before he became dictator of the country. He was sitting in a jail cell, embarrassed and alone, with no party to speak of, after committing an act just like the January 6th insurrection. But you guys don't know that. You are so in over your fucking heads that when I tell you Stephen has let this man who wants to kill you and kill your family into your living rooms, your response is to say, oh, well then why did you call him a Nazi? I object to that. You don't fucking care. You don't care.
Yo, Mr. Girl, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, if everything you're saying is true and like he's gonna be like the next Hitler, like, you know, maybe just platforming's not the only option. Sounds like you want to go to like war, like. I don't want to go to. I don't want to go to war. No, absolutely. Bro. I don't want to go to war. I want you to be informed. But like you're saying that you could be the next Hitler. Bro, he's not my
a lot of people could be the next Hitler, but he is the only person I know of.
Bro, you're gonna have to go get a strap and go go have a 1v1 with Nick in Nuketown.
I think as a Jew, that is your responsibility to save your people.
Why is that, Abba?
I mean, considering the history,
Abba.
I'm just saying, considering the history. I'm just saying.
Abba, you can play the race card if you want, but there's a lot more of your people in this country than there are of mine. I'm here to save you.
Can we turn the temperature down?
I'm in Portugal.
Can we turn the temperature of this conversation way the fuck down? Okay.
You're in Portugal. So is it? No. I don't want to turn the temperature down, Abba. If you think that a Nazi growing in power in this country is a Jew problem and not a black problem, you are out of your fucking mind. This country is 0.5% Jewish and 14% black.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, you feel really pressed about it. I don't feel as extreme about it as you do.
That's because you're naive.
Abba went on to tell me that he can't stand me or how I speak, and that if I believe in my message, the morally good thing to do would be to grow my platform. When I asked why he was criticizing my rhetoric instead of Destiny's platforming of Fuentes, he said that he'd spoken to him about it in private. I called him spineless for using the same ironic humor I've been talking about to avoid sharing his true feelings about Destiny and Fuentes.
Mr. Go, I think you'd be far more effective getting your point across if you didn't cut people off every 5 seconds, because it just makes you instantly dislikable. Me personally, I can't stand you. I think you're one of the worst content people that you bring on this fucking stream. Every time people try to talk, even if I disagree with the other person, I start to hate you way more because you don't know when to shut the fuck up. No one's ever told you. Sometimes you just need to shut the fuck up. And this is just a piece. You don't even have to care because you just said, I don't care about growing and getting bigger. Well, you know what? I think that's irresponsible on your part, because if you actually cared more about growing, you could exert way more influence. But you're so caught up in your stupid ego that you need to cut everybody off and pretend like, oh, I'm so born out of my fucking virtues that I would not sacrifice them to grow. You should grow your brand so you can help and influence more people. But you're so busy interrupting people and being dislikable in reasons that aren't productive to the conversation that you neuter your own reach for no reason. And so
I think you don't have to think about why you're lecturing me about my rhetoric when you're not lecturing Stephen about platforming a Nazi.
Me and Steven have spoken about this offline, and I've spoken with Gideon about it.
If you've spoken to him about it offline, maybe you should speak about it online instead of online, making a bunch of stupid, spineless jokes, using the same kind of meta, fucking fake, half irony, half joking shit that Steven has made popular, and I guess made popular with you, and so now it's paved the door that even black creators are going to say, well, I would rather platform a Nazi than be soy.
Cool, all right.
Later, after Abia left, Gideon asked me to rap for him. I rapped the opening lines of one of my songs, thinking maybe we could at least bond over that. Destiny was doubled over laughing at me. One of my fans reprimanded me like a disappointed mother afterwards. They're bullying you, they said. Destiny brought on 2 bullies to fuck with you because he didn't have an answer to anything you were saying. Don't rap for them. Being bullied is indeed embarrassing, and admitting it's happening is embarrassing. But I was being bullied by Destiny, and had been for 8 months.
I mean, if you don't mind, can we hear he spit a bar?
Oh man, you're putting him on the spot, dude.
I mean, there's like 7.4K in here, so like, fuck. That's
Well, he's got songs, okay? These released on YouTube, okay? You could ask for a Spotify or SoundCloud.
Well, he's a rapper. I mean, I can even spit some bars. Mr. Girl, Mr. Girl, Mr. Girl.
I'm trying to think of the right bar.
Okay.
Okay, hang on. Let me change my my gain. I'll spit everybody's favorite bar.
Wait, hold up.
Okay.
This nigga Love Heat is still on my fucking dick. I remember this name from last time. God damn, Love Heat. Bro, it's a new day, bro. Hop on another dick. Fuck.
Okay, everybody's favorite line that I've ever spit. You're playing Minecraft in a cave looking for miners. That's funny. I'm in the same cave looking... Oh, shit. Diamond. Fuck, I fucked it up. Wait, let me start over. Gideon, shit, hang on, wait. You're playing Minecraft in a cave looking for diamonds. That's funny. I'm in the same cave looking for miners. Because my sexual attraction to miners is major. Can't even play hopscotch without popping a rager. Always been a pervert, so I accept the insults. When I was a kid, I fucking molested adults.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold up. Nah, what the? Okay. Mr. Girl.
That's my first live rap performance ever.
But what is the name of that song? What is the name of that song?
I can fantasize about whatever I want.
What the fuck are you fantasizing about?
Whatever he wants.
I told you.
I couldn't let it go, or I couldn't let Destiny go, but I could see that unless I could change his mind, I was going to have to distance myself from him, and soon. The next day, August 29, Destiny streamed his dismayed reaction to the state of his subreddit. While Destiny's fans will criticize his most vicious comments, it's unusual for the subreddit to side against him in a debate, especially a debate about how he handles his platform.
Let me start off by saying I like Mr. Girl. We're friends. I appreciate pushback, even though apparently I don't like criticism or whatever. So yesterday in the conversation with him, I'm pretty sure he talked for 80% of the time, number one. Also, he accused me multiple times of being bad faith and dishonest and cowardly, even though I'll bring him on as many times as he wants to have the conversation. Okay? And then he also accused me like 10 times of gaslighting. What the fuck? And I'm like, I'm trying so hard to write down, like, bro, I'm writing down everything you're saying. And I'm asking, is it okay if I say that? And then I'm letting him talk for like 5 to 10 minutes, not 10 minutes, but I'm trying to fight, or I'm letting him talk for like 5 minutes. And then I try to talk for like 20 seconds and then I get cut off. And then he calls me cowardly for not answering the question. It's like, bro, I can't even speak. And then people are coming to my subreddit and when Destiny doesn't know how to respond, he just obfuscates. I don't have time to talk. I don't have time to say anything. I can't even speak. Max is really pushing Destiny up against the wall on whether or not Destiny regards Nick to be a Nazi or not. And then all of a sudden, the world becomes so complicated.
Sounds exactly like something a gaslighting coward would say.
Suddenly, out comes a philosophy of language conversation. Suddenly, the legitimate disagreement has faded away, and Max is to understand the complexity. Are you serious? It actually reminded me of how Vosh often goes to say that words don't mean anything, language is complicated route of when not knowing what to say. Dude, I tried so many times yesterday to bro, I'm writing down exactly what you're saying. I'm trying to respond to exactly, and I can't talk at all, and I'm getting interrupted so many times. It's unbelievable. Holy shit. It just shows how strong and consistent Max was being. What got me was when Destiny was being adamant about not labeling Nick a Nazi. Then when Max brings up that he called him a Nazi on Twitter, it's like an immediate goalpost shifting. I like Destiny a lot. I respect him a lot. But him not being able to concede when he's clearly in the wrong is brutal to watch. I used to think it was one of his strengths. And I can't even ban these people now because Mr. Girl will throw a fit over it. Dude, I'm not being able to ban. I'm trying so hard. Yeah, I don't know.
This is one of the first times that Destiny described my fans as an alien presence. I'm still a relatively small creator, but prior to meeting Destiny, I was microscopic. At that time, just 8 months after my first stream with him, almost all of my fans were still his fans. There was, and still isn't, absolutely no way for my fanbase to elevate a criticism of Destiny with hundreds of upvotes. My arguments about Fuentes were undeniably resonating with his community. The post he'd removed and then reinstated the previous day, with over 700 upvotes, was written by a Destiny fan. He's written 40 posts about random topics in our Destiny since January 2022, his most recent being 4 hours ago, and has never posted in my subreddit. The post accusing Destiny of obfuscation was written by a user who has made 71 comments since December 2021, most of which paint Destiny in a neutral or positive light, and has never commented or posted in my subreddit. Destiny was not really describing an invasion of my fans into his subreddit, but rather initiating an expulsion. When Destiny doesn't know how to respond, he just obfuscates. This has been bothering me for a little while now, and it surfaced again during the conversation with Mr. Girl and right afterwards. Max is really pushing Destiny up against the wall regarding whether Destiny regards Nick to be Nazi or not. And then all of a sudden the world becomes so complicated. Suddenly, out comes a philosophy of language conversation where if only Max could understand that language is in the eyes of the beholder, all would be solved. Suddenly, the legitimate disagreement has faded away, and Max just doesn't understand the complexity of the world. With this type of thinking, how do all the strong political statements that Destiny has previously made square up at all? The reality is, it doesn't matter that the word Nazi is a very complicated word at all, because Max is asking Destiny to tell him what Destiny thinks of the word in relation to Nick Fuentes in this context. I understand that Destiny doesn't want to call Nick either a Nazi or not a Nazi, because either way makes him look bad, either to himself and some of his audience or future journalists digging into his old content. He should just explain this or say no comment or something, but he didn't know what to say or think, so he soothed himself by hyper-focusing on how complicated the word Nazi is. It's not just this example. It's very often that Destiny will get on the back foot and then just continually obfuscate about how complicated the world is to make himself feel better. It's a weak debate tactic that I regard to be intellectually lacking. Love the content. This post was removed by mods, and then the user deleted it from their history. Say what you want about Mr. Girl's positions, but it's kind of frustrating to see him try to engage in earnest on an issue he, personally, views as possibly existential while ABA and Gideon just meme on him when he makes a point that should merit a concession. Hey, you're a Jew. Aren't you kinda obligated to go to war with him? Who's a common example of a Nazi? Definitely any YouTube commentator, haha. Kinda whack. This post defending Destiny was also removed, likely because it violated TIAS. I'm disappointed in this community. Mr. Girl does not know how to argue in good faith. This post is referring to the Destiny v Mr. Girl conversation before Gideon and Abad joined. I'm writing this post due to these posts on this sub. 400 upvoted post accusing Destiny of obfuscating during Mr. Girl's questioning. 350 upvoted post praising Mr. Girl for arguing something he cares about. 250 upvoted post mainly focusing on comments like this, praising Mr. Girl for being able to challenge and stake out points against Destiny. The post was titled, Mr. Girl is the best thing to happen to the stream this year, and was just one sentence. This is an unironic post, and I am not even a Mr. Girl simp. You'd think with all of these posts and comments in the posts that Mr. Girl did very good in the conversation, asking good thought-provoking questions whilst Destiny squirms in bad faith. Let me remind you what happened in that conversation. Here's a link to the full convo, so you can watch it for yourself if you think I'm misrepresenting points. What Mr. Girl did in that conversation: interrupts Stephen all the time, doesn't let Stephen interrupt him, uses zero charitability when engaging with Stephen, literally accuses him of gaslighting instead of thinking, maybe he didn't understand my point. Literally being a debate. Bro rants for 5 minutes. When Stephen tries to respond, interrupts him, and performatively screams, "You don't have an answer, do you?" Doesn't believe what Stephen says. How do you have a conversation when you think your opponent is lying? accusing Destiny of being too scared to respond when he literally won't let him speak. What Destiny does in that conversation: writes down all of Mr. Girl's points, and so he can respond to them. Lets him talk for 5 minutes to get all of his points out. When he misunderstands what Mr. Girl says, he asks for clarifying questions instead of crucifying him like Mr. Girl did. Tries to steelman Mr. Girl's arguments instead of attacking the least charitable interpretation like Mr. did. Takes the rhetorical L by letting Mr. Girl rant and rant and rant and rant. Warning: emotional rant below. The fact that there are 0 posts praising Destiny for his patience and attempt to engage with Mr. Girl, arguing like an emotional teenager, is one thing. But the fact that there are posts praising Mr. Girl for his bad faith actions is insane. Half of you fuckers should be banned. I would hate to foster a community that has 0 critical engagement with my stream discussions. I came back onto his stream to argue again. This was not normal for me. I almost never invited myself on, as I found it presumptuous and uncomfortable, and I also didn't like being a side character on someone else's show. But I was afraid Fuentes would do something terrible one day, and I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I didn't try to reach Destiny or his audience on this issue. I was finally able to press Destiny into defining Nazi. He gave 3 criteria. 1, a high level of conspiratorial anti-Semitism, not just actual observations about Jewish people. 2, the desire for state-sponsored violence against ethnic minorities or other undesirables. 3 Nazis want to build some form of fascist state. Does Fuentes meet these criteria?
I'm asking you specifically to have a definition of Nazi, tell us what it is, and then have a definition of Fuentes, and tell us if you think he meets that definition. Or, if you don't have a definition, just say you don't have a definition. Say, I don't know what a Nazi is and I don't want to use that word, and then stop using it.
Okay,
or
let's say
I have a definition, but I don't know what Nick Fuentes is. But my problem is you won't answer this clearly and consistently and concisely.
Okay, so you just want me to give you my definition of Nazi.
Yes.
And then say, okay. So I think that my definition of Nazi generally employs, number 1, a high level of conspiratorial anti-Semitism, not just actual observations about Jewish people. So, claiming that there are some type of like insidious plots can be a big part of that anti-Semitic thing, especially plots against your native race, right? So that's a big form of anti-Semitism. So number 1, that's a pretty important qualifier. Number 2 is usually some sort of outward violence, or at the very least state-sponsored violence against ethnic minorities or other undesirables. So for instance, having like a state-sponsored plan to export or kill certain people of certain ethnic groups or certain people of like LGBT persuasions or other types of quote-unquote undesirables, right?
Okay, can I ask a clarifying question?
Go ahead.
Does wanting state-sponsored violence count, or you're saying you have to actually act in state-sponsored violence?
No, it would be the desire for it would make you. Okay. Right. And then thirdly is generally Nazis want to build some form of fascist state. So meaning they don't care about fucking democracy. They don't give a fuck about fucking Congress or any shit like that. Like they want a single party, populist ruler, authoritarian, possibly totalitarian, vertical control of society. That's usually what I think of when I'm thinking of like neo-Nazi or Nazi. Those are the things that I'm thinking of. Insofar as that goes, Fuentes' outward positions are not there on, I don't think, on any of those 3 topics. Maybe a little bit on the third one, but on the first 2, that is not his outward positions. So if you were to ask me, is America First a neo-Nazi movement or a Nazi movement? Probably not. I don't think so. Now, are there neo-Nazis in that movement? Almost certainly so. It's a large movement and it's very far right. And I think a lot of the rhetoric can be kind of amenable to those people. And if you ask me, is Nick Fuentes secretly a neo-Nazi? He could be. But that would be my stated positions on those 3 things. On Fuentes, on America First as a movement, the people in America First, and inside Nick's mind. So where would you go then from there?
I want to ask you just bullet point by bullet point.
Go.
You don't believe that Fuentes engages in conspiratorial anti-Semitism?
I haven't heard it as part of his stuff recently, but I could be shown clips that would convince me otherwise. Let me give a quick example of the 2 of these things. So if he says something like, I think that Jewish people all tend to vote or push politics in a certain way where they're kind of like, they want to always support Israel and they're kind of like fucking always looking out for themselves and shit, and it fucks the rest of us over a little bit. I don't think that rises to the level of Jewish conspiracy. But if he says something akin to like what Lauren Southern used to say with The Great Replacement, where he's like, I think there's a plan where these people are intentionally trying to eradicate white people, then that rises to a level of like Jewish conspiracy.
I'm just saying based on what...
Destiny gave a more straightforward no to the second criteria, wishing for state-sponsored violence against undesirables, and said yes to the third, conceding that Fuentes is probably a fascist. I'd finally gotten what I'd come for. Destiny had taken a position, but it came with a price.
Okay, what is your one-word question?
I guess the choices I would give you are, the question is, does Nick Fuentes engage in anti-Semitic conspiracies? Or traffic in them?
Yeah, I'd say no, but it would be based on what I've seen so far. My mind could be changed to that. Somebody can send me a clip in it, but as of what I've seen so far, no.
Okay. And then what was the second criteria for being a Nazi? It wasn't fascism, it wasn't dictatorship. It was.
It's usually calling for like violent pogroms or pogroms and shit like that, and like trying to put people in camps of like undesirables and ethnic people. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that Nick Fuentes wants to do that?
I haven't seen it. I haven't heard or seen that, and it seems like he speaks to the contrary of that a lot.
Will you give a one-word answer?
The answer would be no. I don't think he engages in that. No.
Okay, so no conspiracy, no anti-Semitic conspiracy, no desire for violence against minorities.
Yes. No, as in yes, as in no. Yeah.
Right. Got it. Okay. And the third one is fascism.
Fascism, I'm not as sure, because he says weird shit about how he wants like a Christian monarchy. I don't know what the fuck he means by that, if he's actually sincere on that. I know that his group, he tries to get people to engage with the political system. So, like, he went up and supported Lori Loomer and shit. He might be illiberal. He might be anti-democratic, though. I don't know if he would, like, lean full into fascism. It seems like he could or would, but I don't hear him talk about forms of government much. It feels like he's mostly concerned with getting his people to engage in the current political system. But he could easily be a fascist, or that's what like his end goal would be. I'm just not sure. I don't talk to him about like what his ideal style of government is. And when it comes up, he says Christian monarchy. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Okay, so what's your one-word answer, if you want to give one?
I would say on that one, probably maybe or yes.
Okay. Will you pick one or no?
Is he a fascist?
Yeah.
I think he would be. I'll say yes on that one. I'll give you that one.
After I left the call, Destiny addressed his audience.
Listen, guys, all of us are going to go to sleep tonight, but not all of us are going to wake up in the morning. I think we might be a few hundred members lighter tomorrow on the subreddit. I'm just giving you a warning right now if you haven't deleted your post yet or changed it. If you criticize me, that's fine, but if you're writing some autistic shit like Destiny's bad faith, Weasley, blah blah blah, I'm permabanning you and I'm not unbanning you. Miss Girl's not unintelligible tonight, just giving you a heads up. There is so much unbelievably retarded shit, I would rather just never have you in my community. If that hurts you or bothers you, that's fine. But if you're the kind of person who needs to be able to use like a, you have to be able to call someone a Nazi or fascist, blah blah blah, I really just don't even want you here. There's plenty of other political people you can watch, or you can watch me from a banned thing and don't interact, or you can slowly go off to other communities, that's fine. I super don't want you as part of my community or part of my whatever the fuck I'm doing. I'm just letting you know, just being honest. Love you guys, it's been fun. Going to bed.
That night, a Destiny fan of at least 1 year, and not a fan of mine, wrote what is now the 15th most upvoted post in the past year. Destiny is incorrect. Nick Fuentes does outwardly meet his definition for Nazi. Destiny's personal definition of Nazi, he explained on stream, had 3 core elements. 1. High level of conspiratorial anti-Semitism, i.e. insidious plots against your native race. 2. Institution, or a desire to institute some sort of outward violence or state-sponsored violence against ethnic minorities or other undesirables, i.e. plans to export or kill undesirables. 3. Desire to build some form of fascist state. Destiny said that so far as this definition is concerned, that Nick Fuentes' positions are not there on any of these 3 elements. He's triple wrong. 1. High level of conspiratorial anti-Semitism. A pretty clear picture is painted that Fuentes openly insists that Jewish people are consolidating power through nefarious, dishonest means in various institutions with the intent to do harm to white people. This is false and conspiratorial. Math, unlike the Jewish media, does not lie. A bastardized Jewish subversion of the American creed. The founders never intended for America to be a refugee camp for non-white people. And we all know that racial identity of the nation is always more salient than the political or ideological identity. Might be an important question to ask. Which side do you think resonates with the Jews who came in when my ancestors did? Does their experience resonate more with the dominant group, the white man, or the aggrieved and oppressed Negro? Might be kind of relevant, considering the disproportionate manner in which they contribute to political campaigns and control media in Hollywood, don't you think? Hey, who founded the NAACP anyway? The maths doesn't seem to add up. I don't think it would result in 6 million, probably 200 to 300,000 cookies. The Red Cookie Association said something like that. Why is it then that we are forced to accept probably the most transformative policies in the history of our country, perhaps the most transformative policies that are possible, which is the systematic replacement of the people that constitute that country? We can't talk about it, we can't use mass media, we can't run for office, we can't change policy, so at a certain point, what is the expectation? If you are a white male Zoomer, remember that the people in power hate you and your unborn children, and they will try to genocide you in your lifetime. Basically what you're saying is that to end white genocide, to restore traditional white society, that would bring with it inertia, and the excesses of that would be real xenophobia, real hostility toward perceived or real outsiders. That if we had the restoration of a core American identity centered around ethnicity and race, well, we would tend to regard not whites as outsiders and there might be backlash against them. To me, that's almost inevitable, and you're basically right about that. Matt Walsh, Shabbos Goy race traitor. That's what it is, folks. I know some people don't like to use that expression, but it's totally true, throwing his own people under the bus. He hates white people. Nobody else talks like that about their own people except for white people, and it's gross. You're a race traitor. You work for Jews. For him to disavow white supremacy is very cucked and blue-pilled. Edit, Milkshake Desire links more clips on Nick's claims of Jewish black magic and other crazy shit. Check them out in his comment here. Udish Blagastawise also provided a clip where Nick says, are we supposed to pretend like there isn't a problem here with Jewish elites in particular having a problem with America? 2. Institution or a desire to institute some sort of outward violence or state-sponsored violence against ethnic minorities or other undesirables. Pretty clear picture painted from before that the Jews are the people in power and that we should fight and commit violence against them and other undesirables. Why is it then that we are forced to accept probably the most transformative policies in the history of our country, perhaps the most transformative policies that are possible, which is the systematic replacement of the people that constitute that country? We can't talk about it, we can't use mass media, we can't run for office, we can't change policy, so at a certain point, what is the expectation? The easiest way for Mexicans to not get shot in Walmart is to not fucking be here. Basically what you're saying is that to end white genocide, to restore traditional white society, that would bring with it inertia, and the excesses of that would be real xenophobia, real hostility toward perceived or real outsiders. That if we had the restoration of a core American identity centered around ethnicity and race, well, we would tend to regard not whites as outsiders, and there might be backlash against them. To me, that's almost inevitable, and you're basically right about that. Who runs the media? Globalists. Time to kill the globalists. I don't want to not watch CNN. I don't want CNN to go out of business. I don't want CNN to be more honest. I want people that run CNN to be arrested and deported or hanged, because this is deliberate. What can you and I do to a state legislator besides kill them? We should not do that. I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else can you do, right? Our founding fathers would get in the streets, and they would take this country back by force if necessary. And that is what we must be prepared to do. 3. Desire to build some form of fascist state. Speaks for itself mostly, and even Destiny acknowledged that Nick Fuentes could fit this element. I'm a reactionary. I support autocracy. Fuck the UN and the internet and democracy. If Antifa were marching down the streets and they were waving the banner of Benito Mussolini or Francisco Franco, I'd be joining them, frankly. If Antifa was waving the banner of phalangism, if they were waving the banner of Franco and they were saying Catholic fascism now, I would join them. I would become a part of Antifa. I would welcome Antifa. Yes, take over the country. Storm DC, take over the capital, raise the banner of Mussolini and Franco, and you know, some notable others, right? Oswald Mosley, that would be a great thing. Bolsonaro, we need something like that in America. Hopefully he can show Trump how it's done. What's cool about him is that he has control of the military. You've got 55% of the vote and the military. You can do whatever you want. Screw the Congress. Maybe Trump can learn from that a little. But he's just joking, you might say. He isn't. Special thanks to Rose Wrist for making a pretty comprehensive Google Doc that I'd suggest checking out if you're somehow still on the fence. The fact of Nick Fuentes is a Nazi being this significantly contentious here is a pretty clear warning post that this community has already changed, and not for the better. Nazis aren't an enemy anymore. It's people who are soy or woke that are the real problem here, apparently. Huh? This community used to give a shit about society progressing into a safer, brighter and more inclusive future, so much so that it went and campaigned for politicians who were striving to do the same. Now look at it. Edit 07. I'm happy to chat with whoever banned me. I think I've been pretty good faith about everything I've put forward. Edit 2. Hi. I've received some good pushback to parts of this post, and some not so good. But unfortunately, as I am permit, I can't actually reply to them, and I don't want to drown this post in edits. Feel free to message me if you have questions or want to talk about any specific bits. Edit again. I've had a few messages now about the last comment I made. This community used to give a shit about society progressing into a safer, brighter and more inclusive future, so much so that it went and campaigned for politicians who were striving to do the same. Now look at it. What I meant by this is that DGG used to positively organize and champion awesome causes, and now we're fighting tooth and nail over something that in my view is a well-documented fact even by the definition that Destiny gave on stream. I didn't have a link before, but here is the timestamp of Destiny's definition that I referenced. It wasn't meant to mean that we're being brainwashed, but more that I think it's sad looking at where this community is now. V says where it was. The author was permanently banned, so was the top commenter. The fact that this post warrants a ban is horrid. Edit, banned, woohoo, lick my nuts. And the top reply to that comment also caught a ban. Seriously though, that's really fucking bad. If posts like this are being banned, we need a mod purge pronto. Unless it's Destiny banning them, in which case, kick Destiny. Edit, I got banned too. Shout out, Copestiny. Mitch find right. IDK how this dude thinks he's some bastion of free speech when he can't go a day without crying tears of pure soy about his fans. Many other commenters also caught bans. Appless effort post. It's incredibly difficult to create a functional definition of Nazi that doesn't include Nick's actions in it. It seems that Destiny is hesitant to call Nick a Nazi because he wants to continue making content with him. Also, the new soy and woke hate is definitely getting too far. I appreciate Max saying that he doesn't care if he appears that way, because it's important to push back against those who have dangerous views regardless of what side they are on. Edit, 07, feels bad man. 431 upvotes. 07, literally 1984. Edit, Ministry of Information got me. 07 brothers, 327 upvotes. Unironically, Destiny girl's name is so fragile. Edit, perma banned. 164 upvotes. This is just bizarre from Destman. He's chosen to die on this hill for some reason. Edit, didn't survive the purge. Remember me. 212 upvotes. Because Nick is fun to hang out with. Edit. So how long do permanent bans last? 83 upvotes. Good post. It's really nice when somebody makes a point and backs it up with solid and specific evidence. Unfortunately, I doubt it will change anything since it seems as though Destiny cares more about not scaring off Nick's audience than being consistent on this issue. He has also mentioned not having that many right-wingers to talk to. Personally, I think he could probably still talk with Nick without being so uncomfortably friendly, uncomfortable for many of his viewers at least. But I suppose that's his decision to make, and ultimately we can only guess at the reasons he chooses to do what he does. Edit, banned for this, presumably. Seems pretty fragile to be honest, 54 upvotes. 07 brave soldier. Destiny's argument was self-defeating anyways. He was simultaneously claiming that having conversations with Fuentes allowed him and DGG to see Nick's positions and challenge him on them. But also, despite multiple long conversations, Destiny can't give a solid answer to whether Nick fits any of the criteria for being a Nazi. If Destiny has no honest idea what Nick thinks of Jews after all this time, then clearly the conversations aren't given him as much insight into Nick's positions as he thinks they are. Edit, 07. 40 upvotes. I was deeply disturbed. All of Destiny's arguments about his political strategy were unraveling. Where before I'd seen him as arrogant and irresponsible, I was beginning to see him as a malignant narcissist, lashing out at anyone who threatened his self-image. His behavior was otherwise inexplicable, as this was not a good strategy for expanding his audience, bridging ideological chasms, protecting his livelihood, or any other possible motivation. It was a strategy for short-term ego protection, and nothing else. I wrote my own subreddit posts to address the repetitive counter-arguments I'd seen from Destiny's most loyal fans. From the desk of Mr. Girl, frequently asked questions about my Fuentes arguments. 1. What is your position? In engaging with Fuentes, Steven should provide moral pushback and clarity about his beliefs about who Fuentes is and what he is capable of. Specifically, he should have a definition of the word Nazi and use it consistently. 2. Why does the word matter? Nazism still exists in the world today, and it's important to have a word to accurately identify it. If you misuse the word and water it down, you're providing cover for real Nazis by making them difficult to even talk about. Steven has already used the word publicly in reference to Fuentes, stating that he is basically a Nazi, that he isn't a Nazi, and also jokingly calling him a Nazi. I believe this word is most responsibly used to define who and who isn't actually a Nazi. Steven seems to believe this too, which is why he doesn't normally use the word as an insult, and protests against others doing the same. I think it is therefore particularly disastrous when he throws it around jokingly while talking to Fuentes. I recognize that he is doing this to both mock leftists and also Fuentes to some degree, but it creates the perception that Stephen is on a team with Fuentes because they share a common ideological enemy, the far left. I find this alliance unsettling because I think Fuentes is absolutely a Nazi. This creates confusion around Fuentes' beliefs and intentions, which helps Fuentes grow his audience. 3. Why do you keep talking about creating confusion? I used Trump as an example yesterday, but let's use me instead. Some of you think I'm a pedophile. Some of you think I'm not. Some of you think it's funny to call me a pedophile jokingly. Some of you think it's funny that I might actually be kind of a pedophile. Despite the extreme stigma around pedophilia, this blurry perception of my sexuality and intentions has helped me immensely. Some top comments on the "I can fantasize about whatever I want" music video are, "I'm 200% sure I'm on a list now. You're the type of creator I'm scared to show my friends, yet I'm super hyped for. Keep doing you, and I will keep watching in the most normal, dubious, socially acceptable, yet morbidly curious way. Eminem plus EDP 445. This last one is important. Notice that EDP 445 doesn't have much of a career now, because he's actually a predator. Notice that Eminem doesn't have the same excitement around his work he once did, because we know that he is a mostly law-abiding, nice middle-aged man. You should also know that my audience contains a disproportionately large percentage of pedophiles who are grateful to me for humanizing them, despite me consistently making it clear that pedophiles are mentally ill people who must seek treatment so that they never abuse children. And despite my clarity, the lingering perception of "maybe I'm a pedophile tee-hee" does seem to benefit my career. Do you see the parallel here? There are many people who would not follow an out-and-out Nazi, but who would follow a maybe Nazi. In both cases, creators who engage with both me and Fuentes have a moral imperative to decide for themselves what kind of people we are. If you think I intend to grow my audience and then use that power to sexually abuse children or encourage others to abuse children, and you still have chicken and waffles with me, you are complicit in that abuse. 4. Didn't Stephen talk to you when everyone thought you were a pedophile? Yes, but I don't think Stephen has ever thought I was a predator or even a pedophile. There was actually a poignant moment in one of our early conversations where I promised him that I would never sexually abuse a child, and it seemed to mean something to him. However, if he did believe that giving me a platform would lead to me using my power to sexually abuse children, then he shouldn't have befriended me publicly. The question implies that I think anything that benefits me is morally good, but I don't think that, and neither should you. If Stephen thinks Fuentes is going to harm people with whatever power he obtains, he shouldn't sanitize him by being buddy-buddy with him on stream. 5. But Stephen's goal is to convert Fuentes fans, and he is doing that. Yes, I know. That is irrelevant to my criticisms here. 6. Stephen is good at providing pushback to Fuentes and making him look stupid. On paper, yeah, that's absolutely true. However, I want you to take a look at the range of opinions about Fuentes in the community. There are many people who believe Fuentes is a dangerous Nazi who tried to destabilize the American government on January 6th. I think this is the truth. Yet, what negative perceptions do we see floating around after the chicken and waffles stream? Fuentes is an incel, asexual, terminally online, little boy, awkward little brother, Destiny's son in 10 years, mean to Melina, jealous of Stephen, paranoid about being harmed by strangers, afraid to eat, confused about his beliefs, questioning his beliefs. He lost though, right? When Fuentes loses an argument with Stephen, he is still sanitized. In fact, and this is a really wild Mr. Girl claim I'm about to make, it's actually better for Fuentes when he loses. 7. Sigh. Okay, what the fuck are you talking about now? Stephen soundly beats Fuentes in every engagement, intellectually, but Fuentes' faults are not intellectual. He is a psychopath who wants to take over the country and kill people. The gravity of that is washed away in a friendly debate over chicken and waffles. So, when you are smugly laughing at Fuentes for coming across like Stephen's awkward little brother, he's actually made a gigantic leap from treasonous psychopath to dorky young incel. 8. What if he really is just joking? Well, he has stated that he will hide his anti-Semitic Nazi ideology in jokes. Last month in a Twitter space he said that DGG are autistic people who've embraced being gay rather than embracing Hitler, and he tried to overthrow the government. Fuentes is a sophisticated propagandist and political operator. You may scoff at this idea because he is 24. He's not a normal person. He is a fanatic with little interest in normal life. At this age, he has already spent more time obsessing over religion and politics than normal people do in their lifetimes. It is naive to think of his social incompetence or appearance thereof as an indicator of his political effectiveness. 9. Why are you soy about this? I believe that trying to be cool and emotionless is costing streamers the ability to take moral stances. This is okay for Minecraft streamers, but when hundreds of thousands of people look to you for political guidance, it makes you unable to provide pushback against heinous intentions. I don't want political streamers to be afraid to say, Why would I help you with your career? You want to become president and take away women's right to vote, and I think that's wrong. 10. So basically you're jealous of Stephen's friendship with Nick? I am not saying Stephen shouldn't be friends with Fuentes or that he shouldn't talk to him. I have the above criticisms of how he talks to him, and how their relationship is portrayed in Stephen's streams. 11. How's that bridge doing? Pretty good, dipshit. The bridge comment was my assurance to the community and to myself that my personal relationship with Destiny would be unaffected by his professional treatment of me. The position was of course untenable, and I failed to protect myself. On August 31st, Rose Riss debated Destiny about his Fuentes position, and he was far less aggressive than I was. There was a moment that stuck out to me when Rose asked Destiny to define conspiratorial anti-Semitism.
Okay, what do we mean? Is it just like Jews control the world? Or is it like Jews and the global elite control the world? I would say that both of those probably qualify as anti-Semitic statements. Would you disagree? Destiny, they probably would. I would imagine if you think Jews control the world, yeah. Or at the very well, assuming it's not true, right? Yeah, of course, that's an anti-Semitic statement, generally, yeah. On September 1st, Fuentes did a live stream where he said that Jews were evil and attributed his frustration to me.
They don't have a soul. Biden doesn't have a soul. These people, they forfeited their souls because they're liars. So anyway, that's that. But I want to move on. I want to get into this other story. We're done enough on that. But it's true. Big Tech in the chat says, let's go. Yeah, not like that. The Big Tech story.
I don't know what Big Tech or anyone else said in the chat, as it is not archived anywhere I could find. Big Tech is a white supremacist and Fuentes acolyte who had called into my stream a few months prior for a polite conversation about our values, and who'd asked me to collaborate again, though I hadn't responded.
Yeah, but it's true. I'm so sick of people saying we're in a spiritual struggle. It's like, yeah, and there's names involved. Jesus, and you know what's on the other side? It's the Pharisees. It's the same Pharisees, and it's their same devil. Their same devil that they worship. Straight up, man. Straight. It's what it is. I know people don't think that's controversial, and they don't like to hear that, but it's true. It's a spiritual battle between good and evil. Uh-huh. Jesus and the Christians on the one side and the devil on the other. It's what it is. It's what it is. They crucify me for saying that, but it's what it is. They hate Jesus. And, they'll never come right out and say that to a large audience because they want to obscure that fact, but it's true. They want to obfuscate that conversation, but they are not okay with Jesus. They don't like Jesus. They don't, They're not okay with that, and that is their problem. How can they become good, and how can they profess the truth if they can't access it because they hate Jesus? They can't do it. Cannot be done. They're working with Moloch. They're working with Moloch, and they're working with all the rest. That's just true. Okay, all right. But let's move on. Let's get into our featured story. Yeah, dark stuff, dark times, but we got to tell the truth. No one else will. Everybody, everybody goes, oh, Nick, you shouldn't say that. It's like, I exist to say that. I exist to say that. Someone's got to do it, and I'll do it. I'm tough. I'm strong. I can do it. A lot of people can't do it because they're not talented enough or tough enough, but I can do it. I'm the robot. I'm the robot with blue eyes. I'm Sonny from iRobot. Okay, I'm the robot that has dreams. So that's what qualifies me uniquely to be the guy to do it. Okay, all right. Let's move on. Yeah, recent events have made me kind of just like this Mr. Girl thing and other things. It's like, you know what? Mr. Girl, who's like going around, this guy wants to kill my family. It's classic prototypical histrionic Jew behavior. And it's like, you know what? Anyway. Okay, anyway.
The same day, Big Tech did a stream where he told his own followers to mass report my channel.
This is Mr. Girl. His name's Max Carson. He's friends with Destiny. He's real mad that Destiny hung out with Nick. Why? Because he's a Jew, and he's afraid that if Nick gets popular and sanitized through Destiny, that Nick's going to kill everybody. Well, all the bad people. Well, all the Jewish people. And so he's afraid of that, and he thinks that Nick is literally Hitler, and he wants Destiny to call Nick a Nazi. He wants everybody to know from Destiny that Nick is a bad guy. He's a bad boy. He's the bad man. And he's the worst kind of guy. He's a Nazi guy. And if Nick gets his way, he's going to kill everybody. He's going to kill Mr. Girl. He's going to kill all the blacks. He's going to kill all the Mexicans. He's going to kill everybody who's not just a pure white guy, even though Nick himself isn't even one of those. He thinks that's what Nick wants to do. So last night we looked at some of the things that Hitler did in his country while he mobilized a war machine, and then we compared that to the funny and entertaining news show that Nick does. And we said, is that the same? And we decided, no, it's not the same. Yo, let's get some more reporting, please. Let's keep.
On September 2nd, I was banned from YouTube. They banned my main channel first, and then my streaming channel a couple weeks later. YouTube said I'd violated the sex and nudity rules so severely that it warranted immediate channel deletion. The video in question was called Why It's Hard for Women to Say No, an anti-rape video that juxtaposed sexually violent movie scenes with mundane descriptions of women being pressured into sex, and my thoughts on how women are socialized to not hold boundaries. YouTube originally removed the video in February 2020, giving my channel a strike at the time. I appealed the decision and won. The video was reinstated and age-restricted instead of being removed. YouTube told me via email, content that contains nudity or graphic footage is allowed on YouTube if it's posted with sufficient educational, documentary, artistic, or scientific context. If I hadn't appealed the video's removal in 2020, I suppose I'd still have my YouTube channel. I appealed again and was rejected, tweeted at YouTube. Fuentes sent his followers to mob my tweet with anti-Semitic replies, reached out to the ACLU and the ADL, and attempted to hire multiple lawyers to take YouTube to court, all to no avail. I've been banned for 6 months now. I was, and still am, heartbroken. My YouTube channel had been my main artistic project for 5 years, beginning in 2017, and I'd worked hard to make it challenging and special. It was my baby. But if the cost of keeping my baby is turning a blind eye to Destiny dumping Nazi fertilizer all over his community, then the baby was already dead. I was being slowly deplatformed. Maybe I still am. I've been banned and unbanned from Twitter 3 times since then, as Destiny's fans are mass flagging my account. In September, I paid Destiny's web developer to build me my own streaming site, basically a clone of Destiny's. But my only remaining link to a general streaming audience was through Destiny. Destiny wore my merch to show solidarity and said it was really sad to see my art destroyed, but I had this sinking feeling that he'd always wanted me to be his sickly exotic pet. He made a show of cutting ties with Fuentes over my banning, and I was touched by the gesture at the time. But it's more likely that Destiny distanced himself from Fuentes because I'd ruined the fun for his audience and he wanted to cut his losses. Destiny and his mods began banning people from Destiny just for being my fans. On the heels of the YouTube ban, this was hellish for me. I'm easily misunderstood, and having people in the audience to participate on both sides of the provocative discussions I like to start is crucial for me. Not to make money, but to feel like I'm accomplishing anything. I also found it disturbing that Destiny's working definition of a Mr. Girl fan included anyone who thought he shouldn't rub shoulders with Nazis on stream. On October 14th, I wrote a post titled, A Declaration of War, and still declaring a personal love for Destiny, I demanded that rules be put in place to protect free and open discussion. On October 19th, No Jumper, a podcast with 4.58 million YouTube subscribers, posted a video titled Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, Adam22, AD and Flacco Race Debate. The general consensus among both Destiny's and No Jumper's audiences was that the podcast hosts were not equipped to counter Fuentes' racist rhetoric, and that they may have made a mistake by inviting him on. During the episode, Adam22 said to Sneeko, I do have to admit, the rabbit hole is real, because if it wasn't for you and Destiny being cordial enough to sit down with Nick, then I would not have thought of him as being, somebody who is safe to platform, which obviously you guys can tell that that's part of my concern here. I've got a lot of people reaching out saying that I'm fucking crazy for even having Nick on the show, but at the end of the day, I think we should be able to have conversations with people we disagree with, although I am currently wondering if this podcast is going to get taken down for Holocaust denial. Furious, I clipped this quote and uploaded it to Destiny's subreddit with the title, I was right. Fuentes was sanitized by Steven, and the DGG versus Groiber conversion zero-sum game idea was wrong and irrelevant. I was banned the next day. On October 28, I confronted Destiny on stream. After a few more hours of gaslighting, he blamed his mods for the ban. He eventually admitted he was afraid his audience would turn against him if he didn't shut down certain narratives. I said that he'd created an abusive system and that I couldn't be part of it unless he pledged to allow orbiters to defend ourselves on the subreddit. He said no. I told him that I thought he was making a decision that was bad for him, the people around him, and also irresponsible given that he wants to platform Nazis. He said, I'd rather just platform the Nazis uncontested then. That would be my choice, rather than saying I have to suffer people indefinitely using my subreddit as a platform to attack me from. Other orbiters, drooling over the vacancy I'd be leaving in the top spot, joined the call and made a display of just how much they agreed with Destiny's position, that they should silently endure routine humiliation so he can make money. I called them white blood cells, told Destiny I loved him, and left the community. On March 5th, 2023, Adin Ross asked Destiny about Fuentes on stream.
Do you like Nick Fuentes?
Personally or politically?
Both.
I think he's a funny guy, but he's like basically a fucking Nazi now after Kanye, so not the biggest fan, but...
Do you like Kanye?
Yeah, I would say same as Nick. He was cool before the Nazi stuff.
The same day, someone posted a link to an anti-Semitic speech given by Fuentes, and titled the post Fuentes Nazi rally last night. Dude is completely mask off now, talking about how cool Hitler is and that we need to get rid of the Jews. The top comment, nobody say it, edit, banned. I'm sure some of you are horrified by this story. Destiny's engagement with Fuentes was vile, he wields his power like a child, and he's unthinkably self-interested. But I do want to make a broader point. If the YouTube algorithm were a person, it would be Destiny. The algorithm follows the same lizard brain instincts. It has no qualms about manipulating you, hurting you, scaring you, or provoking you to rage. It does not care who or what it platforms as long as you keep watching. I just now checked if YouTube has monetized the No Jumper video featuring Fuentes and Sneeko Yup. I got a Dolce & Gabbana ad.
The censorship thing is really critical because it's like Kanye, years ago, well, maybe they forget, maybe not. He went on TMZ and said slavery was a choice. Now, would you say that constitutes something like slavery denial if there's such a thing? We don't have a word for it. There's no museums, but would you say that constitutes something akin to that? He said slavery's a choice, and he was fine. He was fine. He put out his Jesus is King album. He put out Donda. He performed in Atlanta. He performed in Chicago and Miami. Then he said White Lives Matter, and he started talking about Jews. Then he lost his bank account. Then he got kicked out of stadiums. Then he got locked out of Instagram. Then he got locked out of Twitter. It's like,
yeah,
this kind of says where the parameters are. What's the line you can't cross? Everybody knows it's Jews.
So it's not comparable to blacks and Asians. Jews have the ultimate power. And that's not even anything hateful. I don't want people to label me as anti-Semitic. I'm already canceled, but that's just true. They have ultimate control and power, and they will abuse it if they need to protect their agenda.
Yeah, I mean, there's no use arguing that one since we just saw it happen in front of our eyes with the Kanye bank situation. It's like, I mean, I don't know if he's going to end up regretting
that one is wild.
Having said that shit or what, but I mean,
he's a genuine person. I think it's good that he's starting this conversation because, like, me and Nick tried to have it, but we only have a limited level of power. The fact that one of the most famous artists of all time and a billionaire saying it is like good. Now people are going to start turning their heads to this.
And when YouTube gets caught promoting Nazism, vaccine misinformation, or conspiracy theories, they'll ban the creator of the video or attach a little hand-wringing notice above the description box. It's gaslighting. YouTube is blasting Nazi talking points into your 13-year-old child's brain while assuring you that they're working around the clock to make YouTube safe for kids. It's not safe for anyone. How can it be? The algorithm is never held accountable. It's never even seen. I poked it with one finger, and my career was instantly ground to pieces. I thought a friend of mine was joking when he said this, but after laying it all out, I know it's the truth. I was banned from YouTube because I'm a Jew.